Chapter 241 Hunting. The prince felt that he had said something he shouldn't have said. In order to avoid misunderstanding, he explained, Li Jiaxuan's father was a general, but unfortunately died in battle. Her mother committed suicide not long after. The queen mother thought that she was alone and a child, and no one took care of her. So she took her to the palace. Is there such a thing? Lu Qiqi didn't know this. She only knew that she and the prince had been childhood sweethearts. She was helpless in the palace and didn't live a happy life. With the queen mother's support, she lived a good life. Later, she grew up and the queen mother sent her to the royal courtyard. Lu Qiqi felt that the queen mother was wise. She took in the helpless child, which could bring happiness to her and earn a good reputation. As for the later sending away and the current recall, she felt that the queen mother was using Li Jiaxuan more. You know our situation. The queen mother asked Li Jiaxuan to come this time to push her out. Speaking of this, the prince was somewhat disapproving. For the woman around him, he acquiesced to the queen mother's plan. Does she know? I don't know. Didn't she notice? Lu Qiqi asked again. The prince smiled. Who is the queen mother? If she doesn't want others to notice, it's hard to find out. So Li Jiaxuan is quite pitiful. Lu Qiqi tried. Not really. If it weren't for the queen mother's protection, Li Jiaxuan wouldn't be alive now. I think Li Jiaxuan is not young anymore. Has she not met the right person in all these years? The prince had never thought about this question. When he heard the woman say this, he remembered that Li Jiaxuan was 20 years old this year, and was really an old girl. How old is Li Jiaxuan? Lu Qiqi asked. Should she be 20? The prince deliberately said uncertainly, showing that he didn't care about Li Jiaxuan. 20 is considered an old girl in this era. If it were in modern times, it would be the best age for a woman. If you have a suitable one, you can introduce her to her. The prince spared no effort to clear his relationship with Li Jiaxuan. Sure enough, after a few words, Lu Qiqi believed that the prince and Li Jiaxuan were innocent. When the two came to the roof to enjoy the moon together, they saw a figure jumping several times from a distance. Lu Qiqi couldn't see the other person's face clearly, but she determined that this person was the Prime Minister of Chu by his body shape and expression. After Prime Minister Chu walked away, Lu Qiqi asked the prince, how can he come and go so freely? He should have gone to see the emperor. Prince Chu doesn't need to be sneaky when he sees the emperor. Right? The prince laughed. It stands to reason. Because the emperor is insane in the eyes of others. The prince explained what happened in Rong Fei's courtyard that day. He was so involved that he accidentally revealed Rong Fei's death and the things related to concubine Wu and concubine Qin. Lu Qiqi listened and sighed in her heart, but said nothing on her face. It's better not to say anything when it comes to Rong Fei. Sure enough, Lu Qiqi's silence made the prince say a lot. And she also heard from the prince about the prince's childhood, his past with Rong Fei, and his past with Li Jiaxuan. Lu Qiqi understood that Li Jiaxuan was different in the prince's heart. It was just because they were of similar age, and because Li Jiaxuan and the queen mother were with the prince during the most difficult period when he had just lost concubine Rong. This is the reason why he could still acquiesce to what the queen mother and Li Jiaxuan did. The queen mother did this for the crown prince, and Li Jiaxuan was also used by the queen mother. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi felt that she should not care too much. Some things are said, and nothing will happen. Lu Qiqi quickly shifted her attention, thinking about the ultimate purpose of the queen mother and the crown prince, and how big a situation will appear. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt that the crown prince learned the current pattern of doing things from the queen mother. The queen mother has no children, although she has the halo of the daughter of the witch clan. If she has not managed well, she will not be here today. At this moment, it seems that Li Jiaxuan is the continuation of the queen mother. She thinks she is a strong woman, and compared with the queen mother, she is still far behind. At this moment, she found a reference, and also hopes to become a strong woman like the queen mother. The couple had not seen each other for a long time. When they met again, except for the unpleasantness at the beginning, the atmosphere was very good. The prince said a lot, and Lu Qiqi also found the direction of the future. This night, the two had in-depth exchanges, and were more certain of each other's hearts. This night was warm for the prince and Lu Qiqi, and thrilling for Prince Chen and Princess Chen. Prince Chen left the capital to investigate the matter of Yuzhou, and because he knew concubine Wu's thoughts, Prince Chen was worried that when he came back, he would face not the familiar lover, but a cold corpse. After deliberately creating chaos for concubine Wu, Prince Chen took Princess Chen away from the capital. They walked hurriedly on the road. And they were prepared in advance, so that they would not be sad on the road. One night later, their relaxed and comfortable days disappeared. Concubine Wu reacted and launched another round of hunting down Concubine Chen. After leaving the capital, Concubine Wu had no scruples. And Prince Chen was determined to protect Concubine Chen. And he did not hesitate to confront Concubine Wu directly. Prince Chen underestimated Concubine Wu's ability, and thought that if he kept Concubine Chen by his side, there would be no danger. On the third day after they left the capital, Prince Chen and others were attacked by people sent by Concubine Wu again. This time, even the killers were dispatched. The situation was very chaotic. Prince Chen began to protect Concubine Chen. Seeing that the people he brought gradually fell, he asked Concubine Chen to wait in the carriage. And he flew out. At this time, Concubine Wu used others as a cover and got on the carriage. The moment Concubine Chen saw Concubine Wu, she began to be a little surprised. Later, when she heard the movement outside, her heart calmed down at this moment. Feng Zhu, I didn't expect that for you. My mother and I would have a day of rebellion. Feng Zhu is the real name of Concubine Chen. Concubine Wu, I never thought that one day you would embarrass your own son in order to kill me. The moment Princess Chen saw Concubine Wu, she knew that something should be settled. Now the time has come. Either she can convince Concubine Wu not to target her anymore, or she will give up on her own initiative and let them break up completely. Concubine Wu did not beat around the bush and said directly, if I knew that you had such a great influence on King Chen, I would not let you become Princess Chen. Princess Chen was silent. Feng Zhu, you should be satisfied. King Chen has been working hard all these years. At the most critical moment, because of your appearance, he was willing to give up everything. Do you think your appearance is right? Concubine Wu's plan for many years will not be disrupted by a woman. She wants to show the greatest value before someone dies. Push King Chen and successfully walk to that position. Concubine Wu, speak frankly. King Chen has been working hard all these years. Now King Chu is dead. King Qing is imprisoned. And King Yan has become a puppet. If King Chen does not work hard now, do you think he still has a chance to live? Chapter 242. The Emperor is dying. Princess Chen loves Prince Chen deeply, and knows what he is thinking. She was exposed by Concubine Wu today, and she has no place to hide. If you really love Prince Chen, you should do something for him. Not take him away after the critical moment. Princess Chen was silent. Concubine Wu took out a small bottle and put it aside. If you still love Prince Chen, and can't bear to see his plan for so many years go to waste, take this medicine. If you feel unwilling, you can take it with Prince Chen. Anyway, if Prince Chen doesn't do it now, the prince will do it to him. Sooner or later, he will die. Now he can leave a whole body. After speaking, she glanced at Prince Chen and got off the carriage in the chaos. When she came outside the carriage and saw Prince Chen in the swordplay, Concubine Wu was more certain of her thoughts. Women are always there. If Prince Chen leaves, there will be no chance for that position in the future. Turning her head to look at Princess Chen in the carriage, she said, the Emperor is dying. He will die in a few days. Princess Chen looked straight at Concubine Wu. Watching her leave in the night, she picked up the small bottle next to her and held it tightly in her hand. Every bit of her time with Prince Chen over the years came to her mind. And she also thought of the things Prince Chen had done over the years. And then looked at Prince Chen, who was still fighting in the night. As she was watching, someone stabbed Prince Chen with a sword. And Prince Chen was unable to dodge and injured his arm. Princess Chen saw this scene and made a decision in her heart. When Prince Chen saw that he was injured, he angrily attacked the people around him. Soon, some people died. Prince Chen wanted to deal with these people at once, but the other parties seemed to be afraid and quickly withdrew. When Prince Chen came to the carriage, he saw Princess Chen was in good condition and gently embraced her in his arms. Didn't it scare you? Princess Chen shook her head and quickly and skillfully treated Prince Chen's injured arm. After Prince Chen saw Princess Chen finish treating the wound, he said, after tonight, we will leave the capital. By then, she will not be able to do anything she wants. Princess Chen put clothes on Prince Chen and asked, you said that the imperial concubine's forces are all in the capital? Prince Chen nodded. No one knows a mother better than her son. Prince Chen has done a lot of things in recent years, and he has investigated the forces secretly cultivated by Concubine Wu. I thought that these forces of Concubine Wu would eventually be used for his own benefit. But I didn't expect that they would attack him. He saw an acquaintance in this incident. Chow, the female shopkeeper of Saoji Tavern. She was also on this mission. Generally, Chow sure would not show up unless there was something serious. Why did she show up today? Did she also know that she would never have another chance after leaving the capital? He always felt that what happened tonight was not simple. The retreat was too quick in the end. According to his understanding of Chow Sure, she would never give up until she achieved her goal. Why did she retreat so quickly today? With this doubt in his heart, Prince Chen hugged Princess Chen and fell asleep in the carriage. He didn't want Princess Chen to worry. But he didn't know that when Prince Chen woke up, he found that he was holding a body without temperature. Imperial study. The prince heard the news brought by Sun Shuo. He was so happy that he didn't even read the memorial. He left quickly and prepared to share the good news with Lu Qiqi. After just 2 steps, he felt that he should keep calm. Princess Chen died. Prince Chen was completely useless. This matter was related to concubine Wu. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. If such a good thing is shared with a woman, what if she is scared? Thinking of this, the prince turned around and continued to read the memorial. After reading for a while, he still couldn't stay and simply got up and left. Xiao Kai saw the prince fidgeting and always felt that it was a good thing. Why was the prince so impatient? After following the prince to the East Palace, he heard that the princess went to the vegetable garden behind. Xiao Kai finally understood what was going on and didn't follow him. Staying alone in the East Palace, he felt bored. Seeing that the princess's hammock was very good, he looked around and saw that no one was paying attention. So he jumped on it directly. Just as he squinted his eyes and prepared to rest for a while, he heard the discussion of several palace maids in the distance. Hearing them talking about Grandma Gao, he thought of the news he had received that Grandma Gao's life in the East Palace was not satisfactory. Think about it. It was Grandma Gao who deserved it. She thought that serving Li Jiaxuan, relying on the past relationship between Li Jiaxuan and the prince, an old nanny could be domineering in the palace. Dreaming. In those days, when Nani Gao embarrassed the crown princess, he still felt strange. It turned out that the crown princess was waiting for someone here. Sure enough, the crown princess's style of doing things was the same as that of the crown prince. Xiao Kai was thinking, when suddenly a voice came from a distance. Who are you? What are you doing? Nanny Huang saw someone lying on the crown princess' hammock and shouted to come over. When she came to the front, she stretched out her big hand and directly pulled Xiao Kai down from the hammock. You dare to get on the crown princess's things? Xiao Kai was a little confused. There was someone so arrogant in the East Palace. From the other person's clothes, he could see the status in the East Palace and who Xiao Kai was. With a flick of his hand, he swept Nani Huang to the ground. Madame Huang groaned twice, got up, and was about to attack Xiao Kai, when Madame Gao came over. Madame Huang, how dare you attack Guard Xiao? Madame Gao had long disliked Madame Huang, and seized the opportunity to directly confront her. Xiao Kai still wanted to attack Madame Huang, but when he saw Madame Gao, he stopped moving. Madame Gao came up to her and saluted. This old servant greets Guard Xiao. Madame Huang heard this. Guard Xiao, and thought of the personal guard beside the prince, also called Guard Xiao. Could it be the one in front of her? She looked carefully again and again, and she had seen him from a distance several times, and found that it was really the man in front of her. Madame Huang was upset, but when she saw Madame Gao making trouble nearby, she calmed down instead. She was a person close to the crown princess, and if she couldn't handle such a small matter, how could she convince the public? Xiao Kai looked at Madame Gao and said, Why is Madame Gao in the East Palace? I was sent by the Queen Mother to teach the crown princess the palace rules a few days ago, so I stayed here. Why is it Madame Gao with Miss Li? Xiao Kai said. The young lady has someone serving her. So that's how it is. Madame Huang listened to their conversation and confirmed Xiao Kai's identity. She didn't flatter Xiao Kai like Madame Gao did. Guard Xiao is someone close to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Logically, I shouldn't say anything. It's just that the Crown Princess likes the hammock. As a guard, Guard Xiao is considered an outsider and shouldn't touch the Crown Princess's things. Xiao Kai looked at Madame Huang and said nothing. Seeing the opportunity, Madame Gao said, Madame Huang, how can you talk to Guard Xiao like that? Madame Huang looked at Madame Gao. Madame Gao, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but your thoughts are too obvious. You have been deliberately making things difficult for the Crown Princess since the day you arrived. We all saw it. Your thoughts today are really heartbreaking. Do you know what this matter will bring to the crown princess if it gets out? What? Madame Gao asked. Madame Huang smiled, stepped forward and slapped Madame Gao. Before she could react, she called 2 maids to drag Madame Gao away. Xiao Kai had been in the palace for so many years, and he knew what was waiting for Madame Gao. So he didn't intend to care. Madame Huang was thoughtful and said to Xiao Kai, Guard Xiao, I am the crown princess's person, and I will put the crown princess first in everything. I also ask Guard Xiao not to be too casual in the future, so as not to cause trouble to the crown princess. Guard Xiao didn't look at Madame Huang, and got up and left. Nanny Huang breathed a sigh of relief and turned to run towards Nanny Gao. Chapter 243 Concubinely. The prince came to the vegetable garden, and saw the women busy in the vegetable garden. After watching for a while, he thought they were having fun and walked over. Don't move. The moment Lu Qiqi saw the prince, she did not show much surprise, but scolded the prince for approaching. It was because she saw with her own eyes that 2 of the radishes she had picked were crushed by the prince's big feet. The prince was still self-indulgent, and thought that the woman did not want to dirty her clothes. So he took another step. Lu Qiqi's anxious voice changed. I told you not to move. Didn't you hear me? Chunbai, Yudai, Qingdai, and Zhou Yan all saw the prince's actions, and knew what the princess meant. When the princess said the second sentence, they all trembled. This is the prince. No matter how much the princess cares about these vegetables, she should not treat the prince like this. Lu Qiqi did not have this awareness. Seeing that the prince had no intention of stopping, she walked towards the prince and pulled him aside. You have beautiful eyes, but you stepped on my vegetables. Didn't you see it? The prince realized what he had done. It seems to be okay. Right? You stepped on it. And it's okay? Lu Qiqi tried her best to remedy it, but it couldn't be saved. So she simply pulled it out. Okay. You eat this today. It's all crushed. How can I eat it? The prince looked disgusted. You still know that it was crushed by you. If you don't eat it, who will eat it? Lu Qiqi was unhappy. This is the vegetable she planted. It can't be wasted. Chunbai saw it, and came over to persuade the crown princess. How could she let the crown prince eat rotten vegetables? Crown princess? It's still a servant. Don't talk. Lu Qiqi knew what Chunbai meant. So she interrupted him, and looked at the prince. Do you want to eat? The prince looked at Lu Qiqi's fierce look, and seemed to think of his childhood in a trance. Lu Qiqi pushed the prince. Today, you must eat? Lu Qiqi insisted, and the prince was silent. Chunbai saw that something was wrong and wanted to speak, but was stopped by Yudai. Soon, the group came to the kitchen, and Lu Qiqi got busy. It was the spinach that was trampled. Because it was in the soil, it was not too serious. Lu Qiqi insisted, and no one dared to speak. After Lu Qiqi rinsed the spinach, she added egg flour, and started to fry the pancake. Lu Qiqi quickly fried the spinach pancake on both sides until golden brown, and just took a look at it, and was immediately full of appetite. The prince, who was full of disgust at first, felt that the spinach pancake that was trampled by him was not so bad. Lu Qiqi put the spinach pancake on the cooked vegetable board, cut a small piece, and sent it to the prince. The prince picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. After eating it, he immediately felt that it tasted very good. Delicious. Lu Qiqi smiled. You can only eat 1 bite. Why? There are obviously a lot of them. Why can't you eat them yourself? Lu Qiqi held the spinach cake and turned around while eating. You disliked spinach. And spinach got angry. So you can't eat it. When did it happen? How come I don't know? The prince said, stretched out his big hand, grabbed a piece, and put it in his mouth. Lu Qiqi glanced at him angrily. I told you not to eat it. I'll eat it, the prince said, and even took away the plate. Lu Qiqi looked at the prince who ran away, then looked back at the 4 maids, and spread her hands. I thought the prince was right. He didn't want to eat it, but I didn't expect the prince to eat it. Chunbai knew that the crown princess did it on purpose. Seeing this, she felt relieved. Lu Qiqi turned around and told the 4 maids to make spinach cakes according to what they had just done. The 4 maids started working quickly after hearing this. Not long ago, they thought that they would anger the crown prince, but they didn't expect this result. I think the crown princess should have known it long ago and did it on purpose. The 4 maids thought about it and got busy quickly. Lu Qiqi sat at the door of the kitchen, watching them busy, thinking about what the system had said not long ago. It would be dangerous if she went out. What puzzled her was that if she was in danger, why didn't they give her a talisman? Is it because the danger is not big and she can escape, so they didn't give her a talisman? Summoning system. When do you think I'm in danger? System. Do you want to hide? Lu Qiqi. I have this idea. System. I can't escape. Lu Qiqi knew this time that the danger was right beside her. I don't want to accept it, but I have to face it. Let's do it outside. System. Are you sure? Lu Qiqi. Are you sure? There are so many eyes watching me in the palace. If I do something bad, I don't know how it will spread. System. You will care about your reputation one day. Lu Qiqi thought about it. I didn't care before, but now I start to care. System. Your love rival has appeared, and you are nervous. Lu Qiqi. Is she? Why didn't she feel it? System. Is what I said false? Lu Qiqi thought about it and said, Sun Rume has been offline, and it's not as serious as you said. System. Sun Rume was successful in her previous life because you didn't appear. She had the queen and concubine behind the scenes to plan. Sun Rume herself also had a capable person. Later, with the help of Xinya and Li, she was able to gradually move towards success. Lu Qiqi thought carefully about Sun Rume, and it seemed that what the system said was not so absolute. Sun Rume's entry into the palace was not what she thought. The system said that if she had not come, the original owner would have died soon in the Jin Wang mansion. And according to Sun Rume's ability, she would have firmly become the Jin Wang consort. If some things change from the beginning, the final result will also change. After thinking for a while, she asked, what was Li Jiaxuan's result in her previous life? System. Li Guifei. Lu Qiqi was so angry that she almost swore. She stood up and turned around. Seeing the finished spinach cake, she grabbed a piece and put it in her mouth. Yu Dai glanced at the crown princess, said nothing, and continued to work. After Lu Qiqi ate it, she thought that she was allergic to spinach pollen, and deliberately planted spinach, just to get rid of the spinach before there was pollen. Just like Sun Rume. Look at Li Jiaxuan again. This person cannot be underestimated. After thinking for a while, he asked again, what will my rival bring to Li Jiaxuan? System. It's all in vain. Lu Qiqi. There should be something else happening. Right? System. Because of the Queen Mother's plan, many people think that Li Jiaxuan is the one destined for the prince. During this period, you will receive a lot of questioning eyes. Lu Qiqi sneered. I'm not afraid. She said it calmly, but her heart couldn't calm down for a long time. With Sun Rume's seat paved, Lu Qiqi felt that she should do something for herself. Even if she couldn't change the final result, she could change the process. In response, Lu Qiqi asked the system about many things about Li Jiaxuan, and the system told it everything it knew. Lu Qiqi had a general idea in her mind, and thought about the feeling she had when she saw Li Jiaxuan. It was not difficult to find that at her age. It was a bit difficult to find a good family, and it was understandable that she wanted to hold the prince's thigh, because of the past between the prince and Li Jiaxuan, and the Queen Mother's presence, plus the Queen Mother's plan. Li Jiaxuan should also think so. Didn't Li Jiaxuan ever think about the person who would live and die with the prince? How long could she, a substitute, last? Thinking about it, she suddenly remembered the key point of the matter. When I am not around, the person who would live and die with the prince should be the original owner. Right? Chapter 244. The Crown Princess is angry. System. The original owner died when you came. At that time, the Crown Prince of Jin was fighting outside and almost died several times. Later, he returned to the palace. The time you gave him the amulet, the Queen Mother pulled the Crown Prince back from the gates of hell. Later, Master Shoyuan performed a ritual, and the Crown Prince was able to ascend the throne alive. It's a pity that he had already died by then. Otherwise Sun Rume would not have become the queen. Lu Qiqi. So, I am the Crown Prince's lucky star. System. Of course. Without you, there would be no Crown Prince now. Lu Qiqi. I am quite important. System. Of course. You came with the halo of the heroine. Lu Qiqi was satisfied this time. Even if Li Jiaxuan could become a concubine, what would it matter? Soon Lu Qiqi denied this idea. She could stop Sun Rume's dream of becoming a queen, and she could also block Li Jiaxuan's future. After she calmed down, she continued to watch the four maids busy in the kitchen. While eating, she asked, "You Dai, you have been with the prince for a long time. What kind of person do you think Li Jiaxuan is?" Chunbai was excited when she heard this. "My princess, you finally have a sense of crisis." Yu Dai thought for a while and said pertinently, "I know that Li Jiaxuan grew up with the prince, the king of Chu and others when she was a child. Later, I don't know why. Maybe because Li Jiaxuan was too old and not suitable to play with the princes, the queen mother sent her out of the palace." Chi Dai said, "No. I remember that someone proposed to Li Jiaxuan at that time. I don't know why Li Jiaxuan was sent away not long after this incident." Chunbai heard this and had a gossipy mind. Could it be that Li Jiaxuan left the palace to get married? Lu Qiqi felt that Chunbai's words were not impossible. When she thought about it, if this was true, Li Jiaxuan was not qualified to stand beside the prince. And she quickly denied this idea. Listening to them talking about the past between the prince, Li Jiaxuan and several princes, Lu Qiqi felt that they were better when they were young. There were not so many complicated relationships. Just pure happiness and learning. Just thinking about it, Gao Ma, who was taught a lesson by Huang Ma, dragged her injured body to complain. "Prince consort, you have to make the decision for this old slave," Gao Ma said, and knelt on the ground with a sound. Lu Qiqi was shocked to see Gao Ma like this. "Did you encounter a thief?" "I don't know how Gao Ma is doing. Her face is blue and purple, and she has suffered a lot." This is what Lu Qiqi expected from the beginning. Someone did it so directly. It was so satisfying to watch. If the situation was not wrong, Lu Qiqi would like to laugh out loud. "I was beaten by Madame Huang." "Madame Huang beat you?" It was true that Madame Huang was promoted for good, as she always understood her thoughts. Lu Qiqi signaled Chunbai to go find Madame Huang. Chunbai was smart, and soon found Madame Huang after leaving. The two of them hesitated for a while before arriving. Madame Huang arrived and knelt on the ground to apologize. "I deserve to die. I shouldn't treat Madame Gao like this. It was really that Madame Gao went too far. She actually stole the only hairpin left by my mother before she died. I was so angry that I taught Madame Gao a lesson." "Bullshit!" Madame Gao's voice became more and more sharp. "You have admitted this. But why don't you dare to say it in front of the crown princess?" Madame Huang said, as she took out the hairpin that had been broken in two from her arms. "Crown princess, this is what my mother thought of me. At that time, I went to Madame Gao to argue, but she didn't admit it and broke my hairpin." Lu Qiqi saw that the hairpin was indeed an old item, not very precious. She saw that it was well protected, so it should be a treasured item. She also saw the broken end, which was obviously new. When Gao Mama saw what Huang Ming Mama took out, her face turned pale. "You are talking nonsense. It was obviously you who hit me. When we were pulling each other, the hairpin on your head fell to the ground and broke." Madame Huang was furious. "Madame Gao, I didn't expect you to dare to do it and not admit it." "Okay, Madame Huang. Not only did you hit me for no reason, but you also framed me." Madame Gao was so angry that she trembled all over. Later, her face became even uglier. She turned to kneel on the ground and kowtowed to the crown princess. "I beg the crown princess to see through everything and give me justice." Lu Qiqi glanced at Madame Huang. Madame Huang lowered her head guiltily when she was looked at by the crown princess. Madame Gao continued to kowtow with a colorful face. Lu Qiqi hesitated about how to deal with this matter. Huang Mama was targeting Gao Mama at her instruction, and Gao Mama was indeed annoying. Lu Qiqi was not worried about Gao Mama. She was thinking that Huang Mama would be used in the future. If some things were not made clear at this time, she would not know how Huang Mama would abuse her power in the future. But Huang Mama's move really touched her heart. While she was hesitating, a palace maid arrived. "Your servant Qingyi kowtows to the crown princess." Qingyi knelt on the ground and kowtowed. She was well behaved and had received a good education in palace rules. Lu Qiqi glanced over, and Yu Dai stepped forward. "Crown princess, she is Li Jiaxuan's maid." Gao Mama was confident at this time and kowtowed to Lu Qiqi again. The look was so pitiful. Lu Qiqi saw through Grandma Gao's thoughts. What could a palace maid do? The initial hesitation disappeared at this moment. "Miss Qingyi, is there something wrong?" Qingyi raised her head slightly, replying to the crown princess. "My young lady hasn't seen Grandma Gao for a long time. I would like to ask the crown princess to allow Grandma Gao to go back." "Who is your young lady?" Lu Qiqi asked coldly. replying to the crown princess. My young lady is Miss Li Jiaxuan, the daughter of General Li. Oh, it turns out to be Miss Li, who was raised by the Queen Mother since childhood. She looked at Grandma Gao, who was kneeling on the ground. Grandma Gao? What a coincidence. Your young lady appeared to support you when you just became like this. Why didn't your young lady come out when you suppressed me? When Grandma Gao heard this, she knew that the crown princess was angry and was too scared to speak. Qingyi, who was kneeling on the ground, glanced at Grandma Gao's miserable appearance, understood in her heart, and explained, replying to the crown princess. My young lady was raised by Grandma Gao and has never left her side these days. So, since Grandma Gao is so important to your young lady, why did you let her, who has not set foot in the palace for a long time, teach me the rules? Lu Qiqi's voice gradually became sharper, so that everyone could easily know that Lu Qiqi was angry. The consequences of being angry are very serious. This time, Grandma Gao didn't dare to speak. Qingyi wanted to explain, but Lu Qiqi didn't give her a chance. Okay, if your young lady really cares about Grandma Gao so much, she wouldn't let Grandma Gao deliberately embarrass me. If your young lady really can't leave Grandma Gao, then ask Grandma Luo, who is beside the Queen Mother, to come to me in person to ask for her. Otherwise, let alone you, a palace maid, even if your young lady comes, I won't give her face. After Lu Qiqi finished speaking, she slapped the table angrily. Qingyi didn't dare to say much, so she could only bow politely. Yes, I'll take my leave. Chapter 245, High-Profile Display of Affection. Qingyi left. Lu Qiqi stared at Grandma Gao and smiled coldly. Grandma Gao, I really didn't take you seriously. I thought you were just an old grandma, so I gave you some face. Now it seems that I really underestimated you. You were in the East Palace and never went out. But you actually sent the news to the Queen Mother. If you were the Queen Mother's person, the entire harem was under the control of the Queen. As the Queen Mother, the Queen's aunt, it would be normal for you to know the news. But you, as Miss Li's person, extended your hand into the Xinang Palace and then into the East Palace. I wonder which place in this huge palace you, Grandma Gao, have not touched? Grandma Gao was scared when she heard this. She knelt on the ground and cowed out to beg for mercy. Only now did she feel that the crown princess was not a soft persimmon, but had been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. If the crown princess' words were spread out, not to mention herself, her own lady would also suffer. Now she dared not have any other thoughts except begging for mercy. Huang Ma was nearby, watching everything that happened. She admired the crown princess's skill, but was secretly frightened. If the crown princess hadn't stepped in today, she might have done something wrong. She knew very well that now was not the time to explain, so she could only kneel on the ground and wait quietly. Lu Qiqi was very annoyed by the scene in front of her. Without saying much, she asked Yu Dai to take them away, and not to be an eyesore here. When the eyesores finally left, Lu Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that this was the palace. In this place, no matter if you did anything or not, there would always be a lot of bad things rushing to you. Lu Qiqi was sulking for a long time, and then decided to go out and relax. But because it was getting late, she gave up the idea. The next day, Lu Qiqi left the palace with her maid. As soon as she arrived outside the palace, she passed by a familiar figure. It was Du Yu. Why did you rush into the palace? And she was the only one there? Lu Qiqi thought of the day when she met Du Yu in Jinjiang Tower. She was also in a hurry, and left in such a hurry. She also thought of what the system said, that Du Yu trained the king of Yin to be a murderer. Did her plan succeed? She came to the palace at this time to report to someone. Report? Who did Lu Qiqi want to report to? Queen? Concubine Qin? Or concubine Wu? Or a mysterious person? Crown Princess. Chunbai saw that the crown princess stood at the gate of the palace for a long time without moving, which had attracted the attention of the guards next to her. She came to her and reminded her in a low voice. Let's go! Lu Qiqi said this and walked out. While walking, he summoned the system and asked. That person just now was Du Yu, right? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi. Who is she in such a hurry to see? System. The Queen. Lu Qiqi. What is the relationship between the Queen and Du Yu? It shouldn't be good, right? System. The Queen and Du Yu have never met alone, so it's hard to tell whether they are good or bad now. However, the Wu clan is in trouble. Maybe he wants to ask the queen for help. Lu Qiqi. The Wu clan is in trouble. Do you? The queen. And the queen mother all rely on the Wu clan. The Wu clan is in trouble. Did the prince's plan succeed? I was so busy those few days. Just for this? In a short period of time. Lu Qiqi thought of many possibilities in her mind. But she couldn't come to a conclusion. System. The Wu clan is in constant turmoil. Now Diyu's father is the clan leader, and is being besieged. He will die in a few days. Diyu's title as the Wu clan's legitimate daughter has once again failed. Lu Qiqi. Same as Sun Rumei? System. Diyu is a ruthless person. The king of Yin has become her weapon for killing. She won't die so soon. Lu Qiqi. Will the queen help her? System. How is it possible? Lu Qiqi was silent for a while. She always felt that there was something strange about this. Then she thought, it was normal for Diyu to come to the queen. Without figuring it out, Lu Qiqi stopped thinking about it. Just as she was about to leave quickly, she suddenly heard a sound of horse hooves. Lu Qiqi was running. She was not in a hurry. She took the initiative to make way and let someone go first. As soon as Lu Qiqi stopped, the horse stopped beside her. Lu Qiqi looked up and saw the prince on horseback. Why are you here? The four maids bowed and saluted. The prince only had Lu Qiqi in his eyes, and he reached out to the woman. Lu Qiqi easily got on the horse with the help of the prince's hand. The prince squeezed the horse's belly and rode away. Yu Dai and others wanted to catch up, and saw Zhao Kai and others riding horses from the side. Yu Dai understood what it meant, and there was no need to say it clearly. She turned around and returned to the palace with 3 maids. Lu Qiqi felt the wind blowing in her ears on horseback. Lu Qiqi felt the coolness of autumn. When the prince rode his horse to the outside of the city, Lu Qiqi saw a sea of flowers. Chrysanthemums. A large field of chrysanthemums. Colorful. At a glance, Lu Qiqi liked this place. There was such a big movement outside the capital. But no one came. Looking from a distance, she saw guards guarding the periphery. Lu Qiqi was somewhat flattered by such a high-profile display of affection. It turns out that men also know romance. Lu Qiqi turned her head to look at the man beside her, and her heart was beating. She could feel her heart beating for this man. Do you like it? The prince's low voice came. I like it. I like to get the same one in the East Palace. Okay? Lu Qiqi glanced at the huge flower garden and felt that it was a bit wasteful. It's good, but it's a bit too eye-catching. I like it. The prince stopped his horse and jumped off the horse with the woman in his arms. Lu Qiqi couldn't wait to come to the sea of chrysanthemums and admire it. Watching and walking. As the wind blew, Lu Qiqi saw the petals of chrysanthemums flying, and she excitedly reached out to catch the petals. The petals were too naughty, and Lu Qiqi ran after them. After running for a while, she finally caught a petal, and then she found herself under a big tree. Lu Qiqi saw petals falling from above her head. She looked up and found the prince standing on the tree and scattering petals. The petals of the chrysanthemums fell on her head, her shoulders, and her body. She was motionless, quietly feeling the surprise brought by the rain of petals. There were too many petals, and it kept raining petals. When there was a pile of petals at Lu Qiqi's feet, she bent down and picked them up and threw them into the sky. This unrestrained and beautiful feeling was something she had never felt before, and she also clearly felt that this was the feeling of love. The moment she saw the prince falling from the tree, Lu Qiqi opened her arms and hugged the prince, and the prince held her and flew up. The two were above the chrysanthemums, feeling the beautiful scenery brought by the vision in front of them. Looking at it, Lu Qiqi found that the chrysanthemums of different colors on the ground spelled out 3 words when viewed from above. Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi was so excited that she couldn't speak. After a long time, she finally said what she had kept in her heart for a long time. Zhou Jingyan. I love you. The prince only had the woman in his eyes. He didn't expect that this trick could really make the woman open her heart. He kept echoing the woman's words in his mind. Zhou Jingyan. I love you. This is more convincing than I like you. The prince hugged Lu Qiqi excitedly. He waited. He finally waited. All the efforts. This woman felt it. They only had each other in their eyes, and didn't notice that among the crowd watching from a distance, Chu Xiang was also in the crowd. He stared at the scene in front of him, his eyes like the ocean, taking it all in. Chapter 246. I'm going to do it. The prince tried to please the princess, and put up tens of thousands of colorful chrysanthemums outside the capital. The people who saw this scene were moved by what they saw. The grand spectacle was passed on by word of mouth for a long time. Because the prince left the chrysanthemums in place after he took the princess to see the chrysanthemums. Many people came to watch. They walked among them, admiring the beautiful scenery and talking about the feat of that day. Some people really saw it, while others did not see it, but only heard others say that they spread rumors and compared the prince and the princess to fairies who strayed into the human world. Many unmarried women came here, hoping to meet their other half with the prince's fairy spirit. In just a few days, there were really a few couples who fell in love in the sea of chrysanthemums. After only a few days, both parties began to quickly get engaged, and even the date of the wedding was set. Such a good story was passed on to others for a long time. Some people envy. Some people are jealous. Lu Chichi doesn't know what people outside have in their hearts. She only knows that she has been too busy these days. Every day, the prince would order people to send some chrysanthemums. Every day, he was always busy with chrysanthemums, and had no time to pay attention to things outside, even saving time for going out. Lu Chichi saw the chrysanthemum beds gradually built in the East Palace, and she felt indescribably proud. Chrysanthemums are easy to raise, and there are pots of them, so they can be shaped. Lu Chichi was busy with 4 maids, and everyone in the East Palace was helping them. After a while, the morning passed quickly. Lu Chichi sat in the yard, looking at the chrysanthemums in front of her, thinking of the scene that the prince took her to see that day. Thinking about it now, she still feels happy. At this time, Lu Chichi thought that these chrysanthemums were transported from outside the city, and did not think much about it. It was because chrysanthemums were not precious, and it was rare to see such a large amount. There was no special breeding base here, let alone a large area. Thinking about it, I was curious and asked Udai, is there a place in the capital dedicated to growing flowers? There are not many places dedicated to growing flowers. Every wealthy family will grow some flowers. In recent years, the capital has been peaceful. Rich families will grow some precious varieties to show their status. It is rare to see so many chrysanthemums in front of them. The prince is really thoughtful, Lu Chichi said. Chunbai wanted to say something, but was fed a mouthful of dog food, and now he couldn't say anything. Lu Chichi admired the chrysanthemums in front of him, and Zhou Yin and Qingdai went to the imperial kitchen to bring the food. Lu Chichi washed her hands and started eating. When she came to the table, she saw that today's food was a little different from the past, and asked, is it made by the imperial kitchen? Yes, princess. Lu Chichi felt strange. She had been eating the food made by the imperial kitchen for so long. It was impossible for it to change suddenly. Seeing Qingdai's look again, Lu Chichi felt that there was something wrong. After taking a bite, she found nothing and started eating. After eating, she looked at the empty plate on the table. It's not that she has a good appetite, but that she eats too little today, and she finished it in a few bites. Seeing the 4 maids cleaning the table, Lu Chichi said, Chunbai, go ask your good sisters to see who made the lunch today? Chunbai took the order and left. Qingdai didn't say anything she heard. After Chunbai left, she wanted to say something, but was stopped by Udai's eyes. Not long after, Chunbai came back and said that today's meal was prepared by Li Jiaxuan for the Queen Mother, and she also prepared the same meal for Lu Chichi. Qidai and Zhou Yin knelt on the ground when they heard this. Lu Chichi took a look and asked, did Li Jiaxuan say anything when she was cooking? No. Nothing? Lu Chichi thought it was unlikely. How could she cook for the Queen Mother and cook for herself? Li Jiaxuan was really resourceful in doing things, as she could hide it from Qingdai and Zhou Yin. After thinking about it, she asked Udai to find Madame Gao. Soon, Madame Gao arrived. Because of the incident with Madame Huang's hairpin last time, Madame Gao restrained herself a lot. When she heard that the crown princess was looking for her, she came with reservation. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed when she entered the door. Lu Chichi looked at the back of Gao Ma's head and said, Miss Li cooked for the Queen Mother today. I was lucky enough to have the opportunity to taste Miss Li's cooking skills. Gao Ma was so scared when she heard this that she dared not speak. Lu Chichi said again, I think Miss Li missed you and wanted to take you back in this way. Gao Ma heard this and said, the crown princess is kind. If you want to go back, go back? Lu Chichi said. Gao Ma heard this and looked up at Lu Chichi, then quickly lowered her head and kowtowed again. Okay. You are not really following me. Let you go, and I can sleep peacefully. Gao Ma trembled when she heard this. You die. Send Gao Ma away. Lu Qiqi said this and drove her away directly. Yu Dai came to Gao Ma's side. Granny Gao. Let's go! Gao Ma kowtowed to Lu Qiqi again, and quickly got up and left. Lu Qiqi watched the back of Gao Mama leaving. Gao Mama should remember this lesson. If she didn't let her go, she couldn't leave even if Li Jiaxuan cooked a meal for her every day. Gao Mama was a pitiful person. Li Jiaxuan used Gao Mama as a test. And she used Gao Mama as a return gift. Soon, Yu Dai came back. Lu Qiqi realized that Gao Mama was afraid that she would regret it. So she didn't even need to pack up and left directly. After hearing this, Lu Qiqi laughed. Am I so scary? It's Gao Mama, who has a ghost in her heart. Chunbai said. It's a ghost or a demon. After sending it away, I can rest assured. I hope Gao Mama won't have any bad thoughts again. She said this. But she knew in her heart that Gao Mama couldn't change. And she would come to her again sooner or later to make trouble. She also gave Li Jiaxuan a favor. But she didn't take it. So she couldn't blame herself. Lu Qiqi had plans for things. After knowing that Li Jiaxuan was difficult to deal with, she felt that she couldn't sit and wait for death. Using lunch break as an excuse, he lay down on the bed and summoned the system. I'm going to take action against Li Jiaxuan. System. I should have taken action long ago. Lu Qiqi. I've been waiting for the Queen Mother's big move. There has been no movement for a long time. And I'm waiting for Li Jiaxuan's meal. System. Li Jiaxuan can't sit still anymore. Lu Qiqi. Why? System. It has been rumored that the prince slept in the Xinang Palace some time ago. Now that the prince and you are showing off their affection so publicly, she can't sit still anymore. Lu Qiqi laughed. How could she forget about this matter? The commotion was so loud. Someone must be scared. After thinking for a while, he said, I shouldn't send Grandma Gao back so easily. System. She's also a nuisance if she stays by your side. Lu Qiqi. What do you say? System. Granny Gao is not a good person. I don't know what kind of trouble she can do. But she has been bullied a lot in the East Palace during this period. She knows that you have acquiesced to this. She will not dare to be arrogant in front of you in the future. Lu Qiqi. I hope so. System was silent for a while. And said, You didn't see the queen that day? And wanted to pay a visit to the Queen Mother. But was also rejected. Chapter 247 My mother is from the Wu clan. Lu Qiqi. The same treatment as Sun Rume. System. The Queen and the Queen Mother are planning to give up the Wu clan. Lu Qiqi. What will happen to you? System. She is unwilling. Just now. Do you receive news that her father died? And the Wu clan was still fighting for the position of the chief. Lu Qiqi thought of the prince. She didn't think the prince would allow this to happen. He should have made arrangements long ago. 2 chiefs died in a row. They were fighting fiercely. At this time, everyone exposed their power and ambitions. And many people died. This is the best time to get rid of the Wu clan. With the queen and the Queen Mother's statements, the prince's plan should be smooth. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi understood why the queen didn't see her. System. Do you use Concubine Qin's token to enter the palace that day? Lu Qiqi. Concubine Qin is willing? System. Concubine Qin thought you could improve the martial arts of King Yin. So she gave the token. Lu Qiqi. The token should not be as simple as entering and exiting the palace. Right. System. The people that Du uses to improve the martial arts of the King of Yin are brought from outside the capital. Lu Qiqi is sensitive. What happened to those people? System. They are all medicine men. If they enter the capital normally, they will inevitably arouse suspicion from others. It will be different with the token. When Lu Qiqi heard this, she thought of one thing. Medicine men. Token. What is Du going to do? Thinking of the time when she met Du in Jinjiang Tower, she asked. When I met Du in Jinjiang Tower that day, she left in a hurry. Did something happen? System. Du was originally planning to meet an important person that day. But later she ran away in fear because she met the prince. Lu Qiqi frowned. She didn't believe this possibility. System. Du can't forget what happened in the imperial study that time. Leaving a psychological shadow. Lu Qiqi thought about what happened at the door of the imperial study. The King of Yin was unlucky. And Du's result was not much better. However, Du's escape was not a good thing. She thought of the person Du wanted to meet. Who is the person Du wants to meet? System. Guasu. The shopkeeper of Jiwei bookstore. Lu Qiqi knew Jiwei bookstore. She basically bought the books she read from here. When she heard that the shopkeeper and Di were going to meet, Lu Qiqi thought, could Guosu be a big fish that has not been discovered? Lu Qiqi, tell me about this Guosu. System. Li Shangshu. You should have an impression. Right? Lu Qiqi thought of Su Lingxin, who married Li Shangshu's grandson. The system suddenly mentioned this and asked, what is the relationship between Guosu and Li Shangshu? System. Li Shangshu's illegitimate child who is unknown. Lu Qiqi immediately smelled a big melon and asked, quick, tell me about it. I didn't expect you to bring out such a big melon. After a long silence, Lu Qiqi's heart began to get excited again. System. When Li Shangshu was young, he was a famous talent. He had the rich family background of the Li family as a foundation. Soon Li Shangshu passed the imperial examination. He was young and energetic. He once made a bet with others and went to a brothel. After being drunk, he had sex with a woman and had a child. Until now, Li Shangshu didn't know. Lu Qiqi. Li Shangshu didn't know? System. The woman left the capital after the relationship and never appeared in the brothel again. Lu Qiqi. Did Li Shangshu never look for her? System. No. Lu Qiqi. Does Guosu know his background? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi. Did Guosu ever look for Li Shangshu to recognize his ancestry? The Li family is a famous family with a high status among the literati in the capital. Otherwise, Li Shangshu would not easily disqualify Su Xiaocai from the exam. If he hadn't been disqualified, Su Xiaocai wouldn't have died. System. No. But Guosu often appears around the Li mansion recently. Lu Qiqi sneered. Guosu should have his own ideas. Someone stopped him. Right? System. You guessed it right. It was Guosu's mother, the woman that Li Shangshu had a relationship with. Who stopped him? Lu Qiqi thought. If I find this woman, I'll know what's going on. System. What are you going to find? Lu Qiqi shook her head. Forget it. It's good to know. It's everyone else's family affairs. Why should I worry so much? Isn't it good to eat melons? You have to participate in it and make trouble for no reason. System. Guosu's mother is from the Wu clan. This time, Lu Qiqi finally understood why Di went to find Guosu. Because of these relationships. Lu Qiqi also remembered the things about Li Shangshu. There should be many Wu clan people in the capital. Right? Others care about the Wu clan's legitimate daughter, but forget that there is such a special group of people in the capital. System. What Di wants to do is to gather these Wu clan people to work for her. She wanted the queen to come forward. But unfortunately the queen didn't show up. So Di used the Wu clan's connections to find Guosu. Lu Qiqi thought of the prince's plan. And combined with what the system just said, she had a bold guess in her mind. Di should know Guosu's life experience. System. Smart. Lu Qiqi understood what Di was going to do, and also knew Di's ambition. She told the system that Di was afraid of the prince. But she felt that this was not true, and that someone might have deliberately misled her. When she thought that Di met Guosu just to let Guosu appear as a member of the Li family. Regardless of whether the matter would succeed or not, Li Shangshu would inevitably be involved. Li Shangshu was very influential in the capital. If he was used well, he could also be used by Du. Li Shangshu's grandson had a good background, but did not make any achievements. According to her experience as a person who had been through it, Li Shangshu should be a little disappointed with his grandson. What would Li Shangshu do when such a capable son appeared at this time? Let his son recognize his ancestors and continue to pass on the family tradition of the Li family, or watch the Li family decline? In theory, Li Shangshu would choose the former. According to Li Shangshu's way of dealing with people, it is not difficult to see that the prince is going to take action against the Wu clan. At this time, if Li Shangshu knew that Guosu's mother was from the Wu clan, would he still take the risk of recognizing this son? Chapter 248. The sword is poisonous. Eastern Palace. Lu Qiqi was fiddling with the chrysanthemum scent today when she received the news from butler Hu. Yang Biyun and Gu Ling had a fierce dispute. Yang Biyun fell into the water and is now in danger of death. Gu Ling is missing. After hearing this, Lu Qiqi wanted to let Yu Dai deal with it. She felt that those women were dead. And as the crown princess, she couldn't ignore it. She was still thinking about Yinlinger who had a miscarriage and didn't know how she was doing. Thinking of this, she hurried out of the palace with the maid. She first came to the Prince of Jin's mansion and saw Yang Biyun lying on the bed dying. Butler, who explained what happened next. Lu Qiqi heard it, looked at Yang Biyun, and said, "Send someone to find Miss Gu. She shouldn't be far away." "What does the crown princess mean?" Butler, who asked. "Miss Gu may be scared." Lu Qiqi said this and said nothing more. Butler, who heard it, and quickly responded and left. Lu Qiqi stared at Yang Biyun and glanced at Qing Dai next to her. Qing Dai understood what she meant and stepped forward to cover Gua Biyun with a blanket, pretending to accidentally touch her wrist and shaking her head at the crown princess. Lu Qiqi thought it was impossible. She thought that all this was either a conspiracy between Gu Ling and Yang Biyun, or Yang Biyun's mind, and she couldn't really let herself get into trouble. Then she thought that Yang Biyun's own medical skills were very high, and if she did something to herself, it was possible that it would not be seen. Thinking that some people were idle and studying some fake death medicine, she looked at the maid Chuanlian, who was kneeling next to her. "Chuanlian, what do you think happened?" Chuanlian was trembling with fear, and tremblingly told the story, replying to the crown princess. The young master wanted to go out and met Gu Ling. The two had a dispute, and Gu Ling suddenly pushed the young master into the pool. No one passed by at the time. When the slave called someone, the young master was rescued. And it was already like this. Why don't you go down to save people? As a maid, when the master is in danger, it is obviously against the rules to ask others to save her instead of saving her herself. I can't swim." Lu Qiqi was angry when she heard this. "You die. Take Chuanlian down." "Princess, spare me. I really can't swim." Chuanlian was scared and knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. Lu Qiqi smiled coldly. "You said it yourself. There is no one around. You still have time to call for help when Miss Yang fell into the water?" Chuanlian seemed desperate when she heard this, and she looked at Yang Biyun, who was lying unconscious on the bed with complicated eyes. Yu Dai acted quickly and dragged Chuanlian away directly. Lu Qiqi looked at Yang Biyun. "Yang Biyun, don't worry. The matter will not be let go like this. I will definitely give you justice." After saying this, Lu Qiqi asked Qing Dai and Zhou Yan to stay and serve Yang Biyun, and she left with Chun Bai. When Lu Qiqi came to the courtyard, Butler, who had already explained the matter, and was about to report to her, "Crown Princess, will Miss Gu notify you after she finds her?" "Found her?" Lu Qiqi asked. Lu Qiqi had never doubted Butler who, but seeing that he was so anxious, she suddenly wondered if Butler who had something to do with this. Butler who had always done a good job, and he was completely in line with what a butler should have. However, Lu Qiqi thought of Butler who accepting bribes from Xiao Yanqing. If Butler who really wanted to do good for the prince, he would not accept it. Moreover, the prince had already brought his people into the East Palace. So why was Butler who still there? I had never doubted him before, but now I suddenly felt that Butler who was suspicious. "Not yet. I want to ask first." "Do as you say." "Yes." Butler who responded. Soon, Yu Dai arrived. "Crown Princess, Chuanlian has given instructions." After hearing this, Lu Qiqi walked to where Yu Dai came from. Butler who stood still, and when he saw the crown princess walking away, he turned and walked away, walking on a deserted path. Lu Qiqi asked Yu Dai, "Why are there so few people in the Prince Jin's mansion now?" "Except for Butler who had a few necessary guards. There are only Miss Gu and Miss Yang." "Where is Chunlan?" Yu Dai said. "She disappeared with Miss Gu. Just now I told Butler who to send any news about them to the palace." "Yes, I know," Yu Dai said, and took Lu Qiqi to the firewood room, where she saw Chuanlian, who was beaten and covered with wounds. Seeing this scene, Lu Qiqi sighed at Yu Dai's way of doing things. As expected of the prince's people, she was really cruel. When Chuanlian saw the crown princess, she ignored her injury and crawled to her crying, "I deserve to die. I deserve to die. I shouldn't have accepted bribes from Miss Gu and deliberately framed her." Lu Qiqi snorted coldly. "Since you know you were wrong, you must bear the consequences." After that, she looked at Yu Dai. "Investigate this matter thoroughly." "Yes," Yu Dai responded. Lu Qiqi glanced at Chuanlian and left quickly. When she took Chuanlian to Qingyu Pavilion where she used to live to get some fresh air. As soon as she walked into the yard, someone rushed in from the dark. Lu Qiqi saw the sword in the other person's hand and reacted a little slower. When she saw it clearly, Chun Bai was blocking her in front of her desperately. Lu Qiqi subconsciously pushed Chun Bai away. As soon as she made this move, she saw the sword about to pierce her chest. A strong wind came, and Lu Qiqi's body was unstable and fell to the side. At the moment she was about to fall to the ground, she was hugged by a familiar embrace. She didn't have time to see clearly. She only felt her body spinning, and heard the sound of ping-pong. When she stabilized herself, it was indeed the prince who appeared in time to save her. And Zhao Kai and Sun Shu rushed towards the attacker. "Prince?" Lu Qiqi said. The prince had a serious face. "You want to die?" Chunbai had already climbed up from the ground and knelt on the ground. Lu Qiqi knew the reason why the prince was angry. "I just don't want to owe others too much." She had no martial arts skills. And she also knew that if the sword really pierced Chunbai would not survive. She didn't want to bear too much for a life. Chunbai was moved by the crown princess. "She is your maid. She should have died for you." 3 masters were arranged around. But when something really happened, they were not there. What's the point of keeping these people? Lu Qiqi knew, but couldn't accept it. She wanted to explain. Seeing that the prince looked bad, the attacker not far away had been trapped by Zhao Kai and Sun Shu. I wanted to wait to explain it later. But at this moment, many people came out around. One by one, the men in black seemed to be lurking in the Prince of Jin's mansion, waiting for the prince and Lu Qiqi to arrive. Lu Qiqi's eyes widened when she saw the scene. Is this a trap set by others? If the prince hadn't arrived, she would have died today. At this moment, Lu Qiqi was scared and held the prince's hand tightly. She knew that only this man could protect her safety. When she was nervous, Lu Qiqi saw different colors on the reflective sword. Shocked. Damn. The sword is poisonous. Lu Qiqi was scared and whispered. Is the situation not good? I will protect you. The prince grabbed the woman with one hand and glanced at the men in black around him. He didn't want to show his cruel side in front of the woman. If he was forced into a hurry, he would not hesitate. Thinking about it, he let go of the woman's hand, took out a handkerchief, and covered the woman's eyes. I'm here. I won't let you get hurt. Chapter 249. The prince is injured. Lu Qiqi doesn't feel well. Covering her eyes when in danger is suicide. Just as she was about to do it, the prince grabbed her hand again. At this time, the system voice came. The prince doesn't want you to see the next scene. Lu Qiqi understood what the system meant. This is too dangerous. System, don't worry. With the prince here, he won't let you get hurt. The system said it with a solemn oath. But Lu Qiqi didn't think so. At the critical moment, she would not be stupid if she didn't take responsibility for her own life and gave it to others. Reaching out to take off the handkerchief covering your face, Lu Qiqi curled her lips at the disapproving eyes of the prince. I haven't experienced this kind of scene, but I don't want to be a burden to you. The prince still disapproved a little. And Lu Qiqi spoke again. You need someone to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Lu Qiqi took out her mentality of facing stubborn old oil sticks in the mall. This was said sincerely, and she showed her optimism for each other. The prince saw that he could not persuade the woman. And in this situation, he had no time to think about it, and could only agree temporarily. Soon, Lu Qiqi witnessed a fight with her own eyes. The black-clothed people around them rushed towards them. Zhao Kai and Sun Shu stabbed each other to death and rushed towards the prince. Sun Chao, who was hiding in the dark, also appeared. The 3 of them stood in different positions to protect the prince. And the prince protected Lu Qiqi in front of him. This scene lasted only a few seconds. And soon he fought with the black-clothed people rushing around. Lu Qiqi clearly heard the sound of swords piercing into the body, saw the blood gushing out, and saw the expressions of those people when they were dying. This scene was too shocking, and her body trembled slightly uncontrollably. The system's teasing voice came. Now you know the prince's intention. Lu Qiqi gritted her teeth and said nothing. Facing this situation, she couldn't react too much. At this time, the prince pulled Lu Qiqi and turned slightly. Lu Qiqi saw an arrow flying in front of her and directly inserted into the tree next to her. Seeing the trembling tail of the arrow, Lu Qiqi's heart trembled again. Soon, a large number of black-clothed people fell down. And the black-clothed people who appeared again held bows and arrows in their hands, all shooting at them. Zhao Kai, Sun Shu, and Sun Chao quickly killed the black-clothed people in front of them, holding one hand to block in front. And the swords in their hands kept waiting to cut off the flying arrows. Some arrows passed through the gap and rushed towards the prince and Lu Qiqi. The prince clenched his fists, and as he opened them, an invisible force protected the 2 people around him. and the flying arrows seemed to be blocked by an invisible force. Watching the arrows bend and fall to the ground, Lu Qiqi felt the strength of the prince more clearly. The worry in her heart was slightly relieved at this moment. She looked around again, and she had a different feeling. And everything around her was clearer. Lu Qiqi saw Chunbai lying on the ground, ignored by others. Lu Qiqi was relieved to see that she was fine. Chunbai was scared to death. Seeing that the crown princess was fine, she smiled at the crown princess. At this time, someone shot an arrow that went astray and went towards Chunbai. Lu Qiqi was worried and wanted to shout. Coincidentally, Yu Dai rushed over with a bloody sword and pulled Chunbai, allowing Chunbai to escape from danger temporarily. Soon, Qing Dai and Zhou Yin arrived together, and they were also stained with blood. Seeing their appearance, I knew that they had also experienced a dangerous situation in the place I couldn't see just now. Fortunately, everyone was fine. Suddenly, Lu Qiqi felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. Lu Qiqi saw the wound on her shoulder and subconsciously looked at the prince. There was an arrow with a trembling tail stuck in the prince's shoulder. Damn it! The prince quickly pulled out the arrow, then turned sideways to block the wound on Lu Qiqi's shoulder. Lu Qiqi wanted to say it was okay, but the prince spoke first. Don't let anyone see the wound on your shoulder. Lu Qiqi then understood what the prince was most worried about. She turned slightly sideways and stayed close to the prince. The danger around was still going on. Zhao Kai and others saw that the prince was injured, and they were bloodthirsty and frantically blocked the arrows. Yu Dai, Qing Dai, and Zhou Yin carried Chunbai to the surroundings. Just when everyone focused their attention on the prince and Lu Qiqi in the middle, Yu Dai, Qing Dai, and Zhou Yin rushed towards the surrounding archers at the fastest speed. Soon, the archers fell down one by one. They wanted to shoot arrows, but it was too late, so they could only fight with swords. Zhao Kai, Sun Shu, and Sun Chao were still in the same position as before, protecting the prince and Lu Qiqi from three directions. And everything outside was left to Yu Dai, Qing Dai, and Zhou Yin. The three maids looked weak at ordinary times, but when it came to the critical moment, they were also as brave as men. They wandered among the many black-clothed people, and saw the black-clothed people fall down one by one, with blood splashing on their bodies and faces. As the last person fell, Lu Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, a bunch of fireworks exploded in the sky with a bang. Lu Qiqi knew it was a signal, not knowing whether it was from the prince or the other party. Lu Qiqi's heart began to get nervous again. The prince took Lu Qiqi's hand and walked out. Lu Qiqi came to the outside of the Jinwang mansion, and the scene in front of her shocked her. She had left from this door countless times, but today she saw corpses all over the ground. Seeing these corpses, she thought of how many people outside were also experiencing danger when they were experiencing danger. This is enough to show that the prince came prepared. If it weren't for the prince, she would have died here today. Just thinking about it, a familiar person appeared. This person was Li Jiaxuan, whom Lu Qiqi had met once. Li Jiaxuan came up and knelt on one leg on the ground. Prince, I'm late. An idea came to Lu Qiqi's heart. Could it be that all these people outside the Jinwang mansion were killed by the people led by Li Jiaxuan? Soon, Lu Qiqi denied this idea, only because Zhu Chong, who was dressed in military uniform, arrived. Zhu Chong knelt on the ground. I am late to save you. The prince looked around and heard the sound of horse hooves. Lu Qiqi saw two horses coming up. The prince hugged Lu Qiqi and jumped on the horse and left quickly. Li Jiaxuan, who was kneeling on the ground, also jumped on the horse and followed the prince. Zhao Kai, Sun Shu, Sun Chao, Yu Dai, Qing Dai, Zhou Yin, Chunbai and others left together. Zhu Chong saw the prince and others leave, and he led people to clean up the scene. The prince and Lu Qiqi returned to the East Palace quickly. The imperial doctor was already waiting in the East Palace. When he saw the prince and the princess get off the horse, he hurried forward. The prince held Lu Qiqi in one hand, glanced at Li Jiaxuan who followed, and walked into the house. Lu Qiqi was very passive in everything. The pain on her shoulder made her clearly know that she was going to die together. Following the prince into the house, the imperial doctor began to treat the prince's wound. Seeing this, Lu Qiqi wanted Qing Dai to treat her wound, but at this moment, she heard someone fainting outside. Yu Dai hurried in. Prince? Miss Li fainted. The prince was a little nervous when he heard it. He didn't have time to treat his wound and hurried to the yard. At this time, Li Jiaxuan had been helped by Qin Dai to sit on the ground. The prince said, "What happened?" Qin Dai said, "I don't know what happened to Miss Li. There is no external injury. It seems that her shoulder was cut by a sharp weapon." Chapter 250 The Prince's Explanation. The prince frowned, and soon thought of something, and acted a little nervous. Zhao Kai suddenly stepped forward and whispered, "Prince, could Miss Li be?" The prince glanced at the wound on his shoulder that had not been treated yet. And Qin Dai said at the right time, "Look at the wound. It should be an arrow wound." Lu Qiqi stood by and heard all their conversations, and understood what was going on. She looked quietly for a while, then turned and left. The prince noticed the movement of the woman next to him, but he didn't pay too much attention and focused his attention on Li Jiaxuan. Because Li Jiaxuan was a woman. A woman was quickly found from the Imperial Hospital to check Li Jiaxuan's wound. Soon, it was confirmed that Li Jiaxuan was wounded by an arrow. While treating Li Jiaxuan's wound, the prince was also treating her wound. And the queen mother, who got the news, quickly rushed over. After personally looking at the prince, and then at Li Jiaxuan, the queen mother was excited and muttered in her mouth. Others only thought that the queen mother's excitement was a little strange. And the queen mother's next move made everyone dumbfounded. They actually let Li Jiaxuan live in the East Palace on the pretext that Li Jiaxuan was injured. The prince tried his best to stop it when he heard it, and later moved to Yudieju, which was closest to the East Palace. Yudieju. This courtyard is a special existence. Since its establishment, only the person who is about to become the queen has lived there. The queen mother has lived there, and the queen has lived there. Now Li Jiaxuan is allowed to live there. Is she also a member of the Wu clan? No one said anything about this. Everyone saw that the queen mother ordered Luo Ma to send all the good things to Yudieju, and sent many palace maids and eunuchs to serve. Everyone knew that the queen mother had always been optimistic about Li Jiaxuan. If Li Jiaxuan had not left the palace, the current crown princess might be Li Jiaxuan. Naturally, there is nothing to do with Lu Qiqi now. At this moment, Lu Qiqi has treated her wounds. She lies on her side on the bed, thinking about what happened today. She knows that what the system said has come true today. I didn't expect it to be this result. The prince and the queen mother's intentions are obvious, making everyone think that Li Jiaxuan is the prince's life and death. Things really happened as the system said. But she didn't expect there were so many twists and turns. No need to think. You know that the next long period of time is all about the prince and Li Jiaxuan. Chunbai is still a little frightened, thinking that the prince's wife is in danger and she can't protect her. And seeing that Yu Dai, Qin Dai, and Zhou Yin are all martial arts masters. At this moment, she feels that her existence is redundant. Lu Qiqi was thinking about things and didn't notice that their faces were wrong. After thinking for a while, Lu Qiqi said, "You are all tired. Go down and rest. I will accompany you," Chunbai said anxiously. Lu Qiqi looked at Chunbai. Except for her bad face, she was not very scared. "I'm fine." Chunbai wanted to say something, but was pulled by Yu Dai, and they left quickly. Lu Qiqi lay quietly on the bed alone, thinking about what happened in the Prince of Jin's mansion today. Things seemed to be directed at her, and the prince went there just to stop the danger. If it was directed at her, did anyone find out? Or did her presence block someone's progress? Li Jiaxuan's appearance was also a bit unexpected. She appeared so coincidentally, just for that rumor. But what did she mean by kneeling down after she arrived? This action could only be done by subordinates? And who is the man in military uniform who suddenly appeared? Just as she was thinking, there was a noise at the door. Lu Qiqi heard it and determined from the footsteps that it was the prince. Soon, the prince walked in. The moment he saw Lu Qiqi, the prince quickly came up to her, avoided the woman's injured shoulder, and gently hugged her. "Qiqi, I'm fine." Lu Qiqi felt the man's trembling and comforted him. Who would have thought that she would be injured by a man and comfort him in return? "It's all my fault," the prince said. "You are also protecting me. If it weren't for me, the situation would be different." Lu Qiqi laughed at herself. In comparison, Lu Qiqi felt that a woman like Li Jiaxuan was more suitable to be with the prince. She was just thinking about it, and had no intention of taking any actual action. "It's my fault. I said I wouldn't let myself get hurt, and wouldn't hurt you. But Lu Qiqi thought of a serious problem. She didn't faint or feel uncomfortable today. Later, when she saw her injured shoulder, she was fine. Was it because she was too nervous? Or because she knew that others had linked Li Jiaxuan and the prince together again, and she was angry? This was the only good thing that could be said among the many unfortunate things today. Lu Qiqi thought. The prince had let go of the woman, carefully examined the wound, and applied medicine. Seeing that the woman was still in a daze, the prince also fell into deep thought. After a while, he told her what was going to happen soon. Today, I heard in the Xinang Palace that you were in danger, so I rushed over. And then, Lu Qiqi had come back to her senses. Are you trying to say that Li Jiaxuan's visit to the Prince of Jin's mansion was not arranged by you? The prince did mean this, and it was redundant to say it after the woman said it. It should be sent by the Queen Mother. You didn't know about it beforehand? I found out later. The question and answer were both clever. Lu Qiqi got a rough idea from the system, but didn't say much about it. The prince told the following story. From tomorrow on, some people will misunderstand that Li Jiaxuan is the woman with the same fate as me. Don't be angry when you hear it. Why should I be angry? Li Jiaxuan is also for your own good. After saying this, Lu Qiqi turned over and wanted to sleep, but accidentally touched her injured arm. The prince was angry and distressed. A woman who said one thing and meant another. The prince took off his coat and lay down beside her, avoiding the wound and gently holding the woman in his arms. They fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day, when Lu Qiqi woke up, the prince had left, for maids heard the noise and came over to serve her carefully. After washing up, Lu Qiqi sat at the table, because her left arm was injured. It was not a problem for eating. After eating, Lu Qiqi couldn't stay in the house, and went to the yard to bask in the sun. It's cold now, so it's more suitable to bask in the sun at this time. Lying on the hammock, Lu Qiqi closed her eyes quickly. She felt the sun was a bit dazzling, and worried that her skin would be sunburned. So she asked Chunbai to bring a handkerchief to cover her face. This way she can get some sun without getting sunburned. And she can also chat with the system. Has it started outside? On the surface, everyone said that the prince was attacked, and only a very few people said the relationship between Li Jiaxuan and the prince. Lu Qiqi. That's because not many people know the prince's strange fate. System. Too many people know. No one believes it. Lu Qiqi. How is Li Jiaxuan now? Knowing that it was fake, Lu Qiqi still wanted to hear what someone had done for the prince. Or, Li Jiaxuan knew her mission at the moment, and she must feel uncomfortable. Right? System. Li Jiaxuan moved into the Jade Butterfly residence, which symbolizes the identity of the new queen. Lu Qiqi. I haven't heard of the Jade Butterfly residence. System. The Queen Mother has lived here before, and so has the queen. The daughter of the Wu clan should live in Yudieju as well. Lu Qiqi understood. Li Jiaxuan accepted it? System. No one would refuse such a good thing. Lu Qiqi. Isn't she afraid that someone would kill her? System. She would love it. Chapter 251. Take concubine Wu away. Lu Qiqi mocked Li Jiaxuan in her heart, saying that she was willing to risk everything for the prince. Think about it. The prince's position should not be shaken by anyone. And it is not surprising that Li Jiaxuan would take a fancy to the prince. Thinking of what Sun Rumei did for the prince, she was so infatuated. She didn't have the chance to get close to the prince. So how could Li Jiaxuan be willing to miss this opportunity? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. The system was silent for a while, and then it came again. Yang Biyun is dead. Lu Qiqi. Dead? System. You were injured. The prince was angry, and many people died in the Prince of Jin's mansion. Lu Qiqi thought about the danger of yesterday and felt that she deserved to die. If Yang Biyun hadn't acted like this, there would be no danger yesterday. Why do I feel that Yang Biyun is related to this matter? System. It is indeed related. But Yang Biyun was also used by someone. Lu Qiqi. Used by whom? System. Prince Chen. Lu Qiqi. Didn't Prince Chen go to Yuzhou? System. Just after leaving the capital, Prince Chen's carriage was attacked. Concubine Wu took the opportunity to see Princess Chen and forced her to commit suicide by taking poison. Because Princess Chen died, Prince Chen sent a substitute to Yuzhou and brought Princess Chen's body back to Prince Chen's mansion. Lu Qiqi. So Prince Chen took action? Thinking of Prince Chen's ambition, Lu Qiqi didn't want to know too much about the details. System. The prince has investigated this matter, and will soon find out about Prince Chen. Lu Qiqi. What can he do if he finds out? He can still kill Prince Chen. The emperor asked the prince to consider the brotherhood. How could he really kill someone? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi was stunned for a moment and said, will the prince kill Prince Chen? System. Since the fake Prince Chen went to Yuzhou, the real Prince Chen died, and the fake Prince Chen was left. This is normal. Lu Qiqi thought about it carefully, and felt that the prince's move was the real trick. Others knew that Prince Chen went to Yuzhou, so they would not doubt it. What about Concubine Wu? She insisted on killing Concubine Chen, because Concubine Chen hindered Prince Chen's steps. So Concubine Wu was so eager to kill people, thus arousing Prince Chen's fighting spirit. If this is true, Concubine Wu will regret it to death. System. Concubine Wu is still proud. Many of the people sent this time are Concubine Wu's people, but they don't know that she is seeking her own death. Lu Qiqi heard the key to the matter. Did Prince Chen do it on purpose? He must have known that Concubine Chen's death was related to Concubine Wu, so he used this risky method. The system didn't speak, but made a goose sound. Lu Qiqi also laughed. Concubine Wu devoted herself to her son, but ended up turning against him. When Concubine Wu finds out, she will regret it to death. At this time, Concubine Wu in Feiyu Palace heard about what happened to the prince, and was still secretly happy. She hid in the house, and drank a little wine to celebrate. While drinking, she asked the palace maid Wang Qian next to her, how is Chen Wangfu? There's news over there that Chen Wang has been guarding the coffin of Concubine Chen. Concubine Wu sneered, thinking that Concubine Chen was sensible and knew to commit suicide. If she forced herself to do it, she wouldn't even have a complete corpse. Just as she was happy, the maid Dai Xian rushed in. Concubine, something bad is happening. What are you so flustered about? Concubine Wu was in a good mood because Concubine Chen was dead, so she showed extra mercy to the reckless maid. Reply to the imperial concubine. All the people sent out are dead. When Concubine Wu heard the hand holding the wine glass stop. What did you say? She thought she had heard it wrong. Dai Xian trembled and took out a bunch of small gourds in her hand. When Concubine Wu saw it, she was instantly furious. She stretched out her hand and directly knocked all the small gourds to the ground. As the clinking rolled on the ground, Concubine Wu got up angrily and stepped on them twice. Go. Let Chao enter the palace. Concubine Wu's voice was sharp. Dai Xian left in a hurry. Wang Qian saw that Concubine Wu was angry, and she didn't dare to speak, and stood quietly by the side. Concubine Wu waited in the palace for a long time, but there was no trace of Chao. It was later learned that Chao had disappeared after the assassination of Princess Chen, and Chao's tavern had been closed. When Concubine Wu heard it, she was so angry that she smashed everything in the house. At this time, Concubine Wu's people in various places died strangely one by one. Concubine Wu knew the seriousness of the matter. She immediately went to Prince Chen's mansion. As a result, Prince Chen was not there. Only Concubine Chen was there. When Concubine Wu rushed to Concubine Chen to ask, she saw Concubine Chen, who was dying. The maids around Concubine Chen confirmed that the one who attacked Concubine Chen was Prince Chen. After hearing this, Concubine Wu still had nothing to understand. Prince Chen must have known what she had done and wanted to take revenge on her. At this time, a large number of soldiers suddenly rushed into Prince Chen's mansion. Concubine Wu was blocked. Soon, the prince came out of the crowd. The moment he saw Concubine Wu, he stared at Concubine Wu with his eyes, and without saying a word, Zhao Kai began to arrest people. For a while, Prince Chen's mansion was in chaos. The maids and guards were in a mess, and they screamed shrilly from time to time. The prince kept staring at Concubine Wu, and Concubine Wu felt guilty after being stared at for a long time. She had just arrived at Prince Chen's mansion, and this happened. It was too coincidental. Thinking that Concubine Chen was hers, and she was abused by Prince Chen at this time. And seeing the aggressive prince, everything became clear. Prince, what are you doing? Concubine Wu couldn't bear it and spoke first. The prince didn't say anything, and Zhao Kai quickly caught the person and brought him to him. Prince, the person has been caught. Concubine Wu looked and found that it was the housekeeper of Prince Chen's mansion. Prince, what do you mean? Concubine Wu glared at the prince. As a prince, if he arrested people casually, this matter would be brought to the emperor, and the prince's ability would be questioned. The prince didn't say anything and glanced at Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai kicked the leg of the housekeeper of Prince Chen's mansion, and the housekeeper knelt on the ground with a bang. Concubine Wu was angry. Your Highness, as a prince, you can't just do it casually. Before she finished speaking, the housekeeper of Prince Chen's mansion spoke up. I deserve to die. Please spare my life. Prince. The prince glanced coldly at Concubine Wu. Tell Concubine Wu. What have you done? The housekeeper carefully glanced at Concubine Wu. Then kowtowed to Concubine Wu. I deserve to die. I didn't do my job well. Please spare my life. Princess Wu. After the housekeeper said this, he suddenly stood up and wanted to hit the wall next to him, but was kicked off by Zhao Kai, who had been prepared. The housekeeper lay on the ground in pain and gasped. Zhao Kai walked over and kicked him again. Why don't you tell me quickly? Faced with the cruel reality, the housekeeper had to bow his head and look at Concubine Wu. I didn't do my job well and failed to kill the crown princess. I know. The prince suddenly kicked the butler. The butler flew up, and a long scratch was left when he landed. The prince raised his lips and smiled coldly. Concubine Wu should have heard about the danger that happened to the crown princess in the Prince of Jin's mansion yesterday. If I hadn't rushed over, I'm afraid Concubine Wu would have succeeded. What are you talking about? Everyone knows that the prince treats the crown princess as his own eyes. Concubine Wu knows the consequences of this statement better than anyone else. She also knows clearly that the prince did it on purpose. Concubine Wu knows what I am talking about. Please come with me and explain it to your father in person. After the prince said this, Zhao Kai immediately stepped forward and attacked Concubine Wu. Concubine Wu was no match for Zhao Kai. She struggled twice, but to no avail, and was taken away. When the prince left, he glanced at the corner not far from the butler, who was kicked away, and quickly turned around and left. Chapter 252, It was Concubine Wu's people. Concubine Wu and the prince arrived one after another, and the big commotion they made ended suddenly. Everyone in Shen Wangfu was in a panic. Not long after, someone found that Concubine Shen had died at some point. The prince made a big move. Although he prepared a carriage for Concubine Wu, many people saw her when she got on the carriage, and they were all shocked. Yesterday, a dangerous incident occurred in Jin Wangfu, and many people died. Today, the prince suddenly attacked Shen Wangfu, and the person he took away was still Concubine Wu, who was also the biological mother of Shen Wang. Many people speculated that Concubine Wu's experience today should be related to the dangerous incident in Jin Wangfu yesterday. The matter concerned the court, and no one dared to say too much. Everyone was guessing the possibility of what happened in their hearts. Eastern Palace. Lu Qiqi woke up from her nap and heard from the system that the prince had arrested Concubine Wu in Shen Wangfu and brought her into the palace to meet the emperor directly. An hour and a half had passed, and I didn't know how Concubine Wu was doing. I only heard the emperor's roar from the room. Lu Qiqi blinked when she heard the news. She had heard it from the system a long time ago. It was not surprising to hear this news. Li Jiaxuan was involved, and Concubine Wu should also suffer. I thought the first person to suffer was Prince Chen. Thinking of the fake Prince Chen mentioned by the system, I suddenly didn't have much curiosity about this line. It will happen sooner or later. Why should she think so much? In this wash in the capital, the law of the jungle will be more thorough. No matter who it is, no matter right or wrong, only ability matters. If you have the ability, you can continue to live gloriously, but if you don't have the strength, you can only wait to die. In the struggle between the prince and Prince Chen, the prince can prevail, which has a lot to do with the mother-son feud of Concubine Wu. Thinking about it, Chunbai came up to her, looking like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Lu Qiqi saw it, and asked directly without chatting with the system. Is there something wrong? Chunbai knelt on the ground with a bang. I know my ability is limited, so I resign from the crown princess. Do you have a better place to go? Lu Qiqi knew what Chunbai was thinking and deliberately said something in a sarcastic way. Ah? Chunbai couldn't react for a while. Have you found a better master than me? No. Since you haven't found a better master than me, you should continue to stay and work. At least you will get money every month. Chunbai understood and explained. I am incompetent and cannot protect the crown princess. So, Lu Qiqi didn't listen to anyone's nonsense and got up and left. Yu Dai followed her. Qingdai came to Chunbai and kicked her. The crown princess is angry. Chunbai lowered her head, and when she looked up again, her eyes were red, and she looked at Qingdai. It's my incompetence that I can't protect the crown princess like you do. Qingdai also looked tangled. I also find it strange. You can't do anything except serving the crown princess. Why does the crown princess like you the most? Chi-dai left after saying that. Zhou Yin sympathized with Chunbai and left quickly without saying anything. Chunbai was the only one in the huge room. She simply knelt on the ground, staring blankly at the scene in front of her, thinking about everything she had with the crown princess. Lu Qiqi came to the yard, got on the hammock, and ordered Yudai. I treated her badly, and she still wanted to leave? Yudai felt bitter. Crown princess, do you want me to answer this or not? It's wrong anyway. She simply kept silent. Lu Qiqi was unhappy. Why? You want to leave too? Yudai knelt on the ground and explained. Chunbai is blaming herself for what happened yesterday. Lu Qiqi sighed. I didn't expect that she, who has no martial arts skills, would dare to rush up knowing that there was danger. If I hadn't pushed her away, Chunbai would have been buried by now. I deserve to die for failing to protect the crown princess. Yudai also knew the danger and knelt on the ground to plead guilty. Qingdai and Zhou Yan, who arrived later, also knelt on the ground, looking at the heads down. Lu Qiqi sighed. If I go to learn martial arts now, isn't it a little late? The three maids bowed their heads and said nothing. Lu Qiqi said again. I also know it's a little late. You saw what happened yesterday. You are all very good at martial arts. You were not there at the critical moment. I should also have a weapon to protect myself. Dagger. Chunbai heard the noise in the house and realized where she was wrong. Hearing this, she ran out and knelt on the ground to offer advice. Lu Qiqi looked at her. You are leaving soon. Why do you still care about me? I have made the crown princess angry. Please punish me. Chunbai knelt on the ground. Since you have been with me for so long, if you can find 2 good daggers, I will forgive you. Lu Qiqi pretended to be generous. Yes. Chunbai was happy. Lu Qiqi dealt with Chunbai and looked at Yudai and others. What did you go through yesterday? Why was there blood on your body when we met again? Yudai said. I was about to continue interrogating Chunlian, and someone shot a hidden weapon and killed Chunlian. I felt bad and wanted to rush to the crown princess. Many people in black appeared to intercept me. The situation was urgent, so I had to take action. Lu Qiqi looked at Qingdai. Qingdai said, I found that Yang Biyun had signs of waking up, and I found out that it was Zhou Yin who discovered it in time and stopped Yang Biyun from stabbing at me. At this time, the wardrobe in Yang Biyun's room opened, and many men in black appeared. I realized that I had been tricked. Where is Yang Biyun? In a panic, Yang Biyun was killed by men in black. Killed by men in black? Yes. Lu Qiqi sighed that Yang Biyun had bad intentions and wanted to unite with outsiders to deal with her. But she was the first to suffer. Now, in the huge Jin Wang mansion, except for Gu Ling whose whereabouts are unknown, everyone is dead. People who don't know think that she can't tolerate those women, so she killed them directly. But they don't know that she is a good person, and those people's deaths are all self-destructive. And then she thought, it's better to die. It's clean. What happened to the people in the Prince of Jin's mansion? Except for Butler who had a few maids in the kitchen. Everyone is dead. Hearing this, Lu Qiqi said nothing more. She felt that there was something wrong with Butler who, now that Butler who is still alive, the prince must have other plans. She just watched quietly. Just at this time, the system voice appeared. Butler who is concubine Wu's man. Lu Qiqi. Concubine Wu? Are you sure? She has always suspected that there was something wrong with Butler who. And because so many things happened. Butler who has been staying in the Prince of Jin's mansion. I always felt that the prince had other plans for Butler who. But I didn't expect that there would be results so soon. System. Now the butler of Prince Jin's mansion has confessed that Butler who is concubine Wu's man. For this matter, the emperor is angry. Lu Qiqi laughed. Isn't the emperor ill? System. That was all for show. At the critical moment, the emperor still sided with the prince. Otherwise, why would the prince take concubine Wu to see the emperor? Lu Qiqi thought of the rumors she had heard before, and now she thought it was funny. Sure enough, when father and son join forces, nothing is impossible. What is the situation now? System. Concubine Wu will be imprisoned soon. It won't be long before Prince Chen comes to see concubine Wu and tells her all the resentment in his heart. Concubine Wu will definitely not be able to bear it. By then, it won't matter whether concubine Wu is alive or not. Chapter 253 The Thread Brought by Li Jiaxuan. Lu Qiqi understood what the system meant. This time, Concubine Wu was completely finished. The one who really beat Concubine Wu was the son she wanted to protect. The prince was able to succeed, and he also provoked the mother-son relationship between them, which led to the current result. That evening, Lu Qiqi learned everything about the Jin Palace from Yu Dai, butler who was arrested. And there were only a few old people such as Chen Ma in the huge Jin Palace. Hearing this, Lu Qiqi was very sad, thinking of the delicious dishes cooked by Chen Ma. Now thinking about it, I want to eat. Thinking about it, Lu Qiqi looked at Yu Dai. What does the prince mean? Yu Dai shook her head. I don't know. The prince is very busy. How can he care about Chen Ma and others? The Jin Palace can only be the Jin Palace in the future, and it will never be as lively as before. Lu Qiqi thought for a while and asked, what will happen to Chen Ma and others? The prince of Jin's mansion must need someone to take care of them, so they should stay. If Chen Ma is allowed to enter the palace, do you think it is possible? Lu Qiqi asked. Yu Dai thought for a while and understood what the crown princess meant. It should be possible. Right? Go back and take a look. Listen to what Chen Ma means, and come back to tell me. Yes. Yu Dai left in response. It was already evening, and Yu Dai was not afraid. She had martial arts skills, and the prince of Jin's mansion was now truly safe. While Lu Qiqi was waiting, Chunbai told her the rumors outside. Crown princess, you don't know? I just went to the big kitchen and heard others say that Li Jiaxuan was the prince's destined person. What destined person? Lu Qiqi knew that the rumors had started. What she didn't understand was that the prince of Chun was no longer a threat. So who else needed the prince to work so hard now? I don't know either. Some people say that Li Jiaxuan has no external injuries, but her arm is injured under her clothes, and the prince's arm is also injured, in the same position, with the same wound. Chunbai spoke more and more quietly. Lu Qiqi smiled indifferently. Are you angry about this? I am angry that some people always associate Li Jiaxuan with the prince. It is their freedom to say what they want to say. Lu Qiqi tried to show that she didn't care, and she also used her actions to justify her reputation. She ate as usual, stayed in the East Palace every day, never went out, and lived a comfortable life of eating and drinking. Gradually, more and more people talked about Li Jiaxuan and the prince, and Lu Qiqi was inevitably brought into the mood. These news were all learned through the system. Although she knew there was nothing, Lu Qiqi was still unhappy. She ran to the vegetable garden every day when she was bored. She hoped to prove that she didn't care by being busy. The four maids also saw that the crown princess was in a bad mood, and they were all confused. Later, Chunbai said something unintentionally, and they began to murmur in their hearts. Could it be that the crown princess knew about the rumors outside? It shouldn't be. The crown princess never went out, and the people in the East Palace were not talkative people. How could the crown princess know? That day, Lu Qiqi came back from the vegetable garden, washed her hands, and went into the house to eat. As soon as she sat down and took a bite, she immediately felt that the taste was very familiar. Looking up at Yu Dai's smiling face, she understood what was going on and ate with big mouthfuls. Yu Dai knew that the crown princess was kind-hearted, so she deliberately revealed the news to the prince. After the prince knew about it, he immediately transferred Chen Ma over. Seeing that the crown princess was happy to eat, she was happier than she was eating herself. After the meal, Lu Qiqi did not see Chen Ma, and took a nap as usual. Chunbai and others saw that the crown princess was in a good mood, and they found it strange that she did not see Chen Ma. The small kitchen of the East Palace. Chen Ma was waiting anxiously. She did not expect that she would enter the East Palace one day, and she thought a lot about what kind of etiquette she should perform after seeing the crown princess. After waiting for a long time, there was no movement. Coming out of the small kitchen several times, she saw Chunbai and other four maids guarding the door. Knowing the rules of the crown princess, does the crown princess not want to see her? Chen Ma couldn't get around it. Huang Ma knew where Chen Ma came from and was particularly respectful to people, chatting while nothing happened, starting from the trivial matters of the palace, and then pretending to be curious about Chen Ma's past. Chen Ma's mouth was very tight, and it was unlikely to get words from her mouth. Huang Ma saw this and felt that Chen Ma was not to be underestimated, and she cared more about it. Lu Qiqi took a nap as usual. When she woke up, she saw four maids at the door, and Chen Ma, who was looking over here. Chen Ma was even more excited when she saw the crown princess. Lu Qiqi smiled at her, and said to Yu Dai, You Dai. Pick a few smart ones to help in the vegetable garden. You Dai understood that after the crown princess left with the 3 maids, she came to the kitchen and randomly picked a few people to work in the vegetable garden. Chin Ma was among them. Chin Ma had good eyesight. When she saw Yu Dai walking in front, she pretended not to know her. When she came to the vegetable garden, she saw the crown princess squatting on the ground picking vegetables. At Yu Dai's signal, Chin Ma started working first. After working for a while, she came to the crown princess without showing any emotion. Thank you, crown princess, for taking care of this old slave. Lu Qiqi glanced at her. Mother Chin, how come you look fatter recently? Mother Chin was stunned for a while. She lost more than 10 pounds. How could she be considered fat? Chunbai smiled and said, Crown Princess, you are speaking in a sarcastic way again. You are the only one who talks too much. Lu Qiqi was full of disdain. But it made Mother Chin feel familiar. She didn't have to say anything to the Crown Princess. Seeing the Crown Princess busy, she worked more vigorously. In the evening, the busy prince came back in the past few days. Lu Qiqi went into the small kitchen and cooked a lot of dishes. Mother Chin had cooperated with Lu Qiqi many times. And now she didn't need to say anything. And she knew what to do. The prince sat at the table and was happy to see Lu Qiqi and the maids bring the dishes up one by one. The two ate a lot together. After the meal, the 4 maids cleaned the table, served tea and fruit, and left. Lu Qiqi saw the prince and asked directly, I heard that there is something wrong with Butler Hu. He is the person arranged by concubine Wu. The prince did not hide it. I've always wondered. You're so capable. How could you not know that there's something wrong with Butler Hu? It turns out that he's waiting for her here. The prince looked at the woman. What did she know? What he did was so obvious that the woman saw through it at a glance. At this time, Lu Qiqi didn't know that she accidentally leaked the message transmitted by the system, making the prince think that Lu Qiqi was too sensitive and even noticed this matter. Lu Qiqi said again, Thank you for transferring Chin Ma here. As long as you like it. I'm used to eating her dishes. And I feel at ease eating them. Lu Qiqi understood that transferring here also proved that Chin Ma had no problem. Now there are only a few people left in the Jin Palace to clean up. If you need anything in the future, just let the maid run a trip. And you don't have to go back in person. Lu Qiqi understood what the prince meant and nodded in agreement. Later, Lu Qiqi took the initiative to talk about Li Jiaxuan and expressed her doubts. After hearing this, the prince realized that the woman was not ordinary smart, and took the initiative to explain. Li Jiaxuan, you don't have to worry. She is ours. Ours? Lu Qiqi felt uncomfortable when the prince defended Li Jiaxuan so much. In these years of fighting outside, it was Li Jiaxuan who brought news to the capital. Lu Qiqi understood why Li Jiaxuan knelt like that and called herself a subordinate. But Lu Qiqi always felt uneasy in her heart. I didn't feel this kind of uneasiness with Sun Rume at that time. But I felt it several times on Li Jiaxuan. This is not a good sign. Seeing the prince's trust in Li Jiaxuan again, I felt unspeakable bitterness in my heart. Chapter 254 You treat Li Jiaxuan differently. What's wrong with you? The prince noticed that the woman was in a bad mood. Put down his chopsticks and asked. Nothing. Lu Qiqi said. The prince simply put down his chopsticks. Qiqi, you can say anything. Lu Qiqi looked at the prince. Could she really say it? You can say anything. We will discuss it together. The prince took the woman's hand, thinking that he was too busy recently, and ignored the woman. He glanced at the maids next to him. And it was because they did not serve well that the woman was in a bad mood. Lu Qiqi didn't want to say something, thinking of the prince's style of doing things, and didn't want to implicate the maids. So she just said directly, Why do I feel that you treat Li Jiaxuan differently? The prince laughed when he heard this, and scratched the woman's nose. When did you become so nervous? Lu Qiqi was startled, and soon understood what was going on, and explained anxiously, I think you treat Li Jiaxuan differently. The prince laughed. Chunbai would have been happy to hear the crown princess say this in the past. But it was different today. She felt that Li Jiaxuan was different to the crown prince. And the crown princess could sense it. So she must have the same idea. How is it different? The crown prince asked. In short, it's different. Lu Qiqi wanted to be more specific. But she thought that the crown prince didn't have that kind of mind for Li Jiaxuan yet. If she said too much, someone would think too much. And if she thought too much, even if there was nothing, there would be something wrong. Lu Qiqi was upset. She made a low-level mistake and almost gave Li Jiaxuan a chance. For me. Only you are different. The Crown Prince said. Lu Qiqi pretended to be shy. Remember what you said? Remember? I will remember it for the rest of my life. The prince said this. And seeing that the woman was in a good mood, the two began to eat again. The prince was in a good mood and drank 2 more glasses tonight. Lu Qiqi hadn't drunk for a long time. A lot of things happened recently, and she also needed to relax. After drinking a glass of wine, Lu Qiqi was in a better mood. The drunk Lu Qiqi pulled the prince to dance. Chunbai and others saw that the actions of the crown princess were too bold, and they dared not watch. Later, they saw that the crown princess leaned on the prince's arms for a long time without coming out, and the 4 maids left tactfully. Lu Qiqi was drunk. The dance she danced was the current Latin dance, which the prince didn't know. Some of the movements were stiff, and he stepped on her feet several times. Lu Qiqi patiently taught the prince. At first, the prince really thought wrongly, thinking that the woman was throwing herself into his arms. But later he understood, as the woman explained. Dancing, and also found it very interesting. When the prince found the pattern and could keep up with the woman's dance steps, Lu Qiqi was tired and collapsed in the man's arms. Too tired. Take a break, Lu Qiqi said, letting go of the man, sitting at the table, and started drinking again. The prince also felt that wine was a good thing. It let him see a different side of women. The two ate and drank, danced when they were drunk, and continued to eat and drink when they were tired. They didn't know how much wine they drank or how long they danced. The next day, Yu Dai and others arrived and were stunned by the scene in front of them. It was because the prince and the princess sat on the ground beside the bed, covered with a quilt, and fell asleep like this. The prince was very self-disciplined, but such a ridiculous thing could happen. Look at the princess again. A person who usually looks very restrained. How could she lose her composure? Thinking of what the crown princess said to the prince, she must really mind Li Jiaxuan's existence. The 4 maids hated Li Jiaxuan because of the crown princess. I feel so sorry for the crown princess. Why did all the concubines in the Jin palace die or leave? And now the prince only favors the crown princess. And suddenly Li Jiaxuan appears? They all saw Li Jiaxuan outside the Jin palace that day. The crown princess is kind-hearted and treats people kindly. But she doesn't know martial arts. And compared with Li Jiaxuan, she is obviously at a disadvantage. I also thought of what the crown princess said herself. Whether she could learn martial arts. I didn't think much about it at the time. But now it seems that the crown princess noticed it at that time. But she didn't show it. The prince sensed a strange breath, opened his eyes, and saw that it was 4 maids. In an instant, his eyes converged, and he glanced at the 4 maids. The 4 maids no longer dared to have other thoughts, and they knelt on the ground tremblingly. The prince ignored them, and his own embarrassment. Stood up, picked up the woman and brought her to the bed, covered her with a quilt, and walked out. Yu Dai and others understood what the prince meant, and followed him out one by one. When they came to the yard, they were sure that Lu Qiqi would not listen. The prince just gave her a look, and Yu Dai hurriedly told them about the things related to the princess. After hearing this, the prince asked them not to disturb Lu Qiqi's rest, and he took a bath, changed his clothes and left. Yu Dai and others were stunned by the prince's aura. Only Chunbai secretly followed the prince after he left. Seeing that the prince went to Yudieja not far away, she smiled instead. Yu Dai was shocked by Chunbai's boldness. When Chunbai came back happily, she was scolded by Yu Dai. You are risking your life by following the prince? Chunbai said with a smile. I just want to see if the prince really likes the princess. Are you stupid? If the prince doesn't like the princess, how can there be a princess? Chunbai realized it later, and thought it made sense. She simply pulled Yu Dai's arm and said, I am happy for the princess. Don't be angry? Chunbai's coquettish look scared Yu Dai so much that she quickly dodged. Shi Dai and Zhou Yin saw Chunbai chasing Yu Dai and coquettishly, and both laughed. The maids and eunuchs in the East Palace looked over curiously. What happened to make them so happy? It was too noisy that they didn't notice Lu Qiqi woke up and stood at the door, watching the noisy scene. Madame Huang saw the scene, came forward to the yard, and saluted the princess. I pay my respects to the princess. Madame Huang's action made everyone around kneel on the ground. Yu Dai, Zhou Yin, Qing Dai and others were all stunned for a moment, realized that they had lost their composure, and knelt on the ground. They were upset in their hearts, too happy, and forgot that the crown princess had fallen asleep. Seeing the crown princess being woken up, they hoped that the crown princess would not be angry. Only Chunbai was the most daring. She came to the crown princess with a smile. "Crown princess, are you awake?" Lu Qiqi glanced at her. "You are the most daring. I am happy for the crown princess." Lu Qiqi did not speak, turned and went into the house. "Come and clean up quickly. It's stinking. You die and others heard it." And then they remembered that they had not cleaned the table yet. They got up one by one and went to the house to work. The people kneeling on the ground did not understand what the crown princess meant, and they did not dare to speak. When you die and others brought out plates and bowls from the house. They understood what was going on. Wang Mama wondered what was wrong with the maids who served the crown princess. They didn't even clean the table. Thinking about the smell in the room, she thought it was because the 4 maids had failed in their duties. She looked at the people who were watching the show, and she said a word, and everyone did what they were supposed to do, and no longer dared to have any extra thoughts. Chapter 255. Miss Li is really thoughtful. Lu Qiqi sat in the room, watching them work, and she started to ask questions after they cleaned up. "What happened yesterday? You didn't even remind me?" Lu Qiqi felt a headache, knowing that it was the sequelae of a hangover. Chunbai stepped forward. "Crown princess, it's not that I didn't remind you. It's that you were too relaxed last night." Lu Qiqi didn't understand what this meant. The system didn't say anything. Only a screen appeared. After looking at it for a while, she understood what was going on. Lu Qiqi turned around, returned to the bed, covered her head with the quilt, and refused to come out. Chunbai and others saw the crown princess's actions and realized that someone remembered. Looking at such a lively crown princess, they all laughed. If they weren't worried that the crown princess would be bored, they really didn't dare to lift the quilt. "Crown princess, look! Yu Dai was the smartest and came with the sweet potato porridge made by Chen Ma." Lu Qiqi just lifted the quilt and smelled a familiar fragrance. She decided to be generous and laugh at it. Nothing is more important than eating. When Lu Qiqi was full, she felt that there was still the smell of overnight wine in the room. It was early autumn now, and the wind was strong at this time. She went to the yard and asked Chunbai and others to open all the doors and windows for ventilation. Lu Qiqi just came to the yard to get some fresh air when Nani Huang came to her. "Crown princess, Miss Li just brought you sour plum soup. What do you think?" "Sour plum soup?" Lu Qiqi mocked in her heart. Li Jiaxuan was really thoughtful. Li Jiaxuan sent something over when she was drunk last night. Thinking about it, she happened to see a leaf falling from the top of her head. She caught it and said, "Did you say anything when you brought it?" Miss Li said it was for the crown princess, and she didn't say anything else. "No," Madame Huang said. Lu Qiqi was angry, tore the leaves in her hand, and waved to let Madame Huang go. After Madame Huang left, she felt that the crown princess was different today. The crown princess, who used to have no temper, was actually angry. Could it be because the crown prince went to Udieja this morning? Thinking of what those people said, she was worried. Is it true that Li Jiaxuan treats the prince differently? If it is not true, how come so many people have been talking about the childhood of Li Jiaxuan and the prince for so many days? Lu Qiqi is still thinking about Li Jiaxuan's sour plum soup, wondering if it is poisoned. Chunbai came out after finishing her work and saw the thoughtful crown princess, and asked, "Crown princess, what did Madame Huang say to make you angry?" She said that Li Jiaxuan sent sour plum soup. What does Li Jiaxuan mean by sending sour plum soup to the crown princess at this time? Is she so kind? Thinking that the crown princess was depressed because of Li Jiaxuan, Chunbai felt sorry for the crown princess. Do you also think she has ulterior motives? Lu Qiqi asked. Chunbai realized that she was talking too much, and seeing the crown princess's eyes, some things could not be concealed. So she told the things that the palace maids were spreading. Lu Qiqi sneered after hearing this. The crown prince and Li Jiaxuan are childhood sweethearts. They haven't returned to the palace for a long time, so it's normal for them to be too close. Too close? Chunbai was stunned. Don't worry, crown princess. When Li Jiaxuan comes, I will definitely have a good talk with her. Really? Of course. It's Li Jiaxuan who made the crown princess unhappy. As your servant, I have to speak up for the crown princess. I heard that Li Jiaxuan lives in Udieju. You can go and kill her now. Chunbai looked at the crown princess. Really? Don't worry. I have the Crown Princess's support. Even if you kill her, I will back you up. Kill? Chunbai hesitated. She can see that I hate her. But she always refreshes her presence in front of me. With a maid as loyal as you. Shouldn't you take a machete and chop her to death? Lu Qiqi blinked her innocent eyes. This isn't good? Chunbai swallowed. Are you thinking of the scene you saw outside the Prince of Jin's mansion that day? Chunbai nodded honestly. Lu Qiqi was discouraged and looked a little depressed. I thought you would really stand up for me. But it turns out that I thought too much. Crown Princess. I know. You are just afraid of the Crown Prince. Worried that the Crown Prince will ask you to avenge Li Jiaxuan? Lu Qiqi took out a handkerchief and wiped the corners of her eyes. Chunbai saw this. What else did she not understand? She stamped her feet angrily. Crown Princess. You bully me. If I don't bully you, who else can I bully? As she said, she touched Chunbai's arm. You die and the others just came out of the house. And when they saw the scene, they immediately felt familiar. Soon, seeing the Crown Princess touching Chunbai's arm again and again, Chunbai couldn't stand it and ran away with a smile. Soon, Li Jiaxuan arrived. Speak of the devil. The devil will come. Lu Qiqi was speechless about someone talking so casually. She was holding the Crown Princess's shelf. And she felt even more suffocated when she saw the cakes in Li Jiaxuan's hand. She knew that people's words were scary. And she also knew how many people in the palace were staring at Li Jiaxuan. Li Jiaxuan deliberately ran over. And she didn't know what she was thinking. Your servant greets the Crown Princess. Li Jiaxuan came up with cakes and bowed generously. Miss Li is thoughtful. Lu Qiqi also smiled. Then looked at Chunbai on the side and winked at her. Chunbai knew what the Crown Princess meant and wanted to go up and be rude to Li Jiaxuan, but was stopped by Yudai. Lu Qiqi took the cakes from Li Jiaxuan and handed them to Yudai, carefully explaining, "This is Miss Li's intention. Keep it for the Crown Prince." Crown Princess. Your servant heard that the Crown Princess likes cakes. So I made some for the Queen Mother and the Crown Princess. Li Jiaxuan said. Miss Li is really thoughtful. I'm glad that the Crown Princess likes it. Li Jiaxuan seemed to be unable to hear the hidden meaning of the words. Lu Qiqi looked at Li Jiaxuan. Like a big sister next door. She still had some grudges in her heart. And when she thought of the scene she saw outside the Jin Wang mansion that day, her heart was sour. Miss Li is so thoughtful. I will not disturb the Crown Princess. I will take my leave first. Li Jiaxuan bowed and left. Lu Qiqi glanced at Yudai, who quickly gave the cake to Zhou Yin and sent Li Jiaxuan away. After the people left, Lu Qiqi looked at the cake in Zhou Yin's hand and asked Chunbai, "Do you think it is poisonous?" "I don't know." Chunbai lowered her head in shame. Just now she said shamelessly that she would teach Li Jiaxuan a lesson. But when the people really came to her, she didn't say anything. After Yudai's reminder, she knew that she shouldn't cause trouble for the Crown Princess. Lu Qiqi picked up a piece of cake and put it in her mouth. Poison me to death. Chunbai, Zhou Yin, and Qingdai were so scared that they knelt on the ground. Yudai came back from sending people and turned around to see the scene, and walked over quickly. Lu Qiqi finished the cake and didn't want to look at it anymore. It doesn't taste good. It smells sour and smells bad. Let's save it for the prince. Qingdai held the cake, which was like a hot potato. It was very prickly. Lu Qiqi waved her hand, turned around and left. When she returned to the house, she was disgusted again. What's this smell? It smells sour and smelly. Chapter 256 Return Gift. Lu Qiqi had vented enough. And when she saw the maids, she smiled slightly. Is it much better now? Chunbai stepped forward. Crown Princess. What are you doing? I think Li Jiaxuan is upset. Li Jiaxuan relies on the fact that she is the prince's childhood sweetheart. And she can't do anything to her. So she can only complain. Sure enough, this trick is very effective. Lu Qiqi was venting purely. And the four maids remembered it in their hearts. Not long after, the prince ordered someone to send cakes. When Lu Qiqi saw the cakes, she thought of Li Jiaxuan again. For a foodie, she had no appetite at all. Thinking about it, it's not polite not to return the favor. Chunbai, go and send some things to Li Jiaxuan as a return gift. Chunbai felt that it was not a return gift, but that she should go and chop people. Seeing the gifts selected by the Crown Princess, Chunbai felt that it was inappropriate. It was because the gifts selected by the Crown Princess were expensive, and there were so many. She couldn't carry them all by herself. So she asked Yu Dai to go with her. Lu Qiqi saw that the things taken away were all valuable things. She was not too interested in these 100-year-old ginseng and the like. Giving them away showed her generosity and her friendship with Li Jiaxuan. She knew that this move might have helped to push things forward. So what? She couldn't just do nothing when Li Jiaxuan came to provoke her. Right. After today, Lu Qiqi was more certain of Li Jiaxuan's thoughts about the prince. She was really hateful. Lu Qiqi didn't say anything about Li Jiaxuan's complaints in her heart, and chatted with the system. Qi Nai and Zhou Yin only saw that the crown princess was angry. But they didn't expect that the crown princess had already complained to others. Tell me, is Li Jiaxuan sick? System. You are not bad either. You sent her 100-year-old ginseng. Isn't that a curse for her to be sick? Lu Qiqi. She was injured not long ago. I sent her good things out of kindness to heal her. System. Don't heal her to death. Lu Qiqi. From what you said, you know the inside story? System. Li Jiaxuan was indeed injured. The wound is the same as the prince's. And even the location is almost the same. Lu Qiqi thought about what happened that day. How did Li Jiaxuan know? Li Jiaxuan was not there that day. How could she know in advance? System. What do you think? Lu Qiqi reacted quickly. Li Jiaxuan knew in advance? System. No. Lu Qiqi. Is Li Jiaxuan sincere to the prince? If she has two hearts, it would be too terrible. System. She is sincere to the prince. But she is too sincere. Lu Qiqi. Say. System. She hurt herself on the way back that day. Lu Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she didn't know in advance. System. She is loyal to the prince and is really hostile to you. Lu Qiqi. A blind man can see it. System. She is very smart and won't make things difficult for you. She even gives you gifts. Lu Qiqi. She has been in the palace and is very scheming. Yudieja. Yu Dai and Chun Bai give gifts to Li Jiaxuan. Li Jiaxuan saw it and accepted it politely. When the others left, she wanted to give Chun Bai a bracelet as a gift. Chun Bai refused and accidentally dropped the bracelet on the ground and broke it. Chun Bai was stunned and soon realized that someone did it on purpose. She was annoyed that she was being plotted against. She was just arguing when Yu Dai pulled her. Miss Li. I'm sorry. It seems that Chun Bai and this bracelet are really not meant to be. Yu Dai said. Li Jiaxuan smiled slightly. It's my fault. And Chun follows the crown princess and has seen all kinds of good things. It's my fault. I thought this thing would please Aunt Chun. The more Li Jiaxuan lowered her posture, the more it proved that Chun Bai was bullying others by relying on her status as the crown princess's maid. Chun Bai was furious when she heard this and wanted to slap her. But Yu Dai twisted her hard and her eyes were red. Yu Dai said to Chun Bai, Chun Bai, the crown princess treats you the best. You should ask the crown princess for a bracelet to compensate Miss Li. Oh. Chun Bai felt a little wronged. But she still agreed. After saying that, she turned around and left. When she walked to the door, she bumped into Grandma Gao, and Chun Bai was knocked to the ground. Since Grandma Gao came back, she has always been resentful of the people in the East Palace, seeing someone delivering it to her door. How could she be willing to miss such a good opportunity? Chun Bai fell at the door and was in pain. She stood up and saw the maids looking at her from a distance, thinking that these people were assigned by the Queen Mother. Her mind turned quickly. She asked Gao Mama, Gao Mama, what are you doing? What did I do? Gao Mama, who was used to being arrogant, did not realize that something was wrong and was as arrogant as ever. Her behavior instantly turned Li Jiaxuan's kindness into scum. Yu Dai saw the opportunity and came to the door, helped Chun Bai up, and looked at Gao Mama again. Gao Mama, did you deliberately bump into Chun Bai just by accident? Or were you dissatisfied with someone? Who? She was just short of naming the crown princess. Li Jiaxuan saw it and stepped forward to smooth things over. Gao Mama apologized quickly. Then she looked at Chun Bai. Auntie Chun, are you okay? Miss Li can call me Chun Bai. Chun Bai's IQ is online. And she started to fight back. Chun Bai, are you okay? Li Jiaxuan changed her words. I'm fine. But seeing Grandma Gao reminded me of the days when Grandma Gao was in the East Palace. She started to say that she was teaching the rules. We all know that Grandma Gao didn't regard herself as a teaching nanny, but more like a master. Lu Jiaxuan heard it and looked at Grandma Gao. Grandma Gao knelt on the ground with a sound. Miss, I have served you for many years. You know me. Yu Dai watched from the side, and didn't say anything. Grandma Gao's action confirmed the truth of her words. Li Jiaxuan said, Is there any misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? When Mammy Gao asked the crown princess to serve tea, she said. Yu Dai interrupted Chunbai before she finished speaking. Chunbai, you have been out for quite a while. It is time to go back and report to the crown princess. Chunbai was smart and bowed to Li Jiaxuan. I will take my leave. Yu Dai said. I will take my leave. The two of them had a tacit understanding. After saying this, they left quickly without waiting for Li Jiaxuan to respond. When they arrived outside Yudieju, looking at the plaque of Yudieju and thinking of Li Jiaxuan's face, they knew in their hearts that someone was very cunning. If they hadn't come together, if Mammy Gao hadn't appeared, they didn't know what would happen to the crown princess today. Thinking in their hearts, they left quickly. Li Jiaxuan almost got them into trouble with a bracelet. So how could they not be cautious? On the way back to the East Palace, Yu Dai and Chunbai still heard some palace maids talking about the prince not attending the morning court and leaving Yudieju in the morning. Hearing this, Yu Dai walked faster. Returning to the East Palace, she immediately told the crown princess about this. Lu Qiqi heard this and stared at a certain place for a long time. She was thinking, did Li Jiaxuan reveal her thoughts so quickly? Why was she slightly disappointed? Originally thought Li Jiaxuan was a master of palace fighting, but she didn't expect that just a return gift would make her sit still? Chapter 257, Counterattack. Lu Qiqi stayed for a while, and told him not to act rashly. She leaned comfortably on the soft couch and read the storybook. The impulsive Chunbai smiled foolishly when she saw the crown princess like this. At Yudieju, she really wanted to do something to Li Jiaxuan. Later, with Yu Dai's reminder and on the way back, Chunbai thought a lot. It's not unreasonable for the crown princess to regard Li Jiaxuan as an opponent. Li Jiaxuan is too good at business calculations. If she is not careful, she will be in danger. Look at the crown princess again. She didn't get angry after hearing it. And she could still read the storybook quietly. This calmness is very suitable for being a crown princess. Yu Dai and others quietly served by the side and waited quietly. During this period, everyone in the East Palace was busy, and the rumors outside gradually came to the ears of the East Palace people. With Wang Mama, no one dared to hear it. They didn't say anything and pretended not to know about it. Lu Qiqi read for a while, and when the food was ready, she had no appetite. So she ate a few bites and then went back to reading on the couch. She read and read until she fell asleep. When Lu Qiqi woke up, she heard Chunbai and Yu Dai talking in a low voice. She kept the same posture and continued to listen. She wanted to wait for them to finish talking and pretend to have just woken up. Suddenly, she had a stomachache. This kind of stomachache was too familiar to Lu Qiqi. She hadn't experienced it for a long time. Lu Qiqi thought it was something from her previous life. The long-lost and familiar feeling swept over her body. She pushed the book in front of her to the ground, attracting the attention of the four maids. Chunbai and others heard the noise and ran over. Crown Princess, what's wrong with you? Yu Dai and Zhou Yan came forward. Seeing the crown princess like this, the first thing they thought of was that she was poisoned. Lu Qiqi opened her eyes reluctantly and glanced at Qi Dai. Qi Dai had medical skills and hurried forward. After taking the pulse, she knew the symptoms and asked Yu Dai to prepare hot water. She hurried to find medicine. The East Palace did not have the necessary medicinal materials. The crown princess was in an emergency, so Qi Dai had to go to the Imperial Hospital. After finding the necessary medicinal materials, she took some more medicinal materials so that people could not see the symptoms. On this side, Lu Qiqi recovered because of the hot water bag. Lying weakly on the bed, she said, I'm fine. I'll be fine in a few days. Chunbai's eyes were red. She knew what was going on, but she was still worried. The crown princess's menstruation had always been normal. Not only did it come early, but it also became like this? After thinking about it, it was all Li Jiaxuan's trouble. Qi Dai moved quickly and boiled the medicine in the kitchen herself. She boiled the medicine without letting others do it. She boiled 2 doses of medicine in a row, worried that someone would judge from the dregs of the medicine. Qi Dai did this to prevent others from taking action. After the herbs were boiled, she poured out a portion and put the residue together. Then she came to the crown princess with the medicine bowl. Lu Qiqi had been in ancient times for more than a year, and she was used to taking medicine when she had something to do. Looking at the black medicine juice, she thought that the abdominal pain caused by menstruation had not been cured in modern times, and she hoped that this thing could cure it. She picked up the medicine bowl and drank a few sips. Not long after drinking it, she felt her stomach warm, and the pain in her body was also relieved a lot. She put the hot water bag on her abdomen to keep warm. To Lu Qiqi, the ancient hot water bag looked like a wine pot scene in a TV series. It was wrapped in a layer of leather on the outside, and it looked like a kettle no matter how she looked at it. Now she was not feeling well, so she didn't have so much thought about it. In a daze, she felt someone holding her hand, and opened her eyes to see the crown prince. Seeing his anxious look, he asked, "What happened to you that made you come back? I heard that you were not feeling well, so I came back." "I'm fine. I'll be fine in a few days." The prince had already gotten a rough idea from Yu Dai, and said, "That's good. It must be because of Li Jiaxuan. This matter must be settled as soon as possible." The prince was a little relieved about the woman, and looked at Qin Dai again. Qin Dai understood, and stepped forward to explain. The crown princess has lower abdominal pain, fear of cold, and early menstruation. This has never happened before. It may be related to the crown princess's recent mood. The prince looked at Lu Qiqi. "You should be careful in the future. Don't get angry easily. Tell me if there is anything. I will handle it." Lu Qiqi nodded, but didn't say anything. She was still a little uncomfortable and wanted to blurt out, "If you kill Li Jiaxuan, I will feel happy and won't have abdominal pain." The prince has been taking care of Lu Qiqi because she was sick, and he didn't do much because of her company. The days that were the most difficult for Lu Qiqi in the past are not too difficult now. 3 days later, Lu Qiqi's body had basically recovered, and she asked the prince to do his own thing. The prince knew that 3 days would delay a lot of things, and he just used his actions to prove his care for Lu Qiqi. The rumor that the prince stayed overnight at Udage that day and the princess fell out of favor was self-defeating. After the prince left, Lu Qiqi got up and went to the yard to get some fresh air. She hadn't gone out for a few days, and because she was in so much pain every time in her previous life, she felt like nothing happened in these 3 days. She was happy and came to the hammock in the yard. 4 maids brought tea and dried fruits. Originally, they planned to prepare fruit, but Qin Dai said that the princess was in a special situation, and it was not suitable for her to eat fruit for the time being. Lu Qiqi had just eaten for a while, touched her round belly, and burped. The 4 maids all laughed. At this time, Li Jiaxuan brought cakes again. Lu Qiqi's face turned cold on the spot. Li Jiaxuan seemed to not see it, and came to her with cakes. "Is your servant here to see the crown princess?" Lu Qiqi just lay there, motionless, and glanced at Yu Dai. Yu Dai took the cakes and walked into the house. "I heard that the crown princess has been feeling unwell for a few days, so I delayed my visit until today. Please forgive me." "Crown princess, what do you want to forgive?" Lu Qiqi asked. "The crown prince is here, and I am worried that the crown princess will misunderstand me," Li Jiaxuan said. Lu Qiqi saw that Li Jiaxuan was so considerate. No wonder someone tied the crown prince and her together, and even she admired her attitude of speaking and doing things. At this moment, Lu Qiqi realized that she couldn't be so hypocritical, so she was just more direct. "Miss Li is smart and can think of this. Keep it up in the future." "Yes, I will keep it in mind." "That's good. The prince will be back soon. You should go back first. If you run into him or say something, I don't know how people outside will spread it." After Lu Qiqi said this, Yu Dai came back with a small box in her hand. Lu Qiqi reached out and took it, stuffing it into Lu Jiaxuan's hand. "I heard that when I asked 2 maids to return the gift, Miss Li accidentally broke a bracelet. I was heartbroken for a long time." "Crown princess, it's okay. You take it?" Lu Qiqi said this and closed her eyes. Seeing this, Li Jiaxuan reluctantly took the so-called bracelet and left. Lu Qiqi heard the footsteps of leaving and opened her eyes. Sure enough, she saw Li Jiaxuan leaving. She smiled and closed her eyes again. Someone set cakes and brought back the bracelet. No one thought Li Jiaxuan was at a disadvantage. Her good demeanor also became snobbish because of this bracelet. Seeing the opponent's moves, Lu Qiqi found that she was doing quite well. Chapter 258 Mother and Son Fallout. Not long after Li Jiaxuan left, The prince ordered someone to deliver the bracelet. Yu Dai took it and brought it to Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi opened it and saw that it was much better than the one she gave to Li Jiaxuan. Lu Qiqi put it on her wrist and looked at it again and again with satisfaction. Under the sunlight, Lu Qiqi saw that something seemed to be moving in the bracelet. Look! Is there something in it? Chunbai leaned over to take a look and opened her mouth in surprise. She had never heard that there was really something in the bracelet. Yu Dai looked carefully for a few times. Why do I think it looks like a phoenix? I think so too, Qing Dai said. Lu Qiqi said. I think it looks like a fly. As soon as she said this, she met 4 pairs of disgusted eyes in an instant. And she said again, it looks like Li Jiaxuan's fly. Chunbai laughed blatantly. I think so too. Yu Dai and the others laughed secretly. Li Jiaxuan's presence made people feel uncomfortable. If it weren't for the relationship with the crown prince, they would have started fighting long ago. Lu Qiqi hated Li Jiaxuan. Li Jiaxuan sent the cake she made to the queen mother. And not only was she praised, but she also got a lot of treasures. The first thing she received was a bracelet. The bracelet Li Jiaxuan gave to Chunbai was broken. Lu Qiqi just gave Li Jiaxuan a bracelet as a return gift. And then the queen mother gave Li Jiaxuan a bracelet. This time, it was all bracelets. The thoughtful Li Jiaxuan noticed something. But she didn't show it. She accompanied the queen mother for dinner as usual, and chatted for a while after dinner before leaving. On the way back, Gao Mama opened her mouth several times, but couldn't say anything. Li Jiaxuan went into the small kitchen as soon as she returned to Yudieju. Nani Gao wanted to follow the young lady, but she was rejected with a look. Nani Gao stood outside the small kitchen, looking at the busy young lady anxiously. Every time the young lady was angry, she would go into the small kitchen, and she had been going in and out of the small kitchen more often in the past few days. In her opinion, it was the crown princess who knew the relationship between the crown prince and the young lady. And the crown princess was afraid. So she took the initiative to bow to the young lady. In her opinion, everything was good. So why was the young lady angry? Could it be that with the tacit approval of the queen mother, the crown prince still doted on the crown princess, and the young lady was jealous? Thinking of this, Nani Gao was happy. Living in Yudieju was originally a symbol of the new queen. When the 2 daughters of the Wu clan arrived, they should have lived in Yudieju. But later, for some reason, they did not live in. And the young lady lived in, which was enough to explain everything. Feiyu Palace? Concubine Wu sat decadently, and the maids Dai Xian and Wang Qian stood stiffly beside her. Since Nani Man died, nothing around her has been smooth. Looking at Concubine Wu, she looked much older in just a few days. The more she looked at it, the more she felt uncomfortable. Concubine Wu stared at a certain place without moving for a long time. She was happy to finally meet the emperor that day. But because she was escorted by the prince to see the emperor, the situation became different. She still felt a little scared when she thought about the emperor's appearance at that time. She shuddered with fear in her heart. At this moment, she heard footsteps and thought it was the emperor coming. She hurriedly pulled her hair twice, stood up and wanted to salute, and saw that it was her son Chenwang who had not seen her for many days. Concubine Wu couldn't control herself, and her tears of grievance burst out instantly. At this moment, she once again realized the importance of her son, even though she was in trouble and suspected that it was related to her son. When she was most nervous, she saw her son coming and seemed to see hope again. You are finally here. Concubine Wu excitedly stepped forward and wanted to hold her son's hand, but was ruthlessly thrown away. Dai Xian and Wang Qian were happy to see Prince Chen coming, but they all bowed their heads when they saw this. Prince Chen stood at the door and looked at his mother, who was so familiar that she was unfamiliar. Mother, this is the last time I come to see you. Concubine Wu almost couldn't stand looking at her son in front of her. She thought the last time was to say that she had no chance of living. Chong stabilized his body and tried to act indifferent. It's okay. As long as you are fine. It's fine. Prince Chen sneered. Can the child be fine? Concubine Wu was still being sentimental. Remember, when mother is not around, don't forget your original goal. The mockery in Prince Chen's eyes became more and more obvious, and he asked directly, Mother, why did you force her to death? This was obviously talking about the death of Princess Chen. Concubine Wu knew her son's thoughts, and she would never admit it. She was a little upset in her heart, but she still held on. What are you talking about? Don't tell me her death has nothing to do with you. I don't know what you are talking about. Concubine Wu was extremely disappointed with Prince Chen. This was the son she had been planning for. And for a woman, he didn't know what he was doing. Prince Chen looked at Concubine Wu coldly. It doesn't matter whether it is true or not. After saying this, Prince Chen was about to leave. Concubine Wu finally reacted that Prince Chen was not here to visit her, but to laugh at her. She couldn't control her anger, ran after Prince Chen, grabbed his sleeve, and was ruthlessly thrown away again. Concubine Wu couldn't control her anger, and asked directly, "Is a woman so important to you that you are willing to give up your original intention?" Prince Chen didn't respond and strode away. Concubine Wu stood there, gritting her teeth in hatred. Damn woman. If it weren't for her, her relationship with her son wouldn't be so bad. If she had known that she had such a big influence on her son, she would have killed her long ago. Concubine Wu, who didn't repent, thought that after a while, she would have completely killed Princess Chen, and everything could start over. But she didn't know that Prince Chen never left the palace again, and was captured by the people arranged by the prince. The prince didn't give Prince Chen another chance to fight back. Chapter 259 Shopping. Eastern Palace. Lu Qiqi was furious when she saw Li Jiaxuan coming again uninvited. She simply asked Li Jiaxuan to stay and wait for the prince to come back. Li Jiaxuan was quite tactful and didn't really wait. The princess misunderstood. I made some cakes and sent some over because I thought the princess would like them. Miss Li is really thoughtful. Lu Qiqi said this many times. But Li Jiaxuan didn't seem to hear the hidden meaning. She said a few polite words and left. Lu Qiqi looked at the cakes in front of her, and made sure that someone who had not walked far in the yard could hear it, and asked, "Is this cake poisoned?" "I don't know," Chunbai said. "If I die after eating this cake, do you think Miss Li will be killed by the prince in anger? The prince loves the princess the most. If anyone makes the princess unhappy, the prince will be angry. If something really happens, she will definitely not survive. Or, I poison myself and frame Li Jiaxuan? Princess, you can't do that. It's too dangerous," Chunbai said. "Why not? I was poisoned by eating pastries at the Queen Mother's place that time. And the Crown Prince punished many people afterwards. Didn't he?" Chunbai recalled. "I heard that the pastries that day were made by Concubine Qin. And Concubine Qin's condition has not been good recently. Poor Concubine Qin. I really don't know if she was full and had nothing to do. So she insisted on making some pastries. Now, the Crown Prince has her eye on her. And she is in trouble this time. Right?" Yudai stood near the door and could see the back of the person who had not left the yard clearly. She said at the right time. Miss Li said pastries several times. Could it be that she was reminding the Crown Princess that you had just eaten pastries in the Queen Mother Sinang Palace and were poisoned? Lu Qiqi smiled. It's possible. Knowing that someone outside had not completely left, she simply made it clear. Send more cakes. She will make some poison to frame someone, and then see how long Li Jiaxuan can jump around in the palace, wanting to use the relationship with the Queen Mother to save her life. She told someone that Concubine Qin also thought there was a Queen Mother, but she was still unlucky. I will take this cake away for you. Yudai said this, stepped forward to pick up the cake and left. Lu Qiqi understood that someone had left, and she stretched comfortably, thinking that she would not have to see someone again. And these annoying cakes. She was happy. But unfortunately, Lu Qiqi underestimated someone's thick skin. Lu Qiqi was in a good mood and wanted to go out for a walk. She took the maid out of the palace with her. Leaving the palace was like letting a bird fly. Walking on the busy street, she felt good about everything. Bought 5 strings of candied haws. I haven't been out for a long time. And the candied haws are wrapped in paper. Looking at the exquisite paper packaging, she ate one first. The sour and sweet taste was still so familiar. She glanced at Chunbai and knew that this guy hadn't eaten for a long time and was greedy. She deliberately took the candied haws from the bag quietly, leaving only the last one, and then sent it to Chunbai. Chunbai saw it and immediately smiled. Madam is the best. She knew that it was better to call her Madam in public, and calling her the Crown Princess would cause unnecessary trouble. Her thoughtfulness and consideration were not so good in return. Just because she picked up the candied haws and saw that there was only one left, Chunbai was dumbfounded and couldn't believe what she saw. She looked at the candied haws that the Crown Princess had just eaten. How could it become like this in her place? Yu Dai and the others also felt strange that the newly bought candied haws had become only one in a blink of an eye. Lu Qiqi asked seriously, "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" She sent the bag with the candied haws to Chunbai. Chunbai felt that even the candied haws disliked her, and she beat the bag with the crown princess kindness. At this time, she felt that there was something under the bag. She looked down and saw that there were several candied haws in it. Then she looked at the crown princess's smile. "Madam, you are bullying me again. If I don't bully you, who will I bully?" Lu Qiqi said, and gave the candied haws to Yu Dai and the others. She continued to eat and walk around. After walking for a while, I smelled a long-lost sour smell. The smell now was different from what I had smelled before. Lu Qiqi hurried to the front of the shop and smelled it carefully. Sure enough, the smell was different. There were no customers when I came here last time, but it was full today. Seeing that there was another table in the corner, I walked in quickly. The shopkeeper saw that it was an acquaintance and came over to greet her enthusiastically. "Miss, our store has just launched a new product. Do you want to try it?" "Okay. Give me 5 bowls." "Okay. Wait a moment." After the shopkeeper finished speaking, he went into the kitchen and got busy. Chunbai and others sat next to the crown princess. Lu Qiqi said, "Business is so good. Madam is a lucky star. Business is good wherever you go." Chunbai said proudly. "I'd love to hear that," Lu Qiqi said. Chunbai smiled. Yu Dai and others smiled subtly, with their mouths slightly raised. When the shopkeeper brought the hot and sour noodles, he saw that the young lady and the maid were laughing along with him. He said nothing, but he was very grateful in his heart. Not long ago, when he was about to give up because of no business, this young lady came and brought him business. He was grateful in his heart, but did nothing. After the hot and sour noodles were served, he left quickly. Lu Qiqi's eyes were full of food. When she saw it coming, she picked up chopsticks and started eating. After taking the first bite, the taste was indeed different. The original sour smell was much lighter, so it tasted a little worse, and the side dishes next to it tasted just right. If you don't like the strong sour smell, you can skip the side dishes. Sure enough, people are smart and know how to adapt. Unlike Li Jiaxuan, who has a thicker skin than the city wall, I really don't know if Li Jiaxuan has any shame. After complaining about Li Jiaxuan, the hot and sour noodles tasted even better. I saw the people next to me holding small cakes in their hands, and they asked the shopkeeper to serve me a plate. After taking a bite, I knew that the small cake was made of leavened dough, and it should have been baked on a frying pan when it was made. It was moderately soft and hard, and it tasted better. When a few people were full and left, they saw a long line at the door. Lu Qiqi took a few glances and saw that the business was booming. According to her estimation, a lot of money could be earned in a day. Then she looked at the shopkeeper who was busy and happy in the store. Doing business is not afraid of being busy, but most afraid of being alone. Now that she was full and had enough to drink, she continued to go shopping, because she had just eaten. Lu Qiqi became interested in jewelry. She bought a lot of jewelry along the way. Lu Qiqi was very generous and bought a hairpin for each maid. It was not expensive, but just a token of her heart, to make her happy. When several people were about to go look at clothes, Lu Qiqi suddenly met the haggard Yanlinger. Lu Qiqi saw Yanlinger, and Yanlinger also looked over. The two looked at each other, and then looked at the tea house next to them. The two walked into the tea house one after another in tacit understanding. After the two entered the private room, Lu Qiqi saw that Yanlinger was obviously haggard, and asked with concern, "What's wrong with you?" Knowing that Yanlinger had a miscarriage, she didn't look so haggard that day. Yanlinger wanted to speak out the bitterness that had been suppressed in her heart for a long time in front of Lu Qiqi. Thinking of Lu Qiqi's identity as the crown princess, and hearing that the crown prince doted on the crown princess, as good sisters, she was a little reserved in her words. Minister Su passed away. Chapter 260 being plotted against. Yanlinger said, "This is true. The Su mansion is a bit chaotic now. Mrs. Su has not been involved in things for many years, and Su Lei is a soft-hearted person with no opinion. At the beginning, when Su Shanshu disappeared, everyone still had a little fantasy. When they saw the body, they just felt very surprised at first. As the days passed, she felt that the sky was about to fall. What are you going to do?" As a modern woman, Lu Qiqi knows what women should do at this time. Yanlinger sighed. "I have met Madame Su and Su Lei. They have similar temperaments. Minister Su passed away suddenly, and the Su family needs someone to support the family. Yanlinger looked at Lu Qiqi, trying to understand what she meant. Was it what she thought? At present, Su Lei is the most suitable. He has lost his father at this time, and cannot adapt for a while. What should you do as his wife at this time? Yanlinger heard the signs and asked humbly. Sister Lu, can you be more specific? Lu Qiqi began to analyze. Mr. Su is a person with a strong desire for control. He is in charge of all the big and small things in the Su mansion. Madame Su has enjoyed many years, and should not have any experience in housekeeping. Su Lei has just got married, and lost his father. He has no idea at this time. If you stand up at this time, help Su Lei appropriately, and then get along well with Madame Su, you can be the master of this family in the future. Chun Bai and others felt that it was a great rebellion when they heard this. It was a bit inappropriate for Yanlinger to come forward at this time. Yanlinger's eyes lit up a little. Your father is a consultant, and is very busy all day. And your mother is in charge of the whole family. You follow your mother all day and learn something. Why don't you take this opportunity to do something for your current family? Can I? You are the young lady of the Su family. No one dares to say anything when you do something. But? Yanlinger still has some concerns. Lu Qiqi understands that this era is not friendly to women. If you do nothing or sigh, the Su family will soon be finished. Even if you have a nice title of young lady, how long can you enjoy it? If you stand up at this time, don't be afraid of other people's gossip, and contribute to this family. In the end, even if life is really not satisfactory, you have tried hard, and will not regret it. If you do nothing now, you will only regret it yourself. Yanlinger thought for a while after hearing this, and felt that this made sense. After a period of chaos, she could not see any hope. Hearing this, why didn't she work hard for herself? I am the crown princess. If you need anything, you can tell me, Lu Qiqi said with a smile. Yanlinger stood up and bowed, but was stopped by Lu Qiqi. We are sisters. I am happy to help you when you are in trouble. Yanlinger was relieved to hear this. And then she talked about some things, and wanted to hear Lu Qiqi's opinion. Lu Qiqi found that Yanlinger was too young. She couldn't make up her mind about such a small matter. How could she manage the whole family in the future? Lu Qiqi did not hide her secrets, and taught her how to get along with Mrs. Su, and how to encourage Su Lei. To put it bluntly, it was to let Yanlinger be a good wife first. If Su Lei was really a useless person, Yanlinger would stand up, and would not accept too many storms. It was unexpected that Su Shangshu died. But the Su family had to continue to live. There would be no more glory when Su Shangshu was there. Maybe under the leadership of Yanlinger, another world would open up for the Su family. Lu Qiqi once heard that Su Shangshu was trying to rob Madame Su of her bride. And not long ago, he even went to the emperor to ask for a divorce. Now that he is dead, I wonder if he would still make such a fuss if he knew his fate. I also thought that Madame Su had been in a relationship with Zhu Chang. If it weren't for Su Shangshu's interference, there would be no Madame Su. She was thinking. Since Su Shangshu had been trying to divorce her, many people knew about it. If Zhu Chang stood up to marry Madame Su at this time, would it be possible? After staying in the tea house for a while, Yanlinger left as if she had changed into a different person. Lu Qiqi was happy for Yanlinger's transformation. She knew that this era was still harsh on women, and Lu Qiqi could only start with transformation. If she encountered such a thing, she would not hesitate, and would just do it. Yanlinger couldn't do it. If she didn't have a father who was a staff officer, she might not have the courage. Because of this, I couldn't help but think of Chow, the female shopkeeper of Chow's tavern. I don't know how she is. From the system, I learned that the female shopkeeper Chow was a person of concubine Wu. I rarely left the palace, so I didn't know much about it, and I didn't deliberately ask about it. She thought to herself. After leaving the tea house, she deliberately passed by Caoji Tavern and saw that Caoji Tavern was closed. There was a layer of dust at the door, and it should have been closed for a long time. Thinking of this, I sighed in my heart. Later, I went to Jiwei bookstore on purpose to buy books, and happened to meet the shopkeeper Guisu. The moment Lu Qiqi saw him in person, she took a second look. Jiwei bookstore has opened many stores. Who would have thought that the shopkeeper Guisu was actually the illegitimate son of Minister Li? Looking at the shopkeeper Guisu himself, he doesn't look like a scheming person. What this person did should not be underestimated. The honest shopkeeper Guisu came up to her. What kind of book is this lady looking for? I'm chasing a book recently. and I only know that it was written by a scholar. Guisu understood and took Lu Qiqi to the side to make a move. You should be looking for the one written by Pan Yu. Pan Yu? Lu Qiqi took it in her hand and read a paragraph. She knew it was the scholar author she was looking for. She saw that the books written by Pan Yu were placed in the corner and didn't seem to be very popular. Guisu explained. Few people like the books written by this author, so they are not placed in a prominent position. I like it. After saying this, Lu Qiqi selected a few books written by this person in the past. Seeing that Lu Qiqi liked it, Guisu said, if Pan Yu knew that the lady liked it so much, he would be happy. Lu Qiqi smiled and said nothing. She took a few books and prepared to check out and leave. Someone came in from outside. Guisu said, he is Pan Yu. Pan Yu heard the shopkeeper introduce himself to others, and saw the other party holding his books in his hands and striding over. Miss, do you like these? I have read a few books and like this style. Pan Yu heard a smile on his face and was ready to talk to Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi turned sideways and came to the door. She asked the maid to put the money on the counter and left, leaving Jiwei bookstore. Lu Qiqi felt two eyes behind her. Lu Qiqi was not sure. She knew that Pan Yu and Guisu had a very good relationship and seemed to know her identity. So he was so enthusiastic about her. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi sighed. A simple trip out can still be calculated by others. It is really a master. Chapter 261 Earthen Pot Chicken. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi lost interest in shopping and was about to leave. She happened to meet Su Lingqin, who was driving a carriage. Su Xiaocai's daughter. I am more destined to go out with Xiaocai today. Thinking that Su Lingqin is Su Xiaocai's daughter and the granddaughter-in-law of Li Shangshu. And Guisu, the owner of Jiwei bookstore, is Li Shangshu's illegitimate son. This relationship is complicated enough. After walking by, Lu Qiqi found that Su Lingqin parked the carriage at the door of Jiwei bookstore and got off the carriage and went in. Lu Qiqi had a bold idea in her mind. Could it be that Su Lingqin and Guisu were united? I also thought of you meeting Guisu in Jinjiang Tower that time and then leaving in a hurry. After so much time, you should have met Guisu. At this time, Su Lingqin also got involved. Could it be that there is some connection between the three people? The more I think about it, the more scared I am. These people are connected together and are holding back a big move. Thinking of the death of Du Yu's clan leader father, Guisu was also the illegitimate son of Li Shangshu. And Su Lingqin's father committed suicide because Li Shangshu cancelled his qualification for the exam. These people are linked together, and I think it won't cause much trouble. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi felt relieved. Now no prince poses a threat to the prince. No matter how big these outsiders do, the prince has a way to deal with them. After thinking it through, Lu Qiqi was interested in shopping again. Lu Qiqi bought a lot of things on the street and felt that there were too many things. So she asked Yu Dai to send them back first. Unexpectedly, as soon as she said this, Yu Dai turned around and called someone next to her and asked him to send the things back first. Lu Qiqi saw the man leaving with the things, and then looked at Yu Dai. Yu Dai explained, Madam, the master has arranged a lot of people to protect her nearby, so you can go shopping as much as you want. Lu Qiqi understood that if it weren't for the prince's caution, she would have died long ago after what happened in the Jin Palace. Walking on the road, thinking that there were many people protecting her, she didn't feel monitored, but was surrounded by happiness. She was in a good mood and was planning to go to Jinjianglu for dinner, but heard someone in the crowd say that the owner of the Hutonka restaurant had changed. Lu Qiqi deliberately slowed down her pace and heard from everyone that it turned out that a body was found in the backyard of the Hutonka restaurant. This incident made people feel unlucky, and no one dared to go to dinner. Shopkeeper Ma was arrested, and shopkeeper Ma's wife Wang had an affair with the chef and gave birth to a child. She couldn't raise her head, so Wang sold the Hutonka restaurant before leaving. Ma was a ruthless person. When shopkeeper Ma was arrested, he sold the restaurant and left with the money. I hope that after leaving, Ma can live a good life with her children. The system voice came. Shopkeeper Ma is dead. Lu Qiqi. Dead? System. Not long after shopkeeper Ma exposed Prince Chen, he was secretly killed by someone arranged by concubine Wu. Lu Qiqi. Concubine Wu is so powerful. System. No matter how powerful she is, she went crazy when Prince Chen went to Feiyu Palace to see concubine Wu for the last time. Lu Qiqi. Is she really crazy? System. She is not really crazy, But she thinks Prince Chen is crazy. She has no hope for all her planning over the years. She can't see any hope at all. Lu Qiqi. Wasn't Concubine Wu taken to see the emperor by the prince? System. Concubine Wu does not admit it. The prince presents all kinds of evidence. Concubine Wu's quibbling is useless. Prince Chen comes to give her a heavy blow. It is too difficult for her to get up. Lu Qiqi. Does Concubine Wu have many people? System. Most of them died in the Prince of Jin's mansion. Lu Qiqi understood. The rest of the people have almost died in the past few days. Right? System. No way. In the face of power. Everyone is like this. Lu Qiqi understands the principle of the survival of the fittest. And it is more thoroughly demonstrated in the palace. Many times, people who seem insignificant at ordinary times may be able to get to the top. And some people, even if they are now in glory, how long can they last? Madam. Are you okay? Chunbai saw that the crown princess kept walking and didn't buy anything, and felt strange. So she asked. Lu Qiqi came back to her senses and said, "It's almost noon. Let's find a place to eat." Okay. Chunbai agreed. There are not so many rules outside. And she can eat with the crown princess. And she doesn't want to miss this opportunity. Lu Qiqi was also thinking that she should take them to Jinjiang Tower for a good meal. She has experienced a lot recently. On the way to Jinjiang Tower, she met the busy Aunt Wang. When Aunt Wang saw Lu Qiqi, she was holding a few chickens in her hands. She was stunned when she saw Lu Qiqi, and she was about to kneel on the ground when she realized what was happening. But Lu Qiqi stopped her in one step. Aunt Wang, what are you doing in such a hurry? Aunt Wang realized what was happening, and took the chicken a few steps closer to talk. The chicken in her hand was screaming. And she remembered the chicken in her hand. The restaurant has been doing good business these days. So let me send a few more chickens over. Minshing restaurant? Well, they have launched clay pot chicken now. And many people eat it. If it's too, madam, you can go and try it when you are free. Clay pot chicken? Seeing the lively chicken in Aunt Wang's hand, Lu Qiqi thought it should be delicious. Thinking about it, she said, Aunt Wang, please reserve a table for me when you go. We'll go there to eat later. Okay. Okay. Aunt Wang was happy. It's a good thing to let the crown princess eat chicken in the store without revealing her identity. When Lu Qiqi walked away, Aunt Wang rushed to Minshing restaurant with the chicken. Minshing restaurant is doing well now. If you go too late, there will be no seats. Besides, the crown princess has a special status and can't be as casual as others. Here, Lu Qiqi decided to eat at a place. So she continued to walk around. Half an hour later, Lu Qiqi came to Minshing restaurant with 4 maids. Seeing that the business was so good, it was a clear contrast to the depression not long ago. Walking into the restaurant, I saw that the original tabletop had changed. There was a big pot in the middle of the table, and tender chicken was stewed in the pot. Just smelling the smell, my appetite was immediately opened. Jiang Haiping has been busy in the kitchen, preparing to bring her best cooking skills to the crown princess. Aunt Wang knows Lu Qiqi. After delivering the chicken, she did not leave, but helped in the store. Seeing Lu Qiqi coming, she welcomed her in warmly. Madam, you are here. Business is really good, Lu Qiqi said. Aunt Wang became a little reserved because she knew the identity of the crown princess. She smiled and took Lu Qiqi to the second floor. As soon as she walked into the second floor, she felt that the second floor was deserted, which was in sharp contrast to the bustle of the first floor. Lu Qiqi asked, "What is this?" Knowing that the crown princess is coming. The second floor is vacant, and the crown princess will not be disturbed when she eats. Aunt Wang, don't be so polite. Yes. Yes. If we were not worried about the bad influence, we would not entertain the first floor. Lu Qiqi felt Aunt Wang's kindness, and she didn't say anything. Walking into a private room, the fragrance that hit her face immediately made Lu Qiqi's appetite open. Chapter 262, Boiling a Frog in Warm Water. Lu Qiqi played outside for a day. Saw a lot. Heard a lot. But it didn't affect her good mood. She returned to the palace happily, thinking about how to put the things she bought today. She thought of the clay pot chicken she had just eaten. The taste was really amazing. Lu Qiqi planned to go directly to eat in the future. Informing in advance made people lose a lot of money, and they were not satisfied. Chunbai smiled and came over. Crown Princess, the clay pot chicken is really delicious. Let's go to eat it next time. Okay? Okay. It's just a meal. Just a few dollars. Lu Qiqi generously agreed to it, because she didn't pay for it herself. You die, and the others were also very happy to hear it. There are food, drinks, and fun outside. And there are not so many rules. They also like the outside of the palace. Several people returned to the East Palace happily. Lu Qiqi walked in front. The scene she saw when she entered the door made her stunned on the spot. The floor was covered with her spoils of the day. The key point was that only the prince and Li Jiaxuan were in the room. I don't know what they said before. The moment she entered the room, Lu Qiqi saw that the prince and Li Jiaxuan were very close to each other. As she came in, the two of them hurriedly moved away from each other. This action, in Lu Qiqi's opinion, was someone being caught having an affair. The prince took a look, said nothing, and turned around to sit on the chair. Li Jiaxuan hurriedly explained, "Princess, don't misunderstand me. I heard that the prince bought a lot of things, so I came here to help." Lu Qiqi curled her lips. "So, I was wrong?" She glanced at the two of them. "I came back at the wrong time and disturbed you." After that, she turned around and left. Chunbai and others who followed behind were a little slower, and they also saw what they should see. When they saw the crown princess turned away angrily, they followed her and left. Lu Qiqi came to the hammock and squinted. "I'm tired. Take a rest," Chunbai said. "Crown princess, you shouldn't leave. I think Li Jiaxuan did it on purpose. I saw it all. Did I drive Miss Li away?" Chunbai was going to drive her away. "Don't. They finally have a chance to get together. If you go in and break up the couple like this, you will be hated by others. Crown princess, you know everything, and you still give them a chance. Aren't you stupid? Okay. Stop talking." Lu Qiqi said this and stopped talking. Chunbai knew that the crown princess was unhappy, and thinking of the attitude of the prince, she felt wrong for the crown princess. She was thinking in her heart that when the prince left, she would definitely make Li Jiaxuan look bad. In the room, Li Jiaxuan stayed for a while and saluted the prince. "Your Highness, it's all my fault. I'll go explain to the crown princess." The prince didn't even look at her. After saluting the prince, Li Jiaxuan left and came to the yard. She saw Lu Qiqi on the hammock and the four maids standing next to her. She ignored the angry eyes of the maids and came to the crown princess and saluted. "Crown princess, don't get me wrong. I'm really just here to help." Lu Qiqi opened her eyes, turned sideways, and looked at Li Jiaxuan with amusement. "I wonder what Miss Li is here to help." "I'm here to help pack up?" Lu Qiqi sneered. "It's already this far. But she's still so arrogant. Is that interesting? I heard that the crown princess bought a lot of things from outside, and thought that no one would clean them up. I'm free, so I came to help sort them out?" A 3-year-old child would not believe this explanation. People in the palace are most willing to pretend to be generous when they know the other party is hypocritical. Lu Qiqi is not such a person, and she does not intend to wrong herself. There are many palace maids and eunuchs in the East Palace. Miss Li's implication is that the people in the East Palace are all useless. Li Jiaxuan knelt on the ground after hearing this. "I deserve to die. I accidentally bumped into the crown princess. You really deserve to die. Because of your action, many people lost their jobs and their lives. I wonder if these people will feel unwilling to come to Miss Li to chat in the middle of the night after they go to the underworld." The crown princess misunderstood. "I really just helped." Li Jiaxuan refused to admit it. "Really?" Lu Qiqi seemed easy to talk to. She propped herself up and looked at Li Jiaxuan, who was kneeling on the ground. "You kneeled down to tell others how my crown princess relied on her status to embarrass a general's orphan. Or do you want to use this action to prove your position in the crown prince's heart? Your servant didn't mean that?" "Well, Miss Li insisted so much. Maybe she was bored and had nothing to do in Yudieju all day. She really just came to help me. In this case, I think the people in my East Palace really don't have good eyesight. Miss Li, please clean up the fallen leaves in my yard." Li Jiaxuan bowed her head. "Yes, I will follow the crown princess's orders." After that, she stood up, picked up the broom, and started sweeping the floor. Chunbai looked at Li Jiaxuan's pretentious look and felt disgusted. She wanted to do it, but she thought of the crown prince, who was still in the room, and didn't say anything. Nanny Huangming saw and heard the noise when the crown princess came back and had a general idea of what was going on. Therefore, when she saw Li Jiaxuan working in the yard, she only allowed others to watch and not help. Li Jiaxuan was busy for more than an hour. It was already autumn, and the fallen leaves on the trees showed no sign of stopping. No matter how long Li Jiaxuan was busy, she would never finish sweeping the fallen leaves. Lu Qiqi slept in the hammock and woke up to see the scene in front of her. She understood what someone meant, so she went with the flow. She didn't mind the reputation of being jealous, but Li Jiaxuan did. Others would sympathize with her for a day or two, and would feel that she was bullying others by taking advantage of her power. But if it took a long time, the nature would change. She stayed in the East Palace honestly, and the news from outside could not come in. When the wind passed, the rumors began to change. Lu Qiqi was not in a hurry for some things. She would boil the frog in warm water, and everything would take its time. If someone could pretend, just pretend thoroughly. She glanced at Yu Dai and asked her to keep an eye on it, and never let some people be lazy. When Lu Qiqi returned to the room, she saw the prince, who was reading a book, came to sit next to her, poured a cup of tea for herself, took a sip and said, "Take off that dress and throw it out." The prince obeyed, put down the book, took off his coat, stretched out his big hand, and threw it at the door. When everyone saw the coat thrown out, and then looked at Li Jiaxuan sweeping the floor, everyone understood in their hearts, and looked down on Li Jiaxuan even more. Li Jiaxuan's sweeping action did not change, and continued to work hard. In the room, Lu Qiqi asked the prince, "When did you two start?" "Start what?" "Cheating." The prince smiled and said something meaningful. "You underestimate me too much. If I like that woman, do I need to cheat? You are alone in the room. No one is serving you. Aren't you worried that if you hug each other, you will not be able to do it because someone else is there?" Lu Qiqi knew that men in this era really don't need to cheat. And even more, men are proud of it. If anyone has half of your qualities, they won't stay. What? Are you heartbroken? Chapter 263. Kill Qiu for me. The prince held the woman's hand and said, "If you want to watch, I'll accompany you." "What if I kill her?" Lu Qiqi took this opportunity to know where the prince's bottom line was. "Whatever you want." "Okay. That's what you said." Hearing that she was asked to deal with Li Jiaxuan, the prince did not hesitate at all, which made Lu Qiqi feel much better. She was still rational, and would not really kill anyone, but would only stop some people from having the wrong thoughts. "Well, okay. From now on, you can't look at that woman again." "Okay. Don't agree so easily. I'll tell you. Starting tomorrow, I'll let her sweep the floor in my yard every day, and she can't leave until the evening." "Okay. I'll listen to you," the prince said, and took the woman up and sat her on his lap. "Did you have fun playing outside today? With things all over the room? It's hard not to be happy." Lu Qiqi looked at the spoils of today. She got off the man's lap and opened the things she bought one by one for the prince to see. The prince was in the palace, and had seen all kinds of good things. None of the things he bought today were expensive. He was thinking that he should give some jewelry to the woman. Lu Qiqi picked up a tumbler and brought it to the prince. "This is for you." "And mine?" The prince thought the things were ugly no matter how he looked at them. They were given by women, so he accepted them happily. The two shared the spoils until the evening. Li Jiaxuan was busy until the evening, because of martial arts practice. She didn't feel tired. Yu Dai saw that it was getting late, and it was time to prepare dinner for the princess. So she politely sent Li Jiaxuan away. Li Jiaxuan said nothing and turned away. When the food was served, Lu Qiqi and the prince talked about the clay pot chicken they had today. When the prince heard that they were eating around the stove, he thought of that scene and felt something was wrong. Seeing the woman so happy, he thought about trying it another day. On this day, Lu Qiqi harvested a lot of spoils. But outside, there were all kinds of bad reviews about Lu Qiqi being narrow-minded and unable to tolerate Li Jiaxuan. The next day, the prince left early to attend the morning court. After the prince left, Li Jiaxuan came to clean up the leaves on the ground. After Lu Qiqi finished her meal, she sat on the hammock and looked at the busy Li Jiaxuan for a while, waiting for her to come to her. "Miss Li, everyone is under so much pressure now, and they all want to find a place to go wild. I didn't expect that Miss Li's way of going wild is a little different. She likes to work. This is a good thing. Thank you for the compliment, Princess." Li Jiaxuan was not angry, as if she was a wooden man, not aware of being humiliated. "I want to act wild today, too." Miss Li is not curious. "How do I act wild?" "Crown Princess, what do you think?" "I want to hit someone." hit him hard, and beat him into a pig's head. Crown Princess. Isn't that inappropriate? Li Jiaxuan said. Awesome. Miss Li is really extraordinary. How dare you teach me how to do things? Crown Princess. You misunderstood. Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, you will know after you hit me. After Lu Qiqi finished speaking, she stretched out her hand to slap Li Jiaxuan. She made a lot of noise, so she didn't really hit her face. When she was just a little bit away, she stopped. Li Jiaxuan, I underestimated you. You are thinking about the Crown Prince, admiring the Crown Prince, and deliberately damaging my reputation. If it weren't for my current status, I would have dragged you out and beaten you up. Chunbai and the others were applauded by the Crown Princess's domineering attitude. And seeing Li Jiaxuan's fearless look, they felt even more hateful. She didn't think so before, but today, she wanted to step on her. The Crown Princess misunderstood. Li Jiaxuan said this, took a step back, and started sweeping again. Lu Qiqi saw Li Jiaxuan like this, and her belligerent nature was aroused. When Li Jiaxuan swept and walked away, Lu Qiqi spoke. Li Jiaxuan, listen, I don't care what you think. If you succeed, I will withdraw on my own initiative. If you fail, I'm afraid the end will not be too good. Li Jiaxuan's hand holding the broom tightened slightly, as if she, who was good-tempered, finally got angry. After she was angry, she continued to sweep the floor quietly. Lu Qiqi felt that Li Jiaxuan was a tough guy. She was thinking that she had done it so obviously, and those who were thin-skinned would not be able to bear it, and would cry and commit suicide. Sure enough, a woman who can make the prince look at her differently is extraordinary. The news that Lu Qiqi humiliated Li Jiaxuan spread to every corner of the palace. Concubine Wu heard the news in Feiyu Palace, and drank 3 glasses of wine in a row. The maids Dai Xian and Wang Qian have been serving the fickle concubine Wu these days, and they are in a state of ups and downs. Ever since Prince Chen and Concubine Wu fell out, Concubine Wu has been drinking all day. Seeing Concubine Wu getting drunk in broad daylight, they were afraid and distressed. When did Concubine Wu, who was once so high and mighty, become so embarrassed? Soon, a figure arrived and broke the silence. The person who arrived was Qiuju, who was dressed as a palace maid. I pay my respects to the concubine. Qiuju knelt down and saluted. Concubine Wu straightened her drink. Qiuju, she came just in time. I can't find Chao recently, and I can't let Chao do things for me. Qiuju in front of me is the best candidate. Go and dump the tomb of Princess Chen for me, and let her body be exposed in the wilderness. Yes. Qiuju knew that Sun Rume was dead, and Prince Chen was in trouble. At the moment, she could only rely on Concubine Wu. She knew it was dangerous, but she had to do it. Concubine Wu took out a small bottle from her sleeve and handed it to Qiuju. You sprinkle this medicine on the body of Princess Chen. At that time, it will attract a lot of flies to watch. Such a scene should be very beautiful. Everyone knew that Prince Chen and Concubine Wu turned against each other because of Concubine Chen. It's not surprising that Concubine Wu attacked Concubine Chen. They were thinking that it was so obvious. Would the relationship between Prince Chen and Concubine Wu become more strained after knowing it? At this time, they would never think that the things they were worried about would never happen. Concubine Wu continued to drink. No matter how big the matter was, it was not as important as her drinking. The maids dared not persuade them. They could only wait on the side, serving wine and food, and never dared to say much. Until the evening, someone came and broke the silence. This person was Chao, the female shopkeeper of Saoji Tavern. Chao arrived and stood aside as stiffly as usual. Madam Concubine, you are looking for me. Concubine Wu was drunk. Seeing Chao, she saw hope again and signaled the 2 maids to leave. Seeing that they had left, Chao said, Madam Concubine, what do you need me to do? Kill Qiuju for me. Yes. Chao stood up to leave. Concubine Wu spoke. What are you busy with recently? Why can't I find you? I am saving someone. Concubine Wu glanced at Chao, but finally said nothing and waved her hand to signal her to leave. Chao did not speak, and left quietly as she came. Chapter 264 Hometown Food. Xineng Palace. The Queen came to see the Queen Mother. There were bursts of laughter from time to time. Seeing the Queen Mother happy, Nanny Luo was happy too. Since the relationship between the Queen and the Queen Mother became good, the Queen Mother could be seen smiling every day. Such days are great. And, do you still remember when we were little? You took me to catch butterflies together? The prince pretended to be angry and patted the back of the queen's hand. You are the most naughty. It's not easy to go out. So of course, I have to have fun. Seeing Aunt having fun, I want to have fun too, the queen said with a smile. The queen mother took the queen's hand and sighed. They were all legitimate daughters of the Wu clan, the future queens, and the symbols of glory. Behind the envy of others, they had too little time to play since childhood, and they had no playmates. They learned all kinds of ways to please men every day. Unfortunately, after years of hard work and dedication, the men they met did not treat them well. At this point today, seeing that the queen had come to her senses, the queen mother was relieved. Now no one can threaten the prince's position. And the queen has also seen the current situation clearly. What else can she worry about? Thinking, holding the queen's hand. Roland, Annie is old and can't walk anymore. I can no longer catch butterflies like when I was a child. If you are bored in the future, you can. Hearing the queen mother's tone as if she was explaining the last things, the queen interrupted anxiously. Auntie, let's not talk about us first. Have you heard the whispers of the palace maids? I have been listening for half my life, and I am used to it. The queen mother did not hide it. Everything she led was so effective. Li Jiaxuan was obedient, and Lu Qiqi was willing to give it up. She believed that the prince and Lu Qiqi could be happy. Did the crown princess go too far? The queen probed. It's okay. Everyone was young once. It's normal to do things inappropriately. But what you said reminded me that the crown princess is also a member of the harem in the East Palace. As the queen, you should set rules. Okay. I'll listen to my aunt. At this time, there was a noise outside. When Nani Luo heard it, she immediately went to the door to see. Soon, a palace maid came to her and explained the situation. Nani Luo returned to the queen mother and said, Her Majesty, the Princess of Yen wants to see you. No. Nani Luo knew this would happen, so she went outside to deal with the matter. The queen and the queen mother listened to the noise outside. And soon, Nani Luo came back again. The Princess of Yen left. Did she say anything? The queen mother asked. The Princess of Yen said she just wanted to see the queen mother. The queen mother smiled and looked at the queen. Do you believe this? The Princess of Yen is also capable. Now the king of Yen only listens to the Princess of Yen. The two concubines have been lying in bed for a long time and still can't get out of bed. She won't be arrogant for much longer. Does Aunt know anything? The queen asked. The queen mother said, Since the clan leader left, who can support the Wu clan now? 2 legitimate daughters have arrived in a row, and the results are not very good. The Wu clan is over. The queen was silent for a while. She knew these things, judging from the queen mother's tone. She seemed to have known them for a long time. The queen was a smart person. She didn't say much and continued to talk about the crown princess. They had a lot to say about the crown princess. The queen heard the queen mother's protection of the crown princess, and the crown princess's criticism of Li Jiaxuan. She said a few words as a joke. Seeing that the queen mother did not protect Li Jiaxuan, the queen understood. The queen accompanied the queen mother to have lunch before leaving. As soon as she walked out of the Sinang palace, she saw Du Yu, the concubine of the Prince of Yen, waiting outside. Seeing this person, the queen felt a little unhappy. It turned out that she was the rabbit that others were waiting for. You are Greet's auntie, Du Yu, the concubine of the Prince of Yen, saluted. The queen looked at Du Yu. It's this time. You shouldn't have eaten yet. Right? Du Yu shook her head. The queen glanced at her, said nothing, and walked in front. Seeing that the queen was so easy to talk to, Du Yu hurriedly followed behind and came to Fuyun Hall with the queen. Recently, the queen has been having lunch in the Sinang Palace. The imperial kitchen has not prepared it. The people in Fuyun Hall received orders from Nani Wang, and they knew to cook for the queen. After a busy period, the Loki Wu clan's dishes were delivered to the queen and Du Yu. Du Yu chatted with the queen for a while, and when the food came up, the queen asked Du Yu to eat. The queen accompanied her to eat some, and Du Yu's eyes were red as soon as she took a bite. After leaving the Wu clan, she had been planning for herself. An authentic hometown meal reminded her of her hometown and everything she had done there. The queen sighed. Do you still remember your childhood? Du Yulina wiped away the tears from her eyes and looked up at the queen. I don't remember much. In his letters to my brother, he mentioned you many times. Uncle? The queen nodded. My brother said you are a well-behaved director's child and often go to his study. After hearing this, Diu burst into tears and choked up, saying, "I miss my uncle." The queen sighed. "Do you know that every time I think of you, I will think of my brother?" Diu shook her head. "My niece only has you and the queen mother as relatives in the capital. When I miss home, I want to come and see you. When you miss home in the future, come here." "Really?" Diu asked. The queen nodded. Diu was so excited that she wanted to rush into the queen's arms. It happened that Nani Wang was serving tea to the queen and accidentally knocked over the teacup, and the queen's clothes were wet. Nani Wang was so scared that she knelt on the ground. "Queen, calm down." The surrounding maids and eunuchs knelt on the ground. Diu's originally excited heart also calmed down. "You really deserve to die." After the queen finished speaking, she glared at Nani Wang and stood up and walked towards the inner hall. Maid Shihong and Shiyu followed into the inner hall to help the queen change clothes. Nani Wang knelt on the ground all the time, not daring to look up, and her body trembled slightly. Diu looked at Nani Wang with all kinds of dislike. If it weren't for this dog slave, she would have succeeded. I don't know if there will be a chance when the queen comes out later. After waiting for a while, the queen didn't come, and it was the maid Shiyu who came out to pass on the message. "Princess Yin, the queen is tired. Please go back." Diu heard this and felt annoyed that she missed this good opportunity and had to leave. When she left, she glanced at Nani Wang, who was kneeling on the ground, and thought that she should teach someone a lesson. Diu turned around and went to concubine Qin Xian Palace. Walking into Xian Palace, she saw a completely different scene from the queen's Fuyan Palace. Everything seemed deserted, and the working maids and eunuchs were much inferior. When concubine Qin heard that concubine Yin was coming, she excitedly asked the new maid Fan Lu to go out to greet her, and she sat in the room with a shelf waiting. Fan Lu came to the yard and saluted Diu. "I pay my respects to concubine Yin." Diu saw that it was a strange face and asked, "New?" "Yes." "Is the concubine resting?" replied to concubine Yin. The concubine just got up. "What's your name?" Diu thought that the 3 old people around concubine Qin were all dead, and it was time to replace them with new people. "My name is Fan Lu." "Fan Lu. What a nice name," Diu said as she walked into the house. When she saw concubine Qin, she bowed and said, "I pay my respects to the concubine." Chapter 265, Asking for Money. Concubine Qin enthusiastically helped Diu to stand up. You forgot to call me mother." "Yes, mother." Diu was pulled by concubine Qin to sit down obediently. Are you and King Yin okay?" Diu understood that King Yin was someone reminding her of her identity, and she pretended not to hear it. "Mother, King Yin has been busy practicing martial arts recently and has basically never gone out. After a few days, when King Yan's martial arts are mastered, Mother will be able to see King Yin every day." Okay. Seeing other sons suffer one by one, concubine Qin felt that the things she had experienced were not a big deal. "Mother, you came here to ask for your help. We are all family. You can ask for anything or not. And if you have any problems, just tell me," concubine Qin said. Diu said, "Mother, it's not a big deal. The king of Yin has been practicing martial arts recently and needs too many things. Now the storehouse in the mansion is also managed by Sister Yu. Sister Yu has not been in good health these days. So the mansion." When concubine Qin heard this, she smiled faintly. "It is natural for the princess to manage the household. Yu Ling doesn't know the rules. You can just take it. Why do you need to tell me about this?" "Thank you for your understanding, Mother," Diu said, suddenly curious. "I don't know how Sister Yu has managed the household over the years. You can't leave me a mess." The meaning is obvious. Just to ask for money. How could concubine Qin not hear it? She quickly asked the palace maid Fan Lu to bring her private money and personally handed it to Diu. Diu saw that there was a full 100,000 taels of silver, thinking that the concubine was different. It was so embarrassing in the palace. But she spent so much money at once. No wonder everyone yearns for the palace. If it weren't for the manipulation of Prince Yin and concubine Qin, she would have lived a life of superiority and would not have offended the crown prince. Thinking of this, she had no good feelings towards concubine Qin. After getting the money, Diu quickly left on the pretext that Prince Yin was practicing martial arts. Before leaving, she treated the palace as her own backyard and deliberately passed by Yu Yeju, and heard about the crown princess bullying Li Jiaxuan. When Diu left the palace and went to Jiwei Book House, Guisu and Pan Yu were already waiting. When they saw Yu coming, they immediately stood up to greet him. Princess Yin. Princess Yin. Yu glanced at them, sat down in the main seat, and glanced at Pan Yu. Guisu introduced. Princess Yin. This is Pan Yu. Pan Yu clasped his fists and saluted. I have met Princess Yin. Yu looked up and down at Pan Yu. If this person is as capable as Guisu said, he can be regarded as a helper. Looking at the man's eyes again, she was quite satisfied. Are you the candidate for this year's exam? Yes. Pan Yu responded. Are you sure? Yu asked. Everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. Yu glanced at Guisu, who understood what he meant and stepped forward. Pan Yu. You go down. Yes. Pan Yu bowed to Guisu and left. Yu saw Pan Yu leave calmly and said to Guisu, he is a talent. Guisu explained. Pan Yu writes books every day after studying, and many ladies in Beijing like the books written by Pan Yu. Oh! Yu was a little surprised that he had this ability. According to Pan Yu, deliberately putting his books in a corner will attract more people to buy them. Yu smiled. He knows how to use his brain to do things. I wonder if he is good in terms of academics. Among the many candidates, Pan Yu, Ma Xingyuan from Yangzhou, and Yin Mingxiu from Jiangnan are the most likely to win. Ma Xingyuan? Yin Mingxiu? If both of them are brought in, the chances of winning will be even greater. Guisu knew what Yu meant. Ma Xingyuan is too mysterious. We still don't know his origins. Yin Mingxiu's identity is much simpler. He is a poor student. It is his good fortune to have achieved what he has today. Make some arrangements and see if you can get in touch with Yin Mingxiu before the imperial examination. Yu is more optimistic about the mysterious Ma Xingyuan. He will not tell Guisu this and plans to make some arrangements himself. Yes. Guisu responded. Yu put the banknotes he had taken from concubine Qin not long ago on the table. The king of Yen needs a lot of people recently. You can get more people. Guisu seemed a little embarrassed. Yu asked. Can't do it? No. No. We need too many people recently. At this rate, I'm afraid we won't be able to find anyone in a few days. Yu smiled. This year's imperial examination. The last thing the capital lacks is people. Guisu understood and knew what to do. Yu saw that the work was done, stood up and prepared to leave, and said before leaving, do whatever you want to do, and tell me if you need anything. Yes. Guisu was grateful in his heart. If he entered the Li mansion in the future, the entire Li mansion would be his. What would the grievances he suffered today mean? Eastern Palace? Lu Qiqi has been living comfortably these days, watching Li Jiaxuan clean up the leaves in the Eastern Palace all day. Every day he is busy like a spinning top. Not too tired. But don't think about being idle. At first, the palace maids and eunuchs were all spreading rumors about how the crown princess bullied Li Jiaxuan. Everyone sympathized with Li Jiaxuan, but also felt that the crown princess had no status and no background. Even if there was no suppression from the Wu clan's legitimate daughter, the crown princess was not qualified to sit in this position. In just a few days, the situation changed. Many people thought that Li Jiaxuan was pretentious. What was the meaning of sweeping leaves in the East Palace every day? It was obviously for others to see. It was obviously to meet the crown prince. It was obviously to let the crown prince know how the crown princess criticized Li Jiaxuan. Such a clumsy trick is also worthy of appearing in the palace. Still living in Yudieju. It's really a waste. Lu Qiqi learned about the rumors outside from the system, and then looked at Li Jiaxuan, who was sweeping leaves in front of her without complaint. These days, Lu Qiqi did not make things difficult. Nor did she say anything deliberately. Just watching Li Jiaxuan repeat the same action, her goal was achieved. And she was not very happy inside. It was just because Li Jiaxuan was too calm. At this step, she could still be so calm. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been unable to bear it and started making a fuss. But Li Jiaxuan continued every day. Fortunately, the prince would leave early every day and come back after Li Jiaxuan left. This situation lasted for half a month. More and more leaves fell every day. She had no place to vent the anger provoked by Li Jiaxuan, and she almost burned herself. Chunbai and others were speechless by Li Jiaxuan. She was calm and did the same thing every day without any emotional fluctuations. If she were an ordinary palace maid, it would be fine. Who is Li Jiaxuan? She was raised by the queen mother when she was a child, and now lives in Yudieju, which symbolizes the identity of the new queen. With this identity, can she last for so long? Looking at Li Jiaxuan, who was quietly sweeping leaves in the yard. Sweeping all day. Several people went from being relieved at the beginning to having no expression now. Lu Qiqi came to Li Jiaxuan sweeping leaves and deliberately stepped on her broom with her foot. Miss Li. Li Jiaxuan glanced at the crown princess, and then quickly lowered her head. The minister greets the crown princess. Chapter 266, being remembered by the queen. Is this interesting? Lu Qiqi asked. Li Jiaxuan. It's been so long. And you can still persist like this. I admit that I lost to you. As he said that, he reached out to take the broom from Li Jiaxuan's hand and handed it to Yu Dai, who handed the broom to Huang Ma, who was not far away. Li Jiaxuan stood there and looked at the crown princess. The crown princess is not angry anymore? Not angry anymore, Lu Qiqi said. Li Jiaxuan smiled when she heard this, and a faint smile bloomed at the corner of her mouth. This smile made Lu Qiqi misjudge, staring at Li Jiaxuan's smile. Her smile was like magic and would be infected. Lu Qiqi quickly came back to her senses. You are indeed a very special person, and we will not become friends. After that, she turned and left. She will not forget the thread brought by this person. The first impression is very important to a person. Now, Lu Qiqi admitted that she'd lost in this regard, and it also made her see clearly that in the palace, if you want to stay for a long time, you must learn to endure. Li Jiaxuan saw Lu Qiqi enter the house. She breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly turned around and left. Madame Huang and others saw Li Jiaxuan leave, and looked at her back one by one, and no one dared to say anything. Lu Qiqi came into the house, and asked Chunbai to bring dried fruits and tea. While she drank, she thought about Li Jiaxuan's smile. She also thought of the side of Li Jiaxuan she saw outside the Prince of Jin's mansion that day. She admired the prince's vision. The person who could make the prince trust was not an ordinary person, and she should not act irrationally. Lu Qiqi did not regret it. People outside were saying that Li Jiaxuan and the prince had an ambiguous relationship. As the only mistress of the East Palace, she should have some actions. If she did nothing, it would be too impossible. After what happened today, Lu Qiqi understood that she would still be petty when encountering such things in the future. She had already been labeled as a jealous woman, so she would continue to bear it. When the prince got tired of her, it would be time for her to leave. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi looked outside the door, looked at the falling leaves, and said, We'll have hot pot at noon. Go and prepare it. The four maids looked at each other. Chunbai stayed to serve the crown princess, and Yu Dai, Qingdai, and Zhou Yin went to work. Chunbai whispered, Crown princess, Li Jiaxuan is too difficult. Lu Qiqi sighed. I underestimated her. What do you need me to do? Don't be too deliberate. Someone said something about Li Jiaxuan. Just pay attention. Yes. Go to the imperial kitchen later and talk to Mijiao. Just listen to what she says. Don't say too much. Yes. Chunbai felt like she was being reused. Okay. Go now. Chunbai left after hearing the response. Everyone left. Lu Qiqi leaned casually on the couch. Summoning the system. Did I go too far? System. If I didn't do this, how would I know that Li Jiaxuan could endure so much? Lu Qiqi. I should have thought that Li Jiaxuan could become a concubine under Sunrume. So she must be quite capable. System. Li Jiaxuan is not as good as you think? Lu Qiqi. Oh. System. Someone is behind the scenes to help. Lu Qiqi understood everything at once. Is it the Queen Mother? System. Is it the Queen? Lu Qiqi. The Queen? Lu Qiqi didn't expect that the Queen was not idle either. System. The Queen said Nani Wang to Yudieju. It should be that time. Lu Qiqi. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? Lu Qiqi thought about the Queen's pastry slipping a note into her mouth. System. According to the rules, Li Jiaxuan doesn't have a suitable status in the palace, so it's not appropriate for her to live in Yudieju. The Queen Mother has made arrangements, and as the Queen, she should send things of corresponding specifications. Lu Qiqi understood. Everything in the palace is under the Queen's management. She sent someone to deliver things, which is in line with the rules, and no one said anything. Lu Qiqi. What does the Queen mean by this? System. The Queen has changed. She is with the Queen Mother all day long. She must have seen through everything. Lu Qiqi thought about what the system had said about the fate of the Queen of the Wu clan. The King of Chu was gone, and the Queen had no hope. Like the Queen Mother, she had let go of many things, which was also a good thing. Think about it. There is another old man in the palace who has nothing to do and is willing to watch the fun. This should not be a good thing. If anyone is targeted by these two, the result will not be good. Lu Qiqi. What will happen if Li Jiaxuan is targeted by them? System. It shouldn't be good. But you can see that Li Jiaxuan is not an ordinary person. Lu Qiqi agreed, and knew that the system was implicit in saying this. So she didn't say much to Li Jiaxuan. The last time I met Yanlinger, she said that Su Shangshu was dead. How did he die? System. He was killed by someone. Lu Qiqi. Enemy? Su Shangshu is not a popular person. Without Su Shangshu, the Su family will never be able to return to its former glory. Thinking of Yanlinger, Lu Qiqi felt a little touched. She wanted Yanlinger to stand up. And she knew how difficult it was for a woman to stand up. She hoped that Yanlinger could have the courage of Chao, the female shopkeeper of Chao's tavern, and could support a family. System. I guess so. Lu Qiqi didn't ask more. Do you think Yanlinger can stand up? The system was silent for a while, and said, it depends on her. Lu Qiqi understood. I want to help her. System. Not so good. Lu Qiqi was anxious to express her opinion. I won't do it too obviously. System. It's not impossible. Many people in the capital have taken action. You'd better be careful. Lu Qiqi. I know. System. How do you plan to help? Lu Qiqi. I plan to observe for a while to make sure that Yanlinger is really this material. I will help her stand firm in the Su mansion. System. What if she doesn't have the ability? Lu Qiqi. I will let her live a life without worries about food and clothing. System. Yanlinger is lucky to meet you. Lu Qiqi. I get along with her and want to help her. System. If you want to help her, what about Su Lei? Lu Qiqi was asked this question. She wanted to help Yanlinger and let her run the family smoothly. First, she had to let Su Lei do a lot for the family. But she couldn't let him do nothing. Just thinking about it, she saw the storybook bought from Jiwei bookstore next to her, because she knew that someone was deliberately approaching her for her identity. Lu Qiqi didn't like it very much. It was also because of the author of the scholar that Lu Qiqi suddenly had a bold idea in her mind. How is Su Lei's writing? System. It's okay. Lu Qiqi. Is there still hope for the imperial examination this year? System. It turns out that with Su Shangshu here, you can also move around. Without Su Shangshu, there is little chance. Lu Qiqi doesn't think that this is the best way to continue the glory of the Su family and help Yanlinger. She doesn't want to miss it. In ancient times, many people regarded the imperial examination as the only way out. Su Shangshu can sit in his current position and pay special attention to this aspect of his son. This is the influence of the family atmosphere, as the saying goes. With Su Shangshu around, Su Lei's writing skills won't be too bad. Even if he can't get into the top 3, he can get a job with a good grade and keep an eye on the glory of the Su family. Chapter 267 I am concubine Wu's man. Lu Qiqi asked in a low voice. Do you have a way to know the test questions for this year's imperial examination? The system's voice was sharp. You cheated? Lu Qiqi was embarrassed by what she said. It's not cheating. I just hope Su Lei cannot be too bad in this imperial examination and can get a job. System. Very difficult. Lu Qiqi thought that the system said very difficult because Su Lei's ability was too ordinary. How can it be difficult? Knowing the questions in advance and making adequate preparations will make things go more smoothly when the real imperial examination comes. System. Have you decided? Lu Qiqi. I just want to help Yanlinger. I hope her life will not be too difficult. This is what you said. Yanlinger and Su Lei will be happy. System. Let me think about it. Lu Qiqi waited for a long time, but did not hear any movement from the system. She knew that this matter was a bit embarrassing. For this reason, she did not continue to summon the system and picked up the storybook to read. Lu Qiqi didn't want to read the book written by the scholar. That is, Pan Yu. But then she thought that it would be a good thing to learn about Pan Yu from the book and know what he wants to do. After reading only a few pages, the book he wrote still adheres to the previous style. Later, Pan Yu mentioned the imperial examination in the book. Thinking about the imperial examination, what can Pan Yu write in it? She had been chasing the drama. But suddenly she had an idea. Thinking and watching. Time passed quickly. Yu Dai and others quickly prepared the hot pot. Chunbai came back from the imperial kitchen and said something about rice dumplings. Lu Qiqi felt better after hearing it. Facing the delicious food in front of her, Lu Qiqi was in a good mood. Because the prince was not back, Lu Qiqi felt bored eating alone. So she asked the 4 maids to sit down and eat together. Chunbai felt that it was against the rules, but seeing so many delicious foods, she couldn't help but sit down generously. Yudai and others sat down when the crown princess invited them for the second time. They were a little worried at the beginning, but later they let go and ate with big mouthfuls. Eating hot pot alone is too boring, and it tastes better when there are more people. The 5 people ate and drank, and Lu Qiqi felt that the atmosphere was too good, so she drank a little wine. The unpleasantness brought by Li Jiaxuan disappeared. Lu Qiqi was full and dizzy, and came to the inner hall, lay down, and closed her eyes directly. The 4 maids all drank wine. They drank less, and did not hinder their work. After cleaning the table, the 4 maids felt a little dizzy, and found a comfortable posture to rest. After following Lu Qiqi for a long time, they began to enjoy it one by one, and they were not as strict as before. But they didn't know what kind of danger their relaxation brought to the East Palace and Lu Qiqi. Outside the capital, Qiuju finally found the place where Princess Qin was buried. She sneaked into the imperial mausoleum secretly, intending to clean up the body of Princess Qin and find a good job with concubine Wu. After experiencing the palace, she felt that only a place like the palace was where she should stay. She thought Sun Rume would have a good future, but she didn't expect that Sun Rume would lose her life first. Now she could only find a new master for herself. Wait until she comes to the tomb with a great view. Looking around, who would have thought that King Qin cared so much about Princess Qin that he would not be buried in the imperial mausoleum after his death, but in such a remote place? Unable to figure it out, Qiuju made sure there was no danger around and started to work. Digging the grave was a bit strenuous for her, and more importantly, it was unlucky. In order to win credit in front of concubine Wu, she also risked her life. She heard that it was best to dig the grave and open the coffin at noon. It was already autumn now, and Qiuju worked for a while, sweating profusely. When she finally opened the grave, she saw a coffin that was bigger than before, and felt strange. Why is the coffin so big? Thinking about it, she saw that it was almost noon, and she didn't have time to think too much. She wanted to finish the work quickly and leave the unlucky place quickly. She muttered to the coffin, burned paper money, and waited until she struggled to open the coffin, ready to expose the body of Princess Qin to the sun. As soon as she opened the coffin, Qiuju was stunned, just because she saw that it was not only Princess Qin lying in the coffin, but also Prince Qin. No! Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Qiuju didn't believe it, and looked over carefully. It was really Prince Qin. Prince Qin? Why is Prince Qin here? No. When did Prince Qin die? Qiuju couldn't believe it. At a tense moment, she suddenly heard footsteps from afar. The scenery here is beautiful. It is far away from the capital. Not many people come here. She doesn't know who comes. She thinks that Prince Qin is dead and has nothing to do with her. She is only doing things to the corpse of Princess Qin. In a panic, she opened the small bottle given by concubine Wu. She wanted to pour it only on the corpse of Princess Qin. When she heard the footsteps approaching, she was so scared that her hands trembled. The whole bottle of medicine was spilled in the coffin. Some powder was also accidentally spilled on her feet. After doing all this, Qiuju heard the footsteps getting closer. Hurry up and find a place to hide. There are many places to hide around this mountain. She hurriedly found a place to hide. Quietly observed the situation here. As the footsteps approached, Qiuju was very nervous. Digging a grave. This is a feat. If ordinary people saw it, they would be scared and run away. She waited for the person who found it to find help before she cleaned up the matter. Just thinking about it, she suddenly felt a piercing pain in her feet. She looked down and found that her shoes had several small holes, and the bone-eroding pain continued. Qiuju tried to endure it, wanting to wait for people to leave before she dealt with it. At this moment, she saw an unexpected person. Chao, the female shopkeeper of Chao's tavern. She had seen this person once beside concubine Wu. Seeing Chao in this place, she was nervous. Could it be that concubine Wu was worried that she would not be able to do a good job? So she sent Chao here again? Or, Chao also knew that there was more than just the body of Princess Qin in the coffin. Just thinking about it, she only felt a faint sound. And when she reacted, There was a sword on her neck that could take her life. Chow, who was still far away just now, has come to her. You, what are you doing? Chow snorted coldly. She had nothing to say to a dying person. It was just killing. Now her heart was dead, and she had no feelings about anything. Killing was as easy as eating for her. You can't kill me. Xiaoju was scared. She felt the threat from the sword and saw Chow staring at her without saying anything. She spoke again. Oh! Chow knew some of the things Xiaoju had done. Sun Rume was dead. And this maid could still work beside concubine Wu. It was really not simple. However, a dying person, no matter how capable, could not change the ending. I am concubine Wu's person. Xiaoju was gambling, showing her identity. She bet that this person would not kill her. Xiaoju was wrong. Chow was sent by concubine Wu to kill her. Chapter 268. A sword pierces the body. Chow was unmoved and was about to kill Xiaoju. Seeing Xiaoju's eyes, she thought of those people she had killed before, and was a little moved for a moment. At this moment, Xiaoju felt the danger, and she spoke tactfully. I have a major discovery to tell concubine Wu. Chow felt that Xiaoju could not escape, and wanted to hear what this person had to say. Xiaoju stared at Chow, stretched out her hand to push away the sword in front of her, and saw that Chow was obedient. She felt relieved. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly felt a piercing pain in her foot, and she couldn't control herself and sat on the ground holding her foot and screaming. Chow looked down and was stunned at first, but soon understood what was going on. This kind of thing. I have used it. It was given to me by concubine Wu. Since concubine Wu gave her this thing, it was obviously to deal with people who should not exist. Xiaoju, who didn't know the depth, accidentally got the medicine on herself. It was also Xiaoju's bad luck. Now she didn't have to kill him, and this person couldn't survive. In this regard, she simply put away the sword and watched quietly from the side. She glanced around and saw that there was a mountain here. When she chased to this place, she was still wondering what Xiaoju was doing here. She glanced at the dug grave next to her. Grave? Soon, she heard a faint sound coming from the coffin. Chow looked at Xiaoju and wondered what the meaning was in concubine Wu asking Xiaoju to kill a dead person. Thinking about it, she simply kicked Xiaoju, who was in pain. What did you want to say just now? Xiaoju was in so much pain that she didn't want to speak. She also thought of the threat this person had just made to her. She was injured, and in order to stay alive, she could only say what she saw. I found that there was not only Princess Chin in that coffin. Chow soon understood what concubine Wu wanted Xiaoju to do. She knew that Princess Chin was dead, but concubine Wu was still not satisfied and wanted to do something with her body. It was also considered that King Chen had a plan to bring Princess Chin's body to this place. It was a pity that concubine Wu could not fail to do anything she wanted. I don't know how King Chen did things, but Xiaoju could find this place. But King Chen's people didn't find it. I also thought that King Chen should do something big somewhere, and thought that burying Princess Chen here would not be discovered. Ha ha. What a pity. Just thinking about it. Xiaoju's words brought Chow back to reality. I found that this is the tomb of King Chen and Princess Chen. Chow looked at her and quickly came to the coffin, wanting to know how concubine Wu humiliated Princess Chen. Even if she died, she would give her a man to humiliate Princess Chen. As Chow pushed open the coffin, the first thing she smelled was a pungent smell. She quickly covered her nose with her arm and looked into the coffin. Chow couldn't believe it when she saw that the person next to Princess Chen was actually Prince Chen. Prince Chen died? How is it possible? Not long ago, Prince Chen ate something he shouldn't have eaten, and his appearance changed slightly. Not many people knew about this, but as a confidant of concubine Wu, she knew the news. Looking at the face in front of her that was slightly different from the original Prince Chen, she felt very nervous. She felt that no matter how much concubine Wu hated Princess Chen, she would not give someone who looked like Prince Chen to Princess Chen. Thinking about it, she turned her head to look at Xiaoju. In order to survive, Xiaoju didn't dare to hide it, and said with great pain, not long ago, Prince Chen took a secret medicine of the witch clan, and his appearance became a little different. But am I sure he is Prince Chen? Chen Wang is really dead. When Chow heard this, she laughed. She laughed loudly. The whole mountain was constantly echoing this laughter. Xiaoju thought Chow was crazy. She had completed concubine Wu's mission, and she wanted to leave as soon as possible. She wanted to see a doctor, and she was thinking about getting up and leaving. Just after taking 2 steps, Chao's movements were faster, flying over, and a sword pierced Chiyoji's body from behind. Chiyoji looked down and saw the bloody sword head in slow motion. She wanted to turn her head to look at Chao and ask her why she wanted to kill herself. Such a simple action, such a simple sentence, was already a luxury for her. Chao drew back her sword, and the sword wiped the blood off Chiyoji's body. Chao avoided Chiyoji, who had already begun to corrode from the soles of her feet, and dragged her into the coffin. After doing this, Chao kindly piled up the soil next to her again. The death of Princess Chen was caused by concubine Wu. How did Prince Chen die, and why was his body here? She was not curious about these things. What she found funny was that concubine Wu had done so many things for Prince Chen. If she knew that Prince Chen was dead now, concubine Wu would not be able to live. As concubine Wu's person, she should have told concubine Wu about this immediately. But she didn't want to do so. She had learned from concubine Qin that her husband, concubine Wu's half-brother, died at the hands of concubine Wu. Knowing this, Chao didn't believe it. She had been investigating these days, and finally confirmed that what concubine Qin said was true. Thinking of how she had been doing things for concubine Wu all these years in order to thank concubine Wu for bringing her and her half-brother together, she didn't expect that all these years of repaying her kindness would become a huge joke. Now she also wants to see concubine Wu's joke. Yin Wang Mansion. Du brought her maid Wan Shu to Qingru Pavilion of concubine Yin Yuling. Wan Shu pushed open the door, and Du walked in. Yu was serving concubine Yin Yuling medicine. When she saw the person coming, she was frightened and her hand trembled, and the medicine bowl fell to the ground. The crisp voice made Du frown. Wan Shu stepped forward and slapped Yuner directly. Damn slave. Dare to make trouble in front of the princess. Want to die. Yuner knelt on the ground hurriedly. This slave deserves to die. This slave deserves to die. Deserve to die? Du stared at concubine Yin Yuling on the bed. It's true that you deserve to die. Yuling looked at Du who had arrived. Ever since she instigated Du to see King Yin, Du was fine. And King Yin became obedient. She knew that Du was not a simple person. Later, she was beaten by King Yin, and she had been lying on the bed. She had had enough of this kind of living dead life. She once wanted to win the heart of the king of Yin, but now she thinks it is so ridiculous. Looking at Du, knowing that she is going to die, she is not afraid, but more like a kind of relief. Princess of Yin. Do you think this title is good? Yuling said. What do you think? Du laughed sarcastically. Do you think you can rest easy with the support of concubine Qin? Du laughed. For an ignorant person, any extra word is nonsense. Yuling looked at Du, thinking that she was about to die, and didn't want anyone to be happy. She might as well tell the secret that has been buried in her heart for a long time. What do you want to say? Du laughed. Be careful of concubine Qin. Yuling didn't want anyone to be happy before she died. Concubine Qin plotted against her, and Du not only snatched the title of concubine of Yin, but also made her so embarrassed. Let them plot against each other, and no one can expect a good result. You are not talking about the day when concubine Chu hosted a banquet, and you were shot by an arrow as soon as you got off the carriage? Du said. Chapter 269 Planting Grapes in the Royal Courtyard? Yuling's face changed. She had to investigate this matter to confirm it. At that time, she knew that it was concubine Qin who did it. She could not do it to the biological mother of the king of Yin, nor could she extend her hands to the palace. She could only swallow this grievance. Now listening to Du's words, what else did she not understand? Looking at Du in front of her again, she knew in her heart that she had lost. There were too many unwillingness to die like this. Before she died, she wanted to make everyone unhappy. Are you still holding a grudge about the day you got married? Du looked at Yuling and said nothing. The king of Yin did not know that the person was you, so he attacked you. You should not still hold a grudge about this. Now you are the princess of Yin, and you should be wholeheartedly for the good of the king of Yin. Du's eyes changed slightly. That day was when she had just arrived in the capital. She originally came with the dream of becoming a queen, but she became the princess of Yin in a confused way and was beaten in public, making her a joke in the capital. Because of this incident, it is even more difficult for her to gain a foothold in the capital. Thinking about it, looking at Yuling in front of her, everyone who participated in the incident that day should die. Everyone thought you were Sun Rume that day, so there was such a misunderstanding. Really? Yuling nodded. All matters related to the marriage were arranged for Sun Rume. Who would have thought that someone would be replaced during the wedding ceremony? Yu looked at her and turned away. Wanshu did not follow. And after making sure that the person had gone far away, he pulled out a white silk from his sleeve. Yuner saw this. What else did she not understand? She wanted to run out for help and stop someone from doing crazy things. But she didn't want to. Just as she was about to run, a white silk flew over and wrapped around her neck. Wanshu swung the white silk in his hand and hung up the white silk in Yuner. Yuner struggled hard. But Wanshu stretched out his hand, and Yuner stopped struggling. She slowly experienced the pain and torture brought by death. After Wanshu dealt with Yuner, he walked towards the concubine Yuling of Yen on the bed. Yuling accepted it calmly. She saw her own end in Duyu's eyes. And now seeing Yuner's appearance, what else did she not understand? Wanshu came to the bed and saluted Yuling. Concubine Yen. I'm sorry. It's okay. I'm sorry to bother Miss Wan before I die. Wanshu looked at the woman who died calmly. She was the first one to accept her fate so quickly. Because Yuling had a good attitude, Wanshu's movements were gentler. When Wanshu and Yuling lay on the beam, Yuling used up all her last strength and said intermittently, "You are too confident. King Yen is not as incompetent as you see." Wanshu heard this without any extra expression, watching Yuling slowly die in front of him. After confirming that the person was dead, Wanshu left Qingru Pavilion as if nothing had happened. Before leaving, she did not forget to close the door. Wanshu returned to Chuanha Garden and saw Duyu eating. He stepped forward and saluted, saying, "Princess, they are all gone." Duyu heard it, but did not react. "Yuling told us to be careful of King Yen," Wanshu said. Duyu sneered. "What is there to worry about a puppet controlled by her to kill people? Send someone to keep an eye on him. And don't let anyone get close to Qingru Pavilion." "Yes," Wanshu responded. Duyu continued to eat, thinking about the Wu clan dishes she had eaten in Fuyun Hall behind the palace. She missed such a good opportunity that day. And she has not heard that Nani Wang died until now. She was thinking, did Nani Wang do it unintentionally that day? Or did she do it on purpose? She was angry with the queen. But because she still needed the queen, she could only pretend not to know for the time being. Thinking about it, she turned her anger to another concubine of Yen. "Wang Yen, you go and put drugs in Wang Yan's food. Let her get better soon." Duyu wanted Wang Yan to be the first to see Yuling's death. By then, it will be a different scene. East Palace. Lu Qiqi was reading the storybook written by Pan Yu. And the storybook really mentioned the imperial examination. The book clearly mentioned some things about the imperial examination. Lu Qiqi had never experienced the precautions for the imperial examination. But she saw it on TV, combined with the experience of the college entrance examination. And there were many similarities. When Pan Yu mentioned some reliable questions in the book, Lu Qiqi called Yu Dai and asked her to collect all the questions of the imperial examination in recent years. Yu Dai felt strange. She didn't ask, and quickly left to do things. Lu Qiqi looked at the questions mentioned in the book, and thought of her intention to help Su Lei, and had a bold idea about these questions. Did the exam questions leak? If so, according to Pan Yu's mind, selling these questions will make a lot of money. But this is not the key to the matter. If this is true, it means that Pan Yu also knows the questions of this year's exam through special channels? If so, how did Pan Yu know it? Guasu? Duyu? Or Su Lingqin, the daughter of Su Xiaocai and Li Shangshu's mansion? These people have one thing in common. They are Li Shangshu. When Lu Qiqi thought of this, she was worried and couldn't calm down. Walking back and forth in the room, Chunbai came with a fruit plate. And seeing the crown princess like this, she asked, "Crown princess, what's wrong with you?" Lu Qiqi did not hide it, and said, "I saw the storybook about the imperial examination, and it mentioned the leaking of the questions. Impossible. The imperial examination is a big deal. How could the questions be leaked? What if it was leaked? That would kill people," Chunbai said, and sent a bunch of grapes that had just been washed to the crown princess. "Crown princess, these are freshly picked. Please try them." Lu Qiqi took it, picked one and threw it into her mouth. After eating it, the taste was a bit sour, and it was different from the grapes she had eaten before. Chunbai said, "I heard that this was sent from the royal villa." The royal villa grows grapes? Chunbai realized that she had said the wrong thing, and met the crown princess's eyes, and did not dare to hide it. It seems to be the royal villa where Li Jiaxuan lived. There are so many royal villas. It can't be such a coincidence. Right? Lu Qiqi ate another one. And it was really sour. It should be. Chunbai was not sure. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Who do you think was in charge of the imperial examinations in previous years? Chunbai thought for a moment. It should be some literati. Lu Qiqi laughed. Nonsense. You let a general set the questions. Wouldn't it be a mess? It seems to be the case. Lu Qiqi pushed the grapes in front of Chunbai. Shut up. Chunbai took the grapes and ate them happily. Lu Qiqi watched her eat and seemed to enjoy it. She picked up the storybook and read it again. As she read, her mind wandered again. While thinking about the imperial examination, the system voice suddenly came. King Chen is dead. Lu Qiqi's hand holding the storybook tightened slightly. How did he die? Lu Qiqi was silent. King Chen did a lot for the throne. When the Prince of Yin was injured in the palace, in order to exonerate himself, the Prince of Qin pushed his personal guard Wu Chang to take the blame. The reason was very simple. It was Wu Chang who lied about the news, which made the Prince of Qin rush into the Xian palace with a sword and injure the Prince of Yin. Now he is dead. And he died so suddenly. It seems that it is something that will happen sooner or later. So there is nothing to be surprised about. Chapter 270, Scientific Expedition. System. What I can tell you is that there is no body left. Lu Qiqi. What happened? There is no body left. How much hatred must be there? System. Concubine Wu saw that Prince Chen cared too much about Concubine Chen. So she deliberately provoked Concubine Chen to commit suicide. Even so, she was still not satisfied. So she said Qiuju to pull out Concubine Chen's body and burn it in the sun. Unexpectedly, Qiuju was also a coward. Not to mention that she was unreliable. When she found that Prince Chen was also in the coffin, she was anxious and sprinkled the medicine given by Concubine Wu on it. As a result, there was no body left. Lu Qiqi. Concubine Wu knew. System. I don't know yet. Lu Qiqi. Concubine Wu should have a good expression after knowing it. System. Is there any need to think about it? Lu Qiqi. Qiuju started to work for Concubine Wu. System. She died too. Lu Qiqi. She died well. System. Qiuju did a lot of things. She entered Yuqing Pavilion, killed Nani Pan who was beside Concubine Shu, and destroyed the sachet and underwear that Sun Rume gave to Concubine Shu at that time. Lu Qiqi. Qiuju was so capable. How could she die? System. Concubine Wu did not intend to keep Qiuju. When she gave Qiuju the medicine for cremation, she deliberately did not tell her how to use it. So she did not intend to let her live. Lu Qiqi sighed. She deserved to die. Qiuju was not a person who was content with her lot. System. Qiuju was bound to die. But Concubine Wu was even more cruel and sent Chao to kill Qiuju. Lu Qiqi thought about it carefully and understood one thing. Did Chao also see that Prince Chen was dead? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi. Concubine Wu soon knew that Prince Chen was dead. System. No. Lu Qiqi was surprised. Why? System. Chao had already learned from Concubine Qin that her husband, Concubine Wu's half-brother, was killed by Concubine Wu. Now that she knows Concubine Wu's big secret, she will not easily tell it. Lu Qiqi sighed. People really can't do bad things. Destroying other people's bodies. Even destroying their own sons. Concubine Wu will regret it when she finds out. I also thought that Concubine Wu is also a ruthless person. She said Qiuju to destroy the body, and sent Chao to kill people. Qiuju has no way to survive. Why send Chao to kill people? System. Some time ago, Chao did not work for Concubine Wu to investigate the truth of her husband's death. She used this matter to remind Chao. Lu Qiqi laughed twice and said nothing. She knew that sooner or later, Concubine Wu would know about this. And then Concubine Wu would definitely collapse. She turned to ask, do you have a way to solve the questions of the imperial examination that day? System. Do you really want to do this? Lu Qiqi saw hope. Of course. System. Go to the prince. Lu Qiqi blinked. What do you mean? System. This year, the prince will set the questions. The smile that Lu Qiqi had just bloomed on her lips froze. She wanted to help Yinlinger, but she couldn't harm the prince. If the leak of the questions was discovered, it would be very disadvantageous to the prince. Lu Qiqi hesitated. System. In order to select useful talents, The prince decided to personally supervise this imperial examination. Lu Qiqi hesitated. Am I wrong? System. You can't have both. You are just kind. Lu Qiqi was silent. She needed to calm down. She needed to think carefully about what to do to help Yanlinger and not hold the prince back. After thinking for a while, she felt that if she went directly to the prince and asked Su Lei to take a position, it would be more direct and effective. The literati valued this very much. If Su Lei was a flexible person, he would not need to worry about it. But Su Lei was not very smart and had no opinion. People like him. Lu Qiqi sighed helplessly. Why is it so difficult to do things? Lu Qiqi was stumped by this. When Yudai came back, she saw that Chunbai was eating grapes heartlessly, and the crown princess looked worried. Yudai came up quickly, kicked Chunbai, and walked towards the crown princess. Crown princess, this is what you want. Lu Qiqi was forced to come back to her senses. Looking at the things Yudai sent, she almost forgot that there was an important matter that she needed to deal with. Thinking about it, Lu Qiqi took it and looked at it carefully for a few times. Suddenly, a question was the same as in the storybook. Lu Qiqi flipped through the pages quickly. She realized something while busy. What should the scholar Panyu know? Then she remembered that the system said that the question this year was set by the prince. If Panyu knew something, then wouldn't it be an opportunity? Thinking about it, Lu Qiqi felt better, seeing that Chunbai had eaten most of the grapes. She snatched them away. They still had a sour taste, and she suddenly liked them. Crown princess, don't you like it? Chunbai felt that she had done something wrong. I like it now. No. Sister Lu Qiqi started eating. Yudai saw the change in the crown princess's mood and asked softly, Crown princess, what are you doing? Lu Qiqi said nonsense in a serious tone. The imperial examination is coming soon, and I wonder if I can guess this year's questions. Chunbai heard it and was speechless. Yudai also felt that the crown princess was bragging. A few days later, they saw that Lu Qiqi really took this matter as a big deal. She would look at the exam questions of previous years every day and draw something on them from time to time. Lu Qiqi filtered all the questions in recent years and found that the questions mentioned in Panyu's book were all questions in recent years. Lu Qiqi carefully studied the questions mentioned by Panyu in the book that did not appear in the imperial examination. In addition to her understanding of the state of Chun in the past year, Lu Qiqi had a general idea in her heart. Later, she simply asked Yudai to send the newly bought storybook to Yanlinger. She found that the questions written by Panyu in the book were all combined with the present. If Su Lei could work hard in this regard, he would not worry about not having a good way out. Yudai did not ask why and sent the book away directly. In the evening, the prince came back early today. Seeing that he looked so happy, she smiled and went to greet him. Are you in a good mood? The prince took Lu Qiqi's hand and sat down. Several maids left tactfully. When they were alone in the room, the prince said, Are you looking at the questions for the imperial examination today? Yes. You don't want to take the imperial examination, do you? The prince asked. No. I just studied it to see if I can guess the questions. You can ask me about this? The prince said. Lu Qiqi didn't care. Ask you? I'll set the questions this year. Lu Qiqi said. That's so boring. I'll just guess the questions. The prince stared at Lu Qiqi for a while and said, Do you have any ideas? Lu Qiqi did not hide it. I read it for Yanlinger. Su Mansion? Yanlinger has been unlucky recently. She had a miscarriage. Su Shangshu died, and the whole Su family is in chaos. I want to make Yanlinger's life easier. You want her to be an official wife? The prince asked. Yes. Lu Qiqi admitted, and said, I found something interesting. The prince picked up the grapes that had not been eaten yet, picked one and put it to the woman's mouth. After the woman ate it, she said, Do you remember that you were investigating a case at that time? And I showed you the storybook written by the scholar. The prince nodded and ate a grape. I just bought a storybook of his. The storybook talked about the imperial examination, and there were many questions from previous years. So this is it. You knew it a long time ago? Lu Qiqi looked at the man's expression, and seemed to have known it a long time ago. Chapter 271, There is something wrong with the wine. I have been sending people to keep an eye on him. He has been in contact with the owner of Jiwei bookstore recently, and has also secretly met with Duyu. The prince said. Lu Qiqi thought of the scene she saw that day, and then looked at the confidence of the man in front of her. She used the words the system said. Can you help Yanlinger? No. The prince refused directly. Lu Qiqi did not insist. She thought she had touched the man's bottom line. When the maid brought the food, she started eating directly. She did not say anything about the rejection of her proposal not long ago. The prince was relieved to see that the woman was not angry. He killed Su Shangshu. How could he let Su Shangshu's son be an official? Isn't it raising a tiger to harm himself? If he hadn't been concerned about the relationship between his daughter and Yanlinger at that time, Su Lei might not be alive until now. As for Mrs. Su, he had other plans. And it was not the time to tell the woman now. The prince had another idea today. He planned to make his own questions. And there would be no question of leaking the questions. Because of the storybook, I thought of the case that was investigated. Pan Yu is really extraordinary. What if the person who asked the question is Li Shangshu? Thinking of this, the prince is looking forward to that scene. With a plan in mind, he felt that the grapes in front of him were sour. But they didn't feel sour anymore. Lu Qiqi looked at his actions, thinking that the grapes might be grown by Li Jiaxuan, and seeing him eating them with such relish. His heart was sour. Are grapes delicious? Yeah, the prince said, picking another one and putting it in his mouth. Don't you feel sour? Lu Qiqi asked. A little bit. But the sourness is just right. It tastes better. After hearing this, Lu Qiqi simply didn't want to talk anymore. Not long after, Chunbai and others brought food and 2 jars of wine. Lu Qiqi was about to drink. So she just ate and drank. Today's wine felt a little bitter. And she knew it was all because of the grapes. She controlled her thoughts very well, and didn't show it on her face. But the wine became more and more unpalatable. So she simply stopped drinking. The prince held the wine glass and asked, What's wrong? Looking like he was in a bad mood? Lu Qiqi glanced at the wine jar. The wine tastes a little strange today. Is it? The prince smelled the wine in the glass carefully. It's the same. Lu Qiqi pushed the wine jar in front of her to the man. I'm drinking this jar. The prince didn't notice it. And after the woman reminded him, he simply took the woman's wine glass and put it to the tip of his nose to smell it. This smell. The smell is different. The prince calmly put the wine glass aside. Forget it. Drinking alone is meaningless. Let's go enjoy the moon. The prince wanted to enjoy the night view. But the sky didn't cooperate. It was cloudy outside, and a heavy rain would come at any time. Lu Qiqi saw it and laughed unceremoniously. The prince's face was not very good. He pulled the woman back to the house. When he came to the house, he saw Chunbai, Yudai, and Zhou Yin cleaning the table. Qi Nai and the wine jar were nowhere to be seen. He went to the inner hall with the woman as if nothing had happened. Lu Qiqi picked up the storybook and read it casually. The prince walked over. Is this what that person wrote? Yes. Lu Qiqi handed the storybook in her hand to the prince. The prince took it and read it carefully. After reading for a while, he saw the topic about the imperial examination. He had not participated in the imperial examinations in the past, because he wanted to set his own questions this year, and he had done some research on this aspect. After reading it, he found that the most popular imperial examination questions in the past were all on it, and there were some that he had recently paid attention to. You don't know until you read it, and you find that it is in the same direction as what you think. Thinking of this, the prince tightened his hand holding the storybook slightly. Damn it! There are eyes that shouldn't appear beside him. Who? Who? The people who can get close to him are carefully selected. Which Link has a problem? Thinking of the problem with the wine the woman drank just now, he had an uncontrollable anger in his heart. For the woman, he tried to control himself and stay with the woman. Not long after, Qinghai brought tea. The prince looked over. Qinghai nodded. Lu Qiqi didn't notice this action. Picked up the teacup and took a sip. Does it taste a bit strange? Qinghai said. This is flower tea. Lu Qiqi took a closer look, and the taste was a bit strange. She didn't like it very much, because the prince was around. She was worried that Qinghai would be punished by the prince if she didn't drink it. So she drank it slowly. Qinghai breathed a sigh of relief and quickly left with the teacup. After a while, Lu Qiqi felt a little tired and dozed off frequently. Are you sleepy? The prince asked. Lu Qiqi nodded. Got up and walked to the bed. Took off her coat. Got on the bed. And fell asleep quickly. The prince was sure that the woman was asleep, and came to check. He was sure that the woman would not wake up in a short time. and carefully covered the woman with a quilt. When the prince came to the courtyard, Zhao Kai and Sun Shuo were already waiting. Before leaving, the prince glanced at Yu Dai and others. Yu Dai, Zhou Yin, and Chun Bai had already learned the general situation from Qin Dai, and they knelt on the ground one by one to see the prince off. The prince came to the study, where a group of people were kneeling. The prince looked at the people on the ground and said, "Go!" The people kneeling on the ground left as quickly as possible after hearing this. When all the black-clothed people left, Zhao Kai and Sun Shuo came to the prince. The prince stared at the two of them. He trusted them. Who was the eye by his side? The matter had been explained, and he could only wait. The faces of everyone around him flashed through his mind, but he didn't find any clues. He then turned his attention to the dignitaries in the capital. After thinking for a while, he had no clue. Not long after, there was a movement outside the imperial study. Zhao Kai went to open the door, saw Qin Dai standing at the door, and let her go directly. Qin Dai arrived, knelt down and said, "Prince, it's Madame Wu, the head maid." Madame Wu? The prince thought of the maid who was taken away by Madame Wu and died on the way. If it were anything else, the prince would know that he would not be too angry. No one in the palace is clean. He would not be angry unless he was provoked. Today is different. Anyone who dares to reach out to Lu Qiqi deserves death. When the prince came to the outside of the imperial study, he saw several people, led by Wu Ma, kneeling on the ground. The prince just took a look and turned away. With his action, Wu Ma and others who were kneeling on the ground fell to the ground one by one. The bloody smell had not yet dissipated, but it had been cleaned up. Zhao Kai had been waiting at the door. Seeing that everything was back to normal, he turned and walked into the imperial study. At this time, Sun Shuo had already received the order and left. Zhao Kai stood by, waiting for the prince's order. This wait lasted all night. The next day, the prince attended the morning court. Many people did not come to the morning court today. The prince had a gloomy face, and everyone present was guilty and afraid. Who hasn't done one or two bad things in these years of being an official? Suddenly so many people did not show up, and everyone thought of Su Shangshu, who had been missing for several days, and died after being found. They have been colleagues for many years, and know each other a little. Looking at these people who did not attend the morning court, I am afraid they are all in danger. The prince did not waste words. After the morning court, they waited for them to go home one by one. On the way back, they saw several familiar colleagues being taken away by the Dali Temple. They just looked at each other. No one spoke, and left quickly. On this day, many people died in the capital. However, the business of various restaurants in the capital has become very good again. Seeing this amazing scene, everyone didn't understand. So many people died strangely. Everyone should be quiet. Why are so many people happy like a festival? Chapter 272. There are many people holding weddings in the capital recently. Eastern Palace. Lu Qiqi woke up and saw 4 tired maids. Feeling strange, she said nothing. After breakfast, she went for a walk in the yard. Seeing the yellow leaves falling, Lu Qiqi reached out to catch a piece and looked at Chun Bai next to her. Chun Bai understood what was going on and stepped forward. Crown Princess, I have already inquired. The grapes I ate yesterday were really planted by Li Jiaxuan in the royal courtyard. Lu Qiqi heard. Don't show this kind of thing in front of me in the future. Yes, I ate the wrong thing. Yu Dai, Zhou Yin, and Qin Dai all bowed their heads with guilt. The crown princess was tricked under their noses, and they hadn't noticed it yet. If the crown princess hadn't noticed something wrong, the current situation would be very unfavorable to the crown princess. Lu Qiqi tore the leaves in her hand into pieces according to the texture. Why do I feel like you are hiding something from me? Qi Dai knelt on the ground when she heard this. I deserve to die. Oh! Lu Qiqi looked at Qin Dai. Qin Dai knew she couldn't hide it, so she told him what happened last night. Lu Qiqi sneered for a while. Madame Wu. Thinking of this person, Lu Qiqi felt that she deserved to die. She had long noticed that this person was problematic. And then she thought of that incident. The incident of dressing up as a ghost to scare people. And then Madame Man, who was beside concubine Wu, was taken away by Madame Wu, the head maid of the palace. And that incident was done beautifully. I think it was also because of the queen. Thinking of Madame Wu, Madame Man, and concubine Wu. Concubine Wu is also a pitiful person. She calculated so many people, and finally turned against her son. Now she didn't even know that her son was dead. And she thought of Chao. These complicated relationships made Lu Qiqi feel that the capital was not too big. And many things were circling around among these people, forming such an intricate network. Yes, Qingdai responded. Who ordered it? Lu Qiqi asked. I don't know yet. You don't know? But you killed him? Lu Qiqi was not calm. She noticed that the attack on her was made, and the result of the prince's handling was too unexpected for Lu Qiqi. If you don't know the mastermind, you will kill him. Isn't it a clue? Lu Qiqi didn't control the wild power in her heart and rushed into the imperial study with anger. Prime Minister Chu was talking to the prince in the imperial study. When they saw Lu Qiqi suddenly rushing in, they were both stunned. Lu Qiqi didn't expect Prime Minister Chu to be there. Seeing this man, in addition to giving her the feeling of being an immortal, she did not forget that he had good medicine. Thinking that someone almost succeeded in attacking her yesterday, she urgently wanted such a good thing today. Prime Minister Chu is here too. Prime Minister Chu clasped his fist towards Lu Qiqi. Crown Princess. Lu Qiqi came up to Prime Minister Chu. Prime Minister Chu must be very busy recently. I haven't seen you for a long time. This made the prince look unhappy. While he was still there, the woman chatted with other men. And it was Prime Minister Chu who he cared about the most. He also thought of the suspicion that Prime Minister Chu and Lu Qiqi were both from the Xianmen. So it was normal that they had an unusual relationship. The woman rushed over at this time. She must have known what happened last night. And he could only watch with a guilty conscience. Not bad. Prime Minister Chu was confused by Lu Qiqi. I haven't thanked Prime Minister Chu for helping me that day. And I met him today. How about having a meal together? There is always a process to ask for something. Isn't this a bit bad? Prime Minister Chu glanced at the prince on the dragon throne with a meaningful look. No problem. I'll host you today. How about going to Jinjiang Tower? Lu Qiqi invited. Okay. After Prime Minister Chu agreed, he clasped his fist towards the prince and left quickly. After Prime Minister Chu left, the atmosphere in the imperial study changed. Lu Qiqi stood there, glaring at the prince on the throne. The prince knew that he had to explain. Otherwise the consequences of a woman's anger would be very serious. Just like before. The prince stood up and pretended to be calm and came to Lu Qiqi. Do you know what happened last night? Why? Lu Qiqi asked. There will be no results even if you check. Lu Qiqi smiled, obviously not believing this explanation. The prince sighed. Remember, I have been looking for a maid next to my mother. Lu Qiqi thought. How could this person be involved? If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't find anyone behind Wu Mama, I wouldn't have killed her so quickly. Lu Qiqi stared at the prince, wanting to know the truth of this statement. The system said that the prince was looking for a maid, and he didn't find her several times because the emperor was behind him. If what the prince said today is true, is Wu Mama the emperor's person? If it is really the emperor, why did she put drugs in the wine? Thinking of this, she secretly said in her heart, oh no. Just now, she was too angry and forgot what was added to the wine she drank. Why can't you find out? Lu Qiqi chose a topic that was beneficial to her. I always feel that there is an invisible big hand around me. The prince admitted helplessly, looking at the whole world. Who dares to reach out in front of the prince, who can cover the sky with one hand? The prince put his hand on the woman's shoulder. As they turned around, the door of the imperial study opened. She hugged the woman to the door, and the two looked into the distance together. It is only now that I know that no matter how high you stand, there are always places you cannot see. Lu Qiqi. Sometimes invisible opponents are more powerful. People may be powerful people around them, or they may seem insignificant, but they are the ones who control the whole situation. Lu Qiqi did not speak. She suspected the emperor, who was the father trusted by the prince. There were some things that she could not say without actual evidence. However, thinking of the relationship between concubine Wu and Princess Chen, it was very likely that the emperor would take action against her. I hope that we can face it side by side every day in the future, the prince said. Lu Qiqi's heart skipped a beat. Did the prince have a rough idea in his mind? But he just couldn't accept it now. At this moment, she really wanted to tell the story of Prince Chen and Princess Chen, because all the information was known from the system, and she could not explain the source of her information if she said it suddenly. At this moment, Lu Qiqi suddenly had a bold guess in her heart that Prince Chen was killed by the prince. It was really uncomfortable to have a secret in her heart, and she had to continue to hide it. After the seriousness of the prince, he quickly pulled Lu Qiqi out of the palace. When they arrived outside the palace, they did not rush to Jinjiang Tower, but took Lu Qiqi all the way to the chrysanthemum garden outside the capital. When they arrived again, there were already crowds of people here. The prince and Lu Qiqi walked among them, without anyone following them, just like men and women walking together now. Lu Qiqi began to be infected by the excitement in front of her, and the heaviness in her heart disappeared a lot. After Lu Qiqi walked for a while, she found that there were pairs of men and women here, and looked at the prince. What are they doing? There are many people getting married in Beijing recently, the prince said with a smile. Lu Qiqi understood. Seeing the couple in love, they were not as unrestrained as modern people. Just a glance could show the sweetness between them. In the crowd, Lu Qiqi saw Yanlinger and Su Lei not far away. Seeing the two of them, Lu Qiqi was very relieved. After so many things happened, they did not suppress them, but made their relationship more harmonious. Lu Qiqi was very relieved. She wanted to ask excitedly, but was pulled away by the prince. Yanlinger in the distance saw Lu Qiqi leaving. What's wrong? Su Lei asked. Yanlinger thought that Su Lei's mood was finally better, so she didn't say anything about it. I think there are fewer people watching the chrysanthemums today than before. Chapter 273. Not half as good as the prince. The prince pulled Lu Qiqi away, and there was an idea in his mind that the prince should have seen Yanlinger. He did it thoroughly, and in order to prevent himself from getting close to Yanlinger, he also had a very childish behavior. Thinking of the request he made, the prince should be worried that he would say something in front of Yanlinger. Thinking of this, he didn't care, passively followed the prince away, and the two went to the Jinwang mansion. Lu Qiqi thought that she would never come to this place again in the future. When she came again, the danger of that day flashed in her mind. When she passively walked into the Jinwang mansion, she saw a different Jinwang mansion from the past. There were chrysanthemums everywhere in the Jinwang mansion. Seeing so many chrysanthemums, Lu Qiqi was a little surprised, let go of the man's hand, and walked quickly among them. At this moment, Lu Qiqi felt that everything here belonged to her, and ran in happily. Along the way, she saw chrysanthemums of various colors. What was even more amazing was that the Jinwang mansion was so big, and it was all chrysanthemums. The prince followed the woman, and seeing how happy she was, he was also happy. The two of them came all the way to Qingyu Pavilion, and saw that Qingyu Pavilion was full of red chrysanthemums. As the wind blew, the fragrance of the flowers became stronger. She lowered her head and leaned against the chrysanthemums, smelling them carefully. Like it? The prince said, and stood next to the woman. Yes. This will be your flower room in the future. What kind of flowers do you like? You tell me, and I'll let someone grow them, the prince said. Lu Qiqi believed what the prince said, but Lu Qiqi didn't want him to go to great lengths for this matter. These flowers are beautiful, and they need someone to take care of them. Besides, we live in the East Palace now, and it's not very convenient to go back and forth. Otherwise, you build a flower room in the East Palace. Flower house? Lu Qiqi said. Our current planting is seasonal. With a flower house, we can see flowers in full bloom at any time. Okay. The prince thought it was unlikely. Seeing the woman's determination, he didn't think much about it. He kept this matter in his heart and thought about how big a flower house he would build for the woman. Lu Qiqi was happy and said some requirements for the flower house. The two stayed in the Jin Palace for a while. When it was almost lunchtime, the prince and Lu Qiqi left the Jin Palace and went directly to Jinjiang Tower. When they arrived, Prime Minister Chu hadn't arrived yet. The prince thought that Prime Minister Chu was very arrogant. It was rare for someone to dare to make the prince wait. Lu Qiqi didn't care much. This time, Lu Qiqi ordered the dishes herself, explained to the shopkeeper, and when the people left, she felt that what she said was not comprehensive enough. So she chased after them. In a moment, the shopkeeper had already walked away. If she shouted loudly, the shopkeeper would hear her. She felt something was wrong and was about to walk a few steps faster when she saw Pan Yu, who had just walked up the stairs. Pan Yu? Scholar-author. Lu Qiqi was not happy to see this man, and wanted to walk over to him, as if he were a stranger. Pan Yu stopped and saluted when they were about to meet. Pan has met the young lady. Lu Qiqi nodded slightly as a greeting, and walked over. She had just taken 2 steps when she met Du Yu, who was walking up the stairs again. What else did Lu Qiqi not understand? She had come to Jinjiang Tower several times, and met Du twice. It was fate. Crown Princess. Du said. Princess of Yin. Lu Qiqi said. Crown Princess. What is this? Du asked. Eat. Pan Yu laughed when he heard such direct words. When he saw Lu Qiqi looking at him, he clasped his fists, stepped back and left. This time, Lu Qiqi was sure that Pan Yu knew her identity. Because when Du called her the Crown Princess, she deliberately turned sideways and saw Pan Yu's reaction. Some things were solved so quickly, and there was less interest. Don't disturb the Crown Princess while she's eating, Du said, bowed to Lu Qiqi, and left quickly. Lu Qiqi took a look, turned around and continued to walk downstairs. It can only be said that there were too many people on the stairs. Just after walking up 2 steps, I saw Chu Xiang coming. The two looked at each other, and Lu Qiqi smiled lightly. Chu Xiang. Crown Princess. Chu Xiang said. The two simply greeted each other, and quickly headed for the private room. Du, who had just entered the private room, saw Chu Xiang and Lu Qiqi walking together through the crack in the door. A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Pan Yu poured tea for Du and whispered, Prime Minister Chu is a special person. He has privileges in front of the emperor. It's not surprising that he can walk with the Crown Princess. Du looked at him. Pan Yu continued to explain. I heard that Prime Minister Chu is a member of the Xianmen. Many people have tried to get close to Prime Minister Chu over the years, but no one has succeeded. You mean Lu Qiqi is special to Prime Minister Chu? I think so. You know a lot. Pan Yu noticed that Du Yu's mood was different and explained. The Queen Mother sent 10 concubines to the Prince of Jin's mansion, but only Lu Qiqi became the Crown Princess. The other concubines all died. At this time, Lu Qiqi and Prime Minister Chu came to the private room. The Crown Prince saw the two of them coming together, and a surge of jealousy surged in his heart. Just when it happened, Lu Qiqi came to sit next to the Crown Prince. This action just soothed the dissatisfaction in the heart of the prince. Prime Minister Chu sat down, took out a small bottle of scenery from his sleeve, and gave it to Lu Qiqi. I saw the Crown Princess like it last time. This is just made. Lu Qiqi's eyes were full of smiles. Prime Minister Chu said that he didn't say it, but Prime Minister Chu took the initiative to give it. Lu Qiqi was happy, ignored the prince beside him, and greeted Prime Minister Chu warmly. First, she poured tea, and then the dishes came up one by one. Lu Qiqi asked Prime Minister Chu if he liked it. Just after talking for a while, a maid arrived, bowed after entering the door, walked to Prime Minister Chu and said something. Prime Minister Chu nodded, and soon the maid left. Lu Qiqi looked at the person and felt familiar, remembering the scene in the past. The girl just now was Huaji. Right? Do you remember? Prime Minister Chu asked. Lu Qiqi said. She is very special. Thinking of the scene where Huaji drove her out of the Prime Minister's mansion, she laughed again. He has a bad temper. Sometimes he doesn't even take me. His master. Seriously? There are so many strange people around Prime Minister Chu, the prince said. Prince Chu looked at the prince. Not even half as good as you. Prince Chu is too modest, the emperor said. Don't be too polite to the prince, Prince Chu said. The prince's mouth twitched. Damn the emperor. He really said anything. And thinking of the emperor's instructions to him, he could only let Prime Minister Chu continue to be arrogant. Prince Chu listens to my father very much, the prince deliberately mocked. I have known the emperor for more than 30 years. So we are old acquaintances. More than 30 years? The prince asked. If you don't believe it, you can ask the emperor. After saying this, Prime Minister Chu elegantly picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Oh, if that's the case, did Prime Minister Chu know my father when he was very young? No, Prince Chu said. Has Prime Minister Chu's appearance remained unchanged for many years? The prince asked. Prime Minister Chu looked at the empty wine glass without saying anything. After a while, he said, Prince, you should have heard of Xianmen. You should also know that people in Xianmen are different from others. When their cultivation reaches a certain level, it is normal for their appearance to remain unchanged for decades. Chapter 274 The Prince's Perfect Plan. Lu Qiqi looked at the small bottle in front of her and ate happily. She saw the secret competition between the prince and Chu Xiang, but she didn't say anything. As for what Chu Xiang said, she didn't believe that people could keep their appearance unchanged for decades. How could this be possible? It's not a real immortal. Even if it's Xianmin, it's just a sect in the world. There's nothing special about it. Lu Qiqi ate for a while, and felt that there was no taste in her mouth. She poured herself a glass of wine. After drinking it, she felt that the meal was more satisfying. She was very satisfied with the meal. When she was full, the Queen Mother found that the two men were only busy drinking and didn't eat much. This seemed to be a drinking party for business in the past. They were only busy with keeping in touch and forgot to eat. Lu Qiqi was full, holding the wine glass and drinking slowly. Seeing that the two men looked wrong, she wondered what they had just said and why the atmosphere was bad. Logically, she could break the tense situation at this time. And she didn't want to stand out. Eat some food and drink some wine quietly. And look at the two handsome guys in front of you comfortably. I feel particularly good. After drinking one glass of wine after another, I feel dizzy soon. At this time, the Prince and Prime Minister Chu, who seemed to be talking happily, also noticed Lu Qiqi's condition. The prince took the woman's wine glass and put it on the table. You drank a lot. Don't drink anymore. Lu Qiqi went to get the wine glass, but it was taken away by the prince again. Lu Qiqi was angry and stepped on the prince's foot. The prince felt pain, and seeing the woman greedy for wine, he didn't want to let outsiders see the joke. Said, you can only drink one more glass. Of course you drink wine 1 cup at a time. And you drink 2 cups at a time? Lu Qiqi was a little drunk, and her usual caution was gone, and she was enjoying herself more. The prince saw the woman like this, so he had to compromise again and pour wine for her personally. Lu Qiqi drank the wine very quickly. The prince started with half a cup, and now only a little bit. Lu Qiqi didn't notice it, and she drank it every time she tilted her head back. Chu Xiang, who was standing next to them, watched their interaction and was sure that his face would change after watching it for too long. So he simply stood up and said goodbye before that. Prince, I have something to deal with, so I'll leave first. Lu Qiqi was the first to react, and waved at Chu Xiang. Prince, bye. After saying that, he waved. Chu Xiang thought the woman was drunk, so he didn't take it seriously and left quickly. The prince took the woman's restless little hand. Okay, you're drunk. Let's go back. No. Lu Qiqi got angry. Do you have anything else to do? Lu Qiqi approached the prince and said, I saw you and Pan Yu plotting something bad. Plotting what? The prince cooperated with the woman. Those two people must be up to no good together. What do you want to do? No. Lu Qiqi shook her head. What do you want to do? The prince looked at the woman with interest. She was not completely drunk, so how could she know what she was doing? Lu Qiqi pretended to be mysterious and approached the prince. Tell me, if you found out that I was drinking alone here, what would she do? The prince understood what the woman meant and followed her nonsense. I'll do it. After the prince finished speaking, he asked Sun Chao in the dark to protect the woman, and he would do it himself. At this time, Du and Pan Yu, who were also in the private room on the 2nd floor, had just finished plotting something big and were about to leave. They heard a commotion outside, which attracted their attention. Du was cautious and asked Pan Yu to go out and take a look. After Pan Yu saluted Du with his fists, he opened the door and saw a familiar figure. He was unsure of the other person's identity for a moment and walked towards the familiar back. Pan Yu, who had just walked in for a while, was knocked unconscious and dragged to the private room next door. Du waited for a long time, but did not see Pan Yu. She felt uneasy and came to the door cautiously. She did not see anyone. Du was alert in her heart. At this time, she heard Lu Qiqi's movement. She looked towards the private room not far away following the sound, knowing that Lu Qiqi would not come alone. She met her not long ago and did not see the change next to her. Could it be? Women are born to gossip. When their lives are not satisfactory, they always want someone to take the bottom. Du always felt that it was Lu Qiqi who took her position. Thinking of what Pan Yu said, so many concubines in the Jin Palace died, one more miserable than the other, and it must be Lu Qiqi's credit. Knowing the danger, she walked cautiously in the direction where the sound came from. Slowly approaching the private room, she could hear Lu Qiqi's movements more clearly. In order to find out, she wanted to see who Lu Qiqi was secretly meeting. Thinking about it, she came to the door, pretended to be careless, and pushed the door open a crack. One glance made Du almost shout with joy. It was because Lu Qiqi was drunk and snuggled with a man in black clothes and a mask. She also saw Lu Qiqi touch the man's face. Seeing this, Diu did not continue to watch and left quickly. When Diu came to the door, she heard that only 2 tables were served today. Hearing this, Diu quickly got on the carriage parked at the door. Before leaving, she also glanced at the all-black carriage next to her. But the prince's carriage was missing, confirming that Lu Qiqi had a man outside. Diu replanned the next step. Private room on the 2nd floor. Lu Qiqi drank too much and fell asleep in the man's arms. The man in black clothes and masks that Diu saw was the prince. The prince saw that she was asleep, and he planned to wait for the woman to wake up before sharing the joy of success. Holding the woman, he left Jinjiang Tower through the secret passage. He secretly entered the palace again. As for Jinjiang Tower, the prince had arranged for someone to pretend to be Lu Qiqi and a masked man in black. It was not until the evening that the 2 stand-ins left Jinjiang Tower. And all this was seen by the people arranged by Diu. Diu quickly learned the news from Princess Yin, and she was so excited that she actually forgot about Pan Yu. At this time, Pan Yu had already been arranged to return to the private room where he had dinner not long ago. After waking up, Pan Yu rubbed his sore neck and looked around. It was the private room where he had dinner. Seeing the sky outside, he felt unlikely. When Pan Yu left the private room in confusion, he met the shopkeeper of Jinjianglu, who asked him to pay the bill. When he paid the bill, Pan Yu found out that the food in Jinjianglu was very expensive and he had no money. Later, the shopkeeper sent the waiter to get the money. When Pan Yu and Diu first started working together, they were both sincere to each other. Pan Yu held a grudge against Diu because of the bill. No matter how perfect the plan is, it will be broken when it meets a master like the prince. People who take what they need don't trust each other much. A slight provocation will turn the crack into a chasm. Chapter 275 Broken Leg. Lu Qiqi woke up and heard from the prince what he had done. She couldn't help laughing. Yu Dai and others beside him bowed their heads. Many people were tricked by the prince, and none of them were intact. Lu Qiqi laughed enough, looked at the prince, and asked, "How did I come back? What do you think?" The prince was speechless. Lu Qiqi laughed awkwardly for a while. "Where is my medicine?" Chun Bai quickly sent the medicine bottle to the princess. "Princess, are you talking about this?" Lu Qiqi saw the familiar little bottle and held it in her palm like a treasure. "I also wanted it when I saw Prime Minister Chu and thought that his medicine was very good. I didn't expect that this person would give it to me before I even opened my mouth." "You just want this?" the prince asked. "Not really. I went to the imperial study to settle accounts with you." The prince secretly regretted why he had forgotten about this. Seeing that the woman was not going to let him go, he could only explain it again. Yu Dai and the others saw this and left without saying anything. After leaving, they closed the door. Lu Qiqi stared at the prince, wanting him to give her an explanation. "I don't allow anyone to put their hands in front of you. This is the prince's bottom line. Anyone who touches it will die." Lu Qiqi was stunned by the sudden coldness of the prince. He should really care about her. She leaned into the man's arms. "It's great to have you. I want to give you the best. But the danger you experienced was brought by me." The prince felt that he was so incompetent, and under his protection, a woman could still get into trouble. "I believe that with you here, I will definitely be safe." The prince found his lost confidence because of the woman's words and hugged the woman tightly. The two hugged each other for a long time, until Zhao Kai's voice came from outside the door. "Your Highness?" Zhao Kai felt guilty, and the matter was serious, so he could only come with a brave face. Lu Qiqi heard it, and withdrew from the prince's arms. "You go and get busy." The prince wanted to stay, but he knew that Zhao Kai's arrival was important. So he stood up, kissed the woman on the forehead, and left quickly. Lu Qiqi watched the prince leave. "And Su?" The system voice came. Li Shangshu was attacked. Lu Qiqi. "What's going on?" Li Shangshu is Guosu's illegitimate son. Something must have happened at this time. System. Li Shangshu went out to have a drink and was attacked from behind. Now, he was carried back to Li's house covered in blood. Lu Qiqi. Is his life in danger? System. He won't die. Lu Qiqi thought it was not a big deal. Why was the prince so anxious? Just thinking about it, she suddenly remembered what the prince said, and had a bold guess in her mind. Is the prince planning to let Li Shangshu take charge of this imperial examination? System. Is there such a plan? Lu Qiqi. Hasn't started yet? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi was silent for a while. Now she was sure that the prince was not clean. So she asked, besides the emperor's people, who else is around the prince? System. Nothing has been found yet. Lu Chichi. Tell me if there is any news. System. Okay. After Lu Chichi thought of what the system said, she thought of several times when the prince was in danger. The system would always give amulets in advance, and thought that her words were redundant, thinking that there were other people's eyes around the prince. She felt a little uneasy. Get up and go outside to get some fresh air. Seeing what Chunbai and the others were talking about, and seeing the crown princess come out, several people felt guilty. Lu Chichi came up to her, and the four maids saluted. What are you hiding from me? Lu Chichi asked. Something happened last night, and they did not report to themselves immediately, but worked secretly with the crown prince, which made Lu Chichi feel unhappy. Chunbai did not dare to speak. Yudai said, Crown princess, Li Jiaxuan fell down in Udieju this afternoon. I heard that her little leg was broken. Oh, such a good thing. Lu Chichi laughed. Yudai reminded in a low voice. Crown princess, please keep your voice down. You are just afraid that there are ears on the other side of the wall, and I am not afraid that others will know my thoughts. Lu Chichi did not care. She was happy to think of Li Jiaxuan to set off firecrackers to celebrate. Crown princess, what do you need me to do? Chunbai was bold and took the initiative to ask for credit. Lu Chichi stared at Chunbai for a while, lowered her voice and asked, Is Li Jiaxuan's injury related to you? Someone was guilty just now, and must have done something. Chunbai knelt on the ground after hearing this. I went to the imperial study at noon to get some peanut oil back. Maybe. Lu Chichi understood what was going on and looked at Yudai, who nodded. Chunbai was venting her anger, and this was also exposed. Bring me some dried fruits. Chunbai left after hearing this. Lu Chichi asked Yudai, Have you cleaned everything up? Yes. No one will find out. Yudai said. Lu Chichi thought for a while. You should be careful recently. Yes. Any other interesting things happened today? Lu Chichi asked. Yudai said. The Queen Mother heard that Li Jiaxuan was injured, so she asked Luo Ma to send some supplements. And the Queen also sent some supplements after hearing about it. What did you send? Are they beyond the specifications? They are all ordinary supplements, slightly lower than the specifications. Yudai said. What did Lu Chichi think the Queen and the Queen Mother were going to do? They are all experienced people in the palace, and they should have noticed something. With Yudai here, she will not be found out for the time being. Another strange thing happened in the palace. Concubine Shu asked to see the emperor, and was allowed. Concubine Shu also stayed with the emperor in the Imperial Dragon Hall for more than an hour, and had lunch with the emperor in the Imperial Dragon Hall. Concubine Shu has some skills to be favored. This is the biggest move of Concubine Shu after killing Sun Rume. After a long silence, Concubine Shu suddenly made a move. What did she want to do? Thinking that the person behind Enwu might be the emperor, Lu Chichi felt that there was something wrong. Soon, Chunbai brought dried fruits. Lu Chichi stood in the yard, eating paper shell walnuts while looking at the night sky. After eating for a while, it was getting late, and the prince had not returned. Lu Chichi clapped her hands, and asked them to prepare water for bathing. After bathing, she felt refreshed, and saw that the four maids looked tired. I will read the storybook for a while, and then go to bed. You all go down. Yes. Chunbai and others knew the rules of the prince's wife, and left one by one. Lu Chichi read the storybook for a while, and the prince had not returned yet. She summoned the system. Is the prince still busy? The system was not happy. What do you think of me? Lu Chichi. You are capable. System. Not busy. Lu Chichi. If you are not busy, why haven't you returned yet? System. I will come back when I am supposed to. Lu Chichi heard that the system was angry. If it were now, a phone call would solve everything. Now the system has the ability to do so, but is unwilling to help. Will Li Jiaxuan suspect me? System. She is already suspicious. Lu Chichi. What will she do? System. Don't worry. She won't dare to do anything to you. Lu Chichi. That's good. After saying that, she put down the storybook and lay down. Do you have anything else to say? System. Just now, the Queen Mother secretly met with the imperial physician. Lu Chichi thought that it was already this time, and she still secretly summoned the imperial physician. She also thought that the Queen Mother was old and had been ill not long ago. So she thought about asking, "Is it serious?" System. The Queen Mother is old, and will not live for many years. Lu Qiqi felt sad when she heard this, and decided to go see the Queen Mother tomorrow. Actually, apart from the incident when the Queen Mother poisoned the cakes, she had been pretty nice to her. And thinking about how the Queen Mother felt about the prince, she should visit him even more. Chapter 276. What is concubine shoe planning? The next day, after breakfast, Lu Qiqi went to see the Empress Dowager in the Sinang Palace. The Empress Dowager had just taken medicine, and her head was dizzy. She was about to lie down for a while. But when she heard the noise, she asked Luo Ma to go and see. Luo Ma felt strange. The queen would come every day, but not at this time. Thinking of this, she went out and saw the crown princess coming, and hurriedly saluted. "Your servant greets the crown princess." The Empress Dowager in the inner hall heard that it was Lu Qiqi who came, and hurriedly got up and walked out. Lu Qiqi smiled at Luo Ma and walked in. As soon as she entered the door, she saw that the Empress Dowager had aged a lot and looked haggard after not seeing her for a few days. Thinking that the Empress Dowager secretly summoned the imperial physician last night, she obviously didn't want others to know. So Lu Qiqi stepped forward and saluted. "Your servant greets your grandmother." Okay. Sit down quickly." Lu Qiqi got up and was pulled by the Empress Dowager to sit next to her. "Why is Qiqi here?" Lu Qiqi took out a talisman from her sleeve. "I asked for this yesterday, and I specially sent it to my grandmother today." This is what she asked the system to give her after she woke up. The system is very stingy, and asked her to owe one first. The Queen Mother took the talisman with a smile in her eyes. Qiqi is thoughtful. Lu Qiqi was happy to see that the Queen Mother liked it. The Queen Mother has a heavy weight in the prince's heart, and she must not let anything happen to her. Madame Luo stood by and took a closer look at the talisman. The talisman was different from what she had seen before. The Queen Mother carefully examined the talisman and carefully placed it on her chest. She looked at Madame Luo again. Madame Luo left quickly and came back with a fruit plate not long after. Seeing the exquisite fruit plate, it was different from the one that was brought to her. She ate 2 pieces with a fork, and it tasted great. The Queen Mother saw that Lu Qiqi liked it, so she ate more. After the two of them ate the fruit for a while, the Queen Mother spoke, almost choking Lu Qiqi to death. "Qiqi, you are also 3 months old, right?" 3 months? Lu Qiqi was puzzled. "What 3 months? I know the folk rules. You can't make it public in the first 3 months of pregnancy. It's been 3 months now. Qiqi doesn't need to be so careful," the Queen Mother said. Lu Qiqi looked at the Queen Mother in surprise. "Grandmother, you misunderstood. I know. Don't worry. I'm here. I will protect you and give birth to the baby in your belly healthy." The Queen Mother held Lu Qiqi's hand, her eyes full of loving smiles. Lu Qiqi was confused by this, and was about to explain. But Luo Mama spoke. "Queen Mother, you should take medicine." "Take medicine? What medicine?" The Queen Mother looked at Luo Mama. "Empress Dowager, you haven't taken the medicine this morning?" The Queen Dowager nodded. It seemed so. Madame Luo saw that the Queen Dowager remembered, and soon came back with a bowl of herbs after leaving. After the Queen Dowager drank the medicine, Madame Luo stood by and asked the palace maid to take the medicine bowl away. The Queen Dowager took Lu Qiqi's hand again. "I calculated that the child will be born next spring. When the child is born, let me name him. How about it?" "Grandmother, I'm not pregnant. I know that you young people are cautious. Don't forget that I am your grandmother and the old grandmother of this child. When the time comes, whether it is a boy or a girl, they will be my golden grandson. As long as I am here, no one can touch you and your son." Lu Qiqi saw that the explanation was useless, and looked at Madame Luo again, wondering where the Queen Dowager heard about her pregnancy. Luo Ma nodded her head with her hand, and Lu Qiqi understood what Luo Ma meant. Look at the Queen Mother again. Is she confused? People tend to get confused when they get older, and this can happen to the Queen Mother too. "I want the child to be born on the 15th day of the first lunar month, which is the day to eat glutinous rice balls. The child will be white and tender when he is born, just like glutinous rice balls, and as cute as glutinous rice balls. The child will be named Zhou Yuan. What do you think? Qiqi? No. When eating glutinous rice balls, we name him Zhou Yuan. If we eat mooncakes, shouldn't we name him Zhou Yu?" The Queen Mother was furious. As the Queen Mother? What's wrong with naming my great-grandson? Lu Qiqi saw the Queen Mother like this, and could only say euphemistically, "Grandma, glutinous rice balls are also Yuan Xiao. So we call him Zhou Xiao. What do you think?" The Queen Mother saw Lu Qiqi fall into the boxing gloves and agreed readily. "Okay. Zhou Xiao. This name is good. Zhou Xiao. Xiao. Why do you think it sounds like a boy's name? How does Qiqi know that the baby in her belly is a boy? What if it's a girl?" the Queen Mother said. Lu Qiqi was speechless and could only perfunctorily say, "I will obey the Queen Mother." The Queen Mother thought for a while. "It's not appropriate to call a girl this name. How about the girl be called Zhou Yuan?" "I will obey the Queen Mother." Lu Qiqi couldn't be fooled anymore. The Queen Mother really liked eating glutinous rice balls. Okay. I knew Qiqi was the most sensible," the Queen Mother said. Yawning, Madame Luo hurriedly supported the Queen Mother and explained to the Crown Princess. The Queen Mother always takes a nap after taking medicine. Lu Qiqi saw that the Queen Mother was really sleepy and nodded to Madame Luo. When Madame Luo helped the Queen Mother to the inner hall to rest, and came out again, Madame Luo explained, "Don't be angry, Princess Consort. The Queen Mother has been confused recently, and the situation is a little more serious today." When did the Queen Mother's condition start? Lu Qiqi thought. This is because of the secret summoning of the imperial physician last night. It is indeed not appropriate for the Queen Mother to get this disease and spread it out. It was very mild some time ago, but it has become more serious recently. Lu Qiqi asked. "What did the imperial physician say?" Madame Luo shook her head. Lu Qiqi originally visited the Queen Mother with good intentions, but she didn't expect this to happen. She returned to the East Palace in disappointment, and she was still thinking that there is no way to cure the Queen Mother's condition in modern times. Thinking that the Queen Mother has been a powerful figure in the palace for half her life, and now she is old, she has become like this, which makes people sigh, thinking that people are still talking about children even when they are like this. The common problem of children and the elderly. I think of a new problem. The King of Chu, the King of Qin, and the King of Yan got married early. Why don't they have children? If one person has no children, it is still normal. But it is too abnormal that the three princes have no children. Walking on the road, summoning the system. Why don't the King of Chu, the King of Qin, and the King of Yan have children? System. This is the secret of the state of Qin. The eldest son of each generation should be born by the emperor. Lu Qiqi. Isn't the prince the emperor yet? System. The throne has been decided, so he can have children. Lu Qiqi was speechless. The state of Qin has so many secrets. System. Only the emperors of each generation know about this, not the princes. Lu Qiqi. Does the prince know? System. He just found out not long ago. Lu Qiqi thought. The emperor is busy enough. Busy with national affairs. And even his grandson is under control. The emperor is too busy. System. The emperor is even busier now. Lu Qiqi. What are you busy with? System. The concubine is in the Imperial Dragon Hall, busy having a meal. Lu Qiqi. It's too hasty to have lunch at this time. System. The concubine is even more anxious. Lu Qiqi heard that there was something fishy going on and asked, "What is concubine she planning?" System. She is planning to have a child. Lu Qiqi laughed. Is concubine Shu crazy? She wants a child at this time. What is she thinking? System. Who knows? Lu Qiqi chatted with the system and returned to the East Palace. As soon as she came back, Nani Huang came forward and said, "Crown Princess, Miss Li is here to bring you some cakes." Chapter 277 Building a Greenhouse. Lu Qiqi knew that the visitor was not friendly. She walked quickly into the house, and when she entered the door, she saw Li Jiaxuan, who came with a cane. "Miss Li?" Li Jiaxuan bowed to Lu Qiqi with the help of the maid Qingyi. "I pay my respects to the Crown Princess." "It's like this. Don't bow." Lu Qiqi deliberately waited for Li Jiaxuan to finish bowing before speaking. This move was obvious, but Li Jiaxuan seemed not to hear it. "I made cakes today and sent some to the Crown Princess to try." Lu Qiqi saw the cakes on the table, picked up a piece, took a bite. "It tastes great, but Miss Li should be well taken care of." This person was obviously deliberately trying to annoy her. But unfortunately, after meeting Li Jiaxuan, she also learned to be hypocritical. "Thank you for your concern, Crown Princess. This is a habit that I have developed over the years. The more this happens, the more I dare not relax." Li Jiaxuan said, bowing her head slightly. It's a good thing that Miss Li is strict. If these cakes are sent to the Queen Mother, she should be very happy. He ran to her to send cakes. People who didn't know would think that she couldn't tolerate this person. That's what she thought in her heart. Thank you, Princess, for reminding me. I will send it back when I go back, Li Jiaxuan said. Lu Qiqi was very annoyed by someone's behavior of taking advantage of the situation. She glanced at Chunbai. And after Chunbai left, she looked at Yudai. Yudai, when you send Miss Li back, you must not hurt her, so that people who don't know will think that this princess can't tolerate Miss Li and deliberately humiliate and abuse Miss Li. The words were so direct. And Yudai directly made a gesture of sending someone back. Li Jiaxuan couldn't pretend to be stupid, so she could only leave with the help of Yudai and Qingyi. When they reached the door, a sedan stopped beside them. Soon, Li Jiaxuan was sent back to Yudieju by the sedan. Lu Qiqi didn't know whether Li Jiaxuan would send cakes to the Queen Mother. What she knew was that she easily used a sedan to dispel all the negative influences that Li Jiaxuan brought to her. Not only that, she also earned a good reputation for herself. Although few people believe this, it was okay to do some superficial work. Lu Qiqi knew in her heart that Li Jiaxuan must have known that her injury was related to the East Palace, and deliberately made such a scene. What a pity! She had long been a white-boned spirit in the business world, and she could do these things easily. Soon, Yudai came back with an unconcealed smile on her face. Lu Qiqi saw that something good had happened. Yudai said, when I was sending Li Jiaxuan back, I met Concubine Shu. Concubine Shu scolded Li Jiaxuan and said that General Li's orphan was treated like this in the palace. If she had known there would be such a good thing, she would have asked her brother to join the army. Puff. Lu Qiqi couldn't help laughing. The maids beside her laughed. Concubine Shu told the truth, Lu Qiqi said. Seeing the maids, she reminded them intentionally. We can't say this. Although Li Jiaxuan is annoying, her father is a general. The general protects us from being bullied. Madame Li is also a kind person and deserves respect. Yes, I know. Chun Bai and others saluted. Okay. I feel relieved to hear such a good thing. Let's go and see the country I have built for you. The four maids felt that the crown princess was wrong. When they followed the crown princess to the vegetable garden of the East Palace, they realized that the country was not what they thought. Lu Qiqi hadn't come to the vegetable garden for a long time, and saw that the vegetables were growing very well. She first inspected the area and began to pull and pick vegetables, thinking that the vegetables for lunch today were all grown by herself. She was in a particularly good mood. Several people washed vegetables together by the well, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was always good. Lu Qiqi later tried to draw water from the well. She had never done this before, and it was a bit strenuous for her. Seeing Chunbai and others gently pull the rope, the bucket in the well was full of water, and it began to become disobedient in Lu Qiqi's hands. Chunbai saw that the crown princess was serious about the bucket, and thought that the crown princess had a noble status, and there was no need to do this. Seeing that the crown princess insisted, she stepped forward and wanted to tell her the key to drawing water. Lu Qiqi stopped her with one hand. Don't talk. Chunbai stood anxiously by the side. Yudai, Qingdai, and Zhou Yan were busy washing vegetables. When there was no water, they also waited quietly by the side. In sharp contrast to the anxious Chunbai, Lu Qiqi failed once or twice. After many unsuccessful attempts, Lu Qiqi simply sat by the well, looking at the bucket in the well, letting Chunbai fetch water while she watched from the side. After watching several times in a row, Lu Qiqi found the trick. When she did it herself, the bucket was not full, but this time it was half full. Lu Qiqi was finally happy. After a few tries, Lu Qiqi found the trick, and the water was fetched by Lu Qiqi later. You don't need too much water to wash the vegetables, so Lu Qiqi is not too tired. On the way back, Lu Qiqi was still very happy about her small success just now. Came to the small kitchen of the East Palace, ready to show off her skills. While cooking, she said to Chunbai, "What do you think of the clay pot chicken in Minsheng restaurant?" "It's delicious," Chunbai said. "Shall we go eat it tomorrow?" Lu Qiqi asked. "Okay." Chunbai's eyes narrowed into slits with joy. Lu Qiqi, "I think this earthen pot chicken is delicious. But it seems to be missing something?" "It's already delicious. Crown Princess, don't be picky. Okay?" Lu Qiqi was busy, thinking about what was missing. and happened to see you die making donkey meat hot pot next to her, and knew what was missing. Do you still remember the small pancake when we ate snail noodles? I remember. Chunbai responded immediately. If the earthen pot chicken is added with a small pancake, it will taste better. Crown Princess, you are really smart. Chunbai jumped in front of Lucici excitedly, but was stopped by Lucici's disgusted eyes. You are dirty. Stay away from me. Chunbai stood by and muttered. Tomorrow, I will tell the owner of Minsheng restaurant whether we can eat for free. Yes, Lucici said. Really? Fake, Lucici said, and laughed first. Chunbai knew that she was deceived by the crown princess again. Seeing that Yudai, Xin Dai, and Zhou Yin did not help her, and were still laughing beside her. She was so angry that her face was puffed up. She wanted to eat more when the meal started. But when it started, the crown prince came back on time. If Chunbai had not remembered her identity, she would have changed her face on the spot. Lucici saw it, deliberately ignored it, and warmly entertained the crown prince for dinner. After eating for a while, Lucici thought of the killer she met in the vegetable field. I wonder how he is now. The crown prince was right in front of her. Lucici asked. Maybe the crown prince would say. She planned to be a reserved woman, and after the crown prince left, she would chat with the system. She once again realized the benefits that the system brought to her, and happily ate the dishes she made herself, and saw that the prince gave her face and ate all the dishes she made. After eating, the prince wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and said, Chichi, the greenhouse you mentioned will start to be built tomorrow. Really? The prince is so fast. Lucici has begun to look forward to the moment when the greenhouse is built. Well, tomorrow Mr. Zhang will come to personally command. And you can tell me if you have any requirements. Okay. The prince saw the woman's happy look, and he wanted to accompany her more. But he thought that there were still many things to do in the imperial study, so he had to leave first. Lucici watched the prince leave, muttering to himself, I want to plant all kinds of flowers in the greenhouse, so that I can smell the fragrance of flowers at any time. What about chrysanthemums? Chunbai spoke at the right time. Lucici thought of the chrysanthemums in the yard and smiled. It's okay. It will take a while to build the greenhouse. I can wait until the chrysanthemums bloom. I can transplant the chrysanthemums and try to see all the colors on one chrysanthemum. Chunbai and others didn't believe it and didn't say it out loud. Chapter 278 Candidates. The next day, Lord Zhang arrived with many people. Only then did Lucici know that there was such a department in the palace. Lord Zhang Jingzhong, dressed in official attire, arrived and saluted Lucici in a proper manner. I pay my respects to the crown princess. The people behind him followed suit. I pay my respects to the crown princess. I pay my respects to the crown princess. Lucici looked at the group of more than 20 people, except for the older Lord Zhang. The others were all young people. With this manpower, it would be just around the corner to build a greenhouse. Thank you, Lord Zhang. Lucici brought out her business skills. She was able to succeed in the past because she respected everyone in every position. And it was the same now. You are too polite, Crown Princess. Lord Zhang felt that the Crown Princess was different from what was rumored. She was not narrow-minded and could not tolerate others. On the contrary, she felt respected in front of the Crown Princess. Your Excellency will be busy for a long time in the future. If you need anything, just let me know. I will fully cooperate. Mr. Zhang felt a little guilty after hearing what the Crown Princess said. He always felt that he was judging people through the cracks in the door. And he also felt that the Crown Princess always took her words to heart. He hurriedly asked everyone to start working. The Crown Prince gave an order, and as a minister, there was no reason not to obey. When it came to the Crown Princess, it was the same again. Mr. Zhang led everyone to work harder. As a leader, Lucici was used to how to contact others. After communicating with Mr. Zhang, I found that Mr. Zhang was very knowledgeable in this area, and some things were clear once he said them. Lucici felt much more relieved. While Mr. Zhang was leading people to work, tea was constantly supplied. Lucici heard the noise outside, holding the storybook in one hand and eating melon seeds in the other. Chunbai came back from outside again. Crown Princess, they work so fast, Lucici said without raising her head. This is the credit of tea. Tea? Chunbai didn't understand. It's too hot now. They sweat easily when working, and they want to drink water when they sweat. At this time, they can drink tea. and they feel cared for. So they will work harder. Small favors are easier to move people. At the beginning, I showed my sincerity to Mr. Zhang. And with tea as a prelude, it will take less time to build the greenhouse. It seems that if someone talks about it in the future, they will not say that the prince made a big fuss just for a greenhouse. Time is short. There are fewer people gossiping. And she can have her own greenhouse. Who wouldn't do such a good deal? Chunbai seemed to understand. But she waited on Lu Qiqi from time to time. And ran outside from time to time to take a look. She became the busiest person. Lu Qiqi read the storybook all day long. And only went to take a look after Mr. Zhang left in the evening. Wait until Mr. Zhang brought people to the next day. And then say a few words of praise. So that Mr. Zhang felt respected and recognized his ability. In this way, it took several months to build a greenhouse. But it was completed in 1 month under Lu Qiqi's operation. Lu Qiqi stood in front of the greenhouse, looking at the built greenhouse, and sighed in her heart that the wisdom of the ancients should not be underestimated. The small greenhouse absorbs sunlight from different angles, and can also involve ventilation and beauty. Mr. Zhang is indeed a genius in this area. Crown Princess, the greenhouse you designed is so beautiful, Chunbai exclaimed. You die. She die. And Zhou Yin were really surprised to see the greenhouse. Lord Zhang is a capable person who has met the requirements of the Crown Princess. This shows that the Crown Princess looks idle, but she will always bring surprises to everyone at critical moments. Several people admired the greenhouse in front of them, and Zhao Kai led people to deliver all kinds of strange flowers. Lu Qiqi saw that the empty greenhouse was instantly filled with all kinds of flowers. The prince arrived and saw the woman with a smile in her eyes. The greenhouse you designed is beautiful. Lu Qiqi looked at the prince. Lord Zhang is a genius in this area. Lord Zhang is a good hand. Zhang Jingzhong is capable. But his family affairs are a mess. Lu Qiqi agreed and soon began to appreciate the flowers in front of him. At first glance, they are all precious. These flowers are beautiful. For lazy people like Lu Qiqi, it is best to grow hanging baskets. It saves worry and effort. Why do I feel like this greenhouse is built for you? Lu Qiqi asked with a smile. The prince responded quickly. Of course I want the best for you. Lu Qiqi was very satisfied with the prince's eyes. Being pampered and held in the palm of someone's hand should be the feeling at this moment. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi started to rearrange the words Zhao Kai ordered people to place, and asked Chunbai and others to move all the chrysanthemums in the yard into the greenhouse. This is a big project. There are many people in the East Palace. Lu Qiqi worked for a while, and just directed it from the side. The prince stood by and watched. He found that women are beautiful when they work seriously. Under her command, the greenhouse looks even more beautiful. After Lu Qiqi finished directing everyone, she said to the prince, everything should be prioritized. Color matching. The same flowers, different shapes, give people different feelings. The prince spent a huge amount of money to build a greenhouse in the East Palace for the princess. This move is really enviable. To be able to let a man, especially the prince who is high above, hold him in his hands. This kind of happiness is what every woman in the palace yearns for in her heart. When these things happened to Lu Qiqi, some people sighed at Lu Qiqi's good fortune, and some people whispered behind her back, hoping that the princess would fall out of favor soon. After the incident in the chrysanthemum garden outside the city, many people were waiting for the day when Lu Qiqi would fall out of favor. After waiting for so long, they didn't wait, but saw that the prince favored Lu Qiqi more and more. It's so unfair. Yin Wang Mansion. Do you watch Yin Wang use important people to practice martial arts? And saw that he was faster these days. And a smile appeared on his face, thinking that Yin Wang would soon become a tool for killing. He was happy. Recently, because there are too many medicine men needed. And this year's imperial examinations have brought many outsiders. Some people's deaths will not be noticed by others. But the problem is that Guisu is not reliable, and did not cut the grass and root out the problem. People recognized that the dead people were this year's candidates. This matter alarmed Jing Xiaoyin. And the matter was a bit big. Jing Xiaoyin was not unsympathetic recently. She could not come forward directly, so she could only operate secretly. And things were progressing too slowly. She was worried that Jing Xiaoyin had not been dealt with well. And the matter of the medicine man was exposed. The king of Yin was at a critical moment again. And the medicine man could not be lacking. What should she do? The maid Wan Shu hurriedly came from outside and whispered in Du Yu's ear. Princess, I heard that the prince ordered people to spend a month to build a flower house for the crown princess. Duyu turned her head. Is this true? Yes. People outside have spread it. Duyu looked at the king of Yin, who was still using the medicine man as a target not far away, and turned to the side. Lu Qiqi has some skills. It's okay for her to have secret meetings with other men. She even built a greenhouse. She underestimated this woman. Wan Shu followed beside her, waiting for Duyu's order without saying a word. Duyu thought for a while and said, Go and send the pot of tiger chrysanthemum in my room to the crown princess's greenhouse. Yes. Wan Shu left in response. Duyu thought. She sent a tiger chrysanthemum and destroyed the entire greenhouse. She wanted to see what would happen if the good story became a death warrant. Chapter 279. The Li Mansion is bustling. East Palace. Flower Room. Lu Qiqi was busy for a long time. After dinner, Lu Qiqi and the prince drank tea in the flower room. The temperature here is just right, and the room is full of the fragrance of flowers and plants. Drinking tea is like drinking wine, which makes people drunk. The prince looked at the enchanting woman in front of him. She was really beautiful. Not just external beauty. A person who seemed very casual at ordinary times. After the critical moment, the scene of presiding over the overall situation made him look at her differently. Lu Qiqi drank tea and looked at the layout of the flower room. She thought that there was still space in the middle. Put a small coffee table and a recliner. It would be even more enjoyable. I wanted to arrange it tomorrow. The prince saw Lu Qiqi's thoughts and asked her to send a coffee table and a recliner. When Lu Qiqi and the prince read books together on the recliner, they enjoyed it indescribably. No one disturbed them at this time, and they enjoyed a rare relaxation. They read until very late and went to bed together. The next day, the prince was in the morning court. Lu Qiqi woke up early, washed up, and went to the flower room to read the storybook. Chunbai brought fruit. Lu Qiqi enjoyed reading the storybook and eating grapes. Yudai saw that the crown princess woke up early, so she prepared breakfast with Qindai and Zhou Yin. After the meal was ready, Lu Qiqi came to the flower room again after eating. During this period, she did not go out. Lu Qiqi asked Chunbai to take a blanket and spread it on the ground. And Lu Qiqi did a set of yoga moves. In different environments, yoga can give people different feelings. Lu Qiqi enjoyed it very much and always felt that coming to this place was right. She truly experienced the life she had dreamed of. Thinking about it, she casually lay on the recliner and thought about her future plans. She worked so hard at the beginning, thinking about how to reward herself after success. She wanted to realize her unfinished dream in this strange yet familiar place. Asking Chunbai for paper and pen, she began to plan for the future. Listing them one by one, Lu Qiqi found that she still had a lot of things to do. Just at this time, she received a letter and snacks from her father and mother in Huangshan County. Opening it, it was a Qiaobing. The shape of the Qiaobing was the little bear shape that her mother was best at. On July 7th, she ate chess pieces. When she was a child, she saw a bear for the first time and had a strong interest in this species. For many years when she was a child, she only wore clothes with bear patterns. When she grew up, she gradually changed her dressing style. The cakes and food she made during the New Year and festivals were all bear shapes. Once, after work, she accidentally saw someone's promotional film about the story of two bears. She knew that someone had made a cartoon of bears. She watched a video on her mobile phone and liked it very much. Recalling the past, Lu Qiqi looked at the bear cookies in front of her again, picked up a piece, put it in her mouth, and tasted the long-lost taste. Crown Princess, what is this? The cookies eaten on July 7th. Chunbai looked at the small and delicate cookies. It looked so strange. It looked so cute. Lu Qiqi picked up a piece and put it in her mouth, biting it crisply. She opened the letter again. She saw that her parents said in the letter that their life was good, and this slow-paced life was what they had always pursued. She knew that her parents were comforting her and also letting her live in this place with peace of mind. She knew from the system that she couldn't go back. And when she saw her parents coming to this place, she had no intention of going back. She didn't know how her parents came to this place, and she thought it should be related to her. She knew from her mother's chat that they traveled through time relatively late. There were many things she wanted to ask, but she couldn't ask them, just because she couldn't go back. She had slowly let go of the things over there in the past year or so. After reading the letter, eating the cookies, thinking about the current appearance of her parents. The voice of the system came. Breaking this beauty. There is a big melon. Do you want to listen? Lu Qiqi immediately pretended to enjoy eating melon. Listen. System. Li Xiangshu was beaten and injured. Guasu's mother Guo went to take care of him. Lu Qiqi. There is also this matter? System. Yeah. Lu Qiqi. Wouldn't the Li mansion be lively? System. More than lively. Su Lingqin was also found to be pregnant at this time. Lu Qiqi. They're fighting over the family property before the person dies. System. Su Lingqin is ambitious. Lu Qiqi. She was able to plot against Li Xiangshu's grandson. And Li Xiangshu nodded to let her in. If she had no ambition and no brains, she wouldn't have gotten to this point. System. Gu is not a pushover either. Lu Qiqi. Gu disappeared for so long. How could she suddenly come back? System. Before Guo went to the Li residence, she talked with her son for a long time. Lu Qiqi. Guasu will enter the Li family. System. Now he's already in the house. All he needs is proof of identity. Lu Qiqi. Interesting. System. If Li Xiangshu is smart, they won't succeed. If he's old and muddle-headed, the situation will be different. Hearing about the old and confused, Lu Qiqi thought of the Queen Mother's appearance in her mind, and her heart sank. When people reach a certain age, they will always be confused. I hope that the Li family's century-old foundation will not be destroyed in his hands. Lu Qiqi. How is Li Xiangshu now? System. He is about to wake up. Lu Qiqi thought of the prince's plan and asked. Li Xiangshu is in a mess. Can he still be responsible for the imperial examination? System. That's just superficial. Lu Qiqi. Surface? System. The prince has other plans. Lu Qiqi has a good brain. After the system's reminder, she understood. The prince is not planning to sneak into Jinsong. Right? System. Not bad. I have followed the prince for this period of time, and I have some understanding of him. Lu Qiqi didn't care about the system's sarcasm. He who is close to you is red, and he who is close to ink is black. System. The prince has done a lot of things. Do you want to listen? Lu Qiqi quickly refused. No. Two bloody things. I can't stand it. If the prince had clean hands, he would not have come this far. He thought of the fact that someone had spiked his drink, and asked, who is the person behind Aunt Wu? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi. Could it be the emperor? System. Smart. Lu Qiqi was silent. The emperor was another concubine Wu. Concubine Wu did not allow concubine Chen to have such a deep influence on Prince Chen. So she killed her. Will I have the same fate? He thought of the fact that after the incident, the prince built a greenhouse for himself with great fanfare. Did he use this to prove something to the emperor? The prince knew about it? System. I guessed roughly. But there is no conclusive evidence. Lu Qiqi. The emperor does not know that the prince and I will live and die together. System. Because I know. I will kill you. Lu Qiqi gritted her teeth. Damn it. Chapter 280. Fraud. Lu Qiqi learned from the system that it was the emperor who attacked her, and she wanted to rush to the emperor and kill him directly. The system detected her intention and stopped her. Lu Qiqi wanted to get a little man to stab him to death. In the end, Lu Qiqi's reason told her not to do this, because it would leave traces and give the emperor a chance to attack her. From then on, she began to mutter in her heart every day, hoping that the emperor would die. It seemed that the muttering really worked. The emperor was gradually getting better under the care of concubine Shu. But suddenly the bad news came that the emperor vomited blood. Hearing this news, Lu Qiqi pretended to be worried on the surface. But she was so happy that she wanted to jump up. Evil will be punished. And retribution came so quickly. She was in a very good mood and hummed a little song in the flower room, arranging the flowers and plants, watching that every flower did not die under her care. This was a good thing. Yu Dai led a group of palace maids to deliver flowers again. Lu Qiqi looked up when she heard the noise and saw the scene in front of her. She directed everyone to place the flowers according to her requirements. As a network tycoon, she doesn't stare at the computer every day. She browses the hottest topics every day, and sometimes studies the hobbies of her partners. She once met a flower farmer. In order to have a common language with the flower farmer and achieve the purpose of cooperation, she specially enrolled in a class to learn the skills of flower arrangement. Later, she used this method to change the flower farmer's mind. because there are few people who can grow flowers. But many people like flowers. It takes a long time to grow flowers after buying them back before they bloom. The blooming time is too short, which makes many people feel that it is not worth it. Lu Qiqi went to meet the most influential flower farmer in the flower market at that time. She directly held a bunch of flowers. She arranged herself in front of the flower farmer. At first, everyone saw her actions and thought she was crazy. But in the end, they reached a cooperation. Recalling the past and looking at the flowers in front of her, Lu Qiqi adjusted the layout so that the greenhouse looked different again. The only thing that remained unchanged was the lounge chair and coffee table in the middle. After the arrangement was completed, an hour passed. Lu Qiqi took care of the flowers and plants and asked Yudai and others to make donkey meat hot cakes. What she wanted to eat more was Wudalong sesame cakes. After she told this illusion, she could not eat this thing in the future. She thought of a similar hot cake. It was somewhat similar to Wudalong sesame cakes. It was hot dough, and it tasted like a 1,000-layer cake. I was tired today and didn't want to move, so I could only eat donkey meat hot cakes. When arranging flowers and plants, I saw a bunch of inconspicuous flowers. This small flower was yellow, like a small daisy, and the petals were different from those of a daisy. The petals are full and look textured, like the popular succulents nowadays. Thinking about it, Lu Qiqi looked at it a few more times. At this time, Chunbai brought over the donkey meat hot pot that had just come out of the pot. Lu Qiqi saw it and hurried out, picked up one and took a bite, and said, "Eat inside. The crown princess likes the flower room, and I thought she would eat in the flower room." Chunbai said, "Eating in the flower room is a blasphemy to the flowers. Ah, if only I eat, the flowers will be jealous and bloom prematurely. What should I do?" Lu Qiqi was in a good mood and said some irrelevant words. But she didn't know that the nonsense she made up would really happen tomorrow. Soon, Yudai and others brought the second pot of donkey meat and side dishes. Seeing the pickles, Lu Qiqi grabbed a piece and put it in her mouth. "Delicious. This is what I asked someone to buy at the market today," Chunbai said. Lu Qiqi asked, "Her business must be very good, right? Where the crown princess frequents, business is naturally very good." Chunbai became arrogant, as if she brought good luck to everyone. Good wine needs no bush. People who cook delicious food will be discovered sooner or later. Lu Qiqi said this and continued to eat. After dinner, Lu Qiqi read the storybook for a while, and felt a little tired. So she went to bed early. The moment she lay on the bed, she thought of the promise she had made to several maids to go out for clay pot chicken. But the matter of building a greenhouse delayed this matter. Tomorrow. I will definitely go tomorrow. The next day, after breakfast, Lu Qiqi left with 4 maids. As soon as she left the palace gate, the carriage stopped beside her. Lu Qiqi didn't care. There were many people going in and out of the palace every day, and there were many carriages going back and forth. Seeing that it was a black carriage without any decoration, she was curious about what kind of people use such a carriage. Yudai reminded, "Crown Princess, let's take a carriage." Lu Qiqi looked at Yudai, and then at the carriage next to her. It was black. Was it prepared for her? Why is this carriage a little so low-key? Yudai didn't dare to say that this was specially instructed by the prince. After getting on the carriage, Lu Qiqi said, "It looks very low-key on the outside, but very exquisite on the inside." As she said that, she looked at a groove next to it and felt strange. "What is this for?" Yudai explained. "This is for the heater. You've thought it through. This was made by Lord Zhang Jingzhong." Lord Zhang? Lu Qiqi remembered this man. When she heard that he designed it, she looked at the whole carriage. The carriage was very thoughtful about these small details. After a careful inspection, she found that there was not only a place to put the heater, but also a small drawer. The drawer was very small, and could only hold some dried fruits and storybooks. The carriage was designed with such detailed design, thanks to Lord Zhang's thoughtfulness. Just thinking about it, the carriage was bumped by someone. Yudai checked and found a boy lying on the ground next to him. After seeing Yudai, the boy quickly got up and ran away. "Crown Princess, did you hit someone?" Lu Qiqi looked over and saw the boy running away. He ran for a while and looked back. Lu Qiqi felt strange. This scene reminded her of the hit and run that often happens in modern times. Thinking about it, she felt that she was too suspicious. The person has gone far away, so it should be fine. Let's continue. The place where the carriage passed was relatively remote. It was really suspicious that a boy could appear here. Soon, the carriage continued to move. After walking for a while, they heard the lively sounds around. Lu Chichi asked Yu Dai, "The route we took today is different from the previous ones. Today's driver is a novice, and he may want to take a shortcut," Yu Dai said. Lu Chichi looked at her and said nothing. She didn't think the driver could be a novice, so she didn't say much. Just like before, it was still early for dinner, so she asked the carriage to go back to the Prince of Jin's mansion. Thinking about the chrysanthemums in the Prince of Jin's mansion, let the four maids see the wonders. The biggest wonder is the chrysanthemum garden outside the capital. Lu Chichi felt that she had to maintain her status in crowded places and couldn't be too casual. It was different when she arrived at the Prince of Jin's mansion. Everything became casual. The carriage stopped at the gate of the Prince of Jin's mansion, and Lu Chichi and others got off the carriage one after another. After entering the door, everyone was dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. Only Lu Chichi walked among the chrysanthemums and felt the fragrance of chrysanthemums. Chapter 281, Making Specimens. Crown Princess. How did you know? Chunbai chased after him and asked. The Crown Prince brought me here, Lu Chichi said. The Crown Prince is so partial. You want the Crown Prince not to be partial? Chunbai was alert to the fact that this was not much, and quickly refused. No, I don't have that ability. Yu Dai watched from the side, thinking, fortunately Chunbai still has a brain. If she agreed, it would be a fight for favor. Lu Chichi led everyone all the way to Qingyi Pavilion, just sitting next to rest for a while. Qingdai and Zhou Yin had prepared tea and sent it over. Lu Chichi drank tea while watching several maids happily comparing which chrysanthemum was the most beautiful. Listening, Lu Chichi thought of the chrysanthemums that looked like daisies in the flower room yesterday. She has seen many flowers, but never seen flowers like that. Could that flower be the predecessor of succulents? Succulents are loved by many people. If I use this to cultivate them, can I also cultivate succulents that many ladies in the boudoir like? At that time, she can make a lot of money with succulents. Make money? Lu Chichi has never thought about it, but she thinks there should be some side jobs to make her purse fatter. Thinking about it, I heard that several maids were still arguing about who chose the most beautiful chrysanthemums. Lu Chichi came to them and picked all the chrysanthemums they liked and handed them to them. Each one is the most beautiful. Chunbai cried. Crown Princess, how could you pick the flowers? Since you think it is the most beautiful, keep it like this forever. When you want to see it, you can take it out and look at it at any time. Crown Princess is lying. Chunbai was bolder when she was not in the palace. How did I lie? I made a specimen. When the flowers are dry, you can see them whenever you want. Chunbai obviously didn't believe it. Yu Dai had heard of this saying. Crown Princess, can you do it? Lu Chichi looked at her, as if she was looking at an alien, and nodded. Yes. Lu Chichi quickly put the freshly picked chrysanthemums in the book to make a specimen in the puzzled eyes of everyone. Seeing Lu Chichi's series of familiar actions, Chunbai was envious. Crown Princess, is this the specimen you mentioned? Yes. How did you know? I learned to make it from the book when I was a child. When I was a child, my parents liked quietness. I often went to the quiet park with few people. Gradually, she also found unique happiness in this place. When Lu Chichi taught them how to make specimens, it was almost time. She had to go out. She put all the books on making specimens in Qingyu Pavilion and waited for them to come back next time to see the results. When they took the carriage to Minsheng restaurant again, they were stopped by a teenager as soon as they got off the carriage. Lu Chichi saw at a glance that this teenager was the one who was hit. At this time, the teenager had stopped the driver and shouted at everyone. It was this man who hit me. An old man stood up. Is it him? The boy nodded. Yes, it was him. The old man came up and slapped the driver in the face. You hit my grandson and ran away. You are so shameless when you are driving such a good carriage. The driver was too honest and didn't know how to fight back when he was hit. He stood there stupidly. Zhou Yin and Qingdai had already protected Lu Chichi on both sides, ready to protect her into the restaurant first, and let Yu Dai handle the matter. Lu Chichi didn't leave and stood there. They had no choice but to watch. Lu Chichi looked at the grandfather and grandson who rushed up, and they were trying to scam her. She really got caught. She looked at the beaten driver again. And she knew that the driver's silence was an admission. Some people thought the driver was honest. And soon everyone turned their attention to her. Leaving at this time was a guilty conscience and a way of escaping. At the beginning, she found that someone was problematic. This person took the initiative to find her, and was in a crowded place. His purpose was obvious. At this time, Jiang Haiping and others, who were originally busy in the restaurant, heard the noise, and came out to see. Jiang Haiping recognized the crown princess at a glance. She wanted to step forward, but when she came to the front, the crown princess took the posture and stood quietly in place. She also wanted to see Miss Liu, who she thought was an ordinary person. But she didn't expect that she was actually the princess of Jin. And now she is the crown princess. Miss, you think you can be fine if you don't speak? The driver is yours. And he will definitely. The old man spoke to Lu Qiqi. At this time, it was almost time for dinner. And at the door of Minxing restaurant, which has been doing a booming business recently, it attracted many people to watch. Some people didn't know Lu Qiqi. Seeing the maid with 4 signs beside her, they knew she was not an ordinary person. Everyone just looked at her. No one really came forward. And not many people made a fuss. Lu Qiqi waited for the old man to finish speaking. And said, "Old man, who are you to this boy?" "I am his grandfather," the old man said. Lu Qiqi said, "I don't think the boy is very old. I don't know why the old man let his grandson go to a remote street where no one is. Where is my grandson?" "Young lady, do you care? I'm just wondering. There are few people in that place. Why would he go there? Besides, the carriage is so big. The boy should be sensible. Why didn't he dodge when he saw the carriage, but took the initiative to hit it?" Lu Qiqi said calmly. The old man was unhappy, and sat on the ground and started to make a scene. "Oh my God! Is there still justice? Do we poor people deserve to be bullied?" After saying that, he burst into tears. Lu Qiqi laughed. "Are you feeling guilty, old man?" "What am I feeling guilty about? You ran away after hitting someone in a place with few people, and then deliberately went to a place with many people to make trouble. Deliberately using poor people to attract everyone's attention to achieve your purpose of blackmail. You are talking nonsense." "How can I be talking nonsense? I should say that you have planned it a little. But it just didn't go smoothly when you were extorting money." After Lu Qiqi said this, many people looked at the old man sitting on the ground and the teenager standing next to him with strange eyes. The teenager is not a child. A 3-year-old child will know not to run away if he is hit. How could he not know? Looking at the old man who was sitting on the ground and crying for a long time without tears, everyone understood. Seeing that her goal had been achieved, Lu Qiqi looked at Yu Dai. "If the boy is injured, you should give her some money for medical treatment." "Yes," Yu Dai responded. And as Lu Qiqi walked in with 3 maids, she began to deal with it. She knew that the crown princess' words would not arouse public anger, and the old man's purpose had been exposed. If he asked for too much money, he would only be self-defeating. The crown princess said that the boy was injured, which meant that if he was not injured, he would not have to pay. If this matter was handed over to the government to handle, it would not be too troublesome. Yu Dai thought more. If this matter was handed over directly to the government, the crown princess would have a bad influence on the people. The people watching the show around persuaded. "Old man, you are extorting money." "I didn't." The old man ran up from the ground and yelled at the man. Yu Dai looked full of energy, and she was a martial artist at first glance, which was more problematic. At this time, Lu Qiqi had already come to the 2nd floor. She opened the window and saw the scene below. She shouted to the old man. "Old man, I ordered a pot of earthenware chicken for you. Why don't you eat it first?" The old man wanted to eat the talkative person. Hearing this, he suddenly turned around and rushed into Minsheng restaurant with his grandson. When the people around saw this scene, they all laughed and dispersed. Chapter 282. Sun is not reliable. Lu Qiqi sat on the 2nd floor drinking tea, slowly waiting for the earthen pot chicken on the table. Chunbai was puzzled. "Crown Princess, why are you so nice to that old man?" Lu Qiqi stopped drinking tea. The reaction of the young man after being exposed by me was shy. When the old man jumped up later, it was seen that he was a martial artist. So I think they may not really be scamming, but because they have no money to eat, they came up with this method. After saying that, she drank a cup of tea. The moment the old man rushed into the restaurant, she knew that her guess was right. She also felt ridiculous for the initial idea. There are not so many bad people in the world, always thinking about how to harm themselves. Chunbai didn't know what the crown princess was thinking. When the earthen pot chicken was ready, the moment she opened the lid, she saw a circle of white things around it. When she looked closer, it turned out to be small steamed buns. It's just that the steamed buns were placed on the earthen pot chicken. This is the first time I have seen it. Lu Chichi was surprised to see it. I didn't see it last time, but I saw it this time. Looking at the white buns around the pot, Lu Chichi's taste buds were aroused. First, take down the buns around the pot and invite everyone to eat. While eating the buns, they also eat the hot earthen pot chicken, which tastes amazing. Lu Chichi asked for some wine to liven up the atmosphere. Not much. Just 2 glasses. After the meal, everyone was satisfied. Chunbai was full and talked more. Last time there were no buns, but today there are. And I feel that the earthen pot chicken is even more delicious. The layer under the buns is roasted to a golden brown, and the heat is just right. Someone has spent a lot of thought on this, Zhou Yin said. Seeing Zhou Yi talking, everyone looked over. Zhou Yin was embarrassed and explained, I was just talking casually. Zhou Yin, I rarely see you talking, but I didn't expect you to be so insightful when you speak. Chunbai deliberately joked. Zhou Yin smiled and said nothing. However, why do I feel that your tone of voice is somewhat familiar? Chunbai frowned. Lu Chichi heard it and looked at Zhou Yin. She was the later Xiaoyanqing. It was not too late for Chunbai to react at this time. Just at this time, there was a movement at the door. Yu Dai was alert and got up quickly. Zhou Yin and Qing Dai came to Lu Chichi at the same time. Only Chunbai was still out of state. Soon, the door was pushed open from the outside, and the old man who had made trouble not long ago came to the front with a smile. Mississippi. Old man. Lu Chichi looked over. I am sorry for offending you today. I really have something to hide. Fortunately, the young lady is generous and does not care about us ordinary people. The old man said. Everyone has inconveniences when they are away from home. Don't worry about it. Old man. The old man said, rubbing his hands, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Lu Chichi understood. Old man, if you think today's clay pot chicken is delicious, you can come to eat it every day in the future. It's delicious. But this? The old man rubbed his hands again. I will give the shopkeeper a month's salary, and you can come to eat every day in this month. Okay. I really met a noble person when I went out, the old man said with a smile. The young man who had been standing by and was blocked by the door came out and pulled the old man away angrily. The old man shouted loudly as he walked. Girl, don't forget. I won't forget it, Lu Chichi said to the people who were being dragged away. Her voice was not loud, but she saw the old man's expression and knew that he had heard it. After they left, Yu Dai, Qing Dai and others sat in the same place as before. Chunbai asked in confusion. Crown Princess, why did you help him? When you are away from home, everyone has encountered difficulties. Today we encountered it. If we can help him once, we will help him. Lu Chichi always felt that they would meet again. Don't you have to let him eat for a month? A meal doesn't cost much. Chunbai saw the Crown Princess like this and knew that the Crown Princess was not short of money now. So she didn't say much. Yu Dai, Qing Dai and Zhou Yin all felt that just now. They felt the breath of the old man when he was happy. And then, they realized that the old man was a martial arts master with unfathomable martial arts. Looking at the Crown Princess again, after some operations, they admired the Crown Princess's wisdom even more. After this commotion, Lu Chichi quickly left with 4 maids. When she left, she paid in advance and asked the shopkeeper to pay the old man for a month's meal. When leaving, I deliberately reminded her that it was only 1 month, not 1 more day. Chunbai was amused by the Crown Princess's appearance. She generously asked for a month. So what if 1 more day? Jiang Haiping saw all of Lu Chichi's actions clearly. I used to think that Lu Chichi was just a lady from a wealthy family, but now it seems that it is not easy for her to become a crown princess. Judging from what happened today, Lu Chichi is a wise person. For a long time, her father only gave birth to her and her sister. Many people think that her father has no son to inherit the family business. She has also been working hard in this direction. Now she has become the chef of the restaurant as she wished, and has been complacent about her current success. When she met Lu Chichi today, she felt that she thought too simply in the past. She had a miscarriage due to poor business. and was despised by her in-laws because of this. She was depressed for a while. But now she stood up again. Looking at Lucici, she suddenly felt that she was not just the chef, but could do more. Lucici would not know that today's game with the old man had such a great impact on Jiang Haiping's heart. So that Jiang Haiping's success in the future was inspired by Lucici today. Lucici didn't know about this. After leaving the restaurant, she wanted to get on the carriage. But later she felt that the driver was disobedient. So she just walked on the road. The driver knew that he was despised by the owner. So he didn't dare to speak, and walked slowly behind with the carriage. Lucici walked in front, and saw the lively crowd. She also walked in it. The familiar feeling came back again. A familiar figure passed by not far away. Chow. Chow. The female shopkeeper of Saoji Tavern. She is here? Opened? Walking through a street, I saw Chow standing at the door of Saoji to greet guests from a distance. And her behavior was much more relaxed. At first glance, she looked more like a hostess soliciting customers at the gate of Chunyuan. Thinking that Chioji was killed, the killer hunter was caught, and she returned to the past again. Her behavior was more relaxed. Something big must have happened around her. Seeing this, Lucici got on the carriage with peace of mind. Sitting in the carriage, Lucici was about to summon the system to say a few words. And Chunbai spoke again. Crown Princess, I still don't understand why you said 1 month. Not 10 days. Not 20 days? You die, pushed Chunbai. Chunbai didn't think it was wrong. It was the Crown Princess who said that I could ask if I didn't understand in the future. Lucici frowned. Did she say this? Try to recall. If she really said this. It has been so long. She can't remember it. Looking at Chunbai, who was full of greetings, he said, I feel sorry for the old man. No matter how pitiful the old man is, he still has a grandson. Besides, if he has a grandson, he should also have a son. Right? He can't even rely on his son, let alone his grandson. Lucici said this and closed her eyes. Chapter 283, pushing the Crown Prince away. Chunbai resolved her doubts. And seeing the Crown Princess like this, she knew that she was too talkative, and winked at Yudai and the others, disliking why they didn't stop her. Qing Dai ignored her. Zhou Yin saw it but didn't say anything. Yudai pouted. Chunbai knew that she was disliked, so she got closer to the Crown Princess. Thinking that the Crown Princess was better, Lucici and others returned to the palace, and saw that the atmosphere in the palace was not right. After returning to the East Palace, she learned from the system that something big had happened in the palace. The emperor vomited blood, and the Crown Prince was angry and took his anger out on many people. System. You don't know how the Crown Prince walks with the wind, and everyone who sees him is so scared that they kneel on the ground and dare not get up for a long time. Lucici. Is it that scary? System. The prince only restrains himself in front of you, when he is in front of others. Hee. Lucici thought about it. Is the prince angry because of the emperor? System. Not really. News came from the border. The situation is not good. Lucici. It's serious? It is related to the safety of the country and family. It is not a trivial matter. System. It's not serious. Some people have been harassing the border in a small range. The prince saw that this matter has not been handled properly, and got angry. Lucici thought, a small range is like sneaking around. No matter who it happens to, it would be unpleasant. If it is placed in modern times, it is a society ruled by law. Through monitoring and the internet, the target can be quickly identified. And then, according to some important thoughts, the right medicine can be prescribed. Thinking of this, asked, is it the same group of people? System. No. Lucici thought about it. These people should be connected. System. It seems that there is no connection now. Lucici. Maybe their contact is too secretive. Or maybe their actions are not really against the border people, but disturbing the people. The prince should also know this, which is why he is so upset. Thinking about it, she thinks she should do something. At this time, the system kindly showed Lucici the scenes that happened to the prince not long ago in front of him through screen projection. The prince rushed from the emperor's Yulong palace to the imperial study, with the wind all the way. The palace maids, eunuchs and guards who passed by knelt one by one. If they reacted a little slower, they would be scolded. The words of the prince touched Lucici even more. His business calculations when fighting for power, in the face of family and national affairs. He was an admirable general. As the prince said, Lu Qiqi's heart also surged with passion. This is the world of Qin state. How dare they? How rude. The emperor is our dragon. The emperor. The emperor is not feeling well at this time. Do you think that Qin state will be leaderless and can offend the border? The day they set foot in Qin state is the day of their death. Your Highness will let them know what it looks like when the emperor is angry. Come on. Your Highness will let those people know what regret is, and what it means to live a life worse than death. After the prince did all this, he secretly sent his deputy general Zhu Cheng, who had been with him, to wait at the border with his troops. Anyone who made trouble again would be killed in blood. He told them with actions that only by withdrawing from Qin state can they save their bodies. The prince's momentum and strategy made Lu Qiqi admire him. It is the glory of Qin state that such a person sits in a high position. What puzzled Lu Qiqi was that the emperor's health was still not good. How could the prince, who was so capable, ascend the throne after so many years? I couldn't understand this. Lu Qiqi thought about it for a long time. But she didn't understand it. She didn't ask the system. When the prince came back in the evening, she saw that he was like a normal person. She sighed at his strong heart in her heart. If it were an ordinary person, he wouldn't adjust his mentality so quickly. As the food was delivered, Lu Qiqi asked the 4 maids to withdraw and chat with her prince while drinking. After drinking for a while, Lu Qiqi was so scared that she almost dropped her jaw when she heard what the prince said. I made my father vomit blood. Lu Qiqi was stunned. Madame Wu is my father's person. And he also arranged for someone to put medicine in your wine jar. Say it again. I said Madame Wu is my father's person. And my father also ordered to add ingredients to your wine. Father! Add ingredients? It is enough to explain the prince's attitude towards the emperor. But the prince attacked the emperor. And Lu Qiqi felt that it was inconsistent. She felt complicated. On the one hand, she should feel happy to see the prince avenge her. And hearing the prince say father, and adding ingredients was enough to show that the prince regretted what he did. Father will attack you because he sees that you have such a great influence on me. After the prince finished speaking, he picked up the wine pot next to him and drank it in big gulps. Lu Qiqi just watched. After a while, when the prince finished a pot of wine, she forced herself to calm down. What do you mean by telling me this? The prince looked at Lu Qiqi and wanted to hold her hand. But he felt that the distance between them was so far. I attacked my father. And when I saw him spitting blood, I regretted it again. You did the right thing. Lu Qiqi's heart was bleeding. The prince looked at the woman and said nothing. He is your father. You can't do it to him. But she could. Thinking of the queen mother and the emperor, Lu Qiqi felt that the palace was so cold at this moment. It made her warm heart feel cold to the bone. Originally, she had a little affection for the palace, and a little sense of belonging. But now it all disappeared. Qiqi. The prince was afraid when he saw the woman silent. And when he thought of the emperor spitting blood, he regretted it and took out the antidote. In fact, the prince lied at this moment. He knew that his father had attacked him, and he also wanted to attack him. The real reason for the attack was that his father had poisonous blood. He first gave the emperor a pill, and then deliberately angered the emperor, told the things he had found out, and deliberately angered the emperor to spit blood. The blood was spit out, and the emperor's health would be great. However, what the emperor had done became a hurdle in the prince's heart. At this moment, he would rather the woman make a big fuss and vent her dissatisfaction than be calm now. This calmness reminded him of the scene when he brought the woman back from Huangshan County. Lu Qiqi saw that the prince was hesitant to speak, and his eyes were so complicated. At this moment, she felt the mood of Princess Chen when she committed suicide. She knew in her heart that she would not die like Princess Chen. She wanted to live and live well. Because of the Queen Mother's matter, she was particularly concerned about this. The Queen Mother was doing it for her own good. So she attacked herself and then detoxified. What about the emperor? He really wanted to harm her. But it was because he had a profound impact on her son. Lu Qiqi kept thinking. Did she do something wrong? Shouldn't she come to this place? Shouldn't she come to the palace? Shouldn't she come to the man in front of her? She also thought of what the system said, that she couldn't go back, and thought of living and dying together with the man in front of her. She hated everything now. Thinking of this, she couldn't control the power of the wilderness in her heart, and suddenly pushed the prince away and took 2 steps back. Your Highness, you should still have a lot of things to do, so I won't keep you. The prince saw the woman let him go, and he felt a little more happy in his heart. Looking at the woman, he felt reluctant and wanted to coax her. Just as he was about to get close, he saw the woman retreating. So he had to leave. Chapter 284. There is something wrong with succulents. The prince left and did not return to the East Palace for many days. He was busy in the imperial study and the imperial dragon palace every day. Li Jiaxuan was like a fly, smelling the prince's stench and repeatedly showing her courtesy to him. The suppressed relationship between the prince and Li Jiaxuan reappeared in everyone's ears. Lu Qiqi stayed in the East Palace all day without going out. The four maids only saw that the prince suddenly left at night, and the princess looked unhappy. Later, the prince did not come back for a long time, and was still spreading the story of the prince and Li Jiaxuan. Chunbai cried secretly many times. She didn't know why the prince, who had always doted on the princess, suddenly changed. Hearing others say that the prince and Li Jiaxuan were a perfect match, she couldn't control her temper, had conflicts with others many times, and was injured several times. She disguised all these very well. She also saw that the princess stayed in the flower room all the time, arranging flowers and plants by herself, except for eating, drinking and sleeping every day, and did not let anyone get close. They could all feel that the crown princess was in a bad mood, and they didn't dare to talk about the various rumors outside the East Palace in front of the crown princess. That day, Lu Qiqi was arranging flowers and plants again. She didn't need anyone to do it, and she arranged the flowers and plants in front of her in a small area as she wanted. Seeing the recliner that the prince had slept on, she simply threw it away. Chunbai and others saw this and didn't dare to breathe. The crown princess was really angry, and she didn't even want the prince's things. She was also worried that if the prince knew about this, he would be angry with the crown princess. So she quickly hid the recliner so that no one would find out. Lu Qiqi only wanted to vent the wild power in her heart, and only hoped to vent the instructions in her heart in an alternative way. Some people and some things, she will deal with them sooner or later. Her reason told her the consequences of impulsiveness, and she had to face these things with the most rational mind. Lu Qiqi, who was moving flowers, saw the strange yellow flower again. Maybe because she liked it. Maybe because this flower was special. She had the idea of making a fortune with it. She was extra careful when moving flowers, and it was because of this action that she realized something was wrong. Just because the flowers looked brighter than the previous few days, the flowers next to them seemed to be dying. Died? This was Lu Qiqi's first thought when she saw the precious flowers. The flowers should not become like this under her careful care. Look again. There are signs of withering around the succulent flowers. It has also become a radiating state. Not good. There is something wrong with the flowers. Then she thought that the flowers were sent by the prince. What does the prince want to do? Thinking of what the prince said that day, Lu Qiqi's first thought was to settle accounts with the prince. She did what she thought, and after leaving the flower room, she ran directly to the imperial study. Chunbai and others saw the crown princess leaving the flower room angrily. They were scared when they saw that things were not going well, so they hurriedly followed behind. Later, they saw that the crown princess was heading for the imperial study. They wanted to stop her, hoping that she would not do something bad after being impulsive. But at this time, several palace maids were talking about the crown prince and Li Jiaxuan not far away, and their desire to stop her was slightly weakened. When they followed the crown princess, they saw Li Jiaxuan entering the imperial study from a distance. They did not stop her, but hoped that the crown princess could kill Li Jiaxuan completely. When the crown princess rushed to the imperial study, she kicked the door open with one foot and rushed in. The four maids immediately closed the door and stood guard outside the door. Lu Qiqi rushed in and saw Li Jiaxuan was about to bring the cakes to the prince. She stepped forward quickly and pushed Li Jiaxuan to the ground. Clang! Li Jiaxuan fell to the ground, and the cakes in her hand fell to the ground. The plate was broken, and the cakes rolled everywhere. Lu Qiqi looked down at Li Jiaxuan. Li Jiaxuan, I said I couldn't eat the cakes you made during this period. It turned out that you gave them to the prince, Lu Qiqi said, stepping on the cakes on the ground with her feet. Just like Li Jiaxuan. Crown princess. You? Lu Qiqi bent down, squatted on the ground, and looked at Li Jiaxuan at eye level. If you didn't have a general father, if you didn't make the soldiers all over the world feel disappointed, do you think you can live to this day? Li Jiaxuan was stunned. Lu Qiqi stretched out her hand to pinch Li Jiaxuan's chin, and glanced at someone's injured leg. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. Although your injury is a bit strange, it's better to stay in bed for 100 days. Crown Princess, you misunderstood? Li Jiaxuan's explanation was more like a provocation. Lu Qiqi tilted her head to look at the Crown Prince, who was pretending to review the memorials, and then looked at Li Jiaxuan. Are you pretending to be pitiful to arouse the Crown Prince's pity for you? I dare not. It's good that you dare not. Lu Qiqi was satisfied. Now I give you two choices. One is that you walk out now, and stay in Yudiaju for 100 days. The other choice is that you, and I will break your legs now, and let her lie in bed, for the rest of her life. After the two choices, the Crown Prince did not say anything. Li Jiaxuan knew the danger and quickly stood up, and saluted Lu Qiqi. I'll take my leave. If she didn't leave at this time, she would be a fool. She thought that the Crown Princess would not really break her legs. But she didn't dare to gamble. When only Lu Qiqi and the prince were in the imperial study, Lu Qiqi stood there, stepping on the cakes that fell on the ground one by one. After stepping on them, she said, "Come with me." The prince couldn't pretend anymore. Seeing the woman leave after she finished speaking, he immediately chased her out. These days, he had been thinking about how to go back, and he never thought that Lu Qiqi would invite him back in this way. The prince thought too much, and when he followed Lu Qiqi back to the flower room of the East Palace, he was forced to push in front of the succulent. Your Highness, look carefully. These are all the flowers you gave me. Can you tell me what's going on with this yellow flower that looks like shit in front of you? Yellow like shit? Oh my god! Chunbai almost knelt down. Crown Princess, do you know who you are talking to? You have a kind face with me and the servants. Why do you do this to the prince? What she didn't expect was that the prince didn't get angry and really went to see the flowers. You die as a smart person. Seeing this scene, she pulled the maids back and trapped Hua Mama and others far away, not allowing them to get close to the flower room. After Lu Qiqi reminded him, the prince soon discovered the clues. Soon, Zhao Kai, who was responsible for delivering flowers, arrived. Zhao Kai couldn't remember how many flowers he had delivered, and he didn't recognize the succulent in front of him. Thinking that the East Palace was protected like an iron tunnel, no one would sneak in. The only explanation was that the flowers were really delivered by him. Feeling that the handling was not pleasing, it was better to investigate the matter as soon as possible. During this period, the prince and Lu Qiqi were in the flower room. Lu Qiqi sat comfortably on the recliner and read the storybook. The prince saw that the place where his recliner was originally placed was now occupied by flowers. Looking at the woman's attitude, what else did he not understand? Zhao Kai's work speed was very fast, and the results he brought back made the prince and Lu Qiqi dissatisfied. Just because one of the people who delivered flowers that day died. When the prince heard this, he thought of Lao Zhang, who was caught delivering vegetables in the Prince of Jin's mansion. When he was caught, it was confirmed that Lao Zhang had been dead for a long time, and the person who delivered the food was someone else in disguise. This happened a long time ago, and there was no result at the time. The prince had let this matter go because of too many things. How could he not be angry when something like this happened at this moment? Chapter 285. Attack again. The prince was born in the palace and knew the twists and turns inside. He was also sure that someone saw the incident being exposed and the evidence was cut off. After the prince was angry, while he was making plans, Sun Shua suddenly arrived and told another big thing. Prince, the eunuch died a long time ago, and now it is the eunuch's twin brother who died. Lu Qiqi laughed after hearing this. The palace is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. A small eunuch can also make up so many stories. The prince was furious and immediately investigated it himself. In the middle of the night, when Lu Qiqi was about to go to bed, the prince came with the results. The eunuch was bribed by someone, and she put the tiger chrysanthemum in the flower room to destroy the flowers in the flower room. The prince explained and waited for Lu Qiqi's reaction. Lu Qiqi saw that someone had no intention of leaving, and said, "It's really a tiger." A pot of inconspicuous words destroyed a flower room, and then said that all the flowers raised by the crown princess died. To put it in a positive way, how can a princess consort be a competent princess consort if she can't even take care of flowers? To put it in the most direct way, she is not worthy of this position, and someone wants to pull her down. I am sending people to investigate Hu Ju's matter, and I think there will be results tomorrow, the prince said, and took the initiative to sit on the bed. Seeing that the woman had no intention of driving him away, he lay down. Yanwang Mansion. Du soon knew what happened in the palace. She used the cover of night to enter the palace with concubine Qin's token. She came to the queen and ran to concubine Qin in palace. Concubine Qin was shocked to see Du coming at this time. Concubine Qin, who had just fallen asleep, hurriedly came out with her clothes on. What's wrong? Du knelt on the ground. Mother, it's all my fault. I didn't take good care of the Prince of Yin. What happened to the Prince of Yin? Concubine Qin was anxious. The Prince of Yin accidentally killed Yu Ling. Du said with shame and lowered her head. Concubine Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Ling should have died a long time ago. Mother! Du looked up pretending to be puzzled. Concubine Qin helped Du up. It's okay. If she's dead, she's dead. You go back and arrange for someone to find a place to bury her. Isn't this bad? Concubine Qin was a little dissatisfied with Du's womanly kindness. She came late at night just to talk about this matter. It was too abominable to think that Yu Ling scared herself until her death. She also disliked Du and drove her away impatiently. Okay. It's getting late. You go back and deal with it first. Yes. After Du finished speaking, she saw Concubine Qin walking towards the inner hall. And she sneered. It was a good thing to think that Yu Ling, who had been dead for a long time, could be used by herself again. She also thought of the look of shock on Wang Yin, the concubine of Yin, when she saw the body falling on the beam. She fell ill after seeing this. As expected, women in the capital are all delicate. She thought of Lu Qiqi again. Damn it! Her plan was not completed. And now she had to deal with the aftermath. If she had not been worried that those people would not do a good job, she would not have risked entering the palace. Now, the opportunity has come. After she left Concubine Qin's courtyard, she went to Qifeng Garden again. It was an hour later when she left the palace. Yulong Palace. Concubine Shu had been serving the emperor. Seeing that the emperor looked much better, she was so tired that she fell asleep beside the dragon couch. She slept very lightly, and not long after she fell asleep, she heard footsteps. Concubine Shu was alert. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw the queen coming. Queen. She came to see the emperor? How could it be possible? After the death of the king of Chu, the queen became a different person. She no longer cared about the emperor's affairs. Recently, she has been very close to the queen mother and ignored the emperor. Why did she come at this time? The queen ignored Concubine Shu and stood in front of the dragon couch, looking at the man she once gave her heart to, but was completely used. She hated him. Looking at him, she thought of the past. They had a sweet time. At that time, she could feel that this man liked her. Since the death of concubine Rong, the emperor's eyes changed when he looked at her, became disgusted. After she found out, she disliked the prince, who was still a child at the time. It was precisely because of this that she knew in her heart that the prince had a hard time in the palace during those years. And she acquiesced. It's still ridiculous when I think about it now. After going around in circles, her son died, and she became a pitiful person like her aunt. Concubine, she was thinking. What does the queen mean? What she didn't expect was that the queen just stood there until the fourth watch. When she left, she didn't say a word, just looked at the emperor with complicated eyes. When the queen left, Concubine Shu didn't feel sleepy anymore. She stood where the queen just stood and looked at the emperor. The emperor brought her wealth and glory, and also gave her hope. Since the child in her belly was lost by the queen's calculation, her heart fell to the bottom. Now she was happy to see that the queen's son was also gone. She lost her own son in her belly, so it can be said that her hope didn't last long. The queen was different. She had been dreaming for so many years, and had been planning for the king of Chu all these years. What a pity. The king of Chu died, and the position of the crown prince that the queen had been planning for so many years also fell on the head of the king of Jin. It's what he deserved. She said all kinds of greetings to the queen in her heart. The moment the emperor opened his eyes, Concubine Shu immediately looked at the emperor with tears in her eyes. Your Majesty, are you finally awake? Concubine Shu said, kneeling on the ground excitedly. Who came just now? The emperor asked. Concubine Shu didn't want to say the queen. It was the crown prince. What did he come for? Concubine Shu saw that the emperor looked unhappy, and thought of the crown prince's status in the palace. If she wanted to be safe in the future, she would need to win over the crown prince. I don't know. The crown prince just stood by the dragon couch and didn't say a word. Concubine Shu heard the eunuch say that the crown prince and the emperor yelled at each other. And she said this to speak well of the crown prince. Go down. Concubine Shu felt a little uncomfortable with the emperor's sudden expulsion. She took care of this old thing for a night. But he treated her like this, thinking that the emperor was angry with the prince. He did not take it to heart. After paying his respects, he left quickly. Not long after, Eunuch Lu came with a medicine bowl, watched the emperor drink the medicine, and laid down again. Eunuch Lu stood beside him with his back bent. The emperor took a deep breath and said, "Send someone again." Eunuch Lu was surprised. Attacking the princess had already angered the prince. If he attacked again, it would probably not be as simple as a dead person spitting blood. Knowing the emperor's attitude, he still sent someone to arrange it even though he felt it was inappropriate. Chapter 286. The emperor is furious. The next day, after the prince left, Lu Qiqi woke up. She didn't rush to get up. Seeing the sky outside, she knew that the morning court was very early. Thinking of what the prince said, she was slightly looking forward to it. Just at this time, the system voice sounded. Someone wants to harm you. Lu Qiqi was speechless. Who? System. It's the emperor again. Lu Qiqi knew it would be like this. The prince's anger and the prince's actions were all reasons for the emperor to attack her again. Do you think I will die? System. No. But it's very dangerous. After the words fell, Lu Qiqi had an extra amulet in her hand. Seeing this, Lu Qiqi knew that it was extremely dangerous. But this time, she also wanted to gamble. Last time I owed you an amulet. Let's use this to offset it. System. Are you crazy? Lu Qiqi. I'm not crazy. I just want people to see. She forced the prince to recognize the current situation, and was also betting on whether the prince would stand on her side. The hope was not great, but she had to take a gamble. If she won love. And if she lost, she would leave. With an idea in mind, Lu Qiqi got up, washed up, and went to the flower room. Now the tiger chrysanthemum in question had been taken away. Lu Qiqi was thinking, who was so anxious to do it to her? It shouldn't be the emperor, because the emperor was a deadly rhythm, and this flower would only cause disadvantages to herself. Thinking about it, summon the system. Who sent the tiger chrysanthemum? System. Do you? Lu Qiqi. Do you? What a surprise! System. She has always hated you, and she is afraid of the prince, so she could only use this roundabout method. Lu Qiqi thought for a while. How is her training as a killer going? System. It's almost successful. Lu Qiqi. Can it succeed? System. It's a bit suspenseful. Not long ago, someone found the examinee dead. This incident alarmed Jing Xiaoyin, and the matter is being investigated. Lu Qiqi thought about it, and felt that it was not strange that Du could focus on the examinee. What surprised her was, how did Du turn people into medicine people? System. Du is also quite capable. She has been studying in the Wu clan. Because there are few people there, she has no chance. After coming to the capital, she started. Lu Qiqi. Should I tell Jing Xiaoyin about this? System. You are so mean. Lu Qiqi. It's just a matter of reciprocity. The tiger chrysanthemum has been sent. She has to return the gift. The system didn't speak. Lu Qiqi was silent for a while, and then asked, when does the emperor plan to take action against me? System. It's impossible in the East Palace. The prince has sent too many people to protect you. Lu Qiqi. I will leave the palace today to return to Yu's gift. The system is anxious. You are crazy. Lu Qiqi doesn't care. I also want to see what kind of danger I will experience. The prince is reviewing memorials in the imperial study. Suddenly, a faint movement on the roof is heard. Zhao Kai hurriedly walked in from outside and was about to speak, but was stopped by the prince's eyes. Zhao Kai came to the prince and whispered something in his ear. After hearing this, the prince frowned. Things progressed much faster than expected. But this was also expected. Instead, the scene in front of him made him smile coldly. What was supposed to come still came. I thought that after experiencing that incident. He expressed it very clearly. At this time, Sun Shua arrived and was about to speak. Zhao Kai made a gesture to him. Sun Shua saw it and quickly came to the prince and whispered. Sun Chao sent a message. The prince stood up suddenly when he heard this. He realized what someone was going to do. Someone wanted to tear his face apart. he would accompany him. He picked up the sword next to him and just walked out of the imperial study and met the people lurking around. Jinui. The prince was a little surprised. The incompetent Nani died, and Jinui came, seeing that it was the Jinui leader, Eunuch Lu, who personally arranged the battle formation. The prince smiled coldly. The prince knew in his heart that Nani was testing. Eunuch Lu was going to the battle, and after that there were the emperor's secret guards. This is not over yet. He thought he had expressed it clearly enough, but now it seems that it is still a little bit off. Someone's crazy behavior is crazy in his opinion. The prince took a few steps forward and asked the people led by Lu Gonggong to take action. Zhao Kai and Sun Shou went straight to meet them. Ping pong. The swords collided and made a harsh sound. This is the palace. When such a thing happened, the surroundings were quiet. The prince looked somewhere and soon heard the sharp weapon scratching. He stood in place and clenched his fists. An arrow suddenly appeared and shot into the prince's chest. The prince was shocked by the huge impact and stepped back several steps. The prince leaned against the door frame and grabbed the arrow shot into his chest. His face was full of disbelief. Zhao Kai and Sun Shou didn't care about fighting and rushed to the prince. They saw blood coming out of the corner of the prince's mouth and blood gushing around the arrow in his chest. Zhao Kai called for the imperial doctor, and Sun Shou didn't care about the Jinui. Picked up the prince and walked towards the imperial study. The Jinui led by Eunuch Lu was dumbfounded. He knew what the emperor meant. The emperor had no intention of really attacking the prince, but just stopped him. What was going on? He was angry. Who would attack the prince? The people who carried out the mission this time were all selected by Eunuch Lu himself. They were all trustworthy people. If it wasn't his people who did it, who would it be? Eunuch Lu was troubled by this sudden situation. While worrying about the safety of the prince, he also had to find out the person who did it as soon as possible. No matter who it was, he had to find it out. If he couldn't find it, he would definitely take the blame. If this was the case, the person who executed the order today would not survive, and the entire Jinui would not survive. Eunuch Lu was almost crazy because of this sudden situation. What he didn't know was that the prince, who had just been injured, had secretly left with Sun Shou, and Zhao Kai was still in the imperial study room with Ma Yui frantically performing treatment for the prince, who was shot by an arrow. After the prince left the imperial study room, he rushed into the imperial dragon hall. The emperor in the imperial dragon hall sent everyone away and waited quietly for news. When the emperor saw the prince coming, he thought that it was because of Eunuch Lu's incompetence. He also thought that the secret guards had been sent out and would be able to take over soon. He held the prince here, and everything was carried out according to the plan. What the emperor didn't expect was that the prince came to the emperor. A dagger suddenly appeared in his hand, and he put it on his neck. "Father, are you really going to do this? You are crazy." The emperor was angry, opened the quilt, got off the dragon bed, stared at the prince, and walked closer step by step. "Father forced me to do it," the prince said, and the dagger in his hand exerted force, and a blood mark appeared on his neck. "You are really crazy." The emperor was furious and wanted to snatch the dagger back from the prince. The prince had been prepared for it, and exerted force again, and more blood gushed out of his neck. The emperor still wanted to get closer. Seeing his son's desperate behavior, he thought of the past. "Father, how did you feel when you lost your mother? Do you want your son to experience it personally?" The prince's questioning forced the emperor to bow his head. "You should know that your mother did that to better protect you?" The emperor felt a sharp pain in his heart as the dusty memories of many years were ruthlessly uncovered. Chapter 287 Attack Again. "Protect?" The prince laughed loudly, and soon he looked painful again. "Your protection will only make me miserable." "Jingyan, you?" The prince thrust the dagger deeper again, and the emperor was hurt by the prince, and finally bowed his head. "Forget it. Forget it. I will never care about your business again." The prince was finally satisfied when he heard this. Ignoring his injured neck, he prepared to leave. The emperor regretted it again. "You can't leave." The prince looked at the emperor and said nothing. "You are the future crown prince of my Qin kingdom. If the people around you don't even have this ability, how can you be responsible for the great task?" "Father." The prince was annoyed by the emperor's inconsistency and yelled at the emperor. "If you leave, I have many ways to attack her. Even if you send everyone around you to protect her, I will succeed." The prince knew that what the emperor said was true. knowing that Lu Chichi was in danger. Why didn't he do anything? He couldn't do it. The emperor came to the chessboard and took out the chess pieces. Let's play a game. The prince knew that the emperor would keep his word. So he finally bowed his head and sat opposite the emperor, not giving the emperor a good look. He was worried about Lu Chichi, and thought that Lu Chichi was from Xianmen, and he had such a powerful amulet, so he shouldn't really put himself in danger. Thinking about it, he sat down and played chess with the emperor. The emperor was still calm at first, but he got angry when he saw the blood on the prince's neck several times. He turned over the chessboard and glared at the prince. Get out! The prince heard it and moved quickly, walking out quickly. Wait! The emperor went back on his word again. The prince was impatient. Are you done yet? Treat the wound on your neck first. The prince knew that this was the emperor's biggest concession, so he could only agree. He returned to the imperial study as quickly as possible, which surprised Zhao Kai and Ma Yui, who were acting. Ma Yui didn't know how the prince's injury became neck when he was injured in the heart not long ago. In just a moment, he didn't have time to think too much, and immediately started to treat the prince's wound. Zhao Kai couldn't react for a long time. He didn't understand why the prince went to save the princess, but came back injured? When Ma Yui treated the prince's wound, he suddenly left. Zhao Kai reacted and hurriedly chased after him. Lu Chichi took 4 maids and rushed to the Prince of Yan's mansion to give gifts to Duyu. On the way, they really met someone who blocked the road. The place where the road was blocked was a little familiar. It was not far from the young man who had hit the porcelain not long ago. Lu Chichi was blocked by someone, and she first looked at the driver, who was the same person as last time. The corners of her mouth curled up. According to her understanding of the prince, this person drove the carriage to take a shortcut last time and got into an accident. Logically, this person would not drive the carriage for her again. This happened again, and Lu Chichi couldn't help but take another look. Could this person be the emperor's man? Yu Dai, Qing Dai, and Zhou Yin saw this scene and felt like they were facing a great enemy. Only Chunbai was afraid and held the crown princess's hand tightly. Crown princess, don't worry. I will protect you to the death, Lu Chichi said. Can you protect? Among the 4 maids, only Chunbai had no martial arts skills. Asking her to protect herself was not very convincing, because of Chunbai's behavior when she was in danger that time. She reminded, nothing will happen to me today, and nothing will happen to you either. Chunbai and the others nodded, knowing that the situation today was very dangerous, and it was unlikely to get through easily. They all had their own plans in their hearts. To protect the crown princess, they were willing to sacrifice their lives. Lu Chichi looked around, and when the men in black surrounded the carriage, she pushed Chunbai away and jumped off the carriage. Yu Dai and the others followed and jumped off the carriage. Yu Dai looked around vigilantly. Not only the men in black in front of her. She secretly said badly in her heart, hoping that the people arranged by the prince could compete. Lu Chichi looked at everyone. Looking at your situation today, it shouldn't be for my maid. The men in black around didn't say anything, and they attacked Lu Chichi directly. Yu Dai and the others took precautions. Chunbai felt incompetent, and he stood in front of Lu Chichi to prove her determination with practical actions. The 4 maids all attacked the men in black around them, but they never expected that Lu Chichi would pull out the hairpin on her head and rush to the vein on her neck. Lu Chichi knew that the chance of death after being stabbed in the venous artery was very high, and the bleeding was not easy to stop, and most of them were too late to be rescued. She did this because the people in front of her were rushing to kill people. They knew more clearly that the place they stabbed was dangerous, and they could calm these people more. Yu Dai found that the eyes of the people in front of her were not right, and turned her head to see the prince's suicide. Crown princess. With this voice, everyone around saw Lu Chichi's suicide. Crown princess, what are you doing? Yu Dai said. They were desperately trying to save the crown princess, and the crown princess was committing suicide? Chunbai wanted to speak, but when she saw the movement of the crown princess's other hand, she stood nervously beside her, forcing herself to calm down. Your mission is to kill me. If I die, you can go back and report. However, you know my identity as the crown princess. Today, such a big formation was made to kill me. The crown prince will definitely know. According to my position in the crown prince's heart, the crown prince will definitely kill all 9 clans after knowing it. Lu Chichi took a breath. Even if you are secret guards, according to the prince's ability, No matter how deep you hide the 9 clans, the prince can still find them. But I don't know how they will die. Just after saying this, Lu Qiqi suddenly had a wound on her neck. No. The prince is injured. Fortunately, the situation is not serious. Yu Dai just understood what the crown princess did. And seeing the crown princess injured, they were all shocked. Lu Qiqi sneered. Why? Are you scared? After saying that, she threw the hairpin in her hand, fell to the ground, and broke instantly. It seems that it is not an ordinary hairpin that is broken, but the courage to destroy the jade and stone together. Most of the black-clothed people were stunned by Lu Qiqi. But one person was different. He narrowed his eyes and flew into the air. The black-clothed people who were originally stunned changed their postures one by one. Lu Qiqi knew that this was a formation. Sure enough, the emperor wanted to kill her. Others know that he and the prince live and die together. The emperor knows that the prince is more restrained by him. Even if he dies, it will not endanger the prince's life. Haha. Excellent. Seeing this scene, Yu Dai and others protected the princess from 3 directions. And Chun Bai still stood in front of the princess. Lu Qiqi just watched. Soon, a fight began. The black-clothed people in front of them were all the emperor's secret guards. There were many people on the other side. Soon, Yu Dai, Qing Dai, and Zhou Yan became a little tired. At this time, more than a dozen people came around, and they quickly joined the battle together. Lu Qiqi knew that these people were arranged by the prince. Looking at the fight in front of her, she suspected that the driver also rushed forward. The driver had no weapons in his hands, and his arms were like a copper wall, because the moment the ruthless sword chopped down, there was no blood and flesh flying, and a bang was heard. This sound was like hitting an iron wall. Lu Qiqi was shocked. This man is a master. With the help of the driver and others, the situation of Yu Dai and others has improved. Lu Qiqi is still a little worried. This situation will not last long. If they want to escape safely, even if they kill the emperor now, they may not be able to stop the current situation. Chapter 288 East Palace Secret Passage. Lu Qiqi looked at it and summoned the system. Is there a medicine that can kill all these men in black? System. No. I can only protect you. If you want it now, it's still in time. Lu Qiqi understood that it would be really difficult for her to escape today. After thinking about it, give me a bucket of gasoline and a lighter. System. What are you doing? Committing suicide? Lu Qiqi. It's not me who commits suicide. It's them. As soon as she finished explaining, Lu Qiqi really had a bucket of gasoline and a lighter in her hand. Lu Qiqi took a look at the gasoline barrel, which was too small. System. Be safe. Don't play with fire and get burned. Lu Qiqi was forced to accept the reality. Turned around and came to the side of the carriage. Sprinkled gasoline on the carriage. Stepped back 2 steps. Took out a handkerchief. Lit it with a lighter. Threw it over. And dragged Chun Bai back. Disperse. Lu Qiqi shouted. Yu Dai and the others followed Lu Qiqi for a while. When they saw the carriage suddenly on fire, and the fire was too big, and then looked at the actions of the crown princess, they did not want to fight and quickly dispersed. The people and the coachman arranged by the crown prince were a little slower and hid before the fire came. The dark guards present were not so lucky. Some were ignited by the fire. The companions of the dark guards were busy putting out the fire, and the dark guards' formation was broken. The fire in the carriage, accompanied by billowing smoke, attracted many people. Some people were worried that the fire would spread. For a time, this place attracted the attention of many people. Lu Qiqi looked at the situation and thought that she should avoid the danger this time. She glanced at the secret guard behind her and prepared to take the maid away first. Just as she was about to move, suddenly, she saw a flashing object rushing towards her. Lu Qiqi couldn't see clearly and thought it was a burning spark. When it came to her and found it was an arrow, she wanted to hide but couldn't move. Yu Dai and others around her discovered it a little late, and because they were still some distance away, when they were about to rush over, someone flew over faster than them and grabbed the tail of the arrow. Lu Qiqi was still in shock, looking at the arrow that would pierce her head with one more finger. Her heart was beating wildly. Qiqi. A call, like calling a soul, woke everyone up. When Lu Qiqi saw the prince holding the tail of the arrow in front of her, she ran out of courage and rushed into the prince's arms. Sobbing, the prince gave a look, and the people he brought began to deal with the aftermath. He hugged Lucici and comforted her softly. It's okay. He didn't dare to think about what would happen if he came a little later. Because of this, he felt that some people didn't need to live anymore. Lucici nestled in the prince's arms until she cried enough. She looked up from the prince's arms. Why are you here? I heard that you were in danger. So I came to find you. Sun Shuo was sent in advance, and others intercepted him halfway. When he hurried over, he didn't know where Lucici was. Fortunately, the sky-high fire attracted his attention, so he came so quickly. Lucici looked at the prince and was very relieved. She won, seeing the prince's neck wrapped. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Just a minor injury. Lucici looked at the prince, and she felt very selfish at this moment. Knowing that the emperor was going to deal with her, she still wanted to test the prince and turn the prince into a sandwich. He was the one who suffered the most. The system popped up. Now you know the prince is good? Lucici did not refute. In the face of facts, she would never be stupid again. Soon, Lucici found something wrong. Did you know it a long time ago? The system did not speak, and Lucici knew that she had guessed right. She was not angry. The prince did not want the woman to stay any longer, so he pulled the woman away. As soon as he walked out of the alley, he saw the anxious Sun Shuo. When the prince saw Sun Shuo, his face was not good, because the woman was around. He did not get angry on the spot. Sun Shuo could not wait, and came to the prince, and under great pressure, he told what he had just seen. Your Highness, the person who just shot the arrow was the King of Yin. The prince squinted and looked over. Sun Shuo lowered his head. I came a little late, just in time to see the King of Yin shoot the arrow. The prince gave a look, and Sun Shuo turned and left. When the prince took Lucici to the carriage, they did not rush to the palace, nor did they rush to find the King of Yin, but drove the carriage to the Prince of Jin's mansion. After the prince got off the carriage, he took Lucici into the Qingyu pavilion. After entering the Qingyu pavilion, the prince took the woman to the bedroom. Lucici was puzzled why the prince did this. When the prince moved the wardrobe next to him, a secret passage appeared. This leads directly to the East Palace. Lucici couldn't believe it. The distance from the palace to the Prince of Jin's mansion was so long. How could it lead to the East Palace? Lucici was surprised. When Lucici walked into the secret passage, she felt that there was no turbid smell in the air. After walking for a while, the prince began to explain. This was done by my mother. Lucici took a long time to digest this news. Could it be that Rong Fei knew where the prince was now? So she made this secret passage early? Thinking about how many years Rong Fei had died. How could she know what happened after so many years? When Lucici left the secret passage and came to the East Palace, looking at everything familiar in front of her, her heart was still pounding. What she didn't expect was that the exit was in the flower room. The entrance was in Qingyu Pavilion of the Prince of Jin's mansion, and the exit was in the flower room. Were these all designed by the prince in advance? The seemingly casual action actually hides such a big secret behind it. Lucici came to the flower room and couldn't calm down for a long time. When she breathed a sigh of relief, she found that they had many tall flowers in the flower room, blocking other people's sight. The prince thought that the woman was still frightened by the danger not long ago. So he took the woman's hand and said softly, Chi-Chi, I have found out that the tiger chrysanthemum was sent by you, and the person who shot the cold arrow in the back was the King of Yin. You may not know the situation in the King of Yin's mansion. The King of Yin is no longer a normal person. He has been trained by Du to be a murderer. Murderer? Lucici finally responded. Yes. The King of Yin's mansion is very dangerous. I have to take people there now. You are in the flower room. Don't go out until you see me come back. Lucici grabbed the prince's hand tightly. What are you going to do? In her opinion, it was like a last word. The prince curled his lips and sneered. Now everyone knows that I was attacked in the imperial study. What can I do with this opportunity? The imperial study was attacked in the palace, so it should be related to the emperor. What Lucici didn't understand was that the prince just appeared in front of everyone. How could it be? Lucici quickly reacted to the prince's contradictory words. Everything was a trick. The people who saw the prince at the scene might be the prince's people, or they might have left forever. Lucici wanted to know, but she couldn't ask it out loud, so she just reminded him. Be careful. I'll be fine. After the prince explained these, he quickly left through the secret passage. Chapter 289 Flower Valley. Lucici was alone in the flower room. her mind full of what had just happened. And she summoned the system. What is the prince going to do? System. Kill, do you? Lu Qiqi. Is it that simple? System. What do you think? Lu Qiqi. Why does the prince have to go out in person to kill, do you? System. Do you controls the king of Yin? Killing do you will destroy the king of Yin. Lu Qiqi understood what was going on. It turned out that Du also had weaknesses. If the prince knew about it, he would definitely use them thoroughly. Even if Du asked the king of Yin to do it for safety. There was no need for the prince to go in person. Unless there was another important matter. The prince's purpose is not simple. Right? System. Haha. Nothing can be hidden from you. Lu Qiqi. Speak. System. Do you can control the king of Yin? Why can't the prince? Lu Qiqi couldn't stay calm. Did the prince intercept him halfway? The incident of this day has not passed yet. And the prince has calculated so many people. The prince's injury is related to the emperor. The prince appeared in time and saved himself. Now the prince is anxious to kill Du. Thinking this way, Ju can appear in the East Palace. Even if the prince is not aware of it. He must have known about it after the fact. Did the prince also participate in the arrow shot by the king of Yin not long ago? Lu Qiqi thought. And the system voice appeared anxiously. You can't misunderstand the prince. Lu Qiqi. Tell me. Where did I misunderstand the prince? System. Ju was indeed done by Du. And the prince didn't know about it beforehand. Later. You took the prince to see Ju. And he sent someone to investigate and found out. Today. The emperor attacked you. When the crown prince found out, he wanted to rush out to save you. The emperor arranged for the Jinui to intercept him in the imperial study. The crown prince was injured, which caused the Jinui to lose their composure. Then the crown prince rushed to the emperor to question him. It was the emperor who said that the crown prince was the future crown prince and that the people around him could not be useless. He forced the crown prince to play chess with him. And only if he won could he save you. The crown prince knew that if he did not agree, the emperor would definitely find another opportunity to attack you. So he had no choice but to agree to play chess. However, the old emperor still had a conscience. After playing for a while, he saw that the crown prince was absent-minded and angrily drove the crown prince away. You were almost shot to death by the arrow of the king of Yin at the scene because Du was nearby at the time and saw that you were trapped. So he summoned the king of Yin and asked him to kill you. Lu Qiqi sighed when she heard it. A lot of things happened on this day. System. It was a coincidence that the prince went to settle accounts with the king of Yin now. It can be said that the king of Yin took the initiative to send this opportunity to him. According to the prince's violent temper, who would be intact except the emperor if he touched your people? Lu Qiqi. Why did the prince leave and let me stay here? After saying that, she took a look at the entire greenhouse. The place that was once pleasing to the eye now looks a bit dull. System. The prince does not believe the emperor and is worried that he will go back on his words. Lu Qiqi sneered. System. The king of Yin cannot be considered a person. It will be dangerous to go there. The prince does not want you to have any problems while he is busy dealing with the king of Yin. Lu Qiqi. After all, she still does not believe the emperor. She is willing to be serious. Who asked the emperor to kill her? System. The emperor is not stupid. He will not really take your life. Otherwise, how do you think the wine said by Wu Ma Ma would not take your life on the spot? Lu Qiqi felt strange. System. The emperor knows that if he really kills you, the relationship between him and the prince will also end. Lu Qiqi thought about it, and it seemed to be the case. System. On the one hand, the emperor sent people to attack you. And on the other hand, he deliberately went to intercept the prince. This is enough to explain everything? Lu Qiqi was somewhat persuaded. Just thinking about it, I heard a movement from the side. I looked over carefully and found Yu Dai and Chun Bai coming out of the secret passage. Seeing the two of them, Lu Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief. Chun Bai saw the intact crown princess and came forward to cry. After crying twice, she was kicked by Yu Dai. Chun Bai stopped and looked at the crown princess pitifully. Crown princess, I'm so glad you're okay. Lu Qiqi wanted to wipe Chun Bai's tears with a handkerchief. But when she thought of the handkerchief being burned by the fire, she could only touch Chun Bai's head. I told you. Nothing will happen. After saying that, she looked at Yu Dai. Where are they? They're still looking for you. Lu Qiqi understood that it was the prince's arrangement again. The prince's arrangements are always so perfect. Thinking about it, she stayed in the flower room, found a comfortable position, and took out the storybook next to her to read. She was worried that Yudai and Chunbai would be bored, so she gave them each a storybook. Yudai didn't think it was a big deal. She sat next to her and read it casually. But Chunbai was not like that. Looking at the storybook in front of her, she didn't recognize many words. Was it embarrassing for her to read the storybook? She thought that everyone was fine after experiencing the danger, so she didn't think reading the storybook was embarrassing. She took the storybook and only read the words she knew. She felt bored after reading for a while, and fell asleep leaning against the side. Lu Qiqi was reading with great interest when she felt her shoulders sink. She turned her head, and saw that it was Chunbai's head. Yudai also noticed it, and wanted to wake Chunbai up, but was stopped by Lu Qiqi. Yudai knew that Chunbai treated the crown princess differently. Otherwise, it would be better for Chunbai to find someone outside in this situation today. Seeing this, she didn't say anything. Lu Qiqi didn't think much and continued to read the storybook. This was the sequel to Panyu that Chunbai had brought not long ago. The writing style, this time, was different from the past. It followed Panyu's writing style, but there were not so many obscure words between the lines. What happened? The author changed? This discovery made Lu Qiqi interested again, and summoned the system. Has the author of the storybook changed? After a while, there was no sound from the system, so Lu Qiqi asked again, but there was still no movement. Thinking about the 2 times she summoned the system, it was not there, and said it was charging, so it should be the same situation. Lu Qiqi continued to read. After reading for a while, she felt that it was boring, so she gave up decisively and picked up someone else's storybook to read. This book looks very relaxing. As she read, she seemed to be in a sea of flowers, feeling the sweetness of love, without the dullness in Panyu's book. As she read, Lu Qiqi felt yearning. I don't know if the Flower Valley mentioned in the storybook is a place here, or if it was made up by the author at will. Thinking about it, she turned her head to look at Yudai. Yudai was alert and noticed Lu Qiqi's eyes. Crown Princess, are you hungry? Lu Qiqi shook her head and took out a small box from the side, which was full of snacks she had stored, picked up a piece and brought it to Yudai. Yudai didn't hesitate to eat. After they had eaten for a while, Lu Qiqi said, have you heard of the place called Flower Valley? Yes. Where is it? I really want to go and see it. I just heard about it, but I don't know where it is exactly. Is there really such a place? Yes. I heard that Flower Valley is a paradise, and the people who live in Flower Valley are like gods with immortal temperament. Chapter 290. Do you ran away? Lu Qiqi thought for a while. According to what you said, Prime Minister Chu is from Huagu. Yudai shook her head. Prince Chu is from Xianmen. Xianmen? Yudai said. The 2 most mysterious places in our Qin state are Xianmen and Huagu. People in Xianmen know a lot of things, such as Qimen Duanjia, which is a small matter in Xianmen. More importantly, I heard that people in Xianmen will not change their appearance for decades. Lu Qiqi had heard this before, from Prime Minister Chu. She didn't believe it at the time, but after hearing Yudai's words, she believed it a little. I met Prime Minister Chu once when I was very young, and his appearance didn't change much. Are you telling the truth? It should be. It was many years ago. I don't remember it clearly, and his appearance is not much different from Prime Minister Chu. Lu Qiqi almost believed it, but after hearing this, she quickly denied it. Almost. It was many years ago again. Maybe he is somewhat similar to the person Yudai has seen. What about Flower Valley? Yudai thought for a moment. Some people say that the people in Flower Valley are all gods, and they violated the heavenly rules and were demoted to the mortal world. Lu Qiqi heard this and laughed in an unkind way. Gods were demoted? Crown Princess, you don't believe it? Yudai said. It's hard to believe without seeing it with your own eyes. If you have the opportunity to go to these 2 places in person, you may believe it. Yudai thought this made sense. After a while, Lu Qiqi said again, what happened to those people after I left? After you left, the people in black left. What about the people watching around? Lu Qiqi was still worried that the crown prince would kill innocent people in anger. Ordinary people dare not look, and those who approach have some problems. We found the same pattern on those people's arms, and later they were all taken away by Zhao Kai. Lu Qiqi thought there was nothing wrong with this. How could ordinary people approach if they saw danger? People who approached had problems. After thinking for a while, he asked, Did you see the pattern on their arms again? Somewhat like eagles. Like? I always feel that the pattern is a little strange, Yu Dai said. When Lu Qiqi heard this, he thought of a bird he had seen before, called Kaiyao Kaiyao. Kaiyao is very similar to eagles, mainly eats fish, and has claws like duck claws. Kaiyao belongs to the vertebrate class, Aves, Falconiforms, Accipitridae, and Harrier genus, also known as magpie yao. Magpie hawk generally lives near low mountains and hills with lush vegetation. Kaiyao is a medium-sized bird of prey, with a body length of no more than 50 centimeters and a weight of about 380 grams. From the outside, the magpie kite looks very similar to a common eagle. The difference is that the birds of the kite family have a slightly shorter beak, and their bodies and legs are longer. When it stands, its appearance is very similar to that of a magpie, so people also call it a magpie kite. Is it somewhat similar to a magpie? Lu Qiqi asked. Yu Dai nodded immediately after hearing this. Yes. It is really rare to use a magpie kite as a sign. Thinking of the living habits of magpie kites. Are these people all around the magpie kites? Have any outsiders come to the capital recently? No. Lu Qiqi didn't say anything more about this. I'm a little tired. I'll sleep for a while. If you need anything, call me. Yu Dai got up anxiously. I'll get you a blanket. Lu Qiqi grabbed her and said, there are a few blankets under the coffee table. Just use that. When Yu Dai really took out a few blankets, she thought, when did the crown princess do these things? How could she not know? Thinking, she covered the crown princess and Chunbai. And just after she finished these things, the crown princess had fallen asleep. Yu Dai had no expression in her eyes. What happened today was too dangerous, and she was a little bit overwhelmed. She accepted the crown princess, who had no martial arts, so quickly. Seeing that the crown princess would not wake up in a short time, she leaned on the side, found a comfortable posture, and started reading the storybook again. In the evening, Lu Qiqi woke up and saw that the prince had not returned yet, and she was a little worried. Fortunately, Qin Dai and Zhou Yan came back, which made Lu Qiqi slightly relieved. Crown Princess. Qin Dai and Zhou Yan arrived and knelt on the ground to salute. Lu Qiqi's eyes were red. It's good to be back. Yu Dai knew that the crown princess asked several times after waking up, and she was obviously worried about them. After this period of time, she found that the crown princess seemed to say everything, but she always proved her concern for people with her actions. With Qin Dai and Zhou Yan back, Lu Qiqi didn't have to stay in the flower room anymore, because they didn't know much about the affairs of King Yin. Lu Qiqi asked a few questions, but found nothing. She sat quietly in the room reading the storybook and asked the 4 maids to go to the small kitchen to cook. When she was alone, she showed all her worries about the crown prince on her face. I don't know how the crown prince is now, and because Qin Dai and Zhou Yan are back, they should have controlled the overall situation. Thinking of the system saying that the crown prince did it himself. Could it be successful? If so, how will the crown prince treat King Yin? Is it to make the king of Yin a tool for him to kill people? After thinking for a while, he had no clue. He summoned the system. Is you dead? System. No. Lu Qiqi was a little surprised. Oh. System. You is too cunning. He found something wrong and escaped early. Lu Qiqi. Wasn't the king of Yin a paper tiger? System. You gave the king of Yin medicine before leaving? And he temporarily regained consciousness. After the king of Yin woke up, he forgot everything that happened during this period. Lu Qiqi. Does you still have this ability? System. The king of Yin will not be awake for too long. Lu Qiqi. How long? System. Half a month. Lu Qiqi. What is the prince doing now? System. Reminiscing with the king of Yin. Do you believe it? Lu Qiqi. I believe it. Reminiscing is fake. There must be other purposes. Lu Qiqi chatted with the system, and the 4 maids worked quickly, and soon brought the prepared meals to her. Lu Qiqi saw her favorite fried radish and sweet potato porridge. She smelled the familiar smell, and she ate it happily even though she hadn't eaten properly at noon. The 4 maids ate together under Lu Qiqi's warm invitation. The 4 maids were used to eating with the crown princess. As soon as they picked up their chopsticks, the crown prince suddenly arrived. This situation caught Yu Dai and others off guard. Soon, Yu Dai and others knelt on the ground, not daring to say a word. Lu Qiqi asked the crown prince to sit down. The crown prince looked at Zhao Kai behind him. and Zhao Kai led people forward to remove all the food on the table. Lu Qiqi saw Zhao Kai removing the dishes one by one, and said to the 4 maids kneeling on the ground, "Why are you still kneeling? Come with guard Zhao." Chunbai was bold and knew the crown princess' kindness. She got up and got busy without hearing what the crown prince said. Yu Dai, Qing Dai, and Zhou Yan felt that they had saved their lives and accepted the crown princess' kindness. When the food was removed, the 4 maids followed. Lu Qiqi looked at the crown prince. "Is it not going well over there?" The crown prince was helpless. This kind of thing must not happen again in the future. It is against the rules for the master and the servant to eat together. Okay, I'll listen to you. At worst, we won't eat together in the East Palace in the future. Outside, the crown prince doesn't have so many eyes and shouldn't see it. The crown prince was satisfied and talked about what happened in the Prince of Yan's mansion. The Prince of Yan was cunning enough and said that he had been sick in bed. "Where is Du?" Seeing that things were not going well, he ran away. Running away. "Du is too cunning," Lu Qiqi said. And she laughed first. Chapter 291 Touring Qingxin Lake. The prince and Lu Qiqi ate for a long time. The prince told what happened today, and said that he had injured his neck in the imperial study. Lu Qiqi knew what the man meant and did not point it out. After dinner, the two came to the flower room together. The prince took the initiative to talk about the origin of the secret passage. After listening, Lu Qiqi asked the question in her heart. "How did your mother know that you would live in the Prince of Jin's mansion and become the prince?" The prince looked at the woman and was a little dissatisfied with the word "your mother." He thought that there was no contact between the woman and his mother, so it was normal for her to say this. "I didn't know at first," the prince said. "When did you know?" "My father told me on the first day I became the crown prince." Lu Qiqi paused. "So, when I proposed to build a greenhouse, you thought of it?" The crown prince stared at the woman, not seeing any emotional fluctuations on her face. "Are you angry?" "A little." The crown prince was amused by the woman's words, and stretched out his hand to rub the woman's hair vigorously. And he would not let it go until it was messy. Can't you take it easy? This seems to be a complaint. But there is too much pampering. In front of you, I can be myself." After Lu Qiqi finished speaking, she looked at the man with disgust. "Look at you. You messed up my hair." "Really?" Looking at the crown prince's rogue appearance, Lu Qiqi was speechless for a while. Soon, the crown prince returned to normal. "Don't worry about the father. I have already told him that if he doesn't want to lose me as a son, it's best not to do it." "Did you really say that?" The prince embraced the woman in his arms. "I am the only one who can become the new emperor. You are so bad." Lu Qiqi gently patted the man's chest. Hee. The man laughed, and the woman was relieved. She always felt that the prince was no threat. Now she thought that he should be on guard against the king of Yin. What she didn't understand was that if he knew that there was a problem with the king of Yin, why did he leave the problem until now? Did he find out Du's thoughts and want to use the king of Yin for himself? The idea flashed through her mind, and Lu Qiqi didn't get entangled. While eating, drinking, talking and laughing, the exciting day passed quickly. The days continued. What happened in the next few days could not be compared with the excitement of that day. If possible, she hoped that she would never experience such excitement in the future. 3 days later, the emperor knew that the prince had led people to attack the king of Yan's mansion, and he had many dissatisfactions with the prince because of what happened not long ago. The emperor did not do anything too extreme, but was angry and pointed at the prince's nose and scolded. The prince stood by, listening quietly, as if he was not the one being scolded. Outside the door, Zhao Kai and Sun Shou were standing guard nervously, worried that the prince would suffer again. After not hearing the prince's movements for a long time, the emperor's voice gradually became quieter, just as he breathed a sigh of relief. The queen arrived with a group of people. Seeing that the queen looked bad, Zhao Kai was about to inform the prince, when the queen suddenly came to him from a distance. She pushed open the door of the imperial study and walked in quickly. Zhao Kai thought he must be dazzled. How could the queen suddenly come to him? At this time, Nani Wang brought the palace maids to the door of the imperial study, closed the open door, stood still, and looked forward. Inside the imperial study, when the emperor saw the queen suddenly arrive, he stopped scolding the prince and looked at the queen with dissatisfaction. The queen ignored the emperor's anger and the prince's inquiring eyes and said, "Prince, I have something to say to His Majesty." She meant to let the prince avoid her. Just say whatever you want to say. The emperor was angry. The prince thought the queen came at the right time and wanted to leave. As soon as he made a move, the queen was satisfied. But the emperor was unhappy. Stop right there. The prince looked at the queen. And then at the queen. The queen was very easy to talk to. She didn't embarrass the prince. She said, "Your Majesty, I heard that your Majesty is very ill. I just heard your Majesty's scolding from a distance. I think your Majesty's illness should be cured." The emperor looked at the queen. This woman dared to threaten him. "Your Majesty, do you still remember the promise you made to me when I met you? Your Majesty, do you remember what your Majesty said when the King of Chu was born? Your Majesty, do you remember what your Majesty said when the King of Chu was gone?" After 3 consecutive questions, the angry emperor changed his face again. The queen didn't intend to let the emperor go. "Your Majesty's many years of planning and wishes have been achieved. But you are still so dissatisfied. Today, I ask your Majesty again, looking at the entire Qin kingdom. Who else can sit in that position? Who else can stand there? How dare you?" The emperor was angry and roared. After the queen understood everything, she didn't regard the emperor in front of her as her heaven or as the man she wanted to please. "Today, I came here just to say one thing. If anyone dares to touch Lu Qiqi, my Wu clan will give up everything and perish together with the other party." The emperor was surprised by this. And the prince was also surprised. What does the queen mean? Do you know that they will join hands to eliminate the witch clan? Or use Lu Qiqi as a threat to make them compromise? Queen, do you know what you are talking about? I accidentally know that Lu Qiqi is the one who will live and die with the prince. It's not Li Jiaxuan. The emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. What is this woman going to do? Since the death of King Chu, he can't see through this woman. After the queen finished speaking, she looked at the emperor deeply and turned to leave. After the queen left for a long time, the emperor was a little slow to react. The prince just took a look and saluted to the emperor. "I'm leaving." After presiding over the government for a long time, the emperor should start to do things now. And he doesn't need to be so tired. Because of the queen's reminder, the prince felt that the emperor was too idle. So he attacked Lu Qiqi several times. Let him be completely busy thinking about the border. He shouldn't be anxious about this matter. Let the emperor slowly get anxious and angry. The prince came out and ran to the East Palace. Zhao Kai and Sun Shou were also shocked by what they had just heard. Seeing the prince leave, they left quickly, fearing that they would be silenced. The prince suddenly returned to the East Palace. Lu Qiqi, who was doing yoga, was very surprised, staring at the prince who had returned. He first looked at the sky to make sure that the sun was rising from the east, and then looked at the sky again, and there was no red rain. The busy prince came back at this time? He seemed to be in a very good mood. What good thing happened? "Prince, why did you come back at this time?" Lu Qiqi asked. Chunbai and others had already knelt down to pay their respects. The prince came up and took Lu Qiqi's hand. "I haven't been out for a long time. Take you out to play? Really?" Lu Qiqi couldn't believe it. Even a busy man can be lazy sometimes? Soon, Lu Qiqi knew everything was true. She and the prince took a carriage to leave the East Palace and went to the largest Qingxin lake in the capital. The autumn weather was clear and refreshing, and there were large and small boats on the Qingxin lake. Like Chunlu, there were flower boats on Qingxin lake, tall and luxurious boats that only big families could use to show their status, and some small boats, which were small boats for ordinary people to play casually. Lu Qiqi looked at the scene in front of her. She had wanted to come here to play for a long time. It was just because the big boat was too expensive. She didn't have one, but she could rent a small boat. She felt that there were too many boats on the lake, and the small boat was not safe. She had been in the capital for more than a year, but this was the only area she had not touched. As she was watching, a big boat soon came over. Chapter 292 The Queen Holds a Banquet. After the boat stopped, the prince took Lu Qiqi on board. Lu Qiqi had never thought that Qingxin Lake could be so beautiful. Looking from afar, the lake was set off by the blue sky, and there were several green mountains at different distances, just like gems lost between green silk. On the big boat, looking at the big mountains in the distance surrounded by mist, it gave people a feeling of stepping into a fairyland. She thought of the flower valley mentioned by Yu Dai. Is it that the flower valley is in such a place that gives people the illusion of a fairyland? The prince saw that the woman liked it, so he took Lu Qiqi to the bow and let Lu Qiqi experience the feeling in the movie. When she was studying, she was once taken to watch a movie. The male and female protagonists in the movie met on the boat, and also felt a sense of romance at the bow. Lu Qiqi spread her arms like the scene in the movie, and the prince hugged the woman's waist from behind. Lu Qiqi smiled slightly. The man had finally gotten the hang of it today. They admired the boat for a while, watching the large and small boats around them passing by. Their boat was still moving slowly. At this time, Lu Qiqi heard a burst of elegant music. She turned around and pushed the prince away, and danced gently on the boat. She was dancing the peacock dance. The ancient costumes were originally elegant. As Lu Qiqi danced, the prince smiled and watched from the side. After the tune was over, Lu Qiqi heard applause. The applause was not from the prince, but from the boat not far away. The prince heard the noise, turned his head, and looked over. He recognized at a glance that the other party was Hao Zimin, the second master of Feitian Fort. This man was a wine lover and had harmed many people. It was bad luck for this person to meet him today. Lu Qiqi came to the prince and looked over together. They saw that it was a flower boat, and the person clapping his hands was a fat man on the flower boat. Fat head and big ears. It should be this person. Lu Qiqi saw that the prince was angry and didn't want this person to ruin their fun. So he said, "Fat head and big ears. It should be this person." The anger in the prince's eyes turned into a smile. You always say it so appropriately." Lu Qiqi clicked his tongue twice. To be able to eat like this, he must have some family background. I wonder how much he stole and ate under the wise leadership of the prince to become the fat head and big ears now. He is Hao Zimin, the second master of Feitian Fort. It turns out that he is also a person with family background. Lu Qiqi has heard of Feitian Fort. Feitian Fort has everything except power. It can also be said that he is rich and powerful. It is not surprising that he could eat like this. The owner of the fort is a low-key person. He is only known as Hao Ziyu. Feitian Fort can have everything it has today, and it is inseparable from Hao Ziyu. When Lu Qiqi heard that the man knew so much, she asked again, "Are Hao Ziyu and Hao Zimin brothers?" Hao Ziyu is the legitimate son, and Hao Zimin is the son of a concubine. Lu Qiqi knew there was a story behind this. Looking at Hao Zimin's appearance, he is a lustful man. It takes a lot of money to get on such a big flower boat. Thinking of Feitian Fort as a backing, he is not short of money at all. Look at the prince next to him. He knows so much. Obviously he has been paying attention to Feitian Fort for a long time. I think it is understandable. Don't look at Hao Zimin like this. He is also a tough guy and has a lot of influence in Feitian Fort. Lu Qiqi couldn't help but take another look. And Hao Zimin happened to look over and whistled a hooligan. Listening to this tune, Lu Qiqi looked at the prince. "Are you not angry?" "No." He would only use his hands. "Forget it. I won't argue with this man." After Lu Qiqi finished speaking, Yu Dai and others had already prepared tea. She pulled the prince into the cabin. After sitting down, the two of them drank tea leisurely. Because the cabin was surrounded by white transparent curtains, people outside could not see everything inside. And sitting inside could indeed see everything around. She saw a weak and boneless woman come to Hao Zimin, and she didn't know what she said. Picked up Hao Zimin, and walked into the cabin. Finally, there was no more annoying things, and Lu Qiqi's mood gradually improved for the beautiful things around her. The two drank tea for a while, and Chunbai and others brought wine and food. Sitting on the boat and drinking is a different taste. Lu Qiqi began to focus on drinking and eating. After finishing, the two went to Chuanchuanchunfing again, and found that there were many small boats gathered around. As a woman, Lu Qiqi was naturally alert. She could feel the naked eyes of the women around her. They all fell in love with the prince. Now I suddenly felt that getting on the boat was a mistake. After playing and returning to the East Palace, Lu Qiqi was still very unhappy. The prince was kind, but he didn't expect a good thing to turn into a bad thing. Seeing that the woman was in a bad mood, he stayed by her side and used his actions to correct his name. He was a little proud in his heart. The woman finally knew how popular she was. When she saw his feelings for her, she would be happy. The next day, the queen invited all the unmarried women in the capital to the palace for a banquet. After hearing the news, everyone dressed up carefully and showed their beautiful side. Lu Qiqi heard the news from Chunbai. I always feel that someone did it on purpose. Li Jiaxuan has not been completely expelled, and so many more have come. The key problem is that Li Jiaxuan is targeting the prince, which is a clear purpose. She has a good reason for her actions. But the queen's actions are not very clear. If the queen likes these women, is she trying to stuff women into the emperor? If it's not the emperor, then it's the prince? Lu Qiqi is not happy about this. There is another possibility for the queen's actions. Being able to enter the palace for a banquet. Her status is naturally not ordinary. The queen may be trying to win people's hearts. Lu Qiqi, who has experienced it, knows that it is very important. Knowing that the queen's actions may be for the prince, she can't say anything. Shunbai, a big mouth, goes in and out of the East Palace again and again, bringing all kinds of news from the outside to her. Lu Qiqi's heart sinks every time she hears it. Lu Qiqi can't stay and looks at the pavilion where the queen is holding a banquet from a distance. Across the lake, Lu Qiqi could clearly see the beautiful women in the pavilion. They looked pleasing to the eye. And the more she looked, the more upset she felt. The women in the pavilion chattered while the queen had not arrived yet. Across the lake, Lu Qiqi heard them still talking about the prince. When they talked about the prince, their eyes were full of spring. Lu Qiqi gritted her teeth in anger. Damn it! Thinking of the queen, who was leading the dinner today, she felt even more disgusted. Yu Dai looked over and recognized some people. They were all legitimate daughters of the powerful in the capital. Legitimate daughters? The queen's meaning was too obvious. Seeing that the crown princess looked unhappy, Yu Dai thought that the crown princess should know the queen's intention. The queen had not made any move, but was waiting for the crown princess. Okay, let's go, Lu Qiqi said, and turned to leave. Yu Dai had just returned to the East Palace with her maid, and the queen came to the pavilion and warmly greeted the legitimate daughters present. These legitimate daughters were carefully selected by the queen, and a total of more than 20 were selected. Seeing each of them dressed up carefully, the queen was very satisfied, thinking that the palace would be lively in the future. As the queen, she was satisfied with the lively scene in the near future. Here, Lu Qiqi returned to the East Palace and saw the crown prince, who came first again. Why are you back? Thinking that so many women came for the crown prince, Lu Qiqi felt unhappy in her heart, and she was also sour when she spoke to the crown prince. The crown prince knew the queen's movements, and then looked at the woman's face, which was exactly the same as yesterday, and understood what was going on. But he didn't say anything. You have nothing to do today, so you came back early? You are not busy these days? Is he busy meeting other women, and not even reviewing memorials? I won't be busy anymore, said the prince. Chapter 293 Falling into the Water. The prince said, Father is in good health. Lu Qiqi laughed twice. The emperor's health has long been fine. It seems that the prince is angry about that matter. But, didn't the emperor let the prince have some free time to see other women? Thinking about it, summon the system and ask the question in the heart. The system voice sounded. The emperor didn't know. It was the queen who did it. Lu Qiqi obviously didn't believe it. The emperor didn't know. System. The queen was selected for the prince. Boom. Lu Qiqi felt that her head was about to explode. She had thought of this possibility a long time ago. She wanted to rush to the queen, scold her fiercely, and then drive all those women away, even if it left a bad reputation. Lu Qiqi was willing to do so. But this is ancient times. Men are proud of having 3 wives and 4 concubines. Even if this wave is driven away, there will be many more women coming. Can she really stop them? Lu Qiqi just had some confidence in the prince. But when faced with reality, her confidence was almost suppressed. At this moment, Lu Qiqi had the idea of escaping. How did the queen choose those women? System. They are all daughters of ministers in the capital. Lu Qiqi sneered. The queen is quite concerned about the prince. System. Yesterday, the emperor scolded the prince, and it was the queen who came forward and said, If anyone dares to touch Lu Qiqi, my witch clan will give up everything and will perish together with the other party. Lu Qiqi was confused. Did the queen really say that? System. Yes. In front of the prince and the emperor. Lu Qiqi. What does the queen mean? System. Knowing your importance to the prince. She wants to use you to win over the prince. Lu Qiqi knew that there was not much sincerity in this, and it was more for future consideration. Today's action was obviously offensive. System. You don't have to be sad. You can do something to deal with those women. Lu Qiqi. How long can you stop? System. Speak when you feel happy. Lu Qiqi felt that this was the truth. She felt that she should do something. And just as she was thinking, Zhao Kai came in a hurry. Zhao Kai came to Lu Qiqi. "See the crown princess." "What's the matter?" Lu Qiqi asked. The crown prince said that you can see the scenery after one stick of incense. Zhao Kai said with a guilty conscience. He could say that he did it. If the queen knew about this, his life would be in danger. Where to see the scenery? Lu Qiqi always felt that scenery had a deeper meaning. The crown prince said that the crown princess should choose a location where she can see the pavilion in the lake. After Zhao Kai finished speaking, he was worried that Lu Qiqi would ask too many questions, and she would not be able to answer. So he simply clasped his fists and left. Lu Qiqi already knew what the prince was going to do. Her mood instantly improved. Not long ago, the queen was used to please the prince. Just then, the small kitchen had prepared all the food. After she quickly ate, she took 4 maids to find a perfect position, waiting for good things to happen. At this moment, in the middle of the pavilion, the queen invited the legitimate daughters of the ministers in the capital to a banquet. After some hints, she implicitly told them that this banquet was for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. They knew each other well, and they were happy in their hearts. Among these legitimate daughters, Wei Mixuan, the daughter of the Grand Tutor, was the most high profile. Everyone knew that the Grand Tutor was the teacher who taught the prince, and Wei Mixuan was the only daughter of the Grand Tutor. And she was also a legitimate daughter. It was heard that the Grand Tutor valued this daughter very much, and taught her with all his knowledge. Now she is a talented woman who shines in the capital. Because of the relationship between the Grand Tutor and the Crown Prince, Wei Mixuan and the Crown Prince had another layer of involvement. Today, the queen was particularly enthusiastic about Wei Mixuan. Many legitimate daughters saw this, and were dissatisfied. They also heard that the Crown Princess could not tolerate others. For Wei Mixuan, rushing in front at this moment could attract the Crown Prince's attention. Well, it would be a meteoric rise. If the Crown Princess intercepted it, Wei Mixuan would also be in danger. Wei Mixuan, who was the focus of everyone's attention, was toasted by many people. After a few glasses of wine, she changed completely. She was elegant and dignified, but became greedy for wine. She drank one glass after another, and later asked for the wine in front of the queen. Hearing this, the legitimate daughters present were all shocked. The wine in front of the queen. How could they drink it? It can be said that it is just wine outside. Nothing big. But the queen is the master of the harem. And Wei Mixuan's words have another meaning. That is, she has set her eyes on the position of the queen. Seeing Wei Mixuan losing her composure at the table, the queen did not get angry. She ordered Nani Wang beside her to pass the wine pot in front of her to Wei Mixuan. Nani Wang passed it to her and wanted to pour the wine. But Wei Mixuan snatched it and drank it from her mouth. Her heroic appearance frightened the legitimate women present pale. They could never have imagined that the famous talented woman Wei Mixuan would lose her composure after drinking. And in the palace, in front of the queen, after the pot of wine was finished, Wei Mixuan saw a small boat floating in the lake and begged to go on the boat for a ride. The legitimate women present knelt on the ground one by one and did not even dare to raise their heads. They heard that the small boat in the lake was prepared for the ladies of the palace. As legitimate women and daughters of ministers, they could never be compared with the ladies of the palace. When everyone heard Wei Mixuan's desperate words, they all felt that they should not attend the banquet today. The queen did not scold her. She gave her this face for the sake of the Grand Master. Soon, Wei Mixuan boarded the boat. The moment she stood on the boat, she turned her head to look at the people in the pavilion and smiled slightly. At this moment, she seemed to be the new queen who commanded the harem. When the boat came to the center of the lake, the eunuch rowing the boat suddenly jumped into the water. Wei Mixuan was stunned, and her face changed quickly. She saw a lot of water pouring out from under the boat, and Wei Mixuan shouted for help. At this time, the queen had led everyone to stand by the pavilion and watch this scene from afar. The queen did not speak, either to teach Wei Mixuan a lesson or to watch Wei Mixuan die. Seeing this scene, the legitimate daughters present began to tremble one by one. They knew in their hearts that there were only 2 possibilities for Wei Mixuan to fall into the water. One was that she was drowned, and the other possibility was that she was rescued and her whole body was wet, as if she had been seen naked by others, and her future reputation was ruined. At this time, they saw the boat that Wei Mixuan was riding in the middle of the lake calling for help was sinking continuously, and the legitimate daughters present were so scared that they almost screamed. They felt that the queen's move was not to send them to the prince, but to take their lives. The people around the queen watched the scene in front of them coldly. They were numb to such a scene, and it seemed that it was just a punishment because Wei Mixuan was disrespectful to the queen. At this time, Lu Qiqi also saw this scene from an excellent position. She was a little frightened and doubted the queen's move. What was the queen doing? Using the legitimate daughter, who was about to lose her life, to warn everyone present not to get close to the prince? It didn't seem like it. In short, at this moment, Lu Qiqi felt that the queen was also a ruthless person. Chapter 294 Ruined Reputation. Yu Dai saw that the crown princess was relieved. Said, "The woman in the middle of the lake is Wei Mixuan, the only daughter of the Grand Tutor." Grand Tutor? The prince's husband? Lu Qiqi asked. Yes. What do you think the queen is doing? Lu Qiqi asked again. Yu Dai glanced at the queen in the pavilion, then at Wei Mixuan, who was gradually sinking to the bottom of the water, and then at the crown princess. The Grand Tutor likes this daughter very much and has devoted all his knowledge to her. Over the years, Wei Mixuan has won the title of a talented woman in the capital. If Wei Mixuan gets into trouble today, it will be a warning to the Grand Tutor and the daughters of these ministers in the capital. According to you, the queen is helping me. This also has disadvantages, Yu Dai said. Lu Qiqi smiled. Even if Wei Mixuan didn't die, the queen's move created a gap between the Grand Tutor and the prince. The Grand Tutor will never sincerely assist the prince in the future, which is not a good thing for the prince. Yu Dai lowered her head. She also thought of this, but didn't say it clearly. Soon, the boat on the lake disappeared from everyone's sight. Wei Mixuan's voice was hoarse from screaming, and her body was half in the water. Lu Qiqi looked at her without much sympathy and said, "She won't die." "Why?" Chun Bai asked. The queen meant to warn, not to kill. Soon after Lu Qiqi finished speaking, Wei Mixuan's figure disappeared on the lake, and it seemed that in an instant, many eunuchs suddenly appeared from the surroundings and jumped into the water one by one. Lu Qiqi saw the calm lake surface stirred up again, and waves of ripples also appeared in her heart. The queen is good at means. She has been able to sit firmly in the position of queen for so many years, and it should be with such thunderous means and courage. Thinking about it, I feel that the queen's way of doing things is very similar to that of the crown prince. Is this the key to their standing firm? Soon, Wei Mixuan was rescued and sent directly to the queen in the pavilion. Wei Mixuan coughed twice and knew that she was still alive. She quickly supported her limp body and knelt in front of the queen. "Thank you, queen, for your mercy. Are you sober?" the queen asked, without a trace of ripples in her tone. "Yes, thank you, queen, for your mercy," Wei Mixuan said tremblingly. The queen was satisfied that someone was tactful and glanced at Nani Wang next to her. Nani Wang stepped forward and pretended to be concerned and said, "Miss Wei, you are frightened. I will take you out of the palace." When Wei Mixuan heard that she could leave the palace alive, she kowtowed to the queen regardless of the humiliation, and then quickly left with Nani Wang. Many legitimate daughters present felt that it was time to leave, and because of what happened just now, no one dared to stand up and speak. The queen spoke. "Everyone is frightened. Let's sing and dance to liven up the atmosphere." As the queen fell down and sat in her previous position again, the dancers in the palace soon arrived and sang and danced not far away. The many legitimate daughters standing nearby returned to their seats cautiously. Lu Qiqi watched from afar. The eunuchs who came to rescue people arrived in time, and the singing and dancing were also prepared in advance, making Lu Qiqi feel like she was watching a play. A good play that had been rehearsed many times. With the arrival of the dancers in the pavilion, the tense atmosphere was relieved. Lu Qiqi kept seeing those women resume their laughter and chatter not long ago, and she left with her maid. The shock was real, and the change of face was also real. Lu Qiqi truly saw the ability of the children of these ministers in the capital. After returning to the palace, Yu Dai was immediately sent to the Wei mansion to check on Wei Mixuan's situation. The queen obviously did it on purpose. If Wei Mixuan also knew about it in advance, this person is too scary. Lu Qiqi had just returned to the East Palace and saw the prince, who had returned. The prince looked at the woman. "You're back." "Yeah," Lu Qiqi responded casually. The prince knew about today's incident, and I don't know how much the prince was involved. Thinking of the emperor's attempt to win over the prince, she felt inexplicably depressed. She returned to the room weakly, stood by the bed, lay down casually, lifted the quilt to cover herself, and was unwilling to move again. The prince noticed something was wrong. Chunbai hurried forward to explain. And after hearing it, the prince asked them all to go down. There were no outsiders. And the prince sat by the bed and said, "Today's incident was planned in advance by the queen and Wei Mixuan." Lu Qiqi suddenly lifted the quilt and looked at the prince in disbelief. The prince nodded. The queen's move is to tell everyone that if you want to enter the palace to enjoy wealth and glory, you have to risk your life. Lu Qiqi had doubted it before, but she was moved when she heard this. Outsiders only see Wei Mixuan as a talented woman, but they don't know that she has learned a lot from my wife. My wife? That's my concubine. Lu Qiqi frowned. How many legitimate daughters and concubines can get along well? Wei Mixuan was not born to Madame Wei, but to her concubine. Lu Qiqi understood that there was another story. The Grand Master is still unaware of this matter. Now Madame Wei thinks she did a great job in this matter, and killed all the people who participated in the matter back then. However, she didn't know that my wife, who pretended to be crazy and stupid, had already discovered it, and told Wei Mixuan about it. Wei Mixuan agreed to play such a drama with the queen, because once her reputation was ruined, she could live with her lover. Really? Not really. After hearing this, Lu Qiqi covered her head with a quilt, and refused to talk to the prince. The prince explained, "If you knew who Wei Mixuan's sweetheart was, you would know that what I said was true." Lu Qiqi's curiosity was aroused. Because of what happened just now, she didn't want to lift the quilt and just listen quietly. The person Wei Mixuan likes is Pan Yu. Pan Yu? That scholar author? Lu Qiqi lifted the quilt and asked. Seeing the prince's smiling face, she gritted her teeth and held on. So, even if Wei Mixuan's reputation is gone, she won't get what she wants. According to what you said, the Grand Tutor will be disappointed. So what will Madame Wei do? What to do? I don't know. I only know that if I coax you, everything will be fine. The prince took advantage of the situation to circle the woman's waist and leaned his head on the woman's shoulder. The queen thought the plan was very good, but she didn't expect Wei Mixuan's true identity. If the queen knew, she wouldn't take this risk. Are you talking about offending the Grand Tutor? The master is really talented, but it's a pity that he is only talented in this area. And the backyard is a mess. Lu Qiqi took the opportunity to flatter the man. With more women, there will be more right and wrong. So, I decided that I will only have you by my side. If not, the first person to start the fire must be the woman in front of him. Do you really think so? The prince sighed. Look at these ministers in the court. They are busy calculating in the court, but they don't know that their backyard has already caught fire. You are self-aware. Lu Qiqi pointed it out directly. The prince smiled, was silent for a while, and said, There are not many things in the capital recently. Why don't we go out for a walk? Where to go? When Lu Qiqi heard that there was fun, she felt better. The prince stretched out his hand and touched the woman's little nose. Wherever you want to go, we will go there. Lu Qiqi began to plan for the next trip. And the prince was also thinking about where to start. The two did not know that danger was approaching, and it was also the time to test them. Chapter 295 Diving. Lu Qiqi thought that autumn was a good time to go out and play. She didn't know how long it would take to come back this time. She didn't worry about some things, but the flowers and plants she planted needed someone to take care of them. She thought that when she came back, she could still see the blooming flowers. Logically speaking, it was most appropriate to leave Chunbai behind. According to her best understanding of Chunbai, if she left her alone to go out and play, she would definitely feel uncomfortable. If she left someone else behind, she was a little worried about the flowers. While she was struggling with this, Yu Dai, who had gone out, came back in the evening and told her about Wei Mixuan. It was consistent with what the prince said. Yu Dai said that Wei Mixuan had a crush on someone who was a candidate this year. She hadn't found out the details yet, so she came back to report the news. She soon went out to check again, but was stopped by Lu Qiqi. Okay, you are tired. Take a rest. Crown Princess? Since you have someone you like, it means that what happened today was done on purpose. Poor legitimate daughters. I am afraid that they will all have nightmares tonight. This is the truth. But it is not only the legitimate daughters who have nightmares. This day, Lu Qiqi's mood is a bit complicated. The daughter of the minister will be more restrained if she wants to get close to the prince. Lu Qiqi's heart is a bit heavy for the queen. If she really reaches the step of the queen, will she become like her? Thinking about it, Lu Qiqi feels terrified. She doesn't want to become like that. But the prince is the future new emperor. And there will be no shortage of women around him. Even if the prince doesn't have that mind now, he will have it in the future. For those who are interested in the palace and the benefits brought by the emperor, I believe many people will rush over. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi couldn't calm down. She knew that if she continued to stay by the prince's side, she would either become like the queen or be killed. Alas! It finally turned into a sigh. Chunbai and others prepared the food, and Lu Qiqi asked for some wine. After drinking one cup after another, her mind was clearer than ever. Just as she was drinking alone, the prince came back. I'll take you somewhere later. Where? Lu Qiqi asked. You'll know later, the prince said, eating in big mouthfuls. Lu Qiqi saw that all the delicious food went into the prince's mouth, and she didn't care to sigh and ate in big mouthfuls. After dinner, the prince and Lu Qiqi took a carriage to Qingxin Lake. Qingxin Lake at night has a different beauty, different from daytime. Last time here, apart from the butterfly effect caused by the prince, she had a pretty good time. Today, she was a little depressed. But when she saw the lights on Qingxin Lake in the night, she realized that there were many people playing in Qingxin Lake at night. Under the cover of the night, everything became blurry. There were not many boats around, and she couldn't see the prince. Lu Qiqi came to the bow in a very good mood and looked around. The prince came to the side and pointed to a large pavilion next to Qingxin Lake. Qiqi, look at that pavilion. The pavilion was brightly lit. Lu Qiqi looked over and saw the fat man like a ball, the second master of Faking Castle. How's he mean? Just to see him? Lu Qiqi asked. I guess so. Lu Qiqi thought that the prince was going to plot against Hao Zimin, and didn't think too much about it. Hao Zimin was a playboy at first glance. From the prince's perception of this man, what should he do next? As she watched, she saw Hao Zimin drinking in the pavilion. At first, there was only one woman around him. Later, as a group of women came, Hao Zimin, who was surrounded by them, became a hot commodity in the eyes of the women. The women were wearing revealing clothes. Lu Qiqi knew that these women should be from the brothel. Watching Hao Zimin rub oil on the women and the women laughing, Lu Qiqi felt it was irritating. She turned around to leave, but was stopped by the prince. Wait a little longer. Wait for what? Lu Qiqi asked subconsciously. The prince smiled mysteriously and said nothing. Lu Qiqi looked at the prince's eyes and saw the rhythm of doing bad things. She reluctantly stayed to continue watching. Soon she saw the eye-catching scene. Lu Qiqi wondered what special hobbies the prince had. At this time, Hao Zimin, who had been hugging women on both sides, stood on the table for some reason, and the women next to him started to make trouble. I don't know what those women said, but Lu Qiqi felt like a modern person seeing a star on stage. Just as her thoughts returned to modern times, a sudden splash brought Lu Qiqi back to reality. Hao Zimin, who had just stood on the table, jumped into the water, and the women in the pavilion were still screaming excitedly. Their movements attracted many people to watch. Lu Qiqi looked at Hao Zimin struggling in the water, and made some disgusting expressions to the women. Looking and looking. When she was about to vomit, Lu Qiqi found something wrong. Hao Zimin, who was originally on the water like a peacock, suddenly stopped his coquettish operation. Following that, his expression was like a daze, and soon his body gradually sank. The women in the pavilion were still cheering hard. It seemed to be a performance of Hao Zimin, which attracted the applause of the people around him. Lu Qiqi guessed what she was thinking, and the prince pulled her into the cabin. As soon as she entered the cabin, Lu Qiqi said, "You did it?" "Yes." "Just because you don't like him?" "Not really." Lu Qiqi smiled. "Tell me about it." The people from Faking Castle came to Beijing this time, and got close to the ministers in the court, the prince said, and Lu Qiqi understood what was going on. She didn't continue the topic. Later, when she heard that she would sleep on the boat tonight, Lu Qiqi felt fresh, and saw that all her favorite things were placed in the cabin. She lay on the soft couch in the cabin and read the storybook. This kind of enjoyment was something she had never experienced before. As the boat drifted, Lu Qiqi fell asleep quickly. At this time, Lu Qiqi didn't know that the prince left the cabin to do things after Lu Qiqi fell asleep. This time he left for 2 hours, and no one knew what he did. Yu Dai and others served around the princess, and they left only when they saw the prince coming back. Lu Qiqi slept very well this time. When she woke up, she felt the bed shaking. She almost thought she was in the East Palace. Opening her eyes, and seeing everything around her, Lu Chichi looked at the prince, who had woken up at some point, and asked, "Is this boat yours?" The prince nodded. "Yes. I should have thought of it earlier. How could a person of such status as the prince rent a boat?" The prince was small, and didn't explain much. After a while, Chunbai's voice came from outside. Lu Chichi knew that breakfast was ready. She got up and washed up. She came to the table, and saw a series of exquisite breakfasts. After leaving the palace, she didn't ask much about the appearance of the food, but more about the practicality. Picked up a bun and took a bite. It was vegetarian. Eat something light in the morning. It's on the boat. Light is good for digestion. Lu Chichi didn't know that these were all specially instructed by the prince. After the meal, the two began to spend time on the boat again. Chapter 296, Not Worthy of Entering the Palace. Lu Chichi came to Qingxin Lake twice, and experienced the beauty of Qingxin Lake at every time of the day. Both of them loved quietness. After dinner, they admired it at the bow of the boat for a while. They drank tea and read books in the cabin. Time passed quickly. When the sun rose high, Lu Chichi's stomach growled, and Chunbai just brought a variety of exquisite dishes. Lu Chichi and the prince drank and chatted. They discussed for a long time about their trip in the near future, and decided on a plan. They planned to go south, because the climate in the south is better. They can also appreciate different customs. They also decided that the last stop of the tour would be Huangshan County. Hearing this, Lu Chichi was very satisfied with the prince's arrangement. At this time, Zhao Kai arrived and whispered something in the prince's ear. Lu Chichi couldn't hear what he said, but felt that the prince's mood improved after hearing it. In her opinion, the prince has been busy with important things. Thinking of what the system said not long ago, the prince was angry because of the border. It seems that after these days, there should be good news from the border. Not long after Zhao Kai left, Sun Shu arrived. Seeing them coming several times, Lu Chichi left tactfully, and went to the bow to get some fresh air. As soon as she came to the bow, she thought of the scene she saw last night, and looked at the pavilion not far away again. She didn't see Hao Zimin, who was as fat as a ball, but saw many beautiful women standing in the pavilion, looking around one by one. What are they looking for? Lu Chichi thought. As the boat moved forward, it gradually approached the pavilion. Lu Chichi clearly saw those women looking over here, and then their expressions began to become excited. Is this big ship custom made by the prince? Lu Chichi asked Yu Dai. Yes. How many times have you been here? The last time I came with the princess was the first time I went into the water, Yu Dai said. How many people know that this ship belongs to the prince? After what happened in the palace yesterday, Lu Chichi felt that these people came today not because of Hao Zimin, but more like they came for the prince. Wave after wave, Lu Chichi was even more upset. At this time, a cry of surprise was heard from the pavilion. Look! That luxurious big ship that swam over is a little strange. I heard that this big ship was custom made by a wealthy family in my capital. No wonder it looks a little unfamiliar. The wealthy families in the capital basically have their own ships. Look at this one. There is no title on the flag. Whose is it? It is big and luxurious. The flag has no logo, and it is a wealthy family. Everyone quickly thought of the prince in the palace. At this time, the prince walked out of the cabin and stood next to Lu Chichi. Lu Chichi heard these words clearly, and saw that because of the arrival of the prince beside him, the women in the pavilion were excited and flirting. Lu Chichi was annoyed, and wanted to push the prince into the water directly. Damn it! Hormones are in action everywhere, and they can turn restless women into nymphomaniacs at any time. Look at these daughters. They are no different from the scantily clad women in the brothel I saw last night. The prince thought of the good things he did secretly last night, and put his hand on the woman's shoulder. He didn't care when it fell off, and put it on her shoulder again. Look! There are so many people in the pavilion, the prince said, pointing over. You want a peacock to spread its tail, right? I just think this scene is a bit like what I saw in the palace that day. Lu Chichi turned her head to look at the prince. Did you go to see it too? Just a look. You suddenly care so much about them. Is it possible that you have a crush on someone and are too embarrassed to speak up? The prince laughed. Are you jealous? Lu Chichi felt like she was about to be drowned by jealousy. She could clearly feel that as the prince laughed. The daughters in the pavilion were so excited that they were about to faint. Is it necessary to do this? Lu Chichi turned around to leave, but was stopped by the prince. Chi-Chi, the scenery here is great. Take another look. What are you looking at? Looking at a flower maniac? Lu Chi-Chi choked back. Flower maniac? Your description is really appropriate. Lu Chi-Chi was so angry that she didn't want to talk. She tried her best to hold back and didn't make the impulse to push the prince off the boat. At this time, the daughters in the pavilion, as the prince stood for a long time, looked over here again, and they became more excited. As more and more people poured into the pavilion, the prince smiled even more. Lu Chi-Chi saw the unusual prince and asked tentatively, "You didn't come on the boat this time to see these women?" The prince smiled and didn't say anything. Lu Chi-Chi secretly said it was bad. The queen had just performed a scene in the palace yesterday, which frightened the daughters of ministers in the capital. Would the prince follow suit for the daughters of wealthy families? The prince stared at the scene not far away, quietly waiting for good things to happen. As more and more women came to the pavilion, they became more and more excited. The pavilion couldn't bear such a heavy weight, and the pavilion tilted to one side. The woman in the front found that something was wrong, and when she was about to fall into the water, she instinctively pulled it. With this pull, a good thing really happened. Most of the women in the pavilion fell into the water. Those in the middle found that things were not going well and wanted to escape. Some were pulled down, and some retreated too slowly and slid down by themselves. Only a small number of women who retreated in time escaped the fate of falling into the water. Lu Chi-Chi was surprised by the scene in front of her and opened her mouth wide. Sure enough, the prince's move was extraordinary. Yesterday, the queen only made the daughter of the grand tutor unlucky. Now so many women fell into the water, and there were so many heroes around to save the beauties. When the women were pulled out, their reputations were gone. They also had no face to appear in front of the prince. Lu Chi-Chi thought, turned her head, and looked at the prince. Their reputations are ruined. They are not worthy of entering the palace. Should you be relieved this time? The prince said. Lu Chi-Chi was speechless. Prince, if you don't like her, just don't flirt with her. Why ruin her reputation? If these women hadn't coveted the prince's beauty, how could they have suffered today? They deserved it. When Lu Chi-Chi and the prince returned to the palace in a carriage, Lu Chi-Chi jumped all the way back to the East Palace, and the prince followed behind, with a doting look in his eyes. Yu Dai and others who followed behind were fed dog food by the prince and the princess. Today they saw that the prince had calculated all the women for the princess. Chapter 297 Smoke rises from the ancestral tomb. The next day, the prince prepared to go out for fun, and Lu Chi-Chi also looked for a suitable person for the flowers in the greenhouse. Later, Huang Ma was chosen. Originally, Chen Ma was going to handle it. Her blatant preference for Zhang Ma would only make things worse. To Lu Chi-Chi's surprise, Huang Ma had good eyesight and took Chen Ma with her. The explanation sounded good, as she was worried that one person would not remember clearly. So she asked Chen Ma to come along. Lu Chi-Chi said nothing about it, and she had a better impression of Huang Ma. Lu Chi-Chi told them the living habits of each flower. At this time, they realized that there were so many skills in flower cultivation. Thinking about it, they studied very seriously. Lu Chi-Chi taught them a lot and talked for a while, allowing them to slowly understand. When placing flowers and plants, they were placed according to the habits of each flower. As long as one habit is remembered, many flowers can be taken care of. Lu Chi-Chi was watching from the side. Chunbai brought tea. Lu Chi-Chi just took a sip and saw the queen coming in from outside. Queen? What is she doing here? Thinking of the queen's lesson to the minister's daughter, and looking at the queen walking with the wind, it always felt that it was not a good thing. Knowing that the proper etiquette must be followed, hurry out of the flower room and walk towards the queen. Lu Chi-Chi stood in front of the queen. Your servant greets the queen. Chunbai and others followed the salute. Your servant greets the queen. The queen helped Lu Chi-Chi up. Thank you, queen. The queen looked at her. Lu Chi-Chi understood. Reluctantly, but still invited the queen to come in and talk. She subconsciously made an invitation gesture, and when she saw the queen's eyes, Lu Chi-Chi knew that it was inappropriate. Knowing that she was suspected, she did not explain and continued to invite the queen into the house. Seemingly a casual move. The queen's eyes slightly changed when she looked at Lu Chi-Chi. When Lu Chi-Chi and the queen entered the room, Nani Wang stood by. Soon, Chunbai brought tea and stood by Lu Chi-Chi. The queen looked at Lu Chi-Chi carefully. Where is the crown princess from? Lu Chi-Chi saw that the queen was here to check the household registration, and she said calmly, Wangshan County. Is your father the county magistrate? Yes. The queen smiled. A little cold. How did the crown princess walk step by step to where she is today? After saying the humiliating words, the queen picked up the teacup elegantly again. Maybe the ancestral tomb has rested enough and started to emit green smoke. As soon as Lu Qiqi finished speaking, the tea in the queen's mouth sprayed out. Nanny Wang was also startled by the crown princess' words. The queen coughed twice, recovered, and said, "The crown princess is so funny. I am telling the truth," Lu Qiqi said calmly. When talking, when the status is not equal, speaking requires more skills. Forget it. The queen also likes such interesting people. She has been in the East Palace for so long, and she can still be so innocent. This is due to the prince and the big heart of the woman in front of her. I came here this time to say a few words to the princess. Please speak. Queen. Lu Qiqi's eyes were on the corner of the queen's mouth. Many people say that you have stolen the limelight from many concubines and occupied the prince alone. Do you admit it? It's all my fault. Lu Qiqi bowed her head. Princess, don't rely on the prince's favor and ignore others. Yes. Lu Qiqi responded. I have been in the palace for more than 20 years, and I have a clear view of everything in the palace. Although you are the daughter of the county magistrate, you are the only one who has been favored by the prince among so many concubines. It is your blessing. However, the prince would rather offend the daughters of many ministers for you. Do you think this is rational? Lu Qiqi looked at the queen mother. The queen taught you right. I know you are a smart person, but everyone has their own way of living. The prince favors you alone, which is a good thing for you, but it may not be a good thing for the prince. I will follow the queen's teachings. Lu Qiqi understands the truth, but she can't do it. The queen in front of her has no mother-son relationship with the prince. The prince is the future heir to the throne. It's like the queen is the prince's stepmother. She gives some respect on the surface, but in fact, it's best to keep out of each other's way. The queen is an experienced person. How can she not see the perfunctory look in Lu Qiqi's eyes? You are competitive everywhere, and you want to be the first in everything. When you are not satisfied, you let the prince come forward. Have you thought about the prince? Lu Qiqi was silent. If the prince wants to gain a firm foothold, everyone needs to work together. After a while, the queen said again, think carefully about what I said today. What should I do, and what should I not do? After that, she stood up and left. Lu Qiqi stayed where she was, listening to the queen's words. What she saw in the lake of the palace might not be the queen's intention, but she felt more like the prince did it. Thinking about it, she saw Zhao Kai hurriedly passing by the door, and she hurried to the door. Guard Zhao. Zhao Kai stopped, turned his head, and saw that it was Lu Qiqi. Clasped his fists and saluted. Crown Princess. That day you sent me to see the scenery. Was it the prince's intention? Lu Qiqi asked. Zhao Kai felt guilty, but fortunately, he had been with the prince for a lot of things over the years. Hearing this, he didn't show his guilty conscience on his face. Yes. What else did the prince say? Zhao Kai thought for a while. No. Okay. Go and get busy. Lu Qiqi saw Zhao Kai's swaying eyes, and he was obviously guilty. Feeling guilty also meant that the prince was not an insider, but a participant. The queen came today to warn herself, and also deliberately to make trouble for herself. She knew what the queen said, but she just didn't want to face it. Lu Qiqi, who was in a bad mood, came to the flower room and saw Wang Ma and Chen Ma busy sweating. So she followed suit. Wang Ma and Chen Ma looked at each other, and no one spoke. Lu Qiqi arranged all the flowers, and she was so tired that she found a place to sit down. Chunbai had been busy all the time, and she didn't dare to say a word when she saw that the crown princess was in a bad mood. Lu Qiqi was in a bad mood, and she saw Gao Ma beside Li Jiaxuan coming. Seeing this person, Lu Qiqi felt unhappy, and suppressed a burst of anger that almost burst out. Grandma Gao bowed. I pay my respects to the crown princess. The posture is wrong. Do it again, Lu Qiqi said. She could not forget how Grandma Gao had embarrassed her. Grandma Gao corrected her attitude and bowed again. I pay my respects to the crown princess. Grandma Gao taught me the etiquette of the palace. How come you have forgotten yourself after just a few days of not seeing you? I know my crime. Grandma Gao thought of the days in the East Palace, and never dared to be careless again. You should indeed know your crime. You know who you are. You came to the East Palace without my permission, and came to me without my permission. are what you did in accordance with the rules of the palace. I deserve to die. Grandma Gao knelt on the ground and kowtowed reluctantly. She could see that the crown princess was deliberately making things difficult for her. Since Grandma Gao also knows that you deserve to die, then die. Grandma Gao looked at the crown princess in disbelief. You keep saying you deserve to die. Why don't you just die? Chapter 298, Hanging Herself. Granny Gao knelt on the ground and kowtowed, not daring to say a word. You clearly knew everything, but you pretended not to know and did everything you shouldn't have done. Your behavior is a violation of the law, which is aggravated by your crime. Could it be that you are relying on Miss Li's status and think you are superior to many maids and nannies? Chunbai was happy to see that the crown princess had silenced Nanny Huang. You know what your status is. Go out and try again. Lu Qiqi scolded. When Nanny Gao heard this, she stood up and went to the gate of the East Palace, making the gesture of a nanny asking for an audience. Granny Gao played her role well, and Lu Qiqi didn't care about her face or what others said. She refused to let Nanny Gao in. Granny Gao spent half a day asking for an audience outside the gate of the East Palace. Later, Lu Qiqi saw it many times and felt annoyed. So she just said something. Go back to where you came from. Don't dirty my eyes here. Chunbai instantly became a little fangirl of the crown princess. Today I have learned something new. After a few words from the crown princess, she didn't let Gao Mama tell her intention, and she was humiliated and driven away. Hi. Really hi. Yu Dai and a few others, who were out on business, returned to the East Palace and heard about the crown princess's anger at Gao Mama. They were all happy and became Lu Qiqi's little fangirls like Chunbai. East Palace. Many maids cheered for the crown princess. Li Jiaxuan from Yudieju heard Gao Mama's exaggerated explanation. She didn't say a word that should be said, and was humiliated by the crown princess. Li Jiaxuan, who had always been quiet, gentle and sensible, felt that she had lost face and threatened to hang herself in Yudieju. Li Jiaxuan had always given others a good impression of being a well-educated and well-mannered lady. She threatened to commit suicide. How much grievance had she suffered to make her so upset? When Grandma Gao saw Li Jiaxuan's behavior, she raised her voice, and the whole Yudieju was in chaos. The noise was so loud that Lu Qiqi and others, who were not far from Yudieju, also heard it. Lu Qiqi was a little surprised to hear that Li Jiaxuan committed suicide. Looking at Yu Dai. Are you sure? Yes. Yu Dai also didn't believe that Li Jiaxuan was a person who would commit suicide. If it really happened, could it be because of the humiliation of Grandma Gao today? Yu Dai could think of it, and Lu Qiqi also thought of it. She got Yu Dai's affirmative answer, and thought that it was just time for dinner, and the purpose of making such a scene was self-evident. At this time, she should pretend to know nothing to avoid getting into trouble. She also thought that the East Palace and Yudieju were so close, and it was time for the maids to go to the imperial kitchen. So it was unlikely that she didn't know. Annoyed by Li Jiaxuan's behavior, she took 4 maids to see, and asked Chen Ma to prepare some side dishes before leaving. On the way there, Chunbai said, Crown Princess, Li Jiaxuan is so hateful. She deliberately picked the time when you were eating to make trouble. It's not when I'm eating. It's when everyone is eating. Chunbai reacted and asked, did Li Jiaxuan do it on purpose? If it wasn't intentional, why would she commit suicide at this time? Lu Qiqi came to Yudieju with anger. As soon as she entered the yard, she heard Gao Ma's earnest advice. When Lu Qiqi arrived at the door, she saw a white silk falling on the beam. Li Jiaxuan's neck was hanging below, and there was a kicked-over stool under her feet. Gao Ma and others knelt on the ground to persuade her. Lu Qiqi saw that Li Jiaxuan's face was normal, and there was a shoe where the stool was tilted. It seemed that she had just been hung up when she entered the door. She stood at the door and looked at the scene inside. Li Jiaxuan had martial arts skills. If she really wanted to die, she could just cut her neck directly. Why waste a white silk? Crown Princess, what is Miss Li doing? Chunbai knew the Crown Princess best, and she also wanted to see Li Jiaxuan suffer the most. Gao Ma heard the noise, knelt down in front of Lu Qiqi, kowtowed. Please persuade the Crown Princess. Miss, you really can't die. Lu Qiqi smiled. Gao Ma was really a god assist. Miss Li, what are you thinking about that makes you want to commit suicide? People have fallen on it. Is it still useful to persuade? Since you want to die, die more happily. The people around you are just kneeling on the ground and acting. So I will cooperate a little. Miss Li, look at these old people around you. If you commit suicide, you will definitely find a good cemetery according to your status. It is hard to say whether these people who serve you can have a complete body. After Lucici said this, the many maids kneeling on the ground had a loosened look. Maybe, because of Miss Li's death, the 9 clans of these people will be implicated. I don't know how many people are in their 9 clans. When I think about how they have served Miss Li diligently for so many years, they didn't get any benefits, but instead caused their relatives to be killed. I think it is very unfair. When those relatives go to the underworld, they may not dare to do anything to Miss Li, but they will definitely not be polite to the people who serve you. This sentence made everyone present change their faces. Huang Mama was the first to react. She didn't care about kneeling and rushed forward to rescue Li Jiaxuan. Lucici looked at Yu Dai at this time. Yu Dai understood what was going on and sent out a hidden weapon, which hit Huang Mama's knee. Huang Mama wanted to save Miss Li, but she pulled Li Jiaxuan with her hand and almost killed her on the spot. Lucici successfully saw Li Jiaxuan's face change and wanted to admire her for a while. At this time, the palace maids reacted and tried to save Li Jiaxuan. It happened that Yu Dai played a role again at this time. The hidden weapon successfully cut the white silk, and with a click, Lucici was successfully rescued by many palace maids. Lucici walked into the door, holding the white silk, looked at Li Jiaxuan, and sighed. Why did Miss Li commit suicide? If this matter was heard by the queen, I wonder what the queen would think. If it was heard by the queen mother, I wonder how heartbroken the queen mother would be. Li Jiaxuan had a purple mark on her neck. She was gasping for breath in the crowd of palace maids. When she heard Lucici's words, she was so angry that she almost died. Lucici said again, "Hey, why is there a cut on this white silk?" After this, Chunbai and others immediately looked at Li Jiaxuan wantonly. It was written nakedly in their eyes that someone did it on purpose. It turns out that Miss Li didn't commit suicide. She was just bored and playing with everyone. After Lucici's words fell, she completely attracted a bunch of hatred for Li Jiaxuan. Crown Princess. Li Jiaxuan said 3 words hoarsely. Lucici understood. I know that Miss Li has suffered a lot for the sake of realism. She turned to look at Yu Dai. Yu Dai, go back and pick 2 good supplements for Miss Li, so that she can recover as soon as possible, and never take risks again. Yes, I know. Lucici looked at Li Jiaxuan and said, Miss Li, your leg is just fine, and it's really inappropriate to make such a scene. In my opinion, you should explain it clearly to the Queen Mother and the Queen, and never let others misunderstand me. Intentional reminder, if there is any news that is not good for the Crown Princess, it is all Li Jiaxuan's doing. Chapter 299 Life-Saving Charm. Li Jiaxuan understood the meaning and bowed her head. Thank you, Crown Princess. Lucici left with satisfaction and glanced at Yu Dai on the way back. Yu Dai smiled slightly. Back to the East Palace, Chen Ma prepared the meal. Lucici came to the table to eat and looked at Yu Dai. Yu Dai lifted her feet beside her. Lucici felt strange when she saw 2 strange little stones stuck on the bottom of her feet. She thought that Yu Dai deliberately went around Li Jiaxuan when she left. It turned out to be for this. The evidence was gone, and Li Jiaxuan was humiliated, which was really gratifying. At the same time, the queen nodded with satisfaction when she heard that Li Jiaxuan committed suicide. The queen mother frowned unwillingly when she heard that Li Jiaxuan committed suicide, and asked Luo Ma to send Li Jiaxuan a white silk again. The prince, who was busy outside, heard that Li Jiaxuan committed suicide, and had no reaction. Hearing Lucici's way of persuading people, he immediately put down the important things around him and hurried back to Lucici. The prince came back very quickly and came to Lucici, who had just finished dinner. Seeing the prince suddenly come back, Lucici stood up and saluted. Prince, did you also hear about Miss Li's suicide? The prince pretended to be dumb. What did you say? In the evening, Li Jiaxuan was depressed and committed suicide. Is she okay? She's still alive. The 4 maids bowed their heads when they heard it. They all understood what the princess meant. What did the prince mean? Concerned about Li Jiaxuan? That's good. If she died in Yudieju, you would be scared, the prince said. Lucici was satisfied and asked with concern. You came back at this time. Haven't you eaten yet? The prince's mouth twitched. He only said this now. He really cared about her. Not yet. Lucici heard it and asked the 4 maids to prepare. The 4 maids left with peace of mind. There were only the prince and Lucici in the room. The prince's eyes were full of smiles. Are you angry? Lu Qiqi's mouth twitched. How can I not be angry? I just scolded the people around Li Jiaxuan. And she committed suicide? It's really unlucky. Don't you think Li Jiaxuan did it on purpose? What on purpose? You made her lie in bed for 100 days with broken bones. And she was released with just one move. Lu Qiqi thought of a shoe under the stool. At first, she thought that Li Jiaxuan wanted to push the stool to make no sound, so that others would misunderstand that she had been hanging for a long time. After the prince reminded her, she realized that she had been tricked. Her good mood was gone in an instant. Even the food she ate made her feel sick. When the 4 maids brought the food, the crown princess looked unhappy. The crown prince warmly invited her to eat, but she did not move. The 4 maids wondered what happened during their absence. Lu Qiqi was upset. When the crown prince asked for wine, she deliberately sent all 4 maids out and said to the crown prince, "You did it on purpose." What on purpose? You knew Li Jiaxuan was hateful, but you still used her to disgust me. It's unfair. I just said it casually. You said it casually? And you can make me angry to death? Lu Qiqi rolled her eyes in anger. The crown prince said, I just want to tell you that people in the palace are treacherous, and you must never trust others casually. The first person I shouldn't trust is you. Lu Qiqi left this sentence and came to the yard angrily. She ignored the worried eyes of the 4 maids, got on the hammock, and said, No one should disturb me. The 4 maids knew that the crown princess's anger was related to Li Jiaxuan, and they wanted to rush to Li Jiaxuan's face and stab her twice. Imperial study. The emperor, who was fighting with the memorials, heard about what happened in Udieja today. He stopped and looked at Eunuch Lu. Eunuch Lu knew that he did not do well in that matter. Recently, he tried hard to regain the emperor's trust in him, but failed several times. Seeing the emperor's eyes, he understood what was going on. After saluting, he left. The emperor continued to review the memorials. After reading 2, he pushed all the memorials to the ground in anger. Damn it! Things that used to be easy, but now I find it hard to deal with. Thinking of that time when he was seriously ill, he really felt that he was dying. He thought several times that he was going to see concubine Rome. But now, thinking that all these actions were caused by that woman, he was about to ask someone to come in to do something, when the eunuch's voice came from the door. The Queen Mother is here. The Queen Mother? The Queen Mother is not the emperor's biological mother, and he still has some respect for the Queen Mother. He said to the door, Come in. Outside the door, Nani Luo heard the movement, helped the Queen Mother open the door of the imperial study, and helped the Queen Mother walk in. The Queen Mother stood still. The emperor walked quickly, and Nani Luo knelt down to pay her respects. Mother, why are you here? The emperor helped the Queen Mother to sit down. The Queen Mother glanced at Nani Luo. You go down. Nani Luo left in response. The Queen Mother looked at the emperor and said in a serious tone, What are you going to do? What does mother mean? The emperor asked. Lu Qiqi. The emperor heard this and let go of the Queen Mother's hand. Do you think mother is wrong? I think Lu Qiqi is a good child. The emperor looked at the Queen Mother. Do you think concubine Wu did something wrong? The Queen Mother smiled knowingly. You are planning to force the crown princess to death like concubine Wu did. I just want to teach her a lesson. But you made the crown prince, and you have a rift. The emperor was silent. The Queen Mother sighed. You are also an experienced person. How come you are confused at this age? Looking at the whole world, only the Queen Mother dared to talk to the emperor like this. The emperor was silent, and the result was something he didn't expect. The Queen Mother said again, Do you still remember what Master Shoyuan said? Not long ago. The emperor still felt strange. When he heard the Queen Mother's reminder, he thought of what Master Shoyuan said. Then he calculated the time. It was clear that time had passed. How could he be fine now? Just thinking about it, the Queen Mother carefully took out a talisman from her chest. The emperor's face changed slightly when he saw it. The Queen Mother said, That night, I was not feeling well and summoned the imperial physician. The next day, I received this from Qiqi. The emperor looked at the queen, with too much disbelief in his eyes. On the night when the prince returned triumphantly, the prince had a dangerous situation outside the palace. I heard that Lu Qiqi also gave the prince a talisman when the prince just returned to the Prince of Jin's mansion. After the Queen Mother finished speaking, she glanced at the emperor and left quickly. The emperor stood there for a long time without moving. He had only one thought in his mind. The Queen Mother came just to say that the talisman was sent by Lu Qiqi. And this talisman was the life-saving talisman that Master Xiao Yuan said. He didn't believe it, and couldn't accept it. So he immediately called out the secret guards, and asked them to investigate immediately. They knew everything, no matter how big or small. Chapter 300. Do you complained? Feiyu Palace? Concubine Wu was about to collapse. She had not been able to contact Prince Chen for a long time. And she knew that Prince Chen, who was far away in Yuzhou, was not real. Where was the real Prince Chen? Concubine Wu regarded her son as her hope and her future. Suddenly, there was no news about her son. And she panicked, thinking of the last time Prince Chen came. It was a long time ago. That time was unpleasant. And such a long time had passed. Why is there still no news? Taking advantage of the night, she called Chao again to ask about the whereabouts of Prince Chen. Concubine Wu heard that there was still no news about Prince Chen. She pushed all the things to the ground in anger. And with a crash, Chao knelt on the ground. Tell me, what happened? Chao said. The news I got was that Prince Chen had no news since he left Feiyu Palace that day. Any? Concubine Wu was dissatisfied. Yes. Chao lowered her head, thinking, your good son has long been turned into nothing by the medicine you gave him. And your dream will never come true in this life. Thinking that her husband died in the hands of Concubine Wu, she still foolishly worked hard for so many years. Which is ridiculous. Seeing Concubine Wu at this moment become her former self, she suddenly felt funny. Are you doing your best? Concubine Wu did not believe Chao's words. Chao lowered her head again. Did Prince Chen hide it on purpose? The news she got was indeed that Prince Chen left Feiyu Palace, and there was no news. Seeing Qiuju's scene that day, Qiuju didn't know what was going on. So, there has always been a big hand behind doing invisible things. These days she has been investigating, wanting to know who killed the King of Qin. The result is that, apart from the Crown Prince, the future of the state of Qin, the King of Qin, and the King of Yin had this possibility. Originally, everything could be closed to the matter of establishing a Crown Prince. But because of the recent investigation of many things about the King of Qin, it was discovered that the King of Qin had many enemies in the world. Now Chao is not sure who really killed the King of Qin. She once thought that the King of Qin committed suicide in the coffin with the Queen of Qin because the Queen of Qin died and had no desire to live. As for the fake King of Qin in Yuzhou, it was the King of Qin's final revenge on Concubine Wu. After investigating and investigating, there was not much result. So she gave up. The person was dead, and it had nothing to do with her. She was upset that she was called by Concubine Wu every time because of a dead person, which made her a little upset. Concubine Wu was upset because of the King of Qin, and saw Chao kneeling down to kill him, and said, I heard that you were very close to a hunter some time ago. Chao's heart was pounding. Could it be Concubine Wu? My husband was killed by Concubine Wu in order to make me work for her. Is he also arrested because of Concubine Wu? Yes. Chao suppressed the storm in her heart. Chao suddenly looked up at Concubine Wu, who smiled coldly. Do you still remember your husband? Chao was silent. Concubine Wu stood up and helped Chao up. You haven't had an easy time these years. If you meet someone you like, tell me and I will find a good day for you to bless you. Thank you. Concubine. Chao bowed her head and said. She began to suspect that Concubine Wu must know something and planned to use this to threaten her. It was a pity that even if she threatened, she could not bring Prince Chen back to life. She was looking forward to how painful it would be for Concubine Wu to know that Prince Chen was dead, and she destroyed his body. Okay. There's nothing to do here. Let's go down. Yes. Chao was ready to leave. Concubine Wu said again. Report any news about Prince Chen immediately. Yes. Chao responded. And after leaving, she looked back at Feiyu Palace, her eyes full of murderous intent. Chao had just arrived outside the palace and found that a palace maid had entered the palace with a token. A palace maid entered the palace at this time? Chao felt strange and did nothing. As soon as Chao left, the palace maid who had just entered the palace suddenly stopped and looked up at the palace door that was gradually closing. This person was Du Yu. Du Yu thought that the person who had just left the palace was the female shopkeeper of Chao's tavern. What was she doing in the palace? Du Yu couldn't figure it out for a while. And just as she was about to think deeply, a team of patrolling guards passed by. Du Yu hurriedly pretended to be an ordinary palace maid and walked quickly to Xian Palace of Concubine Qin. The medicine for Prince Yin was about to expire. If she didn't go to Prince Yin again, her efforts in those days would be in vain. Then she thought of the fact that the prince had been sending people to look for her recently. She had been hiding all day, and her life was too hard. When you came to Xi'an Palace, she was thinking about how to persuade concubine Qin to do something for her. But concubine Qin was even more excited when she saw Du. She pretended to be friendly and took Du's hand. Yeah. Where have you been during this period? She had been sending people to look for her secretly. But there was no news. Du's eyes turned red when she heard this. And concubine Qin hurried to comfort her. After a while, when Du stopped crying, she explained intermittently, I don't know when I offended the prince. And the prince suddenly tried to kill me. So I had to hide. Concubine Qin was angry when she heard it. Damn it! The prince couldn't let go of Lu Qiqi and wanted to occupy Du. Everyone knew that the daughter of the Wu clan was the future queen. The prince was worried that the king of Yin would take his position as the crown prince. So he wanted to destroy Du. Mother! Do you know why? Concubine Qin would not tell that incident. Even if it was well known, she would not say it. This is a bit strange. Seeing that someone had taken the bait. Du continued. Is it the time when the king of Yin took me to the imperial study to meet the prince? Concubine Qin suddenly remembered that it was that incident that made the prince hate her, and so he took such a heavy blow? After being reminded of something she had never thought of. Concubine Qin had a different idea in her heart. In order to save this daughter-in-law and for the king of Yin to ascend the throne smoothly, she also risked everything. Don't worry. Mother will definitely keep you safe. Du looked embarrassed. I'm afraid it's not good to live in Mother Xi'an Palace? Concubine Qin's eyes lit up. Why didn't she think of this? She simply let Du stay, and she would handle the prince's affairs. After arranging Du to rest, she felt that this matter was serious. After thinking about it all night, she couldn't think of a way to deal with the prince. For the sake of King Yin, she also risked her life. Concubine Qin, who hardly moved around, went to the imperial garden to appreciate flowers after getting up the next day. Seeing concubine Shu who was delivering food to the emperor, she deliberately mentioned that although the flowers in the imperial garden were beautiful, they were not as good as the flower room in the East Palace. It is said that the flowers in the flower room bloom all year round. Concubine Shu heard a few words of greeting and left quickly. Concubine Qin saw that her purpose was achieved and returned to Xi'an Palace happily. Concubine Shu, who walked away, came to the imperial study as usual, served the emperor breakfast, and prepared to leave. She pretended not to care about concubine Qin's words. How could she not see the tricks of concubine Qin? She would not be foolish enough to be used. Now that the emperor is in good health and is handling state affairs again, the one who is in favor will not seek death. Everyone is calculating, and everyone's heart is clear. There is no win-win situation, and no one will be foolish enough to be used. On the way back, concubine Shu could hear the palace maids talking about Li Jiaxuan, who didn't know what was good for her. Concubine Shu heard it, smiled, and pretended not to hear it. She thought to herself that Li Jiaxuan didn't know what was good for her. She was raised by the queen mother since she was a child, and now she lives in Yudieju. This status is self-evident. Even if the current crown princess is favored, what can it do? How many crown princesses have not survived to become the queen? It was Li Jiaxuan who was too narrow-minded and competed with the crown princess who was in favor, and ended up losing both her inside and her face. Just thinking about it, she saw Luo Mama walking by. Someone around the queen mother. Concubine Shu deliberately took a detour to see Luo Mama going to Yudieju. She took a look and was about to leave when she saw the sneaky Grandma Gao. Grandma Gao? Someone around Li Jiaxuan. She heard that Li Jiaxuan was suicidal because of Grandma Gao. Thinking of this, she naturally put her hand on the red rope on her wrist. She hadn't moved for a long time, and her hands were itching. What should she do? After thinking about it, she saw that the place where Grandma Gao went was relatively remote. She made sure that no one noticed her and followed quietly. Chapter 301 Women are not suitable. East Palace. Lu Qiqi saw that the prince was relatively idle these days, and had been in the East Palace. From time to time, she heard him instruct his subordinates on the plan for this trip. When Li Jiaxuan threatened to commit suicide, the prince said that she was the one who was used, and she still felt unhappy, thinking of being able to get the status of concubine Li in the hands of Sun Rume. This brain circuit is not ordinary complicated. Regarding the competition for favor, Lu Qiqi believes that she is not as smart as these women. and she does not dwell on it. Her strengths are not in this aspect. A person who sets his sights on the backyard of the house will never achieve great things. For this reason, she thinks it is not strange to lose to Li Jiaxuan. Thinking about this trip, she can see the outside world and broaden her horizons, which is a good thing for her. With the prince by her side, she does not have to worry about food and drink, and she just needs to enjoy it. Thinking of this, she has a lot of plans for this trip. When she was happy, Yu Dai came back from outside and told her about what happened outside. Lu Qiqi didn't find it strange to hear that. With so many things happening, some people were frightened and went to the medicine shop frequently. This was normal. The prince's actions also promoted the good business of the medicine shop. If he had known earlier, he would have opened a medicine shop in advance and made a lot of money. Lu Qiqi quickly let it go and focused on this trip. Lu Qiqi was not curious about what happened to Hao Zimin of Feiting Castle later, and she didn't ask. She was busy with her own things every day. After a few days of hard work, she finally felt relieved to leave the flower house to Huang Ma and Chen Ma. They just waited for the prince to say something and started the play mode. After waiting for several days without the prince saying this, Lu Qiqi got anxious. All things were explained, and she could only go out to play. The prince suddenly stopped, which made Lu Qiqi feel itchy. That day, after breakfast, she was bored lying on the hammock, watching several palace maids busy in the distance, and saw the 4 maids around her. So she simply found something for them to do. She just wanted to be alone. After thinking for a while, her mind became more and more confused, and she summoned the system. Are you there? System. Something. Lu Qiqi. I'm bored. I want to talk to someone. System. You can talk to your maid. Lu Qiqi. I want to talk without burden. System understood. Let me tell you what happened outside. When Lu Qiqi heard that a lot of things happened outside, she immediately became energetic. You say. System. Ma, the wife of Captain Ma, Mrs. Du, is pregnant. You know about this. Lu Qiqi. I heard it's a boy, and even invited neighbors to drink for 3 days. System. Now that the month is advanced, a doctor looked at Mrs. Du's belly and said that she was pregnant with a girl. Lu Qiqi sat up straight suddenly. Captain Ma wouldn't believe it. Would he? System. He didn't express his opinion on the spot, but he obviously believed it. Lu Qiqi. How is Mrs. Du now? System. The treatment is not as good as before, and life is a bit difficult. Lu Qiqi complained. Scumbag. Suddenly she thought of a picture and asked, what happened to Hua Man after she met a problematic street performer and a strong man and was taken away by Captain Ma? System. What good end can a liar have? Lu Qiqi asked. Dead? System. The 2 liars knew that they had done a lot of bad things. Not long after they were arrested, Captain Ma found out about their evil deeds and wanted to deal with them according to the law. The 2 were afraid of death and committed suicide. Lu Qiqi. Committed suicide in prison? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi. Many people died in Jing Zhaoyan's prison. System. There are 2 types of people who were arrested. One is people who did bad things. They know that there is no hope for them to get out, so suicide is normal. The other is people who were wronged. In order to prove their innocence, they are unwilling to die and can only live in humiliation, just to see the light of day again. Lu Qiqi was silent for a while. System. Do you still remember that a candidate died? Lu Qiqi. Yes. System. The people in the Dali Temple have found out that it is related to Guisu from Jiwei bookstore. They were about to arrest him, but were stopped by the prince. Lu Qiqi. Is the prince busy with this? System. I guess so. Lu Qiqi. The Li mansion should be a bit chaotic now? Minister Li was injured. Guisu's biological mother came to the Li mansion to serve Minister Li. Guisu would also go in and out of the Li mansion, and should soon know Guisu's background. But at this time Su Lingqin was pregnant, and the whole Li mansion should be very lively. System. The current Minister Li vaguely guessed Guisu's identity, but he didn't say it, and Guisher couldn't say it clearly, and Guisu couldn't say it either. Minister Li focused all his attention on Su Lingqin's pregnancy, and Guisher and Guisu were ready to take action against Su Lingqin. Lu Qiqi. Su Lingqin is not an ordinary person either. She didn't notice it? System. She found out. Knowing that she was no match for Guisher and Guisu, she simply went to Minister Li every day to show her face. Lu Qiqi couldn't help but laugh. Haha. Su Lingqin is indeed a master. They are in a relationship of mutual use. But I feel a little sympathy for Guisher and Guisu. How long can he last in such an environment? System. When the prince takes action, you are successful. Lu Qiqi. What is the prince going to do? System. The prince has already ordered to wait for Gui's hand and help Su Lingqin. Lu Qiqi. Haha. The prince has so many things to worry about. He has even reached into other people's backyards. It seems that Minister Li's good days will not last long. System. Are you angry? Lu Qiqi. No. I just think that the prince is more like an old lady in the backyard who likes to meddle in other people's business. System. You don't understand. People who achieve great things will never fail to do small things. Lu Qiqi. Okay. Let's not talk about this. Is there anything more relaxing and inspirational? System thought for a while. After Jiang Haiping had a miscarriage, she was blamed by her in-laws. She worked hard to make delicious clay pot chicken and is now planning to open a branch. Lu Qiqi. Jiang Haiping is a good cook. If she opens a branch, the business should be very good. Then she thought of the young man and the old man who were invited by her to eat clay pot chicken for a month. I wonder how they are doing. While eating melons, Lu Qiqi's mind turned quickly. With a little reminder, she could infinitely magnify everything related. Lu Qiqi. Jiang Haiping is courageous. System. She was also forced. Lu Qiqi. Wang Erge treated her badly. System. Wang Erge treated Jiang Haiping very well at first. Since the miscarriage, Wang Erge's mother always said bad things about Jiang Haiping in Wang Erge's ear. After a long time, she was also brainwashed. Lu Qiqi sighed. Women are not suitable. It was even more difficult for women in ancient times. How are the grandparents and grandchildren who eat at Minsheng restaurant? System. They go to eat on time every day. Lu Qiqi was surprised. Why do I feel that the grandparents and grandchildren are not simple? How come they have eaten until now? System. Just like you. Want to be a salted fish. Lu Qiqi was speechless. Her kindness could be described as such by the system. Chapter 302. The People of Xianin. Lu Qiqi. Don't know the origin of the grandfather and grandson? System. The people of Xianin. Lu Qiqi thought of Prime Minister Chu. Are they here to find Prime Minister Chu? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi. They don't know where Prime Minister Chu is? System. I know. But they plan to eat enough for a month before looking for Prime Minister Chu. Lu Qiqi was speechless. Her kindness now seemed like a bad thing. Originally she felt bored and wanted to hear a big melon. But in the end, the big melon was heard on her head. Lu Qiqi was speechless. She simply stopped asking. The system talked about some things that happened outside. Lu Qiqi was bored and didn't respond. Later, the system talked about what happened in the palace. And she reacted again. System. Xu Fei killed Gao Ma, who was beside Li Jiaxuan. Lu Qiqi. They didn't celebrate. Did they? System. When concubine Xu saw Madame Gao, she was so itchy that she wanted to kill her. However, when she killed her, she found that Madame Gao had been bribed by concubine Qin. Lu Qiqi. Haha. This is a pleasant surprise. I originally hated Madame Gao and thought she deserved to die. Madame Gao played an indispensable role in Li Jiaxuan's suicide attempt that day. System. Poor concubine Wu still doesn't know that her son is dead. And she asked Chao to continue looking for him. Lu Qiqi. Chao hasn't said anything yet. System. Chao has worked hard for her for so many years, and will not let this opportunity go easily. Lu Qiqi nodded in agreement. Where is concubine Wu? System. Ever since concubine Wu was caught by the prince and identified in front of the emperor, her identity has been very embarrassing. She has always been the title of concubine, and now her status in the palace is not even as good as that of a madam. Lu Qiqi. You deserve it. System. Concubine Qin is also unlucky. Lu Qiqi. Because of the king of Yen? System. Du had had enough of hiding, so she went to concubine Qin for help, deliberately saying, Is it not good to live in my mother Xian palace? And then she lived in Xian palace smoothly, enjoying the treatment of a princess. Concubine Qin's situation was not much better, and she was shameless to run for Du. Lu Qiqi thought about what the prince did, and asked, Does the prince know? System joked. Why? You want to tell the prince again? Lu Qiqi was teased. and thought about the killer being caught, and felt a little embarrassed. I'm just asking. She was worried that these things would delay their time to go out for fun. At this time, Lucici didn't know, and she wouldn't go out for fun at all, just because a big bad thing happened before that. System. Everything was expected by the prince. Lucici laughed. The prince really has everything under control. The system was silent for a while, and Lucici felt something in her hand. She looked down and saw that it was a talisman. Lucici asked, "What happened? Is she in danger again?" System. You have bad luck recently. You must take this with you. It can save your life. Lucici. What's the matter? Please tell me clearly. System. I am not in a good state recently, and I can't contact you for a long time. I give you this to deal with emergencies. Lucici was anxious. Please tell me clearly. System. We will. Shishi. When Lucici heard this, it seemed that the signal was not good. Looking at the talisman in her hand again, she always felt that something happened to her. And thinking of what the system said, she was even more worried about the future. Thinking to herself, could something bad happen during this trip? Thinking of this, Lucici frowned slightly. When the four maids brought the food, Lucici had no appetite, so she ate some and lay down. The four maids felt strange. Can they feel that the crown princess is in a bad mood, but don't know why? Several people looked at each other, and no one could say anything. What they didn't expect was that the crown princess's mood lasted until the evening. At the dinner table in the evening, the four maids specially prepared a table of food that the crown princess liked. I thought I would see the crown princess eating a lot, but surprisingly, the crown princess still had no appetite. Chunbai stepped forward and said, "Crown princess, what's wrong with you?" Lucici looked at Chunbai and smiled. "I'm fine. Crown princess, please eat something. Okay?" Lucici smiled and shook her head. "Crown princess, please stop laughing." Chunbai choked up as she spoke. "You die. Qing die." And Zhou Yin were also very worried when they saw the crown princess like this. Lucici gently wiped the tears from Chunbai's face. "I'm just in a bad mood. I'll be fine after a good sleep." "Really?" Chunbai didn't quite believe it, but hoped it was true. Lucici nodded vigorously. "Everyone has bad moods. You don't want me to laugh heartlessly all day long, right?" Chunbai shook her head. "I just hope the crown princess gets better soon." Lucici nodded, said nothing, got up and went to the inner hall. She fell asleep quickly lying on the bed. But that night, the crown prince did not come back, and the four maids worried all night. The next day, everyone was upset, and when they heard the movement from the inner hall, the four maids came forward to serve. During breakfast, the four maids were very worried. Fortunately, Lucici had recovered her usual appetite. After dinner, Lucici smiled at the four of them. "Look at you. You all have dark circles under your eyes, as if you had been a thief all night." Chunbai smiled. "Really? I can see clearly. There is a dark spot under your eyes." The four maids followed suit and laughed. They were worried about the crown princess's abnormal behavior yesterday, but they didn't say it on their faces. They just hoped that everything yesterday would be a thing of the past forever. After dinner, Lucici first did a set of yoga, and then went to the flower room to take care of the flowers and plants. When she was sitting in the flower room drinking tea and reading the storybook, the prince came back from outside. Seeing the prince's tired look at a glance, thinking of what the system said, things should not be going well. When the prince came to the flower room, Lucici took the opportunity to pour a cup of tea for the prince. The prince picked it up, drank it sip by sip, and sat down next to him. "Chichi, our travel plan may be delayed for a few days." "It's okay. You go do your thing first." The prince stood up and gently hugged the woman. Lucici smiled and said, "Have you eaten?" "No." Lucici glanced at the four maids at the door. They were busy quickly. Lucici stood up and took the prince back to the house, asking him to change his clothes first. After the clothes were changed, the food was delivered one after another. Lucici accompanied the prince to a breakfast again. Yesterday was fine. Today's breakfast was eaten twice in a row, and now I feel a little full. The prince saw it, took Lucici's hand, and walked in the yard. While walking, he talked about what happened in the capital recently. Li Shangshu was injured. The king of Yan attended the morning court today. The king of Qin is about to return from Yuzhou. The Prime Minister of Chu has become busier these days, and seems to be busy looking for something. Lu Qiqi learned a lot of things from the system. She felt lost when she thought about how long she hadn't been able to chat with the system. Then she saw the prince and thought about her busy schedule. Gradually, Lu Qiqi let go of the matter of the system giving her amulet. Chapter 303 Alternating between Hope and Disappointment. Lu Qiqi asked, "How is Minister Li now? He should be well soon." The prince said, "I heard that Minister Li's granddaughter-in-law is pregnant." "How did you know?" Lu Qiqi smiled. "I was bored and heard others say it, so I remembered it. I don't know whether she is pregnant, but the Li mansion is a bit lively now." "Oh!" The prince pulled Lu Qiqi to sit on the stone bench next to him. "And you Dai quickly brought tea and dried fruits." The two talked while eating. Although Li Shangshu is old, he had many people like him when he was young. This time when Li Shangshu was injured, his former admirer Gui took the initiative to come to his house to take care of him. "Is there such a thing? You also think it is impossible?" The prince continued. Gui also gave Li Shangshu a son, but it seems that Li Shangshu is unwilling to accept this son. Gui was born in a brothel. If he recognizes them, the good reputation of the Li family for hundreds of years will be gone. So serious? This is something Lu Qiqi did not expect. Literati pay more attention to this. If it is a warrior, it should be lighter. How does Li Shangshu plan to arrange this mother and son? It's hard to say. The prince paused for a while and said, "You have seen Gui's son. He is Guisu, the owner of Jiwei bookstore. Is it him?" It is difficult for Lu Qiqi to show surprise in front of the prince for something she has known for a long time. Fortunately, the prince did not doubt her, and the matter passed quickly. The two talked for a long time. The prince saw the woman's frown relax. "Qiqi, no matter what happens in the future, you have me." Lu Qiqi looked at the prince for a long time and said, "I just feel that I am being used by Li Jiaxuan, and I feel a little unhappy. Put all the things on Li Jiaxuan. Don't worry. She will be busy soon." Lu Qiqi heard it and became excited. "What did you do?" "Nothing. Tell me quickly." Curiosity was aroused, and I felt even more uncomfortable without knowing the result. The prince saw that there was no one around and would not hear what he said, so he leaned close to the woman's ear and said something. Lu Qiqi smiled instantly when she heard it. "You are bad enough. Isn't this all to make you happy?" Lu Qiqi laughed. This laugh infected the entire East Palace, and everything around became bright. Too excited and too happy. The prince said to take Lu Qiqi for a walk. As a result, they came to the courtyard where Rong Fei once lived. Lu Qiqi went from rejection in the past to acceptance now. She never felt the feeling in the prince's heart. She felt there was no need to act. The two of them had never been together, and now they were separated by yin and yang. So she didn't have much feeling. So why bother to pretend? The prince stood for a while, and talked a lot about the past with Rong Fei. So many years have passed, and the prince was a child at that time. He could remember these memories in his mind. It should be said that the sweet and warm past was the light in the prince's heart. This light supported him to this day, thinking of Rong Fei's death to plan everything for the prince. It can be said that maternal love is great. When the two left Rong Fei's courtyard and returned to the East Palace, they heard the movement from Yudieju. Li Jiaxuan cried heartbreakingly. Lu Qiqi took a look and continued to move forward. After walking for a while, Li Jiaxuan ran out of Yudieju crying. Seeing the prince, she knelt in front of him and said, "Please, Prince, make the decision and give justice to Madame Gao." Lu Qiqi stood still and looked at Li Jiaxuan, who just appeared. It should be a plan. As for Madame Gao, Lu Qiqi had learned from the system that Madame Gao was killed by concubine Shu. She would not say this because she would rather see Li Jiaxuan suffer. "What happened?" the prince asked. Li Jiaxuan said, "Madame Gao was killed." After saying this, she glanced at Lu Qiqi. The prince understood the meaning of his eyes and raised his hand. Zhao Kai arrived. "Your Highness," Zhao Kai said. "Go check what's going on." "Yes." After Zhao Kai finished speaking, he walked towards Yudieju. After taking 2 steps, he returned to the prince. "Your Highness, the courtyard where Miss Li lives is inconvenient for me to enter and exit. How about asking the Jinui to investigate?" The prince thought about it, and it seemed to be the case. "Well, do as you say." Lu Qiqi was watching from the side. She saw that Zhao Kai and the prince were playing a double yellow, waiting for the good show to happen. She really thought highly of herself for Li Jiaxuan. relying on the affection in her youth. Asking the prince to do things for a maid was simply a dream. The prince pulled Lu Qiqi away. Li Jiaxuan was still kneeling on the ground, and couldn't believe that the prince left like this. Chunbai took a closer look at Li Jiaxuan before leaving. She was happy to finally see this woman lose her composure. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, she really wanted to say a few words. Lu Qiqi returned to the East Palace and went directly into the flower room. Busy in the flower room. When the prince saw this, he called out Sun Shuo and asked him to do the work. He then went into the greenhouse and started working with Lu Qiqi. Neither of them spoke. After all the flowers in the greenhouse were taken care of, they took comfortable positions on the recliners. Soon, Chunyi brought tea and dried fruits and left. Lu Qiqi was about to pick up the teacup when she saw the prince's eyes. Are you angry? Li Jiaxuan's meaning is so obvious. I'm not blind. How can I not see it? The prince laughed. What are you laughing at? Look at your long face. I'm happy in my heart. Crazy. Lu Qiqi said this and ignored someone. She drank tea and ate dried fruits by herself. The prince was not angry. He smiled and drank tea and ate dried fruits with the woman. I haven't tried it before. But now I finally know why women are willing to match like this. Just like the feeling she gives people. Lazy. The two lived a leisurely life. And Li Jiaxuan of Yudieju had a hard time. This time when she returned to the palace, Gao Mama disrupted her plans several times. Li Jiaxuan had been in a good temper and did not get angry. When Gao Mama really left, she was not used to it. None of the people around her were trusted by her. She saw Gao Mama's death again and decided to find out the truth. But the first person she thought of at this time was the prince. The prince's ability and influence in the palace, with his help, can find the real murderer faster. What she didn't expect was that the prince refused. They grew up together. Although the prince was a few years older than her, they were childhood sweethearts in childhood. If it weren't for the death of her father and mother, she might be the current prince's consort. In order to be worthy of the prince, she has been working hard all these years, and finally proved her value with her ability. What she didn't expect was that a woman appeared at this time, and this woman could take root in the heart of the prince. Since returning to the palace, she has been working hard to prove her ability and use her strength to let the prince clearly see that she is the only one who can stand by his side. Not a lazy person who only knows how to eat. But things have developed to this point. She was almost driven crazy by the alternation of hope and disappointment. Chapter 304 The King of Yin fainted. Jinui was brought in to investigate Gao Mama's affairs soon. Li Jiaxuan looked at the Jinui in front of her. And according to her experience of living in the palace for these years, she told herself that the Jinui's arrival was just a formality, and she would not really stand up for Gao Mama. Li Jiaxuan saw these people, came once, asked a few questions, and left quickly. She was deeply disappointed with the prince. The prince should know that since the death of her parents, Gao Mama has been with her. Without Gao Mama, she was left alone. How could the prince treat her like this after so many years of companionship? Li Jiaxuan wanted to rush to the prince and rebuke his cold-bloodedness and his ruthlessness. The moment she walked out of the door, she was blown by the cold wind. The head calmed down. She knew clearly in her heart that as long as Lu Qiqi was alive, she would never stand up. Originally, she just wanted to seek justice for Gao Mama. But now she wanted to use Gao Mama's death to gain greater benefits for herself. Thinking of this, Li Jiaxuan stayed alone beside the body of Gao Mama. To outsiders, she was sad about Gao Mama's death. But she forced herself to calm down and think about how to take action against Lu Qiqi under the protection of the prince. After thinking for a day without any results, Li Jiaxuan walked out of Yudieju in the middle of the night and looked in the direction of the East Palace, thinking about what the prince was doing at this moment. What was Lu Qiqi doing? What should she do to alienate the relationship between the two and take advantage of the opportunity? Thinking for a while, there was no result. Walking aimlessly on the way to the palace alone. Walking through the courtyard where Rong Fei lived. The Empress Dowager Xineng Palace. The Queen's Fuyun Hall. And finally she came to the lake of the palace. The pavilion from afar. That day, the Queen entertained the daughters of ministers here. It was Wei Mishuan, the daughter of the Grand Tutor, who lost her temper after drinking. She was taught a lesson by the Queen, and successfully deterred the daughters of ministers who wanted to enter the palace. The next day after this incident, a similar scene happened again in the pavilion beside Qingxin Lake. This time, more people were affected. So much so that the medical clinics in the capital were doing a great business. Li Jiaxuan was in the palace, and knew everything that happened around the prince. Both times, the queen and the prince deliberately protected Lu Qiqi. If this matter was used well, coupled with the death of Grandma Gao, it would be the key to overwhelm Lu Qiqi. Thinking of a solution, Li Jiaxuan went to Yudieju. She accidentally sprained her ankle halfway. But at this time, Grandma Gao was no longer around her. Thinking that no one really cared about her, she squatted on the ground and cried. Suddenly, she heard a familiar and unfamiliar voice. "Are you okay?" Li Jiaxuan thought it was the prince. And when she looked up, she found it was a strange guard. She looked at the guard in front of her with vigilance. She had lived in the palace for so many years, and the guards patrolled in teams. Why did only one person appear? "Who are you?" "I heard crying over here, so I came to see," the guard said. "I'm fine. You go." Li Jiaxuan refused mercilessly. She didn't believe in other people's kindness, nor did she want others to see her helpless side. The man in front of her was a strange face, and her intuition told her that this person was not a good person. The guard heard this and turned to leave. He had just taken 2 steps and looked back at Li Jiaxuan. "This is the palace. You'd better be careful." After saying that, he left. Li Jiaxuan wondered if she was too sensitive. This person seemed to have no ill intentions. She didn't dwell on this person for too long. She returned to Yudieju and faced the body of Grandma Gao, and began to make plans in her mind. No one in the palace took Grandma Gao's death seriously. Many people died in the palace every day. Once they died, they were dead, and they were no longer of any value. A few days later, there was no news from the Jinui, which was all within Li Jiaxuan's expectations. Grandma Gao's body could not be kept in Yudieju all the time. Li Jiaxuan had no choice but to bury Grandma Gao. On the day when Grandma Gao was buried, a drizzle fell from the sky. Li Jiaxuan watched Grandma Gao leave. All she could do for Grandma Gao was to bury her in peace. Tears quietly slid down her face, recalling that when she had just lost her parents, she was alone and helpless. It was the Queen Mother who took her into the palace, and it was also on that day that Grandma Gao appeared by her side. It was Grandma Gao who accompanied her on those helpless nights. She fantasized that she would become a person like Grandma Gao when she grew up. With this visit to the palace, she found that Grandma Gao was impulsive and short-sighted, and had ruined her good deeds several times. If she had not wanted to maintain a good reputation, she might have attacked Grandma Gao long ago. Thinking about the past, the rain above her head stopped. She thought that God sympathized with her. When she turned her head, she saw the guard she had met once again. "Is it you?" The guard said nothing, forcefully stuffed the umbrella into Li Jiaxuan's hand, walked into the rain, and left quickly. Li Jiaxuan's calm heart was once again filled with a warm current because of the guard's 2 appearances. When Li Jiaxuan was holding an umbrella and preparing to return to Yudieju, she accidentally saw a familiar figure passing by. "Do you? How did she come to the palace?" "The prince has been looking for this person for a long time, but there is no news." This person actually hid in the palace. In order to prove his guess, he quietly followed behind and saw Du enter Xi'an Palace and walked over as if passing by. Li Jiaxuan, who was leaving, would never have thought that Du deliberately attracted Li Jiaxuan's attention. Now that he saw that his goal had been achieved, he smiled and walked into Xi'an Palace. As soon as he entered the door, he saw concubine Qin walking back and forth anxiously, and Du pretended to care about her and walked over. "Mother, what happened to you?" When concubine Qin saw Du, she grabbed Du Rui's hand as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw and said, "Come on. Come with me to the Prince of Yan's mansion." Du showed nervousness. "Yan? What happened to Prince of Yan?" "I don't know either. I just got the news that Prince of Yan suddenly fainted. Come with me to see." When Du heard this, she hurriedly lifted her skirt and ran out. Concubine Qin saw it and felt that it was inappropriate. She thought that Du was so anxious because she cared about Prince of Yan, so she followed behind without saying anything. After leaving the palace together, they took a carriage to the Prince of Yan's mansion. Concubine Qin was still a step slower. When they arrived at the Prince of Yan's mansion, they saw a familiar carriage parked next to it. Concubine Qin recognized it as the prince's carriage. She was slightly startled and quickly walked in. Walking to the Jiyu pavilion of Prince of Yan, she saw the prince talking to the imperial physician with a very solemn expression. Concubine Qin saw him and came over and asked, How could he faint when he was fine? The imperial doctor saluted to concubine Qin and said, reporting to the concubine, "It is very strange that the Prince of Yin fainted. We are now looking for the cause." Concubine Qin was angry and turned to the prince. "The Prince of Yin is like this. Your Highness should be relieved." "Right?" He believed that the Prince of Yin fainted because of him. The prince looked cold. "What does concubine Qin mean? Isn't it the Prince of Yin who caused this?" The Prince of Yin was concubine Qin's weak spot. When she heard that her son was in trouble, concubine Qin lost her usual rationality. Chapter 305 Du drills a hole. The imperial physician knelt on the ground in fear when he heard this. The prince looked at the imperial physician and said, "You go see the Prince of Yin." "Yes. You don't have to pretend to be kind." Concubine Qin believed that the prince and the imperial physician were in the same group, and she was very worried about them treating the Prince of Yin. The prince was easy to talk to. Concubine Qin has a better way. The imperial physician should withdraw. "Yes." The imperial physician said this and walked into the house. Concubine Qin didn't understand what this meant. Soon 6 imperial physicians came out of the house. Concubine Qin felt that she had miscalculated. If one imperial physician was the prince's man, it was impossible for all 6 imperial physicians to be the prince's men. Concubine Qin recognized that there was another imperial physician who was specially treating the emperor. Seeing that they were about to leave, concubine Qin panicked and quickly spoke soft words to the prince. "I am worried about the Prince of Yin and said something I shouldn't have said. Please forgive me." "My lord prince." The prince snorted coldly. Concubine Qin could only bow her head again. "The Prince of Yin is the prince's brother. You can't just stand by and watch him die," the prince said. "Go." The imperial physician heard this and entered the room again. Concubine Qin breathed a sigh of relief. And at this moment she found that Du was no longer around her. Thinking of what Du had said, she felt sorry for Du and hated the prince for forcing her to bow her head just now. She remembered this grudge. The prince glanced at concubine Qin. "Concubine Qin is here. The Prince of Yin will be handed over to concubine Qin. I will go back to the palace to report to my father." After saying that, he left beautifully. Concubine Qin stood there dumbfounded. It seemed that she had misunderstood the prince. Since it was arranged by the emperor, the prince would never dare to attack the Prince of Yin. Soon, she heard someone screaming in the room, and she didn't care about anything else and ran in, rushing to the front of the King of Yin. Seeing the lifeless King of Yin, concubine Qin stopped. The King of Yin is dead? This thought filled her mind. She used to feel sorry for the queen because of the death of the King of Chu. But now it was her turn, and she had nothing but fear in her heart. Just as she was about to explode, she heard the movement next to her and saw Du hiding behind the curtain. Concubine Qin forced herself to cheer up, came up, and asked the imperial doctor what was going on. After hearing the words, she naturally didn't believe it, and nodded symbolically, telling them to make sure that the King of Yin woke up. Seeing the imperial doctor nod, she came to the yard and saw Du. "Where did you go just now?" Du explained. "I was just worried about the King of Yin, but I didn't expect the prince to be here. When I saw the prince, I was scared and hid." Concubine Qin didn't care whether this was true or not. "What did you mean just now? I am sure that the King of Yin can wake up. And I also asked my mother to help me get rid of those imperial doctors." Hearing this, concubine Qin saw hope again, and hurriedly followed Du's words, and found an excuse to drive away the imperial doctors. Soon, Du came to the bed, took out a small bottle, poured out a pill, and put it next to the mouth of the King of Yin. Watching the pill melt, Du waited anxiously. Concubine Qin, who had been covering at the door, saw the prince, who came back, and felt strange in her heart. Thinking of Du's explanation, she immediately walked over. "Why is the prince back again?" The prince walked around concubine Qin and strode into the house. Concubine Qin thought about what Du said, and hurriedly chased after him to stop him, but was suppressed by the prince's powerful aura. "The prince cannot enter." The prince glanced at her and said, "The handkerchief that the princess gave me fell inside." Concubine Qin saw that she couldn't stop him, and thought that was such a big commotion. Du should have heard it. When the prince took the handkerchief and left, Du would come out and everything would be fine. She didn't stop him again, not knowing that the Prince of Yin had reached a critical moment. Du didn't want to give up all her efforts, nor did she want to leave. She heard footsteps, and was about to come in. She could only hide first, hoping that the Prince of Yin would wake up later, and that the prince would leave quickly. The moment the prince walked into the inner hall, Du hid. Concubine Qin walked behind, and saw the prince walking in. She picked up a handkerchief from the ground. When she turned around to leave, the unconscious king of Yin suddenly opened his eyes. Third brother. The prince was very excited when he heard the third brother. He had calculated everything, trying to suppress the emotions in his heart. He looked at the king of Yin. Is my fifth brother awake? Yes. The king of Yin stood up and saw Concubine Qin standing next to him. Mother, what are you doing? Concubine Qin was so happy to see the king of Yin wake up that she rushed to the king of Yin excitedly. You finally woke up? It's all my fault. I'm sorry for worrying you, the king of Yin said. The prince glanced at the two people who were in love with each other. If my fifth brother wakes up, I can go back to the palace to report to my father. After saying that, the king of Yin was anxious. Third brother, I'll go with you. The king of Yin stood up and walked beside the prince. Concubine Qin was dumbfounded. What's going on? When did the king of Yin and the prince have such a good relationship? Looking at the two people who walked out together, she couldn't believe what she saw. When the two left, Concubine Qin thought of Du and wanted to call Du out to ask what was going on. After calling several times, she didn't see Du. She cared more about the king of Yin, so she didn't think too much and hurried out to chase him. When she arrived outside the king of Yin's mansion, she didn't see the prince and the king of Yin, and even the carriage that the prince had parked at the door was gone. She hurriedly got on the carriage and chased to the palace. At this time, Du hid in the dark and saw everything that happened when the king of Yin woke up. She was so angry that she vomited blood. Damn it! All the work was in vain, and all the benefits went to the prince. At this time, Du felt that the prince's arrival was too coincidental, as if everything was planned in advance. She also thought that everything about the king of Yin was her follow-up, and others didn't know. Guasu, who was looking for the medicine man, was also unaware of it. The prince had never been to the witch clan, let alone know the secrets of the witch clan. In this way, it might be a coincidence that the prince met the king of Yin when he woke up. Du couldn't accept this result. She had been busy for so long just to turn the king of Yin into her weapon for killing and to take over the king of Yin's power in the capital. Unexpectedly, everything had just failed. How could she not hate it? Du was unwilling to accept this result and took a shortcut to the palace. She wanted to see the king of Yin as soon as possible and try her best to save everything. What Du didn't expect was that every time she entered and exited the palace, it was as easy and simple as her own backyard. Today, she was blocked outside the palace gate. Du was anxious to enter the palace and had no time to explain to the guards. She wanted to climb over the wall. When she walked around the palace wall, she found that the palace wall was too high and it was too difficult to climb over it. Just when Du was anxious, she saw a small hole. The hole was not big, just enough for her to crawl in. Du looked around and no one found this place. She heard no movement in the wall. She bent down and crawled in through the hole. Just halfway up, a pair of women's shoes appeared in front of her. The style of the shoes looked familiar, and when he looked up, he saw the queen. Du wanted to go back, but it was too late. He could only bite the bullet and crawl in. Bowing to the queen. Aunt? The queen looked at him and said, Come with me. Chapter 306. Du was arrested. Du didn't want to, but she knew that what she had done could be hidden from others, but not from the queen. Anxious to see the king of Yin, facing the strong queen, she could only pretend to be obedient and leave. All the way to Fuyun Hall. After the queen and Du entered the door, Nani Wang came to the door with the palace maids. The queen turned around and stared at Du. Du was guilty and knelt on the ground trembling. Do you know your crime? Do you refuse to admit it? Aunt, please tell me clearly. Seeing that Du was so stubborn, the queen didn't waste words and threw the newly arrived news in front of Du. Du only took a rough look at the paper on the ground and quickly knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. Aunt, spare my life. My niece was confused for a moment, so she did something wrong. Confused for a moment? The queen was also a member of the Wu clan. Du could access the secrets of the Wu clan, and she could have accessed them decades ago. Aunt, spare me. Aunt, spare me. Du knelt down beside the queen and grabbed the queen's skirt. The queen was angry and kicked away the ignorant Du. I thought that after the last reminder, Du had restrained herself, but she did not expect that she would do such a terrible thing in the Prince of Yan's mansion. Du was even more scared. If only the queen knew about this matter and helped to intercept it. As long as she was given some time, she would use the Prince of Yen completely for herself. She was not afraid to compete with the prince. If the queen exposed herself at this time, she would have nothing. Thinking of this, she desperately begged the queen to give her another chance. The queen looked at Du and knew what this person was thinking. She decided to do it herself to eliminate the trouble forever. But Du found out one step earlier. At the moment when the queen was about to kill her, she fought back hard. The queen barely avoided it, but was still hit. The queen's mouth began to bleed, and she looked at Du with anger. Originally, she wanted to give her a decent death, but now it seems unnecessary. She looked at Du fiercely, with a weird smile on her lips. Just when Du felt bad, the queen rushed to the door desperately. The door was knocked down and fell on the steps outside the door. The queen's body flew out and slid a long way in an instant. Nani Wang and others did not expect this situation, and immediately went forward to check on the queen. "Queen," the queen said with difficulty. "No, don't make a sound." Although she said so, the guards who were patrolling outside happened to pass by nearby, and rushed over immediately after hearing the movement here. When they came in, they saw the queen lying on the ground with blood spitting from the corner of her mouth, surrounded by the Nani and the palace maids. And they saw Du standing at the door with a ferocious look. Nani Wang was the empress's confidant. Seeing this situation, she didn't need the empress to say anything. She said to the guards, "Quick! Catch her." It was Du who hurt the empress. The guards immediately showed their weapons and rushed towards Du. Du saw that things were not going well and fled in panic. At this moment, Du no longer had the chance to live in the open. How could the guards of the palace let Du go easily? After a while, the movement here alarmed the prince's people. At this time, Li Jiaxuan was nearby. She rushed over with many guards. Seeing that the person to be caught was Du, Li Jiaxuan did not hide her strength and was not afraid of danger. She pulled out the software on her waist and rushed towards Du. No matter how capable Du was, he was quickly subdued in the face of so many people. Du was forced to kneel on the ground, and the empress came to Du with the help of Nani Wang. "Du, you disappoint me so much." Du was suppressed and could not struggle. She looked up at the queen angrily. "Du Rulin, don't be hypocritical here. Just now, the queen deliberately made a noise to attract the guards around." Seeing the hypocritical queen, Du knew that she could not hide what she had done, so she gave it up. The queen looked heartbroken, looking at Du's eyes full of disappointment. Turned around and waved at the guards. "Take her away." The guards heard it and pushed Du down. Soon, the chaotic Fuyun palace returned to peace, and Nani Wang helped the queen and walked into the house. Li Jiaxuan was forgotten just like that. She looked at the busy maids and eunuchs around her, and then looked at the queen, who walked into the house. In the end, she turned around and left without saying a word. Inside the house, Nani Wang immediately asked the maid to call the imperial physician, and she personally served the queen. Seeing the injured queen, Nani Wang felt distressed. "Queen, why are you doing this?" the queen said. "If you don't do this, how can I prove my innocence?" Nani Wang knew that what she said made sense. Seeing the queen injured, Nani Wang felt more distressed. Soon, the imperial physician arrived. As the imperial physician performed a series of treatments, Nani Wang and others waited anxiously by the side. There was no result yet. The queen mother heard about what happened in Fuyun Hall and hurried over. The imperial physician had just finished taking the pulse and had not had time to explain to the queen. When she heard that the queen mother had arrived, she knelt down and saluted again. After entering the room, the queen mother went directly to the queen, glanced at the queen, and asked the imperial physician, "What's the matter?" The imperial physician said tactfully, and the meaning was very simple. The queen was in good health and just needed to take a few doses of medicine. The queen mother was relieved to hear this. Let Wang Ma follow the imperial physician to get medicine. She stayed to take care of the queen. When there were no outsiders, the queen mother said earnestly, "Queen, why are you doing this? The Wu clan is our hometown, and I want to do something more for my hometown." The queen mother sighed. She was thinking the same thing. East Palace. Lu Qiqi was not surprised to hear what happened in Fuyun Hall. She had known some things for a long time. It was not difficult to guess the queen's intentions to get the current results. The queen and the queen mother showed their dislike for Du from the beginning. It was Du who relied on the relationship of being a member of the Wu clan and always felt that they were closer. Because of the arrival of Sun Rume and Du, the last hope of the Wu clan was cut off. The queen and the queen mother had been holding back a rage, and they only vented it now. It was also Du who gave them the opportunity. Chunbai couldn't keep calm anymore. Crown Princess, don't you think it's strange? It's just a quarrel. What's so strange about it? You said it all. Do you injure the queen? Who is the queen? How can she tolerate it? That's what you said. But I always feel that they are all members of the Wu clan. And they shouldn't stick together? Lu Qiqi felt that Chunbai's head was too ordinary. And she didn't want to explain. Seeing that Yudai also had the same expression. She was thinking. Could it be because of the various prompts of the system that made her brain start to get confused again? Thinking of the system. The amulet given by the system. And the fact that she couldn't chat with the system for a long time. Lu Qiqi's heart was a little sad. A few days ago, I heard that Du escaped. It should be because of this. Chunbai asked. Du originally asked for help from the queen, but failed. So he was angry? Chunbai is still smart. Yudai didn't think so. She knew that the prince had captured Du. I always felt that the crown princess words seemed not as simple as I understood. And I felt that this was the only explanation that could make sense. Chapter 307 A Strange Dream. Seeing that the maids had finally come to their senses, Lu Qiqi quietly thought about what the system had said that day. She still had a little hope in her heart. Hey, are you there? She called for a while, but didn't hear any movement from the system. Lu Qiqi didn't give up and asked again. Are you there? Still no movement. Lu Qiqi picked up a script as a cover in disappointment. The maid saw that the crown princess was absent-minded and thought it was because of the queen. After a while of silence, Nani Huang arrived. Crown Princess, Miss Li wants to see you. Miss Li? Lu Qiqi was in a bad mood. When she heard Li Jiaxuan, she thought of the dead Nani Gao and wondered what this person meant by coming. Chunbai was about to drive her away when she heard it. But Lu Qiqi spoke. Is there something? Miss Li didn't say anything. I saw that Miss Li was holding cakes in her hand. Is she here to deliver cakes? Madame Huang felt guilty. She knew that the crown princess disliked Li Jiaxuan. As a maid, she couldn't make decisions for the crown princess. Lu Qiqi thought for a while. Let her in. She also wanted to see how Li Jiaxuan would have the face to come in front of her after several unpleasant incidents. If it were her, she would never show up again in her life. Unfortunately, Li Jiaxuan was too thick-skinned and was not an ordinary person. Soon, Li Jiaxuan came in front of her led by Madame Huang. I pay my respects to the crown princess. Lu Qiqi saw Li Jiaxuan's humble appearance. After Madame Gao's performance, Li Jiaxuan became more disciplined. Miss Li, is there something? She went straight to the point. Just like Lu Qiqi's dislike for this person. Everything was so directly expressed on her face. Reporting to the crown princess. I made a new flavor of cake and sent it to the crown princess to try. Miss Li is thoughtful. Lu Qiqi reached out and picked up a piece. Just as she put it in her mouth, she asked again, is it not poisonous? Li Jiaxuan did not speak. She held the tray in one hand and picked up a piece with the other hand. She put it in her mouth, swallowed it, and said, no poison. The serious look made Lu Qiqi laugh. Lu Qiqi ate it, and it tasted really good. It had a familiar taste, because it was made by someone she didn't like. The taste was greatly reduced. After eating, she motioned Yudai to accept it. Li Jiaxuan saluted Lu Qiqi. I'll take my leave. It seemed that she was just here to deliver the cakes, and she had no other intentions. If ordinary people encountered this situation, they would ask a question. But Lu Qiqi didn't intend to let anyone get what they wanted. She didn't say anything and just watched Li Jiaxuan leave. After the people left, Lu Qiqi said, the cakes made by Li Jiaxuan taste a bit similar to those made by Tang Xiuya. I'll check it out. After Yudai finished speaking, she handed the cakes to Qin Dai and left quickly. Chunbai was greeting Li Jiaxuan's ancestors, and was confused by Yudai's actions. Qin Dai and Zhou Yan understood what was going on, but seeing Chunbai looking silly, they did not explain. Chunbai looked at Lu Qiqi for help, and Lu Qiqi got up and left. Chunbai was left there, as if she was the one being bullied. Huang Ma stood in the distance, watching the movement here. Seeing that only Chunbai was left, she smiled, said nothing, and continued to work on the things at hand. In the evening, The prince came back from outside. Exhausted. Lu Qiqi saw it, quickly put down the book in her hand, and stood up to greet him. "You're back," the prince hummed. "Is there anything to eat?" "Waiting for you to have dinner." As soon as Lu Qiqi finished speaking, the 4 maids were already busy. Soon, a table of delicious dinner was served. Lu Qiqi thoughtfully brought 2 pots of wine. "Do you want to drink a cup?" "How can 1 cup be enough?" Lu Qiqi said, pouring wine for the prince. This maid was tactful. Seeing that everyone had left, Lu Qiqi and the prince asked about Du Yu while drinking. Things went smoothly today, thanks to the queen's help. After hearing about Du Yu, the prince was willing to share the joy of success with a woman. Du Yu used drugs to control the king of Yin. I remember. Today happens to be the most critical day for Du Yu. Lu Qiqi quickly understood. You won't take Du Yu's credit at the most critical moment. Right? Not really. I made a lot of preparations in advance. Tell me about it. I learned about the situation of the king of Yin from a senior Wu clan elder. I knew that today was very important for Du Yu. I sent people to guard the Xian palace. When I found out the unusual movements of concubine Qin and Du Yu, I immediately made arrangements. When they arrived at the king of Yin's mansion, I had already waited with many imperial doctors. I deliberately let concubine Qin misunderstand that I intended to attack the king of Yin. After concubine Qin got angry, I pretended to leave angrily to create my own situation for Du Yu. And then, the prince said, taking out a handkerchief. Lu Qiqi looked at it and felt strange. This handkerchief helped me a lot. Tell me quickly. Lu Qiqi was hung up, feeling uncomfortable, and urged the prince to speak quickly. I calculated the time accurately and returned at the critical moment, saying that I had dropped my handkerchief. The moment I came to the bed and picked up the handkerchief, the king of Yin opened his eyes. Lu Qiqi opened her eyes wide instantly and looked at the prince in disbelief. She knew that this was easy to say, but it would take a careful layout to do it. A slight mistake would make everything fail. Lu Qiqi was also happy for the prince, and the two drank a few more cups together. Drink in moderation. After dinner, the prince left soon, and Lu Qiqi leaned on the couch to read the storybook. After reading for a while, she felt a little tired, so she pulled the thin blanket next to her to cover herself and fell asleep in a daze. In her sleep, she dreamed of many scenes, and every scene seemed to make her feel the same. Lu Qiqi was awakened by the dream, looking at everything familiar around her, and thinking of the scenes in the dream. Everything was so real to her. Lu Qiqi didn't know what this dream meant, but she always felt that this dream was not a good dream. After waking up, she couldn't fall asleep again. She came to the steps at the door alone with her clothes on, supporting her chin with both hands and looking up at the moon in the sky. The moon tonight is very round and bright. I feel a little lonely when I admire the moon alone. Looking at the moon, I thought of the dream just now. She felt that she was in an unfamiliar environment. Everything around her was very unfamiliar, but it felt so real to her. After thinking for a while, I felt that it should be because I read too many stories and thought too much in my mind. So I had strange dreams. Just when Lu Qiqi wanted to go back to the house to rest, she heard a movement from a distance. At first, she didn't care. She knew that this was the East Palace. If someone sneaked in, they would be discovered. After waiting for a while, she didn't see Sun Qiao appear, thinking it was her own illusion. Just as she got up and went back to the house to rest, footsteps came from behind. The sound was very light and strange, not from the people around her. Lu Qiqi tried to pretend to be calm and pretended not to notice it. She continued to walk into the house, and a familiar and strange voice came from behind her. I am here to see the crown princess. Lu Qiqi turned around and saw Qiao, who was kneeling down. Manager Qiao. When Lu Qiqi was a concubine in the Prince of Jin's mansion, she often went in and out of the market, and every time she passed by Qiao's tavern, she met Qiao. What Lu Qiqi couldn't understand was, how could she, who worked for concubine Wu, appear here? Chapter 308. What you think about during the day, you dream about at night? Is the commoner remembered by the crown princess? Qiao asked. Lu Qiqi said, every time I pass by Qiao's tavern, I always see you busy. The crown princess has a good memory. Qiao stared at Lu Qiqi. Their calmness made her feel that Lu Qiqi was a trustworthy person. She spoke boldly. I came here late at night to ask the crown princess for a favor. Lu Qiqi thought about it, and thought that it should be the killer she identified that was known by Qiao. For that killer. Qiao looked at Lu Qiqi and didn't speak for a long time. I know a lot of things, such as your relationship with concubine Wu, your relationship with the killer. And I told the crown prince that he was arrested. Chow clenched her hands tightly into fists under the cover of her sleeves. Why did the crown princess do this? That man assassinated the emperor. Chow obviously didn't believe it when she heard this. Lu Qiqi added, "It's a coincidence. That day I took my maid to look at the vegetable garden and accidentally met the assassin who failed to assassinate. At that time, I only knew that he was the assassin. Later, I saw a familiar figure in Chow's tavern and confirmed that he was the assassin. Why did the crown princess tell this to me?" Lu Qiqi smiled. "You are a person of temperament and have the right to know the truth of the matter." Chow smiled. "Very sad. The crown princess knows everything. Why didn't you send someone to arrest me? Your appearance did not alarm the people in the dark. Which means you have no ill intentions." Lu Qiqi made a bold guess. When Chow heard this, she felt that her request was a bit presumptuous, and she bit the bullet and said, "Can you ask the crown princess to let him go? I can tell the prince, but I don't know what the result will be. Don't have too much hope. Few people who assassinate the emperor can survive. He's still alive." Chow was sure. Lu Qiqi asked, "How do you know?" "Intuition. Does your intuition tell you that I can help with this matter?" "Yes." Lu Qiqi smiled. "It feels good to be trusted by others. But I still say that you should not have too much hope." Chow knelt on the ground again after hearing this. "Thank you for your help, Princess. If you need me in the future, I will definitely risk my life. I have always smelled the fragrance of your wine, but I have no chance to taste it. You can send a few jars of wine as a thank you gift." After that, Lu Qiqi went into the house. Soon, there was a sound of footsteps leaving the yard. When Chow left, the prince suddenly appeared in front of him. Lu Qiqi didn't know when the prince would come back. She knew that it was the prince's idea for Chow to come in. Why? Unknown the reason. Lu Qiqi couldn't sleep tonight. Chow controls a women's army. If she protects you, I will feel more at ease. So powerful. She used to think that Chow was fighting alone. But now it seems that she still knows too little. I set people to investigate for a long time, but I haven't found out all the details of the women's army. After hearing this, Lu Qiqi became even more curious about the women's army. She was grateful for everything the prince had done for her and asked, "So are you going to let the killer go?" "Let him go. That's the person who assassinated the emperor. The prince didn't care if I arranged the assassination. Do you believe it?" Lu Qiqi opened her eyes wide and looked at the man in disbelief. "You even used the emperor?" The prince shook his shoulders. "No way." Lu Qiqi patted the man on the shoulder. "You are so brave." "Not bad." Lu Qiqi asked again. "If the killer and Chow are together and run away, won't your plan fail? They will have no future." Lu Qiqi was curious and asked again. The prince said he was tired and didn't want to say more. Lu Qiqi had no choice but to fall asleep in anger when she saw the prince didn't speak. The prince confirmed that the woman was asleep, and quickly got up and came to the yard. At this time, Chow was kneeling on the ground. "The person will be in the mass grave tomorrow. Whether you can save her depends on your own ability." The prince said this and went into the house again. Chow was excited to hear this. She knew in her heart that from today on, she would no longer work for concubine Wu, and her future master would only be Lu Qiqi. She had too many dissatisfactions with concubine Wu. Not long after she left the palace last time, she met someone arranged by the prince. She also knew that the prince had known about what she had done. Now she was willing to work for others again for the person she loved. She just hoped that she would not make the wrong choice of person this time. Nor would she follow the wrong person. The next day, Lu Qiqi had just finished breakfast and went for a walk in the yard when Yudai came back from outside. "Crown Princess, Gu Ling is a maid in Yudieju." "Gu Ling?" Lu Qiqi looked over. "Is this the reason why Li Jiaxuan can make Tang Xiuya's flavored pastries?" "Yes." "When did it happen?" "Yudieju 3 days ago," Yudai said. Lu Qiqi thought for a while and asked, "After Nani Gao died?" "Yes, the next night after her death." Lu Qiqi understood that Li Jiaxuan should have known Gu Ling earlier. Because of Nani Gao's death, Li Jiaxuan let Gu Ling enter the palace in advance. "What has Gu Ling been doing since she disappeared?" Yudai said. After leaving the Prince Jin's mansion, Gu Ling returned to her mother's hometown for a while, and then returned to the Shangshu Wang's mansion. Some time ago, she had a quarrel with the Shangshu Wang's wife. and Gu Ling was driven out. Somehow, she got together with Li Jiaxuan. Lu Qiqi thought for a while. Send someone to tell the Shangshu Wang's wife that Gu Ling is in Yudiaju. Yes. Yu Dai turned and left. Lu Qiqi thought that Li Jiaxuan's purpose was very clear, and she wanted to use some things that happened in the Prince Jin's mansion to restrain herself. It's a pity that if you don't do something wrong, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door. Li Jiaxuan thought that she had pushed herself into a disadvantageous position by using the death of Nanny Gao. She thought too highly of herself. Now, as long as the Shangshu Wang's wife played well, everything Li Jiaxuan wanted to do with Gu Ling would come to nothing. Lu Qiqi felt that it was so easy to solve Gu Ling, and it also exposed Li Jiaxuan's thoughts to everyone. And then see how she disguised herself. This was considered killing two birds with one stone. Lu Qiqi was happy and picked up a storybook. When she was about to read it, she thought of the dream she had last night. Thinking back carefully, the dream was too real, like a personal experience. Thinking back carefully, the clothes in the dream were different from the gorgeousness of the palace, and were somewhat similar to the clothes of the noble ladies in the capital. What's going on? Thinking too much, Lu Qiqi supported her head with one hand, leaned on the table, and slowly closed her eyes. Chunbai and others thought that the crown princess was tired, and thought that the crown princess had just woken up not long ago, so she shouldn't be sleepy. Feeling strange, they didn't dare to speak, and quietly served by the side. At this time, Lu Qiqi saw a strange scene in a trance. A woman was running and laughing in a sea of flowers, holding many flowers in her hands, and a man was walking slowly behind her. Lu Qiqi was dazzled by the romantic scene. Suddenly, the woman running in front looked back, and Lu Qiqi woke up immediately. Crown Princess. Qingdai noticed that something was wrong with Lu Qiqi and asked with concern. Lu Qiqi was a little dazed and didn't know where she was. Seeing Qingdai's enlarged face, she was startled again. Crown Princess. Are you okay? Chunbai said. Crown Princess. Crown Princess. The calls woke Lu Qiqi up. Seeing herself in the East Palace, with 4 familiar maids around her, thinking about what she had just seen, she began to doubt. Is it true that she dreams about what she thinks about during the day? Chapter 309 Twin Flowers. Crown Princess. What's wrong with you? Chunbai choked up. It had only been a short time since she woke up, and she was sleepy again. It had only been a short time since she woke up, and the Crown Princess looked frightened again. Chunbai was very worried. It's okay. I didn't sleep well last night. I'll rest for a while. Don't disturb me. The 4 maids heard this, and saw the tiredness in the Crown Princess' eyes. They said nothing. They all hoped that it would be fine after another sleep, as the Crown Princess said. After Lu Qiqi finished speaking, she was exhausted and got up and lay softly on the bed. The moment she closed her eyes, she hoped that the dream would continue. She also wanted to know why she had such a dream, and why she dreamed that she was in another place. Lu Qiqi really fell asleep, and really dreamed of that scene again. Lu Qiqi saw the couple like an outsider. After careful observation, she could easily find that the two had a very good relationship, and were not in a relationship. Seeing this, Lu Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief. She was still very curious about the face that had glanced at her, and wanted to go forward to see what was going on. For some reason, she was suddenly pulled back by an invisible hand. She also gradually saw the scene around the garden in front of her. She was unwilling to be dragged away, and struggled hard, but it was always in vain. When she was about to be pulled away, and could not see, she saw the 3 big words Feiting Castle. Clang. Lu Qiqi couldn't believe it. She was too excited, and almost fell down. Chunbai and others were prepared, so Lu Qiqi didn't fall to the ground. A vase next to her fell to the ground and broke. Several people were shocked. Crown Princess. Are you okay? Lu Qiqi felt that she had lost her composure, and smiled awkwardly. I've been reading a lot recently, and I always have some weird dreams. What did you dream about? Chunbai asked. Lu Qiqi smiled awkwardly. I dreamed about another me. Chunbai said. Does the Crown Princess have twins? Lu Qiqi shook her head. Yudai and others laughed. The Crown Princess said it was a dream. Only Chunbai was still arguing. People say that twins are telepathic. Does the Crown Princess have a long-lost sister, or a younger sister, who encountered some difficulties, and asked the Crown Princess for help? Chunbai was still struggling. But Lu Qiqi didn't believe this statement. I heard about Faking Castle not long ago. And now I dreamed about this place so coincidentally. It should be because I am too curious about Faking Castle that I have all these weird dreams. Lu Qiqi didn't take it to heart. After a while, Madame Huang arrived. Crown Princess, someone has sent you a few jars of wine. Who? I don't know. When I went out just now, the jars were placed at the gate of the East Palace. Lu Qiqi thought of Chow, who came last night, and what the prince said later. In order to verify, Lu Qiqi hurried to the gate of the East Palace. Seeing the familiar jars of wine, she bent down and opened a stall, smelled it carefully, and confirmed that it was a familiar smell. So she asked someone to move all the jars in. Yu Dai saw the crown princess's behavior and felt strange, but didn't say anything. Chunbai said, Crown Princess, it's best not to take things of unknown origin. It's okay. There should be no problem with this wine. If there is a problem, who should we find to settle the account? Chunbai muttered softly, always feeling that the crown princess's vigilance had relaxed, which was not a good thing. Wanting to remind the crown princess, but worried that she would get angry if she said too much. She deliberately walked behind and whispered to Qingdai, will there be any problem with the wine? Probably not, Qingdai said, seeing that they were not worried. Chunbai thought, was she really overthinking? Soon, Chunbai let it go, because the crown princess wanted to eat Wudong sesame cakes. When the maids heard it, they all trembled in their hearts, and agreed to do it on the surface. In the end, they tacitly made Wudong sesame cakes into donkey meat hot cakes. When Lu Qiqi ate the donkey meat hot cakes, she didn't say anything. She didn't have to work and had delicious food, so she was already very satisfied. After the meal, Lu Qiqi took another lunch break. When Chunbai saw the crown princess sleeping, she pulled Qingdai and asked, why did the crown princess become sleepy? Qingdai also noticed it, but she didn't say it. I don't know. Yudai and Zhou also noticed it, and they kept this thought in their hearts. At this time, Lu Qiqi dreamed of the woman who looked exactly like her again. Lu Qiqi was obviously not herself, but she could feel that the woman was unhappy. It seemed like a bird with broken wings, after losing its freedom. No matter how gorgeous the place was, it was like being in prison for her. Lu Qiqi's emotions were infected by the woman. Unconsciously, Lu Qiqi's lunch break lasted more than half an hour. Qingdai took the excuse of covering the crown princess with a quilt to check her pulse. After confirming that everything was normal, she shook her head at Yudai and others. Chunbai couldn't wait, so she simply stepped forward and gently shook the crown princess. Crown Princess. Crown Princess. The calls woke Lu Qiqi up. Lu Qiqi, who had just woken up, was still being pulled by the emotions of the woman in her dream, making her a little confused about where she was. Qingdai immediately stepped forward. Crown Princess, are you feeling unwell? Qingdai was worried that her medical skills were not good enough, and she had delayed important matters. Lu Qiqi frowned. I had that dream again? It was someone who looked exactly like you. Crown Princess? Chunbai asked. Lu Qiqi nodded. Isn't it strange? Qingdai and Yudai didn't say anything, but exchanged glances and knew what to do next. Chunbai asked, where is the woman who looks like the crown princess? What clothes are she wearing? The same clothes as the noble ladies in the capital. Yudai knew which direction she was going to be busy in. Okay, let's not talk about this. It's just a dream. There's no need to take it seriously. Lu Qiqi got up and stretched, and saw that the weather outside was not right. Then she realized that she had overslept because of the dream, and made several maids worry. In order to stretch her muscles and stop thinking about the dream, she simply brought 4 maids to the vegetable garden. It has been a long time since I came here, and the vegetables have grown a lot taller. Lu Qiqi thought about these dishes and made a delicious dinner. Pulling vegetables, picking vegetables, washing vegetables. After a busy time, an instant stick of time passed. Seeing that it was still early, Lu Qiqi simply sat on the ground and looked at the green vegetable garden. What do you think of this land? It's growing very well, Chunbai said. Everyone present laughed. After they played in the vegetable garden for a while, when they went back, they happened to see Huang Mama, whose head was about to smoke. Crown Princess, you are finally back. What's wrong? Lu Qiqi also saw Huang Mama's anxiety. The Sinang Palace sent someone to pass on a message, asking you to go to the Sinang Palace. Lu Qiqi heard it, put down the dishes, and went to the Sinang Palace with the maid. I don't know what the Queen Mother wants to see me for. And I think that they are all in the vegetable garden behind. Logically, if someone saw it, why didn't Huang Mama know? I can't figure out why. But I know that seeing the Queen Mother is the most important thing. Chapter 3:10 Chess Breaks the World. Lu Qiqi brought her maid and rushed to the Sinang Palace. Thinking that something bad had happened to the Queen Mother. Thinking of the prince's feelings for the Queen Mother. Lu Qiqi was ready. If the Queen Mother was really in danger, she would give the amulet given to her by the system to the Queen Mother. Protect the Queen Mother's life, and protect the sunshine in the prince's heart. However, when she entered the door, she saw the Queen and the Queen Mother talking and laughing. And Li Jiaxuan was standing next to them. Because of her arrival, everyone was stunned. Qiqi is here. The Queen Mother greeted enthusiastically, and waved to Lu Qiqi to sit next to her. Lu Qiqi saw the inappropriateness at a glance. She said nothing and stepped forward to salute. I have seen the Queen Mother, and the Queen Mother. Okay. Qiqi is here. I haven't seen Qiqi for a long time. Look. She just came as soon as I mentioned it. The Queen Mother said. Queen Mother. You are too partial. The Queen spoke. You are already old. But you are jealous of children. Tai Xiao smiled, and pulled Lu Qiqi's hand, asking her to sit next to him. Seeing Li Jiaxuan standing still, he said, Jiaxuan, serve tea to the crown princess. Li Jiaxuan heard it, turned around, and sent a cup of tea to Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi took the teacup and said, Thank you. Miss Li, you are too polite. Crown princess, Li Jiaxuan said. Lu Qiqi was sure that the Queen Mother was not anxious to see her, and she did not find any clues in her brief contact with Li Jiaxuan. She thought that Li Jiaxuan was used to forbearing, and maybe she did it today. What good would it do to her if she did this? Qiqi, try it quickly. This is the pastry made by Jiaxuan. The Queen Mother lovingly picked up a piece of cake and sent it to Lu Qiqi. The Queen could see it and smiled while drinking tea. Her eyes swept over Lu Qiqi and Li Jiaxuan. Lu Qiqi picked up the cake and put it in her mouth. Taking a small bite, it's delicious, and it tastes the same as the one Miss Li sent. The Queen Mother smiled. Qiqi, have you eaten it? Well, this taste is somewhat familiar. I should have eaten it before, but I can't remember when I ate it for a while. Lu Qiqi was entangled. The Queen Mother smiled. How could you have eaten it before? Jiaxuan just learned it. Lu Qiqi looked at Li Jiaxuan. You should have learned it from that master. Right? Li Jiaxuan bowed slightly. Crown Princess, thank you for your praise. If you like it, I will send it to you when I go back. Li Qiqi pretended to be confused about someone's careless behavior. Maybe I ate too many cakes and remembered it wrongly for a while. Look how nervous Miss Li is. Li Jiaxuan smiled slightly and said nothing. The Queen saw the tension between the two, but she said nothing and just watched quietly. The Queen Mother was old, so she liked the crowds and the noise. When she saw Lu Qiqi eating cakes, she said that she hadn't played chess for a long time. Nanny Luo moved quickly and set up the chessboard. The Queen and the Queen Mother started playing chess. After one game, the Queen Mother was tired and asked Lu Qiqi to replace her. Playing chess was not too difficult for her. She saw many flaws when she saw the Queen Mother and the Queen playing chess just now. She didn't say anything, adhering to the rule of watching chess without saying anything. Now it was her turn to play, and she was a little eager to try. At first, Lu Qiqi was still careful to test and cautious. Later, after knowing the Queen's habit of playing chess, she began to fight back. Her counterattack was gradual and not obvious at the beginning. When the other party found out and wanted to remedy it, it was too late. Fortunately, Lu Qiqi still gave her opponent face. After playing a game of chess, the Queen lost, but the loss was not ugly. The Queen lost, but she was not angry. She continued to play chess, with the intention of not giving up until she won. After playing 3 games in a row, the Queen won the last game. The Queen knew that if Lu Qiqi had not intentionally let her go, she would not have won. Just as she was thinking about it, she saw the look in the Queen Mother's eyes and sighed. The disciple is better than the master. I am convinced. After saying that, she looked at Li Jiaxuan. Miss Li, you also play a game. Li Jiaxuan politely refused. How dare a common woman show off in front of the Queen Mother and the Queen? Nanny Luo smiled and said, Miss Li is modest. You learn chess from the Queen Mother. The meaning of this statement is obvious. If Li Jiaxuan does not play, it means that Li Jiaxuan does not give face to the Queen Mother. Li Jiaxuan has no choice but to go forward and sit in the position where the Queen just sat. Lu Qiqi looked at Li Jiaxuan. This is the first time Miss Li and I play chess. So let's follow the rules. White first. Li Jiaxuan nodded slightly to agree. Lu Qiqi picked up the white piece and put it down directly. Li Jiaxuan had observed Lu Qiqi's chess routine, which seemed tepid, but very sharp. Only when she forced the opponent into a dead end could she see the big picture she had set up. This time, she felt that there was no pattern to the move. And with a cautious attitude, Li Jiaxuan moved around Lu Qiqi's white piece. The Queen Mother and the Queen saw it from the side, looked at each other, said nothing, and continued to watch the game. They didn't understand what Lu Qiqi's routine was, and it was not the same style as the Queen's chess. They were all wondering what Lu Qiqi was doing. She started to talk with rules, leaving Li Jiaxuan no room for rebuttal. Obviously, Lu Qiqi was also a strong person. Why did she suddenly become weak on the chessboard? Watching 10 pieces fall in a row, I couldn't see the clue. It seemed that the child didn't know how to play chess and just dropped the pieces randomly. Could it be that Lu Qiqi used this method to humiliate Li Jiaxuan and covet things that shouldn't belong to her? Just when the two were quite satisfied with Lu Qiqi's approach, just like the impression she gave people, Li Jiaxuan lived in Yudieju, and everyone knew what it meant. Before the matter was exposed, Lu Qiqi did not hide her dislike and disgust for Li Jiaxuan. The Queen and the Queen Mother had just passed their thoughts for a while, and they saw the changes on the chessboard and were stunned at the same time. This, under the guidance of Lu Qiqi, one of the most difficult chess games in the history was played. Pahongchen. Is this Pahongchen? The Queen Mother said. The Queen stared at the chessboard carefully, and then looked at Lu Qiqi, and couldn't believe her eyes. Pahongchen was actually placed in front of her, and she didn't notice it at first. Li Jiaxuan was also incredulous. She had been following Lu Qiqi's steps, guarding against her various moves, but she didn't realize that she was gradually being dragged into the endgame by Lu Qiqi. Looking at the chessboard in front of her, it was just like her life. Everything was going smoothly. Why was it always herself who was unlucky every time she met Lu Qiqi? Her heart was already in turmoil, but she could still remain calm in front of Lu Qiqi. I lost with all my heart. Lu Qiqi smiled. It's worth it to hear Miss Li admit defeat. It seemed to be talking about chess, and it seemed to be talking about the prince. The people present understood the double meaning in their hearts, and they were all secretly happy in their hearts. But Li Jiaxuan tried hard to hold on, and didn't let herself break. Lu Qiqi made another small move, and Li Jiaxuan couldn't hold it anymore. Lu Qiqi reached out to Li Jiaxuan, picked up a black piece, and put it on the chessboard. Chapter 311 Spreading Dog Food. A move fell, and in an instant, the chess game changed. The Queen Mother and the Queen were dumbfounded. The ancient chess game that had puzzled them for hundreds of years was solved so easily. No, it's impossible, Lu Jiaxuan exclaimed. The prince seemed to be shocked and scolded. No rules. Li Jiaxuan knelt on the ground. I lost my composure. I know I lost my composure. Go down and copy the palace rules. Yes. The calm Li Jiaxuan in the past is back again. She accepted the punishment and left in an orderly manner. The lively atmosphere in the room continued. After a busy day, it gradually darkened. The Queen Mother said that she hadn't eaten hot pot for a long time, and the Queen agreed. So Lu Qiqi stayed to eat hot pot, seeing the things that Luo Ma and others had prepared. Lu Qiqi felt that it was too simple. Let Yu Dai and others bring the vegetables they had just picked not long ago, and also bring the sauce prepared by Lu Qiqi. Everyone was busy, and soon, the hot pot was ready. The Queen Mother and the Empress looked at the meat and vegetables on the table, and they recognized each other with a smile of success. Then, the Queen Mother took out the good wine that she had treasured for many years. Lu Qiqi just smelled the taste, and before she drank it, she knew it was good wine. Everything was ready, and at the Queen Mother's words, everyone started to eat. At first, Lu Qiqi was still holding her status, thinking that she couldn't be too casual. After a few glasses of wine, Lu Qiqi's nature was exposed. She was greedy for wine and loved to eat. The Queen and the Queen Mother said something from time to time, and Lu Qiqi seemed to get some hints. And she talked more. Not drunken talk, but humorous and funny stories. It was the first time for the three women to sit together for dinner, and everyone was in a good mood, because of Lu Qiqi's mouth. Nani Luo stood by and laughed. Yu Dai and others were still wary of the Queen Mother and the Queen at first, fearing that they would use dirty tricks. Under the leadership of the Crown Princess, the atmosphere gradually changed. The Queen Mother heard a joke from Lu Qiqi and laughed so hard that she couldn't close her mouth. At this moment, the Crown Prince arrived. The Crown Prince suddenly arrived without any prior notice. Everyone was stunned. Nani Luo led the palace maids and eunuchs to kneel on the ground to salute. The Queen looked at the Crown Prince without any extra expression. Just like before, the Queen Mother's smile was still on her lips. And she looked at the Crown Prince. "You kid. You came here because of the smell. Right? The Crown Princess is here. There is no reason for you not to come." The Crown Prince smiled. Grandmother still understands her grandson. As he said, he sat next to Lu Qiqi and picked up Lu Qiqi's bowl and chopsticks and started eating. The Queen Mother saw it and signaled to Nani Luo that she couldn't let the Crown Prince come here and not even have a meal. The Queen saw it and continued to sit calmly. Soon, Nani Luo brought new bowls and chopsticks for the prince. The prince was unwilling to change and pushed the new bowls and chopsticks in front of Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi didn't know what to do with the prince's actions. Later, she had to eat with her head held high. I don't know if it was because the Queen Mother and the Queen were too sharp-eyed, or because of the prince's coquettish actions. Lu Qiqi's face was always red. When the Queen Mother teased her that her face was red, she could only say that it was hot from eating hot pot. The Queen Mother and the Queen, who were both experienced people, were also fed a handful of dog food. When the prince was full and pulled Lu Qiqi away, they didn't dare to keep him. When the prince and Lu Qiqi really left, they both breathed a sigh of relief and soon laughed again. At this time, Lu Qiqi, who was walking on the road to Huidong Palace, was so angry that her face was long. You did it on purpose, right? What are you doing on purpose? Lu Qiqi stopped and looked at him angrily. The prince laughed. I didn't expect you to get along so well with the Queen Mother. It's because of drinking. After being reminded, Lu Qiqi also found that she had let go of what the Queen Mother did to her. The Queen is also very good to you, but I still don't like her. Then continue to hate her. I'm not forcing you, Lu Qiqi said. The prince looked into the woman's eyes and made sure she was not joking. So he laughed first. Aren't you surprised why I hate her? Of course, there are reasons to hate her. Lu Qiqi said it directly because she knew from the system that the Queen was one of the murderers of Rong Fei. The prince didn't know about this, and thought that the woman believed in him unconditionally. And he was even happier. Once he was happy, he didn't keep his mouth shut and promised to take Lu Qiqi out for a trip in 3 days. After hearing this news, Lu Qiqi felt that she was mostly sober and jumped towards the East Palace. The 4 maids could only follow from a distance. They found that the good and bad moods of the Crown Princess came suddenly, without even time for them to prepare. Back in the East Palace, Lu Qiqi curled up on the soft couch and refused to move. The Crown Prince asked Zhao Kai and others to do things. Lu Qiqi was happy to hear that it was all about playing. Soon, Chunbai and others prepared the water for bathing, and Lu Qiqi started to move. It is most comfortable to sleep after taking a bath. If you don't take a bath for a day, you can't live like this. Lu Qiqi developed a habit in modern times. After coming to this ancient time, she has been living a very comfortable life, and this habit has continued. There are also accidents. You can't wash when you are drunk. After taking a bath, Lu Qiqi felt that she was full of blood. She came to the dressing table and picked up the comb to comb it again and again. Seeing the prince coming, she asked, "You are leaving like this?" "Okay. The old emperor is in good health." The prince knew that it was because of the woman who gave the amulet. Now the emperor has won. The Queen Mother has won. And he is worried about everyone. He is not afraid of leaving and getting into trouble. As for others, it has nothing to do with him if they die. Lu Qiqi felt that the man's words made sense. Can you let go of all these things in the capital? Leaving is not for 1 or 2 days. The man can really let go. The rights that men value most. The rights that are hard to get are just let go. And the man is really not worried? Thinking of the King of Yen again. The prince has no plan to let the King of Yen do anything? It's okay. Everything has been explained. This time we can have fun to our heart's content. Lu Qiqi didn't say anything after hearing this. The two had a more detailed plan for the places to play in the future. Lu Qiqi was smiling in her dreams that night. In the middle of the night, Lu Qiqi had another strange dream. After she woke up, she found that there was no sign of the prince around her. There was no warmth at the place where he slept. She simply sat on the bed, still thinking about the dream just now. As soon as she thought about it until dawn, seeing the light in the sky, Lu Qiqi realized that she had been thinking about it for so long. Thinking about it, she subconsciously summoned the system. Are you there? After a while, there was no movement. Lu Qiqi summoned again. Are you charging again? There was no sound in her ears. Lu Qiqi knew that hope was not good yet, and she didn't know what happened to the system. If there was no system to accompany her in the future, she didn't know how she would survive. Chapter 312 Copying the Palace Rules. Li Jiaxuan left the Empress Dowager's Xineng Palace and returned to Yudiaju. She refused to let anyone get close to her. She curled up against the wall alone, hugging herself tightly. Only in this way could she make herself feel warm. She spent a night like this. When she opened her eyes the next day, she felt dizzy and wanted to get up. But she found that she had no strength. Granny Gao. Soon there was a noise outside. She felt someone coming to her. She subconsciously looked up and saw that it was not Grandma Gao, but Gu Ling. Instantly, the fact that Grandma Gao died appeared in her mind again. Thinking of Grandma Gao's death, she still couldn't accept it. Why is it you? Gu Ling saw Li Jiaxuan's embarrassment. I am the young lady's maid. After saying that, she helped Li Jiaxuan sit down next to her and soon brought another bowl of porridge. You didn't eat last night. You must be hungry. Eat something to warm yourself up first. I've asked Qingyi to get breakfast. She should be back soon. Li Jiaxuan held the small bowl in both hands, feeling the warmth from the small bowl. Her cold heart gradually warmed up. After a bowl of porridge, Li Jiaxuan thought of Lu Qiqi again. Every time Lu Jiaxuan appeared, she had no good life. No, she would never compromise. The Queen Mother is. The Prince is too. Everything Lu Qiqi took away from her, she would take it back one by one. Soon, Qingyi brought breakfast. After the meal, Li Jiaxuan had strength in her body, and she thought of what the Queen Mother said yesterday about copying the palace rules. She asked Qingyi to prepare. Palace rules? Gu Ling felt strange. Why did she copy the palace rules for no reason? Thinking of Li Jiaxuan's visit to the Queen Mother's Xineng Palace yesterday. Thinking of Li Jiaxuan's future identity. Maybe this is what she must experience before becoming the queen. While Li Jiaxuan was writing, Gu Ling was grinding beside her, silently memorizing all the palace rules. She was willing to serve Li Jiaxuan as a maid in order to get closer to the prince. Gu Ling now saw clearly that it was impossible to rely on the princess. Taking the shortcut of Li Jiaxuan, there might be a little chance. She didn't know why Li Jiaxuan found her. She only knew that this was her only chance to enter the palace. Even if she was a humble maid, she had to go through it all over again. After so many things, Gu Ling knew that birth determined everything. If she didn't work hard again, she would never have a chance to get ahead in her life. Humiliated at my grandmother's house. Humiliated again at Wang Shangchu's mansion. Thinking of the days when she was humiliated by that old woman, she turned all her anger into motivation to climb up. She deeply realized that only by becoming the prince's woman could she have the opportunity to avenge herself. What's hateful is, Lu Qiqi, this bitch, entered the palace by herself, became the crown princess, and forgot about the concubines who were of the same origin. Now among the 10 concubines in the Jin Palace, only Lu Qiqi is favored. If she wasn't a dead shield, she wouldn't have the opportunity now. Li Jiaxuan has been copying the palace rules, and she seems to be unaware of the strong resentment around her. Qingyi quietly waited by her side. She was not jealous or envious of the new Gu Ling, who was appreciated by the young lady so quickly. The three of them were busy in the study until the morning, and Li Jiaxuan wrote a small part of the palace rules. She stopped writing and flexed her wrists, and Qingyi immediately brought a cup to her. Miss, lunch is ready. Where do you want to eat? Li Jiaxuan didn't stay for long. Study. Yes. Qingyi turned and left. Gu Ling stood by and didn't move, deliberately taking the palace rules written by Li Jiaxuan out to dry. Li Jiaxuan saw a glimmer in her eyes. As expected of someone who has contact with Lu Qiqi, she is more measured in doing things. Let everyone know that she is working hard to write palace rules, while some people are busy eating and drinking. Under obvious comparison, everyone knows who is better. Now that the Queen Mother has given up on herself, she will make good use of this identity to find a better way out for herself. Qingyi's movements were very fast. Li Jiaxuan saw that her face was not right when she entered the door, and saw the clear soup and watery food. Li Jiaxuan calmly came to the small table next to her and prepared to eat. Qingyi's eyes were red, and she didn't say a word. After putting the food on the table, she stood silently by her side. Gu Ling took out all the writing papers to dry, came to Li Jiaxuan, saw the vegetarian food, and asked, "Is today a vegetarian day?" Li Jiaxuan said, "Vegetarian food is good. I often eat vegetarian food when I am outside the palace." After that, she picked up chopsticks and started eating. After taking only one bite, the food was too salty. She didn't say anything and ate slowly. Qingyi saw all this and said nothing to maintain the last dignity for the lady. Gu Ling watched Li Jiaxuan eat very slowly and didn't think much. When Li Jiaxuan finished eating, Qingyi took away the remaining food. Li Jiaxuan rested for a while and wrote the palace rules again. Gu Ling always waited around. In the evening, it was dark in the room, and Li Jiaxuan was still writing the palace rules. Gu Ling lit the lamp and continued to wait around. Li Jiaxuan seemed quiet, but in fact, when she was facing writing the palace rules, she kept thinking about various possibilities in her mind. When Qingyi went to the imperial kitchen to get the dishes, Li Jiaxuan heard the noise outside and was distracted. Her writing hand paused slightly, and drops of ink fell on the paper one by one, and the paper she had just written was wasted. Gu Ling felt sorry for Li Jiaxuan, but Li Jiaxuan was just a little distracted, and soon picked up a piece of paper and continued to write. Eastern Palace. Lu Qiqi was busy taking care of the flowers and plants all day. After leaving for a long time, the flowers and plants were what she was most worried about. After taking care of every flower, Lu Qiqi also whispered to the flowers. Chunbai and others saw the crown princess talking to the flowers and thought that the crown princess must be too bored, because they were about to leave the palace. They were all happy. A happy day passed faster. Lu Qiqi felt that she still had a lot of things to do, and it was dark. At this time, Chunbai walked past the flower room with her favorite fried radish. Lu Qiqi smelled the fragrance and walked out. Just after taking 2 steps, she heard a noise behind her. She looked back and found nothing. She was anxious to eat and didn't think much. She walked into the house quickly. A sumptuous dinner was already on the table. Lu Qiqi looked at it, and her mouth was drooling. At this moment, Xiao Kai arrived. Crown Princess. His Highness said he would not come back for dinner tonight. Lu Qiqi nodded. Men are too busy, and they are even busier before leaving. Even if they are not busy, they rarely eat together. Because of Xiao Kai's words today, Lu Qiqi felt that the prince was tripped by something big. Think about it. Only Li Jiaxuan can do such a shameless thing. Thinking of the prince's attitude towards Li Jiaxuan, facing the delicious food in front of her, she didn't think much and started eating quickly. After eating, Lu Qiqi touched her round belly and thought of taking a walk in the yard. The 4 maids saw the crown princess's thoughts. Chunbai and Yudai followed the crown princess, and Qingdai and Zhou Yin cleaned the table. These things could have been dealt with by other palace maids. This was the crown princess's room, and they would not let outsiders in unless it was necessary. Chapter 313 Impersonation. Lu Qiqi came to the yard, walked around, and laid down on the hammock tired. When she was swaying gently, she suddenly thought of the noise she heard in the flower room before dinner. She remembered that there was a secret passage leading to the Prince of Jin's mansion in the flower room. Could the noise she heard come from there? The maids who knew about it were all around. So who was in the secret passage? Thinking about it, seeing that the flower room was dark, Lu Qiqi fell into deep thought. Soon, the prince came back. Looking at his high spirits, he must have succeeded in being a thief. Sure enough, after entering the house, the first sentence she heard from the prince was really like being a thief. The Prince of Yin went to do something. Did you tell him? Lu Qiqi asked. The prince smiled so much that his mouth was almost stretched to the back of his head. Yeah. Lu Qiqi brought her teacup and slammed it against the prince's. Congratulations to the prince for getting what he wanted. Good. The 4 maids were waiting at the door. They felt puzzled by the conversation between the prince and the princess. The relationship between the prince and the prince was not very good. The prince had always been thinking about how to replace the prince. The prince was so happy to ask the prince to do something. It was unlikely. The prince and Lu Qiqi in the room were still happy about this matter. The 4 maids had a lot of questions in their minds. At this time, Li Jiaxuan brought cakes, and was blocked outside the East Palace by Huang Ma. The 4 maids heard it, pretended not to hear it, and stood at the door one by one. Soon, Huang Ma arrived. "I see the prince and the princess." "What's the matter?" Lu Qiqi asked. To the princess. It was Miss Li who brought cakes to the princess. Lu Qiqi glanced at the prince and said, "Let her in." The prince felt wronged. The matter had nothing to do with him. But as long as Li Jiaxuan was involved, he would always be blamed by women. He thought that the plan had already begun, and the misunderstanding of women about him should soon disappear. He did not explain much about this. Soon, Li Jiaxuan came with cakes and bowed at the door. "I, the common woman, greet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and greet the Crown Princess." Lu Qiqi saw Li Jiaxuan, who came alone, and then looked at Li Jiaxuan, who was wearing more beautiful clothes than flowers, and said reluctantly, "Get up." The prince was amused by her appearance. He laughed out loud. Lu Qiqi glanced at him, and was unwilling to pay attention to this person. Li Jiaxuan looked at the prince, and was fascinated by his smile for a while. "Have you seen enough? If you see it, take your eyes back," Lu Qiqi said sourly. Li Jiaxuan knew that she had lost her composure, and lowered her head quickly. The prince glanced at her, with a displeased look on his face. But he didn't say anything. He took the teacup and drank it sip by sip. Lu Qiqi didn't want Li Jiaxuan to stay too long. So she said, "Chunbai, take it." "Yes." Chunbai stepped forward and took the cake from Li Jiaxuan. Li Jiaxuan knew that this was a sign of getting rid of her. So she didn't stay, and left quickly after bowing. When she arrived in the yard, Li Jiaxuan took a look at the location of the greenhouse, and left quickly. Lu Qiqi looked at the cakes next to her, and became more and more angry. She ordered Chunbai, "Pour it out." "Yes." Chunbai left with the cakes, and came to the small kitchen with the most people, and the least time. In front of Huang Ma and others, she poured the cakes into the trash can. When Huang Ma and others saw this, they looked at Chunbai cautiously. Chunbai looked at them, left without saying a word. At this time, Lu Qiqi in the room complained to the prince. "When can Li Jiaxuan leave?" "Soon." "Soon?" Lu Qiqi asked. "She left when we came back." Lu Qiqi thought that she would leave in 2 days, and she would not see Li Jiaxuan when she came back. So she felt much better. Continue the happy topic just now. The prince likes women for this point, and will not dwell on people and things that make her unhappy for too long. The two talked for a long time, and when Lu Qiqi yawned from sleepiness, they washed and went to bed. In the middle of the night, Lu Qiqi dreamed of the woman who looked like herself again. When she woke up, there was no trace of the prince around her, and she didn't know when he left. And the quilt was cold. Lu Qiqi put on her coat and came to the yard. Everyone in the East Palace was asleep, and Lu Qiqi sat alone on the steps at the door, looking quietly into the distance. About dreams, I thought a lot in my mind. Lu Qiqi felt that the dream was not an ordinary dream, as if it was foreshadowing something. At this time, the system was no longer around, and Lu Qiqi could not make a conclusion. While hesitating, Lu Qiqi heard the movement from the greenhouse again. At first, Lu Qiqi had no intention of seeing what was going on, just sitting there and looking at the location of the greenhouse. After a long time, there was no movement. Just when Lu Qiqi thought it was an illusion, she saw that the door of the greenhouse was not closed properly, and the door made a sound after the wind blew. Lu Qiqi smiled. She was just timid and was scared by the wind. Lu Qiqi got up and came to the door of the greenhouse. Just as she was about to close the door, she saw that there was a window inside that was forgotten to be closed. Thinking that after a night of wind, the flowers in the wind outlet might be blown away, Lu Qiqi came to the window and closed the window, making sure that the surrounding windows were closed. When she turned to leave, she clearly heard the movement coming from the position of the secret passage. Someone. This was the first thought in Lu Qiqi's mind, thinking that the prince was not there. Could it be that the prince left the palace through the secret passage? It happened that Lu Qiqi wanted to go back to the house with the two of them. Just thinking about it, the entrance to the secret passage opened. When Lu Qiqi saw the woman coming out of the secret passage, she was stunned in an instant. It's her! The woman who is the same as herself in the dream. Why is she here? No. How did she appear here? When Lu Qiqi was surprised, she felt something flying into her throat. She wanted to spit it out, but found it was in vain. Then, she felt dizzy, and soon collapsed to the ground. When Lu Qiqi's consciousness began to blur, she heard the movement of Sun Chao outside. Crown Princess, are you okay? Lu Qiqi opened her mouth to ask for help, but couldn't make a sound. The woman standing next to her, who looked like Lu Qiqi, said, "It's okay." Lu Qiqi's last consciousness told herself that this person wanted to impersonate her. She wanted to shout out loudly, but it was too difficult for her. She tried hard to make a little noise to attract Sun Chao's attention. At this time, someone came out of the secret passage, grabbed Lu Qiqi, and carried her on his shoulders and left. Lu Qiqi's consciousness was blurred. She only knew that she was in the secret passage. She prayed in her heart that the prince would appear quickly. Unfortunately, none of this happened. She was carried on someone's shoulders, and her head hit the wall of the secret passage again and again. After a while, the pain came, and she gradually lost consciousness. Fake Lu Qiqi made sure that the person left. She pretended to be Lu Qiqi, left the greenhouse, closed the door, glanced at Sun Chao, who was standing not far away, said nothing, and went into the house. Sun Chao stood there and watched the lights in the house go out before he returned to the dark again. Chapter 314. The Crown Princess falls out of favor. The next day, the fake Lu Qiqi wakes up. Chunbai and Yudai help the Crown Princess wash. Chi Dai and Zhou Yin are busy preparing breakfast for the Crown Princess. The breakfast is on the table, and everyone is quietly waiting beside it. The fake Lu Qiqi comes to the table and sees a bowl of black stuff on the table. She doesn't show her foodie look as usual, but pushes it aside with disdain. Chunbai has the simplest mind, and she was dumbfounded when she saw the Crown Princess's scene. Crown Princess, this is the latest sweet potato porridge you changed. Don't you like it today? It tastes a bit weird today. Lu Qiqi's face is full of disdain. Chunbai had never tasted it before, but it smelled the same as before. She thought that the bowl was not clean today, so she took it away and got another bowl. Crown Princess, would you like to try this? Fake Lu Qiqi was impatient, but she still gave Chunbai face. She picked up the small bowl and took a bite. The taste is a little worse than before, but this bowl is much better. Yu Dai, Qing Dai, and Zhou Yin had been waiting by her side. They saw the Crown Princess's pickiness, but said nothing. After breakfast, fake Lu Qiqi went to the flower room as usual, arranged the flowers first, and then read the storybook on the recliner. Chunbai felt that the Crown Princess was a little quiet today. It was almost morning, and the prince came back happily from outside. Chunbai said, "Crown Princess, the prince is back." Fake Lu Qiqi took a look and found that it was indeed the prince. She put down the storybook and walked out quickly. Chunbai felt that the Crown Princess was too abnormal today. Seeing the Crown Princess walking towards the Crown Prince, she must be in a good mood because she was going out for a trip tomorrow, which was why she was so different. Yu Dai looked at the Crown Princess thoughtfully, thinking of the dream the Crown Princess had told him. A woman who looked like her. The Crown Prince came back and was about to tell Lu Qiqi about the trip tomorrow. Seeing the woman coming, she smiled like a flower, which made him stop. When the woman came to him, the Crown Prince suddenly frowned. "Who made you angry?" "No one." The Crown Prince stared at the fake Lu Qiqi and didn't believe it. At this time, Zhao Kai arrived and saw the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess together from a distance, and planned to talk about it later. Zhao Kai was called, a little puzzled, and hurried to the front and said, "Your Highness, there is news from the border. Go to the study." The Crown Prince said this and turned to the study. Zhao Kai felt puzzled. Seeing the Crown Prince leave, he hurriedly followed him. Fake Lu Qiqi looked at the prince, who suddenly left. She just thought that the prince looked very happy just now. Why did he suddenly change his face? Is it because of Zhao Kai? Thinking, she stood there and waved. Chunbai wanted to come over, but was stopped by Yudai. She walked over quickly and stood beside the princess. "Princess, go check. What bad things happened?" "Yes." Yudai was looking for an opportunity to leave. Hearing this, she was happy and left quickly. She glanced at Qing Dai and Zhou Yin when she left. The three of them just exchanged glances, and each of them understood the meaning of this look. The next day was the day for the trip. Because the prince suddenly became busy, this matter was delayed. The princess had great hopes for this trip, and she was disappointed that it suddenly stopped. The Crown Princess, who used to be good-tempered, began to get angry and sometimes even beat people. Chunbai, who was a close attendant, was the most unlucky. No matter how Chunbai said nice things, the crown princess' temper escalated. 3 days later, Chunbai was beaten again. She had to accept the crown princess's punishment in the small kitchen alone and make a table of decent food for her without anyone's help. Chunbai was busy sweating, but the dishes she made were still criticized by the crown princess. Because of this, she was directly punished by the crown princess to kneel in the yard. Li Jiaxuan visited several times and saw that the East Palace was affected by Lu Qiqi's mood. Every day, everyone in the East Palace was in dire straits. Yu Dai took advantage of Li Jiaxuan's visit to the house to meet the crown princess, came to Chunbai, and whispered, "Why are you doing this? Why do you always anger the crown princess? You don't understand." Chunbai said this and stopped talking. Yu Dai didn't want to see Chunbai continue like this, so she lowered her voice and whispered to Chunbai's ear, "Chunbai, you don't have to wrong yourself so much. The crown princess in front of us is not the crown princess you want to see." Chunbai looked forward. "That's the crown princess." Yu Dai was angry. She had said it so directly, but Chunbai was still stubborn. At this time, what Yu Dai didn't know was that Chunbai was a little slow to react on some things. She always put the crown princess's affairs first. Yu Dai could sense that Chunbai had already sensed it, and she used this method to protect the crown princess. 1 month later, the crown prince was busy outside all day and almost never returned to the East Palace. Occasionally, he would come back in the middle of the night and sleep in the study. The next day, he left again before dawn. Gradually, there were rumors in the palace that the crown princess had fallen out of favor. Li Jiaxuan, who was gradually forgotten, reappeared in everyone's sight. Just because Li Jiaxuan did not distance herself from the crown princess because of the crown princess's fall from favor, but came to the East Palace every now and then. Gradually, Li Jiaxuan's relationship with the crown princess was not as tense as before. Some people said that the crown princess fell from favor, and she wanted to use Li Jiaxuan to win back the crown prince's heart. Everyone applauded when they heard this. Sure enough, flowers do not last forever. The crown prince began to hate the crown princess before he became the new emperor. Everyone felt that it was very uncertain whether the crown princess could sit in the position of the new queen. Instead, it was Li Jiaxuan, being close to the crown princess and the crown prince. Li Jiaxuan lived in Yudieju, which was originally a symbol of the new queen. Now everything is developing in the direction predicted by everyone, and everyone is waiting to see the crown princess's joke. Imperial Garden. The queen mother brought a group of palace maids and nannies to the imperial garden to enjoy the flowers. As soon as they arrived, the queen came from the side. Seeing the queen mother, the queen brought people to her. "Aunt." The queen mother looked at the queen. "You have a lot of worries." The queen smiled, said nothing, and took the queen mother to appreciate the flowers. "Aunt, do you think this chrysanthemum is beautiful?" The queen mother looked carefully and smiled. "It is beautiful, but this flower is too ordinary." "Ordinary is good." The aunt and niece smiled at each other, and each understood what the other meant. At this time, Shufei just returned from serving the emperor's meal. Seeing the queen mother and the queen in the imperial garden, she stepped forward to salute. "Your concubine greets the queen mother and the queen." The queen took a look and said nothing. The queen mother looked at Shufei. Shufei explained, "I ordered people to pick the most beautiful chrysanthemum from the chrysanthemum garden outside the capital." The queen looked at concubine Shu. What did she know? Oh! Everyone in the capital knows that the chrysanthemum garden outside the city was set up by the crown prince for the crown princess. Because of this, many men and women in the capital have had good things happen to each other. Concubine Shu knows a lot. Concubine Shu smiled. "I heard that the crown prince often appears alone in the chrysanthemum garden outside the capital recently." When the queen heard this, her eyes changed slightly. Did concubine Shu also know? "I'll take my leave." Concubine Shu bowed to the queen mother and the queen again and left quickly. The queen was a little impatient. "Aunt, what do you think?" The queen mother smiled. "Queen, you didn't care so much about the king of Chu at that time." The queen was a little embarrassed. "Really? It's all written on your face." "Aunt, do you think this time she?" The queen asked uncertainly. The queen mother smiled calmly. Concubine Shu said something human. After that, she looked at the distant sky, hoping that she would be safe. Chapter 315, Great Gift. Surrounded by mountains, there is an ancient manor. This is the Fagan fortress that people are curious about. All the people in Shin State know that Feiqian Fortress has everything except power. Therefore, everyone is curious about what Feiqian Fortress looks like. Recently, Feiqian Fortress, which has been quiet for many years, is no longer quiet. It's because the prospective young lady fell and injured her head. She was in a coma for several days. After waking up, she forgot the past, and her temperament changed a lot. I don't know why the quiet prospective young lady always has all kinds of strange tricks to go out every day. On this day, someone saw the prospective young lady climb up a tree by the wall and came to the wall. The maids and servants around saw this scene and left by detours. They were speechless in such a scene. They always felt that the original prospective young lady was cold, and at least would not make trouble. Now it's good. Every day is a mess. In comparison, they think the original prospective young lady is better. At least they don't have to be so tired. At this time, Lu Qiqi, who had just lost her memory and was riding on the wall, saw a man standing outside the yard when she wanted to jump down. Lu Qiqi had never seen this man before, and thought he must be passing by. She smiled at him and was about to say something to ease the embarrassment. At this time, she heard the movement behind her. She was anxious to leave, and her feet slipped and fell from the top of the wall. The man outside saw this and hurried forward to catch her. Lu Qiqi closed her eyes in fear. After a while, she did not feel any pain, but more like, she opened her eyes and saw that she was held in the arms of the man. Lu Qiqi was embarrassed and said, "Thank you for your help." The man looked at the woman and said nothing. At this time, a sound of footsteps came, and Lu Qiqi hurriedly pulled the man and ran, running past the corner of the wall and hiding. Soon, the footsteps gradually came this way, and Lu Qiqi was so scared that her hands were shaking. I finally escaped and came back, and I must not catch him this time. Seeing that the footsteps were getting closer and closer, Lu Qiqi was so scared that she simply pulled the man next to her to block herself. Soon, the guards came and saw that the castle owner Hao Ziyu, who had left to do business, had returned. They were about to salute one by one, but after Hao Ziyu gave a look, they quickly left one by one. Lu Qiqi heard the footsteps go away, looked over, patted her chest and breathed heavily. "Thank you." After thanking, Lu Qiqi prepared to leave. Hao Ziyu asked, "Where are you going?" Lu Qiqi stopped and asked, "Are you talking to me? Is there anyone else here?" Since the man had saved her twice, Lu Qiqi generously stated her purpose. "I want to go out for a walk." "So climbing the wall?" Lu Qiqi smiled awkwardly. "There is no other way. The family rules are too strict, so I can only resort to this." Hao Ziyu just looked at her and said nothing. Lu Qiqi felt a little embarrassed by his gaze. "It's getting late. I'm leaving first." "How are you going?" Lu Qiqi opened her mouth and wanted to say that she would walk there, but she saw that in addition to the ridiculously large house next to her, all she could see were mountains and trees. Seeing this scene, her brows knitted tightly. "It's the street right outside the house. Why is it different from what I remember? What's wrong?" Lu Qiqi frowned, looking at the unfamiliar things around her. She felt dizzy, and then she fell down. Fortunately, Hao Ziyu next to her acted in time and supported the fallen woman. Hao Ziyu picked up the unconscious Lu Qiqi, stepped lightly, and went directly to the backyard of Feiqian Castle. He carried the woman back to the room. The maid Xianfeng was really shocked when she saw the unconscious lady, and then she was relieved when she saw that it was Hao Ziyu who brought her back. "Master, put the lady on the bed quickly." Hao Ziyu put the person on the bed. After Xianfeng covered the lady with a quilt, he brought the prepared medicine and carefully fed the lady to drink it. Hao Ziyu had been standing by and asked the medicine that was ready at any time. "What happened to her?" Xianfeng hurriedly explained the whole story. The lady fell off the horse and fainted after returning. When she woke up, she didn't remember anything. Hearing this, Hao Ziyu told Xianfeng to take good care of the lady and left quickly. When Hao Ziyu came to the study, the housekeeper was waiting in the study and hurriedly told the situation of the future young lady. After hearing this, Hao Ziyu signaled the housekeeper to leave. He was alone in the study, thinking about the scene he had just seen on the wall. Did she lose her memory? Her temperament changed drastically. Soon, Hao Ziyu called his confidant Li Gang and asked him to check the origin of the prescription. Li Gang worked quickly. In less than an instant's stick of time, the prescription and the person who wrote it were found. Everything was done in secret. Hao Ziyu saw Lao Zhang slumped on the ground. With just one look, Lao Zhang confessed everything. After hearing this, Hao Ziyu glanced at Li Gang, and Li Gang dragged Lao Zhang away. Hao Ziyu looked at the prescription in front of him quietly, thinking about dragging an innocent woman into a complicated circle, and felt a little reluctant. Now the woman was injured and had no memory. At this time, he couldn't just ignore it. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with this matter, he heard that Hao Ziming was back. Hao Ziming went all the way to the capital and stayed in the capital for a long time. How did the woman find him and bring him back? Thinking of what Hao Ziming had done over the years, he wanted to send him away immediately. But now, he still needed the woman's help. In the end, Hao Ziyu ordered his subordinates to secretly look for the woman's family. The direction was not from Fieshenbao to the capital, but in the opposite direction. He knew what Hao Ziming's style of doing things was over the years. Just after he handed these things over, Hao Ziming came to the study. "Brother, I'm back." Hao Ziyu glanced at Hao Ziming. "Second brother, you've worked hard all the way. For Faken Castle, it's worth it no matter how tired you are." Second brother has matured a lot after going out. Hao Ziming heard what Hao Ziyu said, thought of the news he got, and looked at Hao Ziyu in front of him. What castle owner? What legitimate son? If he offended the one in the capital, even if he didn't die, it would be normal for one of them to die in a fight. By then, thinking of his wishful thinking, Hao Ziming spoke hypocritically again. "Brother, I brought you a big gift this time. I will give it to you when you get married." So mysterious? Of course. Hao Ziming talked about some of the local customs and interesting things that happened on the way. It was half an hour later when he left the study. When Hao Ziming returned to his own residence, he immediately asked his confidant Zhang San to find Lao Zhang. While waiting, Hao Ziming thought a lot. When Lao Zhang came to Hao Ziming, he didn't dare to look up. "Second Lord, you are back? Did you do everything I told you?" "Yes." Lao Zhang had just been reminded by Li Gang, and was worried that Hao Ziming would see something, so he could only lower his head to answer. "Does she still remember the past?" "No." "Okay." Hao Ziming gave Lao Zhang a silver note of 1,000 taels as a reward and sent Lao Zhang away. Lao Zhang was a smart man. He knew that the lord of the castle had already known about it, so he didn't dare to hide it, and quickly told the gang about it. Chapter 316 Amnesia. Chuanjiu. Xiangfeng looked at the young lady who had not woken up yet, and her eyes were red with worry. Why is the young lady's life so rough? She is the eldest young lady of Situ Mansion. Since the death of the master and the old lady, the eldest young master and the young lady can't tolerate the young lady, and sent the young lady to Faken Castle where she is engaged. Living in Faken Castle before getting married will make people in the husband's family look down on her, and will also be ridiculed. However, the eldest young master and the young lady did not care about this at all. After sending the young lady here, they also took away many priceless treasures. Thinking of the young lady's experience these days, Xiangfeng, as a personal maid, saw all of this. The young lady's life in Faking Castle is obviously difficult enough, and the castle owner who is engaged to the young lady is even more mysterious. He is not seen all day, and he will not protect the young lady when he sees her, making the young lady's life in Faking Castle more and more miserable. This time, the young lady couldn't stand the ridicule of so many people, so she went out to ride a horse to relax, and fell off the horse again, becoming what she is now. For the young lady, forgetting some things is a good thing. She hopes that the young lady will get better soon and marry the castle owner soon. After the marriage, the young lady will be the castle owner's wife. Who will dare to look down on her then? Just thinking about how difficult it was for the young lady to come all the way, she saw the young lady opening her eyes. "Miss, are you awake? Are you crying?" "No." The young lady saw it wrongly. Lu Chichi reached out to wipe the tears from her face. "Did I see it wrongly? Miss, I am so happy to see you wake up." Lu Chichi then remembered what happened before she fainted. In her impression, going out was a busy street. How come she turned into trees after going out? "Miss, what's wrong with you?" Xiang Feng saw that something was wrong with Lu Chichi. "Why can't I remember the past?" "Miss, you fell off your horse and injured your head. The doctor said that you fell unlucky and forgot the past. That's amnesia." Lu Chichi thought that this situation was amnesia. "Amnesia?" Xiang Feng asked. "It means forgetting some things in the past." "Oh, then Miss has lost her memory. But how can I remember that when I went out? It was a busy street? Mississippi. Xiang Feng's eyes were red. What's wrong? Miss is talking about Situ Mansion. And this is Fabian Fort. Situ Mansion? Fabian Fort? Xiang Feng remembered that Miss had forgotten everything in the past. And told the story again. Lu Qiqi didn't feel anything when she heard it. She just felt that it was too pitiful. Such a thing could happen. Women are too cowardly. And she felt that it was wrong. The person Xiang Feng was talking about was herself. Xiangfeng saw Lu Qiqi's mood swings and advised. Miss, don't be discouraged. This is Fagan Castle. Many people want to come in, but can't find a chance. Miss, you are here. And you are the future wife of the castle owner. Miss will definitely. I don't like it here. Lu Qiqi stood up and wanted to leave. Since this is Fagan Castle, not her home, why should she stay here? Besides, if she is sent here before getting married, there will be a lot of gossip. Even if she gets married, she will not be taken seriously. It is destined to be a bad result. Why should she stay here? Xiangfeng looked at Lu Qiqi's appearance and was anxious. Miss, what are you doing? You are not married yet. And you should not live in this place. Let's leave now. Xiangfeng knelt on the ground with a thud. Miss, where can we go now? The Situ Mansion can no longer accommodate them. If they go back, their life will not be better than here. That won't work either. Do we have to live here and accept other people's contempt? How could Xiangfeng not see that they were poor and women? And leaving here would be a dead end. Lu Qiqi was arrogant and pulled Xiangfeng, saying, if we stay here, we will never be able to hold our heads up. Do you want to be timid and looked down upon by others for the rest of your life? Miss, I am worried. Don't say anything. Pack up and leave immediately. Miss, are you really going to leave? Lu Qiqi vowed. Although we are women, we support ourselves with our own hands, and we will never accept charity from others. Xiangfeng thought about what happened after coming here, and was moved by these words. She stood up and prepared to pack up and leave, and saw the lord of the castle, who had arrived at some unknown time. The lord of the castle. Lu Qiqi looked over. She remembered that this man was the man who saved her. Then she looked at Xiangfeng. Who do you say he is? The lord of the castle. The one who is engaged. Xiangfeng was stunned by the lady's words, and could only nod as an answer. Lu Qiqi understood, and went directly to the door, and saluted Hao Ziyu. Although you and I are engaged, we are not married yet. Living in the same courtyard is really inappropriate. Miss Situ wants to leave? Hao Ziyu asked. Yes. He heard it. So he was generous. Hao Ziyu looked at the woman in front of him. The same face gave people different feelings. Thinking of the feeling of this woman jumping down from the wall and rushing into his arms, he could feel his heart still pounding. Miss Situ, have you decided where to go? Lu Qiqi smiled. Very confident. The world is so big. There is naturally a place for us to stay. You are not going back to Situ Mansion? The lord of the castle should not have forgotten how I came here. Right? Lu Qiqi did not answer but asked instead. How does Miss Situ want to stay? There must be a way when the car reaches the mountain. Looking at the two people with the same appearance and completely opposite styles of doing things, Hao Ziyu suddenly felt interested in talking. I wonder what the lady wants to do. Lu Qiqi saw that this person did not stop her from leaving, and felt that this person was not a bad person. They had that kind of relationship, thinking that this person was the lord of Fagan Castle. If this person helped her, she could support herself more easily. If she went against this person, no matter how capable she was, she would not live long. Thinking about it, he asked with a smile. I know a lot of things. I wonder what the castle master wants to hear. Hao Ziyu thought for a while. Fagan Castle has just opened a restaurant in the town. There are too many problems in letting a woman go to a restaurant. So he wants to find her an easy job. Okay. No problem. Lu Qiqi saw the man pause, and thought he looked down on her. As long as she leaves this place, she can do anything. The matter was settled. Lu Qiqi had her own plans for the future. She accepted Hao Ziyu's suggestion to go to the restaurant tomorrow. She asked Xiangfeng to bring paper and pen, and started her own plan for the restaurant. Lu Qiqi wrote several sheets of paper. Write everything she can think of on it. She knows that if she has a detailed plan before doing anything, the chance of success will be higher. If she can combine the actual hardship, the plan will be more comprehensive. After writing, she thought to leave a part to be supplemented after the restaurant. When I finished my work, I took a sip from the teacup beside me. I felt my mouth was dry. So I asked Xiangfeng, Where are the dried fruits you prepared for me? Xianfeng was stunned. Miss, what did you say? There are dried fruits every time I drink tea. Why are there no dried fruits today? Drinking tea and eating dried fruits at the same time. That's what life is called enjoyment. Chapter 317 The Taker. Miss, you never eat dried fruits. Xianfeng said. You are wrong. You always have dried fruits when you drink tea. And you prepare a lot of them. As Lu Qiqi said this, a name suddenly popped into her mind, Chunbai. I want dried fruits, Chunbai. Fruits? Miss? Xianfeng cried. How could she forget that Miss had a head injury and forgot about the past? Lu Qiqi's mind was full of Chunbai. Seeing Xianfeng's appearance again, thinking about what she had just said. You are the only maid beside me? There was another one who was bitten by a poisonous snake on the way. And then? Xianfeng thought of what happened on the way here. And her eyes were red again. Is it Chunbai? Miss, you remembered it wrong. It's Taohua, not Chunbai. Xianfeng shook her head. Lu Qiqi felt something was wrong. Seeing Xianfeng like this, it seemed that something was wrong. She tried to recall it and had a headache. Xianfeng saw the young lady's appearance and knew that her headache had come back. So she quickly advised, Young lady, don't think about it. Lu Qiqi wanted to know who Chunbai was. And the more she thought about it, the more headache she had. Later, she stopped thinking about it obediently. And after a while, her headache disappeared. Lu Qiqi didn't want to give up, and always felt that the lost memory was very important to her. Seeing Xianfeng's appearance, she didn't want to make her worry. So she simply sent her out, and wanted to see if there were any dried fruits in Faken Castle. Xianfeng saw that the young lady wanted to eat so much. So she shamelessly went to the housekeeper. I hope the housekeeper will not make it too difficult for her, because the young lady and the castle owner are engaged. After Lu Qiqi waited for Xianfeng to leave, she tried hard to recall the lost memories. After thinking for a while, she had no clue, but made her head hurt even more. When she propped herself up to steady herself, she accidentally swept the paper and pen on the table to the ground when she sat down. At first, Lu Qiqi didn't care, but later she saw that the words on the ground were in two different fonts. Lu Qiqi stared at the papers for a while, and then she picked them up to compare them carefully. One was a newly written plan, with an unfamiliar font and unfamiliar reading method, and the other should be a poem copied. Different fonts, different reading methods. Her plan was horizontal, and reading was from left to right. But this poem was vertical, or from right to left. When she first wrote the plan, it was based on habit, and the poem next to it, whether it was copied or written by herself, should follow this rule. Thinking of Chunbai again, a bold idea came to mind. When Xianfeng came back with walnuts, Lu Qiqi drank tea and peeled walnuts. Testing Xianfeng again. What kind of person was I in the past? Xianfeng knew that the young lady wanted to find the lost memory, so she told the past things one by one. Lu Qiqi listened carefully. When peeling the walnut, she couldn't pull it apart. Looking at the walnut in her hand, the skin was too hard. She always felt that she should just pinch it gently, and the skin should break. Xianfeng said a lot. Seeing that the lady was still struggling with the walnut, she took it, put it on the ground, and cracked it with a small hammer. Lu Qiqi looked at it and said, This is not the kind of walnut I used to eat. Walnuts are like this. The skin of the walnut is very crisp, and should break with a light pinch. No, the lady is wrong. Lu Qiqi didn't think that Xianfeng's words didn't seem to be a lie. When the walnuts were in her mouth, she felt that the taste was not right, which further confirmed Lu Qiqi's thoughts. The two talked a lot, and the sky gradually darkened. When Xianfeng prepared the food and Lu Qiqi was about to eat, Hao Ziyu suddenly arrived. Seeing Hao Ziyu, Xianfeng hurriedly saluted. This servant greets the master of the castle. Today, I went to the housekeeper to ask for walnuts, and the master of the castle happened to be there. So it was so smooth. As a maid, she still has some eyes for these. Hao Ziyu entered the door, and saw the list of food on the table. He glanced at Li Gang from the corner of his eye, and Li Gang left quickly. Lu Qiqi greeted Hao Ziyu enthusiastically, and invited him to sit down with her. She saw the look in the man's eyes when he saw the food on the table just now, and she wanted to verify something with the person in front of her. After inviting Hao Ziyu to sit down, she asked Xianfeng to bring bowls and chopsticks again. Just when they were about to eat, Li Gang arrived with a wine jar. Lu Qiqi just smelled the faint smell in the air, and knew it was good wine. Let Xiangfeng bring 2 cups. Xiangfeng saw that the young lady wanted to drink and wanted to persuade her. But because the master of the castle was there, as a maid, she did not dare to stop her, and could only watch the young lady pour the wine. Lu Qiqi picked up the wine glass, and put it to the tip of her nose to smell it. It is indeed a good wine. Hao Ziyu watched and said nothing. Lu Qiqi picked up the wine glass, and banged it against the wine glass in front of Hao Ziyu. Master, I have troubled you these days. This cup, I toast you. After saying that, she drank it in one gulp. Xiangfeng was frightened watching from the side. If she drank this way, she would get drunk sooner or later. After a few glasses of wine, the young lady spoke differently. Seeing the young lady's behavior, she was so scared that she almost fainted. Fortunately, the master of the castle did not blame the young lady like others, but was a little indulgent towards the young lady today. Lord, what's wrong with your fainting castle? There's not even any paper shell walnuts? Lord, look at these dishes. Those who know will think they are sick meals, and those who don't will think you look down on me. Lord, I found that the whole fainting castle is nothing but dong. Before Lu Qiqi finished her words, she was already drunk and lying on the table. She tried to stand up several times, but it was always in vain. Later, she simply lay on the table and talked to Hao Ziyu. After just a few words, she fell asleep. Hao Ziyu came and didn't say a word. After Lu Qiqi got drunk, he picked up Lu Qiqi and returned to the inner hall and put her on the bed. Xiangfeng quickly covered the quilt for the young lady and apologized to the Lord. Lord, the young lady is not like this usually. Take good care of your young lady. Hao Ziyu said this and walked out. Xiangfeng looked at Hao Ziyu and watched him leave. If the young lady has a son-in-law like the Lord in the future, I think others will not dare to bully her. Xiangfeng thought about it, but she was sure that the young lady would not wake up in a short time. So she hurriedly cleaned up the table outside. At this time, what Xiangfeng didn't know was that Lu Qiqi opened her eyes and looked around. She was more and more sure in her heart that she was not the young lady they were talking about. As for the castle owner, she should not be the mastermind of this matter. Who did this? Where did the real young lady go? She would slowly find out all these. No matter what, she would never live her whole life with someone else's name. She wanted to have her own life, not to take over other people's messy lives. Chapter 318 Familiar Small Medicine Bottle. The next day, Lu Qiqi took Xiangfeng to the restaurant in the town. Hao Ziyu happened to be going to the town, so they went together. Xiangfeng wanted to take a carriage to the town with the young lady, but she refused to take the carriage of the castle owner. At first, Lu Qiqi did not make it difficult for her and asked her to run behind the carriage. After running for a while, Xiangfeng was exhausted and panting. Seeing that the distance between her and the carriage was getting farther and farther, Xiangfeng could not help crying. Lu Qiqi heard the noise and asked Lu Gang, who was driving the carriage, to stop. She looked at Xiangfeng, who was embarrassed behind. Xiangfeng, it's still half a day's journey to the town. Are you sure you want to walk? Xiangfeng ran over with a red face when she heard this. She didn't dare to sit in the carriage and sat outside with Lu Gang. Because Lu Gang was a man, Xiangfeng was shy and couldn't let go all the way. Lu Qiqi saw Xiangfeng compromise, and she smiled secretly, inadvertently seeing the look in Hao Ziyu's eyes. She simply laughed out loud. Mississippi. Xiangfeng was reminding you that the person in front of you is the Lord of Fakin Fort, and the person you are engaged to. So it is not appropriate for you to lose your composure like this. Lu Qiqi asked with a smile. What's wrong? Xiangfeng saw that the young lady did not understand her hint, so she could only ask. Miss, do we really need half a day to get to the town? I don't know, Lu Qiqi said frankly. Xiangfeng was speechless. Originally, she was reminding the young lady, but this time she was dragging the young lady down again in front of the future son-in-law. So she didn't dare to say anything. Lu Qiqi looked at Hao Ziyu. Lord of the fort, how long will it take us to get there? Half an hour. Lu Qiqi thought. Half an hour is an hour. Thinking that it would take an hour, Lu Qiqi felt that the distance from Fakin Fort to the town was not too far. After understanding this, Lu Qiqi suddenly realized that half an hour is an hour. Who told her? What's wrong? Hao Ziyu saw the tangled look of the woman in front of him, which was very vivid and interesting, and wanted to tease her. The master of the castle is knowledgeable and talented. Can I ask you a question? You say, half an hour is equal to an hour. Do you think this is right? Hour? Hao Ziyu had never heard of it, and didn't know what an hour was. It seemed that the woman's meaning should be related to time. Lu Qiqi didn't think the man was lying. So she muttered in her heart. Even the master of the castle with great power didn't know the hour. Where did she come from? Thinking too much. Her brain felt uncomfortable again. At first, she was just a little dizzy, and everything in front of her became blurry. She shook her head to make her head clearer. But she didn't want to, which aggravated her discomfort. Are you okay? Hao Ziyu found that Lu Qiqi was not right, and asked with concern. Lu Qiqi instinctively looked in the direction of the voice. And this action made her faint directly. Hao Ziyu quickly hugged the woman again. He took out a small bottle from his arms, took out a pill, and let the woman eat it. After a while, he felt that the woman's breathing gradually stabilized, and he knew it was because of the medicine. Without the control of the medicine, the woman would slowly remember the past. Thinking that the woman would leave after regaining her memory, he felt a little reluctant. At this time, there was a burst of hurried horse hoof sounds outside. Hao Ziyu didn't care. He focused all his attention on the woman. After a while, Li Gang's voice came from outside. Second Lord. Hao Zimin looked at the carriage and suddenly lifted the curtain. Brother, where are you going? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the woman in Hao Ziyu's arms and immediately lowered the curtain. Brother, I didn't know Miss Sidhu was here too. Hao Ziyu should have been on guard. He noticed Hao Zimin's actions and continued his previous posture. It's okay. Cheer is a little carriage sick. Second brother is so anxious to leave. Is there something wrong? Hao Zimin laughed. I've been away for so long, and I've delayed a lot of things. I want to go to the town to check on my own business. Second brother, you've worked hard. Hao Ziyu felt that someone had done so many bad things and finally did a good thing. It's not hard. It's not hard. But when did sister-in-law start to get carriage sick? It may be related to this fall from the horse. Hao Zimin heard a satisfactory answer, and saw the scene he wanted to see. He stopped. Brother, take good care of sister-in-law. I won't bother you anymore. Second brother just came back. Don't be too hard. No. No. Hao Zimin rode away with satisfaction. Li Gang, who was riding a horse, saw Hao Zimin and others leaving. These people are Hao Zimin's confidants. If they are eliminated, it would be like cutting off Hao Zimin's left and right arms. Thinking of this, the hand holding the carriage kept exerting force. Li Gang, Fort Lord. The fantasy in Li Gang's mind has not ended yet. The sudden voice pulled him back to reality. No need to be too fast. Yes. The stubborn Li Gang thought that the Fort Lord wanted to deliberately walk behind, waiting for Hao Zimin to do something bad in front, and be caught by them. Hao Ziyu was worried about Lu Qiqi. Seeing Lu Qiqi slowly open her eyes, he asked with concern. How is it? Are you better? Lu Qiqi realized that she was in the man's arms, and felt that this was not appropriate. She quickly moved away, and distanced the two of them. Much better. Hao Ziyu saw it, said nothing, took out the small bottle just now, and handed it to Lu Qiqi. Take this. If you feel unwell, take one pill. Lu Qiqi looked at the small white bottle in front of her and felt familiar, as if she had seen it before. Tentatively asked, What is this? Medicine. Medicine can't be taken carelessly. It will kill people. Hao Ziyu smiled. You just took one pill. Lu Qiqi frowned and began to scold. The master of the castle is not a doctor. How can you give me random food? Don't worry. This medicine is good for you. Where did this medicine come from? Are you sure it's a good thing? Take it with confidence. Lu Qiqi held the small medicine bottle and asked with a worried look. Where did the master of the castle get this medicine? A friend gave it to me. Friend? Lu Qiqi asked. Did she know Hao Ziyu's friend? If she saw the friend he mentioned, she might be able to regain her past memories. When she thought that she wouldn't have to pretend to be someone else anymore, she couldn't help but jump for joy. And her face became lively. I'll introduce you to each other when I have a chance. Hao Ziyu thought, wondering if there would be that chance again. Lu Qiqi wanted to ask more, but in order not to arouse Hao Ziyu's suspicion, she stared at the small bottle in front of her, looking at it again and again. She was too absorbed in looking at it, and her head began to feel uncomfortable again. She immediately controlled it, and her head quickly returned to normal. It was half an hour later when the carriage arrived in the town. Lu Qiqi got off the carriage, and saw the 3-story building in front of her. She sighed in her heart that the wisdom of the ancients should not be underestimated. It was so great that such a building could be built without so much high technology. Thinking about it, she suddenly found something wrong. Ancient people? High technology. What is this? Xiangfeng saw that the young lady was stunned, and hurriedly lowered her voice and asked, "Young lady, are you okay?" Chapter 319 Recharge. Shopkeeper who received the news that the restaurant was open and the castle owner was coming. So he waited outside early. Seeing the castle owner stop. Shopkeeper who saw the woman who had just got off the carriage. Could it be that this was the woman who had an engagement with the castle owner? The castle owner took her out, obviously recognizing the woman's identity. The look he gave her was particularly respectful. "Are you okay?" Hao Ziyu asked. Lu Qiqi shook her head. "I just think the restaurant is so big." "Miss, you have a good eye. This building was built according to the castle owner's design. I didn't expect you to be so amazing," Lu Qiqi said to Hao Ziyu. Hao Ziyu smiled slightly and walked in. Shopkeeper who didn't follow immediately. After Lu Qiqi entered the door, he walked behind. When the group entered the restaurant, Lu Qiqi found that there was something else inside. The entrance looked inconspicuous, but there was a hall as soon as you entered the door. And there was a round stage in the middle of the hall. From the design of the restaurant, we can see that the guests the restaurant faces are all people of status. A town seems to be more prosperous than an ordinary town. If the customers are only positioned as high-end people, the requirements for the restaurant are better. Look at the 2s and 3s of people in the restaurant. All of them are waiters wearing uniform clothes. And there is no customer. It's not time to eat yet. Today's big day should attract a lot of curiosity. There is no one in the hall. And there are no curious people at the door. Is the restaurant business very difficult? Thinking in her heart, she followed Hao Ziyu to the second floor and found that her idea was too simple. Just because there were several tables of guests drinking tea on the second floor, it was not difficult to see from their clothes that they were all people of status. When she came to the third floor, Lu Qiqi felt that her thinking was too limited. Just because there was a chessboard on the third floor, there was a table of people playing chess now. It was high-end and met different needs. Even in the town, many people came here because of its reputation. Now many rich people like to find a quiet and elegant place. This place just meets the rich people's requirements for enjoyment. After walking around, Hao Ziyu took Lu Qiqi to the backyard of the restaurant and asked as soon as he entered the door, "What do you think of this restaurant?" "One-stop service. Excellent. The restaurant will be handed over to you in the future," Hao Ziyu said. Good. Lu Qiqi still had some confidence in managing such a good restaurant. Before she knew her true identity, and before she had the ability, she needed to give herself a place to stay. Shopkeeper who couldn't stay calm when he heard it. What does it mean? The owner of the castle gave the restaurant to a woman? Once the restaurant does not belong to Feiting Castle, the business will not be good in the future. If the business is not good, how can he support his family? It was such an honor to be the shopkeeper of the newly opened restaurant in Feiting Castle. Now that it is gone, I suddenly feel that there is no hope for the future. Look at this woman again. She is beautiful. But beauty cannot be used to make a living. Master, what do you mean? Shopkeeper who asked carefully. Lu Qiqi saw through this man's mind at a glance. In order to stay here, she explained. Master thinks that shopkeeper who is too busy. It happens that I have nothing to do, so I come here to play for a few days. Shopkeeper who was relieved. What do you mean? Young lady? I have seen the restaurant. The target customers have high spending power. Today is the first day of opening. We should have a promotion on the opening day to make the restaurant a hit. It would be best if all the guests who came today stay and develop potential customers. Manager who has been working for so many years. And he must have some skills to become a manager. Seeing that someone said so well. And in front of the castle owner. He wanted people to leave tactfully, and not to implicate himself. What does the lady mean? Recharge activity. What is a recharge activity? Hao Ziyu was also curious. What did the woman mean by recharge? He also found that the more he came into contact with a woman, the more he was fascinated by the confidence on her face. In order to prove her strength, reassure Hao Ziyu and manager Hu, Lu Qiqi generously told her plan. Recharge means depositing money in our restaurant in advance, so that you don't need to pay for food and drinks in the future. In order to allow customers to take out money, we should organize a recharge courtesy activity, such as recharging 500 taels of silver, which can be used as 700 taels of silver, or recharging several times today's consumption. and all today's expenses will be free. Is this possible? Manager who glanced at the castle owner, hoping to hold on to stop this woman's crazy idea. Why? Hao Ziyu spoke. Lu Qiqi looked at Hao Ziyu. I looked at the level of this restaurant. People who can come here to eat and drink are of high status. They should not care about the money. What they care more about is face. We give them this opportunity to show their face. Moreover, the money is given to us, so it is naturally ours. With the money in hand, we are not afraid that they will not come. For us, they are regular customers. These regular customers come, not just to eat alone, but they come with friends, and gradually develop potential customers for us. In this way, the business is getting bigger and bigger. Do we still worry about not making money? Xiangfeng looked at the young lady with admiration when she heard what the young lady said. No wonder the young lady wanted to come out. It turned out that the young lady was forced to become smart by reality. This is a good idea, Hao Ziyu affirmed. Shopkeeper who thought it was unlikely, seeing that the lord of the castle said so. He couldn't say anything at Hao Ziyu's words. Shopkeeper who started to get busy. When Lu Qiqi and Hao Ziyu sat together to drink tea, they talked about the planning of the restaurant. Lu Qiqi said a lot in one breath. Lu Qiqi has regarded this place as her foothold and the beginning of her finding her former self. What she didn't expect was that everything was just as Lu Qiqi expected. Each guest who came today recharged 1,000 taels and 2,000 taels. When Lu Qiqi was happy for her success, Hao Ziyu's words completely brought her back to the starting point. It's getting late. I have to go back later. Where to go? Hao Ziyu smiled. You don't think you will live here in the future? That's what I think. Hao Ziyu looked at the woman. Lu Qiqi realized that she had lost her composure. This man was the biggest sponsor in front of her, and she couldn't offend him. She quickly explained, it's too tiring to run back and forth. Give me a small room and I'll live here. I don't have to run back and forth every day. This will save a lot of time. Besides, it's autumn now. It will be cold and rainy in the future. There are too many dangers on the road. If you stay here, you won't have these troubles. Hao Ziyu suddenly stood up. If the weather is bad, you don't have to come. Lu Qiqi was dumbfounded. Seeing Hao Ziyu suddenly turned hostile, she didn't know how she had offended her sponsor. Her mind turned very quickly and said, it's already this time. It's not too late to go back after dinner. Shopkeeper who was so impatient to see this woman dare to contradict the castle owner that he lowered his head and kept silent. In his heart, he hoped that this woman would leave quickly and not anger the castle owner and implicate himself. Unexpectedly, the woman dragged him into the water. Shopkeeper who, as the shopkeeper of the restaurant, you saw the castle owner coming, so you would prepare food for him. Right? Of course I prepared it. Shopkeeper who said with a stiff face. You have prepared it. Why don't you hurry up and let the castle owner taste the food? He just took so much money from others. But the food he made is not tasty. Isn't this ruining his reputation? The words were reasonable, and Hao Ziyu was persuaded to stay and eat together. Chapter 320 Fence Sitter. Lu Qiqi is a foodie. Before the dishes were served, she was thinking about how to convince Hao Ziyu to let her stay in the restaurant. Living in the restaurant would be bad for her reputation. But she didn't care about it. Besides, she would have to go home sooner or later. So she didn't care about her reputation here. When the food was served and she saw the exquisite food, Lu Qiqi forgot her original intention. In order to please the owner of the castle, who sent wine and asked the owner to taste it to see how the wine was. As a result, before Hao Ziyu started drinking, Lu Qiqi drank a glass first. Looking at who? This wine should have been stored for many years. Right? How did you know? Who felt that this woman was also capable? But it was a pity that she was a girl and was destined to be unable to do anything. This wine should have been buried under a tree for at least 5 years. And it was a peach tree. Whose eyes lit up. Miss, you are right. How did you know? Hao Ziyu asked. Drinking wine is also very particular. When butler who came in with the wine jar, he was very careful, which shows that the wine is very precious. Just because of this? Hao Ziyu asked. Lu Qiqi smiled and said, there are 4 steps to wine tasting. First, observe the color. Pour the wine into the glass, and gently shake the glass through the light to observe the color, transparency, viscosity, and whether there are suspended matter or sediment in the wine glass. Some high-quality wines with a long age have a slightly yellowish color and high viscosity, When poured into the glass, the wine slowly climbs up along the wall of the glass and can reach a certain height. Second, smell the aroma. Pick up the wine glass and place it under your nose. First, concentrate and hold your breath. Gently smell its smell. And then take a deep breath to fully use your sense of smell to perceive the unique taste of the tiny wine molecules. Third, the fragrance. The more obvious white wine will fill the room with fragrance as soon as it is poured out. The fragrance is very strong. And the fragrance is harmonious. The main fragrance is obvious, without any other miscellaneous flavors, indicating that the wine is rich in aroma substances. Fourth, taste. Take a small sip. Taste it carefully in your mouth. Feel the unique lingering fragrance of the wine. And then use the tip of the tongue to gently spread the wine to various parts of the mouth. And then taste the taste carefully. The taste of the tip of the tongue is slightly sweet and sour. The taste of the side of the tongue is slightly astringent. The taste of the root of the tongue is a little bitter. And there is a little spicy feeling in the throat. The overall feeling is soft, mellow, and very refreshing. Miss knows a lot. Butler who admires. Lu Chichi smiled. It's nothing. If you drink more, you will naturally know the secrets of wine. Haoziyu looked at it and said, take some more good wine, and let her taste it to see if it is all good wine. If it is ordinary, she will have to go in later. Yes. Hearing this, manager who left quickly. In this way, Lu Chichi was forced to drink under the pretext of wine tasting. Later, she drank too much. And Haoziyu took the drunk woman back to Faking Castle. Xiangfeng felt that the young lady had let go of the past, since she forgot about the past. It's good to think so. If you always live in the past, you don't know what kind of disease you will get. Haoziyu watched her sitting next to him in a decent manner at the beginning of the carriage. Later, there was a bump on the road, and her body slipped and slid off the seat. When Haoziyu wanted to reach out, she actually fell asleep on his legs. Looking at the sleeping woman, Haoziyu looked at her carefully. From the appearance, they are exactly the same, but their personalities are completely different. Looking at the woman, who was more relaxed in front of him, he thought that if he married the woman into the house, he would not reject it, thinking that even if his identity was revealed in the future, he would keep this woman by his side, and he would be responsible for her. Thinking of this, his hand naturally stroked the woman's face. Get lost. Drunk Lu Chichi felt something furry on her face, and raised her hand to open it. Haoziyu looked at the beaten hand, and smiled silently. He was even more reluctant to let go of such a lovely woman even when she was drunk. The carriage returned to Feiting Castle. Haoziyu carried the woman off the carriage, and carried her all the way to Chuinjiu. Everyone originally thought that the castle owner did not like Situchi, and everyone opened their eyes wide when they saw the scene. Thinking about the attitude towards Situchi during this period, they decided to be more respectful to the young lady in the future, and not wait until they really became the young lady. Their good days would be over. Hao Zimin, who had just returned from outside, could also see this scene. Hao Zimin saw that Hao Ziyu, who always kept people at a distance, also had a tender side. Thinking about the result of being moved, he was looking forward to what would happen next. Hopefully, his good brother would not let him down. Midnight. Lu Chichi woke up and found herself still in Chuinjiu, and saw Xiangfeng sleeping next to her. She grabbed her hair in annoyance. Damn it! She returned to this place again. It was all because of manager Hu. He took so much wine, and she got drunk. If he hadn't been so nosy, she wouldn't have gotten drunk, and she could have found a way to live in the restaurant, which would have been much more convenient for her to leave. Now, in Fieshenbao, it seems that she has all the wealth in the world. But there are so many disputes and calculations behind the wealth. I, an outsider, shouldn't be implicated. Just thinking about it, Xiangfeng opened his eyes and saw the young lady wake up. He immediately gave her a big smile. Young lady, you finally woke up? Why am I back again? The young lady was drunk. The owner of the castle brought her back? Ah? No way. It's true. Many people saw it, Xiangfeng said proudly. From now on, everyone in Feiting Castle will never dare to look down on the young lady, thinking that the good days of the young lady are coming. Xiangfeng is very happy for the young lady. Ah? Lu Chichi felt that the sky was about to fall. Young lady, this is a good thing. Didn't you see the way those people saw the young lady being brought back by the castle owner? Now they must regret treating the young lady like that. Lu Chichi didn't understand what Xiangfeng was happy about. Anyway, she heard all kinds of regrets. The next day, the weather vane of Phaeton Castle really changed. Lu Qiqi just opened her eyes and heard the movement in the yard. She snorted coldly and was more annoyed with these fence-sitters. Lu Qiqi was upset that she had returned to this place because of drunkenness. She was just trying to make amends when she heard Xiangfeng talking in the yard. Lu Qiqi came to the door and said, "Xiangfeng." Xiangfeng was surrounded by people. When she heard the noise, she turned around and smiled. "Miss, are you awake?" Lu Qiqi looked at the people in the yard. They saluted Lu Qiqi one by one. "My servant greets the young lady." "Okay. It's okay. Let's go." Everyone saw that Lu Qiqi was angry, and they didn't dare to speak. When Lu Qiqi turned around, they all ran away in fear. I was still muttering in my heart that I had offended the future wife of the castle lord. Thinking of this, they regretted it. If they had known that Situchi would have a day to turn over, they would never offend her. Xiangfeng also saw that the young lady was angry, and came to her tremblingly. "Miss, do you still know that I am your young lady?" Xiangfeng knelt on the ground in fear. "Remember, this is Phaeton Castle. We are just the unwanted ladies and maids of the Situ family." "Ladies?" Xiangfeng's eyes were red with grievance.